Chapter 2211 Battle. Even if he was in the opponent's position, he might not be able to withstand such an overwhelming offensive. He didn't believe that such a young boy could withstand it. But the reality was far beyond his imagination. Seeing the people who were frantically killing them, Yang Muchung didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness or worry, but instead showed disdain. I saw him slowly raising his hand and waving lightly. This move seemed to be an understatement, but in Nandong Haoran's eyes, it was unimaginably terrifying. Boom! A loud and shocking sound resounded, and immediately afterwards, a powerful internal energy swept out, as if it transformed into a terrifying monstrous wave. From a distance, it looked like a huge wave rising up, directly facing the overwhelming attack. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded loudly, and then they saw that wherever the air wave passed, the sky-blocking attack exploded. At the same time, this monstrous wave of air not only did not decrease at all, but instead rose up in an even more terrifying manner, rising to a height of tens of thousands of feet in an instant. What? This blow? It's so terrible! Seeing this scene, the expressions of those warriors, who had originally charged towards him, suddenly changed. No doubt, they have never denied Yang Muchung's power. But in their view, although Yang Muchung is terrifying, his strength will be quite limited. Without the help of the powerful beings who escaped from the prison with him, it would have been impossible for him to kill the two ancestors of the Nandong clan. Not to mention that there are so many of them. All of them are coming to kill like crazy. No matter how powerful he is, how can he resist? But in fact it is quite the opposite. They never expected that Yang Muchung could completely block the attacks of so many of them with just a wave of his hand. This kind of strength is obviously not something they can resist. Run away! Not good! Seeing this scene, the warriors who had originally wanted to take advantage of the situation suddenly felt chilled in their hearts. They immediately lost the idea of confronting Yang Muchung again. They all screamed in surprise and ran away frantically outside. If you want to escape, stay with me! Looking at these fleeing warriors, Yang Muchung sneered and pressed his right hand downwards. Boom! Immediately, an earth-shaking loud sound resounded, and then one saw that the terrifying air wave turned violently in midair, and then roared downwards in an unstoppable manner. Slap away. The rapidly captured air wave transformed into a huge palm at this moment, and its momentum could be said to be able to cover the sky. Many warriors, who had no time to escape, were smashed to pieces on the spot by this shocking blow. He only heard waves of terrifying explosions, and then saw pieces of blood mist violently exploding in the air. What? Of course, the most shocking thing among them is Nandong Haoran. Facing this huge wave of air, his heart couldn't help but shrink. His intuition told him that if he took this move forcefully, he would be killed on the spot just like the others. Tongue! With almost no hesitation, Nandong Haoran spread out his arms and shot towards the back like a big bird with spread wings. Boom! The moment he just retreated, this violent wave of air fell from the sky desperately and hit the ground heavily. Boom! A loud and earth-shattering sound resounded loudly, and when this huge power exploded, it set off a terrifying storm. Those warriors who also wanted to take action against Yang Muchung, but before they had time, were violently blown away by the wind and waves on the spot. At the same time, there was a click sound, and a terrifying crack spread rapidly along the location of Yang Muchung's palm, rushing in all directions desperately. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, countless people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar at this moment, and their whole bodies were filled with chills. At the same time, there was a feeling of surviving a disaster welling up in my heart. Boss's strength has increased a lot. Jin Long held his fists and watched everything with a smile. Originally, he planned to help, but after seeing the power of Yang Muchung's casual wave, he completely gave up the idea. With Yang Muchung alone, he can easily kill these existences, so there is no need for him to take action. The master was originally a 5-element spirit, and now with the help of the Cold Water Star's spiritual energy, he has raised his cultivation to the extreme. He is only one step away from reaching the late stage of 1 yuan. Even warriors of the same realm can't resist his casual attack. And these people, how can you compete with him? Axianus said lightly. If the master waits until he reaches the late stage of 1 yuan, his strength will be even greater. Ding ding ding. When Wang Han in the distance saw the scene, he was so frightened that he took a few steps back. He originally rushed out with the others, but after seeing Yang Muchung's casual wave, an ominous thought came to his mind. So he deliberately slowed down. But the moment he stopped, He saw the huge waves and the warriors who were completely killed. And his face turned pale with fear. He naturally knew that if he was among them, he would be shattered to pieces. Yang Ma-chung! Nandong Haoran stopped and looked at the shattered ground, with a hint of horror in his eyes. When his palm fell, the entire star was snapped in half, like a watermelon. This power was beyond his imagination. Now you still want me to hand over the core? Yang Ma-chung smiled and flicked his fingers. Even if it was just a habitual movement. Nandong Haoran's face turned pale in fright, and he couldn't help but step back. Even he is like this. Let alone other ordinary warriors of the Nandong clan and those casual cultivators. Even some timid people were too scared to stay on this star anymore. And without any hesitation, they turned around and ran away into the distance. After all, although the bounty is important, life is more important. If a life is lost, no matter how much bounty there is, it cannot make up for it. Don't underestimate the warriors of our Nandong clan! Seeing the undisguised green shoots and ridicule in the other party's eyes, Nandong Haoran let out a roar. A cold light flashed in his eyes, revealing a look that wanted to kill. Chapter 2212 Killing. Boom! 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 As the terrifying shouts resounded, Nandong Haoran had already unleashed all his strength regardless of risk. The steaming inner energy was like a volcanic eruption, sweeping out of his body with almost no reservation, even though it was already spreading throughout his body like a flame. Nandong Haoran's strength was not weak to begin with. Otherwise, he would not have become an elder. Now that the cultivation of this late Yuan dynasty has exploded, it has already stirred up this void world even at this moment. Boom! 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 How could Hansui Star, which had lost its core, withstand this terrifying power? I saw huge cracks spreading along the location where Yang Muchung's palm fell at this moment. Under a loud and earth-shattering sound, the entire Hansui Star exploded on the spot. The moment the cold water star exploded, Nandong Haoran rushed away crazily at this moment. Wow! This shocking force surged wildly and exploded, sweeping a terrifying wave. Countless winds were pulled by him at this moment, turning into thousands of strands and sweeping in recklessly. This terrifying wind swirled crazily around his body, almost instantly forming an unimaginably huge tornado. Then Nandong Haoran rolled up this terrifying tornado, heading in a crazy direction regardless of anything. He followed Yang Ma-chung and blasted him away fiercely. The elder has unleashed all his strength. This time we will definitely be able to kill Yang Ma-chung. No matter how strong he is, he has not yet reached the late stage of 1 yuan. But our elder is a legitimate and powerful person in the late stage of 1 yuan. Seeing this terrifying momentum, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. Feeling this terrible hurricane, everyone couldn't help but retreat back. I only saw that the terrible tornadoes seemed to have unimaginable terrifying suction power. The broken existence in Hansui Star was completely involved in it on the spot. And even more, it was reduced to powder in an instant. And the half of the star that was cracked was not spared either. He was directly torn into pieces by the tornadoes that were sharper than knives. The injection of these star fragments did not weaken Nandong Haoran's attack much, but instead made it more powerful and terrifying. From a distance, the terrifying rotating tornado looked like a huge wind dragon, with an unstoppable and invincible attitude. It suddenly and violently crushed towards the location of Yang Ma-chung. Yang Ma-chung will definitely not be able to catch this move. Seeing this scene, the warriors of the Nandong clan were excited and couldn't help but shout. Humph! Even if he reaches the late stage of 1 yuan, he won't be able to resist this move. If you dare to underestimate our Nandong clan, today is the day for his death. Hula. The strong wind roared and the sky was shaking. And Yang Mu's growth was blown by the biting wind. And his clothes were flying, facing Nandong Haoran, who was charging towards him with an ice dragon. He did not show the fearful expression that others imagined, but instead flashed a trace of disdain. Shaking his head slowly, Chu Jingtian continued, It seems that you still don't give up. Although Nandong Haoran is powerful, in his eyes it is nothing more than that. If he used the Xinyuan sword, the opponent wouldn't be able to resist even one of his moves. However, he had just repaired the 5-element spirit body, and wanted to test whether the 5-element spirit body's strength had weakened. Thinking of this, his eyes glowed brightly. Boom! The next moment, he took one step forward, and his whole body rose into the sky at this moment. The power of the 5-element spirit body also exploded to the extreme at this moment. And then he rushed directly towards Nandong Haoran. Boom! 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 When the two sides collided, they brought up a monstrous hurricane, and the two terrifying wind pressures crushed each other fiercely. The Coldwater Star, which was only half left, was blown to pieces on the spot under the crushing force of the wind. Looking at the completely exploding stars, all the warriors couldn't help but change their expressions, and quickly retreated towards the rear, avoiding the center of the battle between the two. This level of power has exceeded everyone's imagination. Just the impact of two people has such a powerful power. How amazing would it be if the two people's attacks were enveloped? All the warriors who retreated widened their eyes and looked forward. In that shocking explosion, under the gaze of countless people, the two people collided fiercely on the spot. Boom! 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 The force unleashed by the two men who faced each other was several times more terrifying than before. But then a scene that no one expected occurred. In the eyes of countless people, the almost unstoppable ice dragon exploded on the spot under Yang Muqing's impact. Wow! Nandong Haoran spit out a mouthful of blood mist. The tornadoes surrounding his body and the huge ice dragon were shattered into pieces at this moment. At the same time, he felt that a force so powerful that he could hardly imagine was pouring into his body crazily at this moment. This force was so powerful that he could not even imagine it. Not only did it shatter the tornado outside him, but it also made him lose his balance at this moment. Under the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, Yang Muqing not only smashed Nandong Haoran's attack, but his huge power was also clearly revealed. Nandong Haoran lost his balance after the impact, and he couldn't help but fly backwards. Even this impact did not slow down at all, but became more violent. Boom! Under Yang Muqing's bombardment, Nandong Haoran was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the void. It roared quickly and flew across most of the starry sky on the spot. Under the horrified eyes, he was alive and well. It crashed into a nearby star. Boom! It was only then that the terrifying power was fully revealed. The huge stars actually exploded on the spot under the bombardment. Wow! It wasn't until a moment later that the star-exploding wind swept out desperately. Among the completely exploding stars, a figure slowly appeared. Everyone looked forward with wide eyes. That figure was not Yang Muqing. Who could it be? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. The warriors of the Nandong clan who were still full of expectation suddenly turned pale at this moment, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. Chapter 22:13 Shock. Dead? The elder is dead? A warrior from the Nandong clan looked at what was happening in front of him in stunned silence. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed what he was seeing. Nandong Haoran is a legitimate late-stage 1 Yuan powerhouse, while Yang Muqing has not even reached the late stage of 1 Yuan. But no one could have imagined that in such a battle, the being with the highest cultivation and strength would be killed by the opponent. And, from the beginning to the end, Nandong Haoran had no power to fight back at all. Even if he explodes with all his strength, it is the same. In Yang Muqing's hands, there is no resistance at all. Horrible! The casual cultivators around him could not hide the shock in their eyes. They had always known how scary Yang Muqing was, but they didn't expect it to be so scary. This kind of shocking strength is beyond the reach of ordinary late-stage 1 Yuan warriors. Even the more powerful peak 1 Yuan may not be able to possess such strength. No wonder the Nandong clan would go out of their way to hunt for him. He is only in the middle of 1 Yuan and has reached such terrifying strength. If he reaches a higher level, how many people can stop him? Suddenly, everyone present looked at Yang Muqing with fear. With such terrifying strength, no wonder the opponent could become an unimaginably huge threat to the Nandong clan. Who else wants to give it a try? Among the broken stars, Yang Muqing said slowly. Although he was far away from the stars, these faint words seemed to ring in everyone's ears. The domineering feeling in these words made everyone's hearts tremble. Especially those warriors from the Nandong clan turned pale with fear. Boom! Almost in an instant, the large crowds of people turned into birds and beasts and scattered in the next moment, desperately fleeing in all directions. No one was left. If you want to leave, it's not that easy. Let me stay here. Looking at these warriors from the Nandong clan, who dispersed in a hurry, Ji Mong sneered. Boom! He yelled angrily, and in an instant he transformed into his true form as a demon dragon, and the rolling demon aura on his body reached its peak at this moment. At the same time, his claws kept dancing in front of him, and his fingers kept flying up and down like butterflies, giving people a dazzling illusion. At the same time, everyone could feel that in this void, the infinite spiritual energy gathered in thousands of strands in a swift and violent manner, gathering in the square inches of his palms. After this terrifying spiritual energy gathered together, it formed huge golden lightnings. You can see between the 5 fingers that the monstrous electric snakes and thunder pythons are constantly raging crazily. And the terrifying lightning even makes the starry sky dim at this moment. Boom! When the power of this lightning was accumulated to the extreme, the golden dragon's eyes flashed with cold light, and he swung fiercely. In an instant, the monstrous and endless thunder turned into terrifying lightning bolts, and quickly turned into shocking thunder spears that roared out, pointing directly at the fleeing warriors. Puff puff! Although Jin Long's strength is not as terrifying as Yang Muqing's, he is also a one-dimensional entity, and his strength is not much worse. Immediately, everyone saw the warriors of the Nandong clan who had escaped, and their bodies were pierced by this terrifying attack on the spot. How could Axianu on the side choose to sit idly by? She also summoned her own bone dragon. Roar! In a shocking roar, the bone dragon at her feet took a deep breath. The infinite spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the starry sky surged out at this moment, and then gathered in the mouth of the bone dragon. Ha! The next moment, the bone dragon spit out suddenly. Then, everyone saw that the overwhelming spiritual energy of heaven and earth had transformed into a piece of ice crystal cold mist like the Milky Way, and swept out like a torrent the next moment. In an instant, the warriors of the Nandong clan who were fleeing were swept away on the spot. Under the shocking gazes, those warriors who escaped were frozen into ice sculptures. And all those people escaped. But there were too many warriors from the Nandong clan. They fled in all directions, and some of them had even disappeared. Although Axianu and Jin Long had taken action very timely and quickly, many of them were still stunned. Escaped. Chase! Jin Long shouted angrily, and immediately swung his body to chase after him quickly. Axianu also frowned, and was about to drive away the bone dragon. Stop chasing! However, Yang Muqing's shout made the two of them stop at this moment. Boss! Owner! Axianu and Jin Long couldn't help but stop and looked at Yang Muqing in confusion. Yang Muqing slowly shook his head and said, Don't chase the poor bandits. This is the territory of the Nandong clan, and those guys are just ordinary little fish and shrimps. Even killing them all will not help. And for the Nandong clan, they don't care about the life and death of these people. They can only kill them. Only an ancestor-level existence would make them feel heartbroken. Wasting too much time here is not worth the gain for us. After hearing Yang Muqing's words, the two of them couldn't help but nodded. Now that they have obtained a large amount of cold water, and Yang Muqing has obtained the core, it is natural that at this time, they should devote more time to cultivation. Let's go! Yang Muqing waved his hand, and immediately turned around and left. Axianu and Jin Long also looked at each other, turned around, and left the place with Yang Muqing. After the 3 figures left, all the warriors present completely exploded. Almost in a day, the news spread throughout the starry sky again. What? Yang Muqing showed up? They appeared directly in the Hansui planet? In the hinterland of the Nandong clan? And under the eyes of the Nandong clan? They took away the core of the Hansui star, and even killed the elders of the Nandong clan openly. The entire star was shattered? Nandong Howren, the elder of the Nandong clan, was directly blasted into a star by Yang Muqing, leaving no trace of his body? Are you kidding? How could Yang Muqing do all this? His cultivation level has reached the middle stage of 1 yuan? The news about Hansui star swept across the starry sky almost at this moment. Of course, what attracted the most attention was the strength displayed by Yang Muqing. Chapter 2214 Internal and External Troubles. Yang Muqing showed up? Almost overnight, the news swept through most of the starry sky like a plague, and all the warriors were talking about it. Especially this time, the cultivation and strength displayed by Yang Muqing made everyone unable to help but feel shocked. To know, since the battle on Mizu Star, it is no exaggeration to say that the entire formation has been completely in chaos. Those powerful beings who escaped from the sky prison appeared almost everywhere in the starry sky all the time. Every time they took action, they killed countless beings, which attracted the attention of everyone in the entire starry sky. But among the figures of these warriors, who are constantly showing up, every one of them is a terrifying existence. And they were once strong men, with reputations resounding across the stars. But it is a pity that Yang Muqing does not appear among these revealed warriors. Before this, many people were speculating that Yang Muqing's failure to show up was probably because he was injured in the battle with Nandong Hintian, and never had the strength to appear again. So when Yang Muqing appeared this time, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. Too strong. Unexpectedly. Although Yang Muqing did not show up during this period, Everyone thought that after breaking away from those powerful existences, he would never show up again. But they did not expect that he had not shown up for so long. After appearing this time, he actually stopped talking. A blockbuster? Yes, according to what the spectators said. In that battle, Yang Muqing's cultivation was in the middle stage of 1 yuan. And the being he killed was Nangong Haoran, a powerful being in the late stage of 1 yuan. But unfortunately, although his strength is he was powerful, but he was suppressed and beaten by Yang Muqing from beginning to end. And he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Hearing these words, the crowd around him couldn't help but take a breath of air conditioning. One is a strong player who has been in the late 1 yuan for a long time, and the other is only in the middle 1 yuan. There will be almost no suspense in the battle between these two. But who could have imagined such an unexpected ending? Yes, he is only in the middle stage of a yuan, and he has such terrifying strength. He can even suppress the warriors in the late stage of a yuan. Wouldn't it mean that when he meets a strong man at the peak of a yuan, he can also fight head-on? When he reaches the late stage of a yuan or even the peak of a yuan in the future, won't the Nangong clan have to send out master-level experts to hunt him down? But even the Nangong clan doesn't have that many endless grandmasters. After everyone thought of Yang Muqing's strength, they couldn't help but sigh. An existence of this level is simply too terrifying. This time, it actually appeared in the hinterland of the Nangong clan. And not only did he appear so openly, but he also killed an elder-level figure, and also took away a star in front of his face. If the Nangong clan knew about this, wouldn't it make them extremely furious? Everyone can already imagine how angry the Nangong ancestor will be when the Nangong clan learns about this matter. Asshole. The headquarters of the Nangong clan. Ancestor Nangong was so angry that he directly killed the clansman who was delivering the order with a single blow. His furious attitude made everyone present feel frightened. What the hell is going on with you people? It's been 3 months since those guys escaped from the prison and Nangong Hintian was killed. You haven't caught even one person yet. And what's more, Yang Muqing came to our Nangong clan's trump card openly. This kind of behavior is simply a first-class humiliation for our Nangong clan. Why not? Ordinary family clans are too scared to say anything when they hear the name of the Nangong clan. How dare they confront the Nangong clan again and again like Yang Muqing? And after repeated attempts, not only did they not restrain themselves at all, but they came directly to their clan's territory. This was something that had never happened before. It was a slap in the face. No wonder the Nangong clan was so furious. Ancestor, you can't blame us for these things. An elder bravely spoke up and said, the starry sky is so big. Even if we, the Nangong clan, want to find out whether Yang Muqing has appeared in a star, it will take at least a month. But there are hundreds or thousands of stars in a galaxy. Where can we find him? Even if it takes 3 to 5 years to thoroughly investigate this galaxy. And we cannot completely block this galaxy. Everyone nodded again and again. That's the problem. After all, this starry sky is too huge. If the other party intends to hide, as long as they don't show up, you won't be able to find them no matter how hard you try. Moreover, Yang Muqing's strength is getting higher and higher. Now even the elders in the late Yuan period have nothing to do with him. What if other ordinary tribesmen discover his location? By the time the large forces arrive, the opponent will have already fled. How can you possibly catch up with the opponent again? It is for this reason that although the power of the 7 clans is huge, there are still many races in the entire starry sky, and these races have not been completely driven out by the 7 clans. Call. Patriarch Nangong exhaled a deep breath. He naturally understands this kind of thing. But I just can't contain the anger in my heart. The dignified Nangong clan has stood in the starry sky for countless years. No one has dared to challenge this behemoth. But now they are being cornered by an ant-like guy, with no way to deal with it. And, as the strong men in the heavenly prison escaped, it brought not only external threats to the Nangong clan, but also some internal threats. Those affiliated families who originally obeyed the Nangong clan began to have evil intentions, and began to obey and disobey the Nangong clan's orders. Even some slightly stronger families have begun to listen to the instructions rather than listen to the announcement. And they are secretly going against the wishes of the Nangong family and preparing to replace them. But all the Nangong clan's energy is focused on chasing down these Tianlao's strong men, and they are completely unable to manage these affiliated families. If Patriarch Nangong hadn't used iron-blooded methods to kill several affiliated families and suppress them with great means, I'm afraid someone would have started to rebel. However, this matter can only be suppressed for a period of time. and it only treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. If these guys are allowed to continue, it will definitely be a devastating blow to the Nangong clan.
Now let's talk about it. What means we're used to catch Yang Machung?
Patriarch Nandong sighed secretly, and couldn't help but say something. Chapter 2215 Cultivation. How to catch it? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. And they all shook their heads secretly. Since the battle on Hansui Star, Yang Machung disappeared again. Who knows where he has gone now? How could it be so easy to catch him? Patriarch Nandong looked at the silent crowd and fell into deep thought. He didn't know what he was thinking.
Ha ha. Brother Yang has recovered.
On an unknown star, Zhou Jitian and Sun Han were talking excitedly. Beside them were some powerful beings who had also escaped from the sky prison. Since their separation, they had no suitable place to go, so they simply gathered together in 2s and 3s to wreak havoc on the Nangong clan. They specially selected the resource-bearing important areas of the Nangong clan. Every time they came and went like the wind, they would snatch large quantities of elixirs. Although they had not yet returned to their peak level, their strength was not something that ordinary warriors could deal with.
Yes, he suffered such a serious injury. It can be said that all his meridians collapsed. I worried countless times that even if he recovered completely, his strength might not be as good as before. But I didn't expect that it would only take 3 months. He recovered completely, and even killed an elder of the Nangong clan in the late Yuan period, which was really satisfying.
Zhou Jitian took a sip of wine and smiled happily. Everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. In everyone's opinion, even if Yang Machung was to recover from such a serious injury, it would probably take several years, or even decades. But I didn't expect that he would recover in such a short period of time, and his strength would be even more terrifying than before.
I'm afraid the Nandong clan will be very angry this time.
Sun Han nodded gently, but then there was a hint of worry in his eyes.
But this time after Brother Yang appeared, his position was exposed again. Nandong the clan will never let him go so easily.
Everyone nodded in agreement. If it were in another location, it might be better. But this time Yang Machung actually appeared directly in the hinterland of the Nangong clan. How could the Nangong clan let him go so easily?
Don't worry. Brother Yang is much smarter than us. If the Nangong clan wants to catch him, the chance is extremely small.
Zhou Jitian laughed and couldn't help but shake his head. If it were anyone else, he would definitely be worried. But the other party was Yang Machung, a being who made the Nangong clan suffer a lot. Even if the Nangong clan went out in full force, he would not think that the other party could do anything to Yang Machung.
I heard that Brother Yang appeared this time because of a cold water star filled with heavenly spirits and earthly treasures?
Sun Han pondered for a moment before asking.
Yes. What's wrong?
Zhou Jitian couldn't help being stunned.
He killed the opponent's elders and took away the core of Hansui Star.
When Sun Han heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brows and burst out laughing.
This time, Brother Yang has obtained another treasure. You know, the ordinary star core is not even comparable to the aura of a 1 Yuan realm strongman. But this core is not an ordinary existence.
Everyone looked over in confusion. Sun Han continued.
This cold water star appeared out of thin air, and its power is naturally not as simple as everyone imagined. Just a trace of power revealed from the core formed a huge star. It is a very rare treasure of heaven and earth, and the power contained in it is even comparable to that of extraordinary beings. Brother Yang's 5-element spirit body only needs the body of the last white tiger to be completely completed. Now that he has obtained the core of this cold water star, it is like adding wings to a tiger. You can imagine what a headache the Nandong clan will have when his 5-element spirit body reaches its peak and his strength reaches a further level.
When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but show a hint of shock, and secretly began to sympathize with the Nangong family. One can imagine, when Yang Machung comes out again, what kind of expression will the Nangong clan have when they see Yang Machung whose strength has increased crazily? Just when the Nangong clan was caught in internal and external troubles. Just when Sun Han, Zhou Jitian and others were paying attention. Yang Machung, Jin Long and others had already left Hansui Star and came to a star with beautiful mountains and clear waters.
Boss, the position you chose is really good.
Jin Long looked at the star under his eyes and couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. This star has not long given birth to living things, and its spiritual energy is not too abundant. From a broad view, most of them are just shrubs and other plants. And occasionally, there are some small saber-toothed animals that fly by quickly.
The spiritual energy of this star is not abundant, and its gravity is much smaller than that of ordinary stars. For warriors, it is like a desert, And few people come here.
Axianu also looked around and couldn't help but nodded.
No one from the Nangong clan could have imagined that we would practice on this star. Then let's get started.
Yang Mucheng smiled lightly. Tongue! Tongue! As soon as the words were spoken, Axianu and Jin Long flew out. They knew that when they were practicing, following Yang Mucheng would not only be unable to gather spiritual energy, but might also cause the surrounding spiritual energy to be drained away by the opponent. Well, looking at the two people who were far away from him, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his brows, and then couldn't help but shook his head helplessly.
That's all. I'd better practice on my own.
Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng gently swept out a clean slate, sat on it, and then took out the core of the cold water star. As the core was taken out, the surrounding temperature dropped crazily with a terrifying and ferocious attitude at almost this moment. Along Yang Mucheng's body, one could see patches of ice, desperately facing in all directions. Spread. Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is the effect after he used his spiritual thoughts to wrap up the core. If it were not protected by his spiritual thoughts, the entire star would be completely frozen into a huge ice ball as soon as the core was taken out.
Fortunately, a blindfold was arranged outside the stars in advance. Otherwise, such a large area of frost would definitely be noticed by passers-by.
Yang Mucheng secretly said that it was dangerous. Fortunately, he had the foresight to seal off the surrounding space. No matter how terrifying the cold in the core of the ice bead was, it would not affect the outside world at all. But even so, he still strengthened his spiritual thoughts, added a few more blocks outside the ice beads, and then started to practice. Chapter 22:16 The Power of Ice Beads. Although his strength was completely restored, Yang Mucheng did not swallow the core directly like he did before. After all, this core is just the energy that spilled out, forming a huge cold water star. If he swallowed it hastily, it would probably cause great damage to his body.
Let's do it little by little.
Yang Mucheng formed a seal Ju with his right hand, and saw the core of the ice bead floating in front of him tremble quietly, followed by a puff of smoke like cold air rising up, and he swallowed it directly into his belly. This cold air is naturally the spiritual energy within the ice beads. It's just because of the influence of the ice beads that it appears in a cold way. Don't underestimate this burst of cold air. Although it is only a tiny bit, it is enough to freeze an ordinary star into an ice ball. Even though he was prepared, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel his scalp numb after the cold air entered his mouth. The degree of condensation of this cold air was simply beyond his imagination. If he had rashly swallowed the entire ice bead before, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. But, after all, he is a 5-element spirit body, and his resistance to these cold air is relatively high. He quickly activated the White Tiger strengthening technique, and then he saw this terrible cold air, which was quickly transformed into pure energy, and quickly poured into his body, and at the same time, it rapidly circulated in his limbs and bones. Of wandering away. The body of the White Tiger is equivalent to the water sources in the ditches among the 5-element spirit bodies. If there is no water source, the 5-element spirit bodies will naturally no longer be able to communicate with each other. This is also because although Yang Mucheng has practiced the other 4 physical training techniques to the extreme, they are not very powerful, because he lacks a medium that can make the other 4 elements operate with each other.
Continue.
Although it was only a small burst of cold energy, Yang Mucheng could still feel that his energy and blood had become particularly powerful at this moment, even equivalent to half a month of hard work. Sensing such an obvious increase, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel secretly happy and continued to absorb it. Buzz. At this moment, he pushed the White Tiger body training technique almost to the extreme, and the rolling cold air could not help but pour into his body. Of course, Yang Mucheng's body also changed a lot at this moment. It can be clearly seen that Yang Mucheng's body becomes softer and softer at this moment. The skin also becomes more and more transparent. As the saying goes, strong and easy to break. No matter how powerful your body is, it will eventually die. But the existence of the 5-element spiritual body has completely changed this. Because the 5 elements are the most primitive force between heaven and earth. And under the combination of the 5 elements, they are mutually reinforcing, strong and soft, and naturally cannot be underestimated. Especially the White Tiger body training technique is the top priority. Because Qinglong body building technique is nourished by White Tiger body building technique and Xuanwu body building technique. But one of them is missing, which naturally has a great impact on the speed of recovery. If Yang Mucheng had practiced the White Tiger body training technique to the extreme, he would not have been in a coma for 3 months during the battle with Nangong Hintian, and would have fully recovered in less than half the time. And at the same time, the recovery speed of the 5 elements spirit body will be faster.
Crash!
Wow! If someone were standing next to Yang Muchung today, they would definitely be able to hear bursts of loud sounds, as if they were standing in front of an endless ocean and listening to the crazy surging waves. But in fact, the sound of the waves came from Yang Muchung's body, and it was entirely caused by his powerful qi and blood. With the injection of cold air, the edges and corners of Yang Muchung's body gradually melted away at this moment, and the posture he revealed even felt a little fragile. But this is just a superficial illusion. The most powerful force was quietly hidden at this moment. It is no exaggeration to say that Yang Muchung at this moment is like a silent ocean, seemingly calm, but when he really explodes, it will surely set off a turbulent wave that no one can imagine. Huge waves. And the power of this explosion is so powerful that ordinary people cannot predict it. Buzz. Just as Yang Muchung had been immersed in the increasing joy of the 5 elements spirit body, suddenly the center of his eyebrows could not help but tremble slightly, and a green light quickly rushed out from the center of his eyebrows. The existence that rushed out was clearly the 9th grade Kingly Anti. It's just that this 9th grade green lotus platform is not as green as before, and the leaves are also much wilted, especially the 9th leaf, which is even in danger of falling off. If it falls off, it will fall back to the 8th level. It is for this reason that Yang Muchung has never touched the 9th grade green lotus platform. He just placed it in the space between his eyebrows and nourished it with his physical body. He wanted it to recover as soon as possible, but he did not expect that the 9th rank green lotus platform would actually appear on its own. Buzz. At the same time that the 9th grade green lotus platform appeared, it was already spinning continuously. The ice bead that had been floating in front of Yang Muchung was quietly trembling again at this moment. At the same time, under Yang Muchung's surprised gaze, the ice bead actually stirred up a second wave of cold mist. One of the cold mist entered Yang Muchung's body, and the other cold mist was absorbed by the 9th grade Qinglian Terrace.
Huh?
Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but feel surprised. I saw the green lotus platform rotating slowly, rapidly absorbing the ice mist at a speed not inferior to that of Yang Muchung. As the ice mist merged into the wine bottle green lotus platform, I could even see the originally sluggish figure. The ultimate Qinglian Terrace seemed to have regained its vitality at this moment. The originally dried lotus leaves became green, as if dew had been poured into them at this moment. At the same time, with the injection of this powerful spiritual energy, the 9th leaf, which was about to fall off, trembled slightly, and immediately took root completely, and almost quickly grew again. At the same time, the growing leaf was also gently swaying, gradually becoming more mature, and even looking exactly like the other 8 leaves. At this time, the ice bead was still half full.
The power inside this ice bead is really too powerful.
Seeing this scene, even Yang Muchung couldn't help but secretly gasped. Chapter 2217 Crazy Absorption. It's simply too strong. This is Yang Muchung's most intuitive idea. Originally, he thought that this ice bead could complete all of his white tiger body training technique, and there wouldn't be much left. But now his white tiger body training technique is almost close to perfection, and even the 9th grade green lotus platform is about to return to its peak state under the nourishment of the ice bead's spiritual energy. The ice bead has only been consumed less than 30%.
I really picked up a treasure this time. If the Nangong clan knew that the ice bead I snatched was so powerful, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot.
Yang Muchung couldn't help but smile. To know whether it is his 5 elements spirit body or his 9th grade green lotus platform, they are like a bottomless pit that cannot be easily filled with a random treasure of heaven and earth. But now, this ice bead has actually done it, and there are still so many parts left. This kind of treasure, even an existence of the level of Nangong Patriarch, would be excited. But now, this ice bead has been snatched away by Yang Muchung. How could the Nandong family not be angry? Think of this. Yang Muchung closed his eyes and prepared to raise the 5 elements spirit body to the extreme in one go. However, at this moment, the constantly rotating 9th grade green lotus platform suddenly burst out with a green light. This green light is extremely bright, but it doesn't feel dazzling at all. Instead, it seems to give people an existence that contains powerful vitality.
Call!
At the same time, the speed at which the 9th grade green lotus platform absorbed spiritual energy suddenly increased several times at this moment, even snatching away the spiritual energy that Yang Muchung had absorbed and sucking it directly into the lotus platform.
Eh? How dare you steal my spiritual energy?
Yang Mucheng looked at the Qinglian terrace suspended above his head and felt dumbfounded for a moment. Ever since he mastered the ancient heaven swallowing technique, he has always been the one to devour other people's spiritual energy. And no one else has been able to snatch much spiritual energy from him. But now, the Green Lotus platform is actually able to take away the spiritual energy in the ice bead under the operation of his ancient heaven swallowing technique.
I don't believe it.
Boom! Quickly calming his mind, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. And the ancient heaven swallowing technique exploded to the extreme at this moment. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a terrifying wind suddenly arose on this peaceful star. Thousands of winds were pouring towards Yang Mucheng's position at this moment.
Holy shit!
The golden dragon who was practicing seemed to feel something, and couldn't help but exclaimed, looking towards the place where the wind gathered. I saw that the place where Yang Mucheng was practicing had already formed a huge tornado. In this star, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was not much in the first place, was absorbed by this terrible tornado on the spot, and rushed towards the area where Yang Mucheng was. Not only this star, but even dozens of stars around it were pulled up by this terrible suction force, and turned into a rolling torrent on the spot, pouring crazily into Yang Mucheng's body.
I knew this would happen.
Jin Long couldn't help but smile bitterly. The reason why he hid far away was that he was afraid that Yang Mucheng would take away the spiritual energy around him while he was practicing. But I didn't expect that even if I hid so far away, I still couldn't escape.
Hey, that's not right.
Axiana was also attracted by the scene in the distance. But after watching it for a moment, she couldn't help but exclaim,
What's wrong?
Jin Long asked.
It seems that these auras were not absorbed by the master, but were forcibly plundered by other beings.
Axiana frowned slightly, and slowly said what he saw.
How is that possible?
Almost at the same time, Jin Long shouted subconsciously.
The boss practices the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Once this technique is put into operation, no one has ever been able to take the spiritual energy from his hands.
But before he finished speaking, Jin Long was stunned, because he really saw it. In the rushing wind, you can clearly see the existences that are like stars, constantly twinkling. Those shining lights are the gathered spiritual energy. However, these spiritual energy did not pour directly into Yang Mucheng's body as they imagined. Instead, they were forcibly plundered by another being.
That's it?
Jin Long frowned.
That's the master's Qinglian platform. It's obviously just a magic weapon. How can it have such power?
Axiana frowned slightly, and couldn't help but shake his head. Jin Long also looked confused. In their opinion, this might have been done intentionally by Yang Mucheng. After pondering for a while, he moved to another place and started practicing again. But they didn't know that Yang Mucheng was also shocked.
How can this be?
At this moment, even if he activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique, he still could not stop King Liantai's absorption. The powerful spiritual energy that surged out from the ice beads was unceremoniously swallowed by the 9th-rank Qinglian platform almost as soon as it appeared. When it came to him, there was literally nothing left.
I don't believe you can absorb all the power in this ice bead.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, and simply gave up fighting for the spiritual energy with King Liantai. He even stopped practicing, and just watched the crazy absorption quietly. The Qinglian terrace. Boom! Without the hindrance of the ancient heaven swallowing technique, the absorption speed of Qinglian platform suddenly increased several times. At this moment, all the spiritual energy almost turned into a terrifying hurricane, pouring into Qinglian platform, like seawater pouring back. And with the influx of these spiritual energy, it can be seen that the 9th lotus leaf of Qinglian terrace grows at an extremely fast speed, almost reaching maturity in 3 breaths.
You've absorbed enough. Now change me.
Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and then began to prepare to practice again. However, a scene that he didn't expect appeared. After the Green Lotus platform grew to the extreme, it did not reduce the speed of absorption, or simply stop absorption, as Yang Mucheng imagined. On the contrary, it did not slow down at all, and became more violent than before. The absorption speed increased several times than before.
How so?
Yang Mucheng frowned. This situation was something he had not expected at all. But at this moment, the Qinglian terrace suddenly shone with light, and the aura emitted from it rose crazily at this moment. Feeling the power of improvement, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but change his expression, as if he had thought of something.
Can this Qinglian terrace be improved again?
Chapter 2218 10th Grade Green Lotus Platform. Yang Mucheng was completely shocked. when he got the Qinglian Terrace from Fong Baiyu. The other party once told him that the 9th level of the Qinglian Terrace was not the highest level, and could be improved to a higher level. At that time, Yang Mucheng didn't think so. In his opinion, just raising the Qinglian Terrace to the 9th level is already very terrifying. At the beginning, Fong Baiyu used this 9th grade green lotus platform to defend the ancestors of the 7 clans. When his Qinglian Terrace reached the 9th level, he once thought that the potential of the Qinglian Terrace had been completely tapped out by him. But he never expected that the Qinglian Terrace could actually be improved again.
Call!
At this moment, the speed of Qinglian Terrace's improvement simply reached the extreme, and the rolling torrent poured into the Lotus Terrace uncontrollably. The palm-sized Lotus platform is like a huge bottomless pit. All the spiritual energy directly entered the Lotus platform at this moment.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Under Yang Mucheng's shocked eyes, he saw that the energy of King Liantai had reached an extreme level, as if it had broken through a certain bottleneck, like magma breaking through the crater, and its power had increased again. We have reached a realm. The degree of improvement this time brought Yang Mucheng a feeling that was as obvious as stepping onto a new level. This power is obviously stronger than before, even many times stronger than before. Under Yang Mucheng's disbelieving gaze, among the shining green light, the 10th lotus leaf slowly grew on the Qinglian platform. It's just that this lotus leaf is too small, compared with other lotus leaves that are about the size of a palm. It can only be about the size of a fingertip at most. But this lotus leaf made Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Although it only grew a small lotus leaf, it actually directly raised the green lotus platform to a higher level. And its power also reached an existence that was many times more terrifying than before.
Boom!
Almost at the same time that the Qinglian platform reached the 10th level, the suction power of the Qinglian platform suddenly increased several times. At this moment, the power in the ice bead drained away even more quickly. At this moment, the size of the ice beads was also rapidly reduced at the same time.
Not good!
By the time Yang Mucheng woke up from the shock, the last power of the ice bead had been completely swallowed up by the 10th grade Qinglian platform. The scene that had previously attracted dozens of stars quietly dispersed at this moment, as if it had never appeared before.
I really didn't expect that.
Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh secretly. He originally thought that with this ice bead, he could directly upgrade his cultivation level to the late 1 yuan stage, and he could also complete his 5 elements spirit body at the same time. But he didn't expect that a green lotus platform would appear on the way, and it would take away all the power of Bingzhu, making all his wishful thinking come to nothing.
That's all. 10th grade will be 10th grade.
Yang Mucheng sighed helplessly. He knows it too. This Qinglian Terrace was able to break through the shackles and reach the 10th level. On the one hand, it was luck. If you miss this time, it will not be so easy. After all, treasures like ice bead cores are extremely rare in the starry sky. Even beings like the 7 major families might break their heads fighting over such a treasure. Being able to be obtained by him and make this Qinglian platform reach the 10th level is considered a chance.
Come back!
Yang Mucheng sighed secretly and made a seal. In a moment, the green lotus platform quickly restrained its shining green light at this moment, and quietly returned to the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows. As the 10th grade Qinglian platform integrated into his body, Yang Mucheng felt a huge vitality continuously sweeping in from the Qinglian platform. This huge vitality poured directly into his limbs and bones at the same time. Feeling this power, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but widen his eyes and was speechless, because these powers were completely fed back from the Qinglian platform, and this power was continuously strengthening his body at the same time. This caused his cultivation level to improve rapidly.
Maybe this time, I can advance 3 times in a row.
Feeling the power of this feedback, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. There is a subtle mutually reinforcing relationship between King Liantai and warriors, just like the 5 attributes in the 5 elements spirit body. After the Qinglian platform reaches a certain level, the power in it can be fed back into the warrior's body, increasing the warrior's strength. After the warrior's strength reaches a certain level, he can also feed back into the Qinglian Terrace, allowing the Qinglian Terrace to continuously advance. Certainly, if the gap between the 2 sides is too large, each other will be held back. If the warrior's strength increases too slowly, most of the power in Qinglian Terrace will be fed back into the warrior's body, which will cause the level of Qinglian Terrace to drop. And if the level of Qinglian Terrace is too low, the same situation will occur with the strength of the warrior. This is the strength of King Liantai, but also its weakest point. Therefore, in this starry sky, there have been many powerful beings who have obtained the Green Lotus platform. But no one has ever been able to carry forward the power of the Green Lotus platform. Among so many people, there is only one Fang Baiyu. And now, after Fang Baiyu, Yang Macheng has promoted King Liantai to the 10th level for the first time. Although it has only been upgraded by one level, its power is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. This means that the energy within it will increase tenfold or even 100-fold. It is no exaggeration to say that if Fang Baiyu could upgrade the Qinglian platform to the 10th level, he would definitely not be killed by the other party if he used it to fight against the ancestors of the 7 clans. It's a pity that the word, if, has never existed in the world. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Yang Macheng sat here quietly. He is fully absorbing the power fed back from the 10th grade Green Lotus platform. This power is unimaginably powerful. If it were injected into any late Yuan warrior it would probably burst the opponent's body. If you want to absorb this power, you must be at least a 1 Yuan master or above. But Yang Macheng used his 5 elements spirit body to absorb all this power alive. And as this power was absorbed by him, the 5 elements spirit body finally became closer to perfection. Until the 3rd month, when Axianu and Jinlong arrived, Yang Macheng was still practicing. However, the changes in this star shocked the two of them.
Is this star really the one we came from? How can this be?
Chapter 2219 Forest. No wonder they were shocked. When they first came to the star, the entire star was still in a very backward posture. Even on the entire star, there are not many plants at all. At most, they are just some bushes, which looks very desolate. But now when the two of them arrived again, the picture on the star was completely different. Completely different from before. Looking around, there are towering ancient trees several meters in diameter all around.
Did we go in the wrong direction?
Jinlong couldn't help but ask.
Absolutely not wrong.
Axiana shook her head, her face also full of shock. These towering ancient trees grow very densely, and each one seems to have taken at least hundreds or even thousands of years to grow to this extent. But the time they left was only 3 months.
What a powerful vitality!
Jinlong frowned slightly and quickly looked around. Almost immediately, he felt a powerful stream of vitality continuously erupting from the depths of the star. And as this vitality circulates, you can see patches of grass, almost like carpets, spreading out in all directions. The place where the two landed previously was still a piece of exposed rock. In just a few words, it had already turned into a huge grassland. Huge towering ancient trees are rising rapidly in a manner visible to the naked eye.
Over there!
Arsenal woke up from the shock, tiptoed, and immediately rushed towards the location where the vitality exploded.
Wait for me!
Jinlong also quickly followed. Both of them were extremely confused at this moment. They wanted to know what was the reason that could cause a star that was extremely barren 3 months ago to suddenly look like this in such a short period of time. As the two of them moved forward, the shock in their hearts became stronger. When they first came to the star, there were only some low-level mice-type animals. But now these lowest-level creatures have even turned into spiritual beasts. Even some rare tree monsters can be seen in the woods.
Did the boss do all this?
Jinlong couldn't help but speak out.
I don't know. Could it be that the master had an accident? He failed to absorb the spiritual energy in the eye speed, and the spiritual energy escaped and made the star look like this?
Axena couldn't help but frown and speculated. But immediately, she shook her head and rejected her guess. You know, the aura contained in that ice bead is not as simple as imagined. Even the slightest leak will turn the entire star into a giant ice ball instead of showing this vibrant posture. Tongue! 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 Suppressing the curiosity in their hearts, the two of them could only speed up and rush towards the location where the endless stream of vitality was revealed.
That is?
After all, both of them are strong men in the 1 Yuan realm. Coupled with the 3 months of hard training, their strength has also improved rapidly. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination. At this moment, both of them couldn't help but exclaimed. What caught their eyes was an indescribably huge towering ancient tree. This ancient tree has almost towered into the sky, and it would not have grown to this level within tens of thousands of years. And this ancient tree is still growing rapidly in an incredible manner. In almost one breath, it seems like a year of growth. In the short time it took the two of them to arrive, the diameter of this towering tree had already increased by several meters. Among the trunks of this ancient tree, you can see a figure sitting cross-legged and meditating. That figure was clearly Yang Macheng.
Boss!
Jinlong couldn't help but exclaimed.
Don't disturb the master. His cultivation has reached the most critical stage.
Axiana closed his eyes and said quickly. She could clearly feel that under this huge vitality, Yang Muqing's aura was rapidly increasing in a terrifying manner. It seems like it will never end. Jinlong raised his brows and immediately closed his mouth, suppressing the trace of doubt in his heart at this moment. Although he really wanted to ask Yang Muqing what happened here, he immediately suppressed it. But what finally made him relieved was that Yang Muqing was fine and was still practicing well.
It looks like our guesses were wrong.
Axiano exhaled a long breath and said slowly.
It seems that the master has completely absorbed the ice bead. This vitality was completely released unconsciously during his cultivation. Is it the five-element spirit?
Jinlong couldn't help but asked aloud.
It's possible.
Axiana nodded. The five-element spirit body is the most powerful body in the entire starry sky. Its strength does not lie in its combat power, but in its terrifying resilience, which is vitality. The battle between Yang Muqing and Nandong Hintian almost exhausted all his potential, and even his vitality. Even a master of 1 yuan may not be able to survive such an injury. But Yang Muqing fully recovered. And the reason why everyone didn't give up on Yang Muqing was the vitality in his body. The vitality in his body was almost the same as the powerful vitality that filled the entire forest and even the air now. The only difference is that it becomes more powerful and more terrifying.
Maybe the boss has improved the five-element spirit body to the extreme this time.
Jinlong pondered for a moment before speaking. Arsenal also nodded repeatedly. Even if it is not promoted to the extreme, I am afraid that it is not too far away from that level. Just by practicing unconsciously, you can change the environment of the entire star. If Yang Muqing had a clear consciousness and took the initiative to do it, wouldn't it be even more terrifying?
The boss is waking up!
At this moment, Jinlong suddenly shouted loudly. I saw that the originally peaceful forest was suddenly turbulent at this moment, as if it was waking up from a deep sleep. At the same time, the largest towering ancient tree trembled fiercely, and countless roots were quickly pulled out of the soil.
No! This ancient tree has become a spirit!
Seeing this scene, Jinlong and Axiana couldn't help but close their eyes, and quickly prepared to take action to kill him. But just as the two of them started to take action, they heard a sound of a tribute slowly resounding.
Golden Dragon! Axianu! Stop!
Chapter 2220 Farewell to the Saint.
Stop!
At this moment, not only did Jinlong and Axianu, who were about to attack the ancient tree, quietly stop their attacks, but at the same time, the huge ancient tree also restrained its thick roots. The two of them looked forward in confusion, and saw that the countless tree roots spread out quickly like silk and cocoons. Under the vigilant eyes of the two, they moved away like a tide, forming a huge passage. After this passage, Yang Muqing slowly walked out.
Boss!
Seeing Yang Muqing coming out, Jinlong hurriedly greeted him.
This ancient tree has become a spirit. Why did you stop us from killing him? Hurry up and leave. If this tree demon gets into trouble, the entire forest will be his territory. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble.
With the strength of everyone, it is very easy to kill this tree demon, and it is very easy to crush the star. However, in recent times, the Nandong clan search efforts have become more and more intense, and many Nandong clan members can even be seen passing by in this area. If the time comes to fight here, it will startle the Nandong clan, and it won't be worth the loss. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the huge ancient tree was already shaking his body. Axiana looked at it with vigilance, and saw a human face slowly growing on the huge tree trunk of the other party. And he could clearly see things that looked like human facial features.
Saint disturbed by mistake.
The ancient tree spoke slowly.
I am an ordinary seed in this star. I am lucky enough to have a saint cultivating beside me, so I have the opportunity to develop spiritual wisdom. I have endless admiration for the saint. How could I take action against the saint?
Yang Muqing smiled faintly, nodded. Of course he knows everything about it. Although he has been practicing in the past 3 months, he still knows everything about the outside world. The reason why this ancient tree wrapped its roots around him was to cover him up, so as not to be discovered by others.
No need to thank me. This is your opportunity,
Yang Muqing said calmly. When his strength reaches the level of Yang Muqing, every move will have huge consequences. If he doesn't practice on this star, I'm afraid that in tens of thousands of years, there will be no monsters with spiritual intelligence born on this star. After finishing speaking, he turned his eyes, and then looked at Axianu and Jinlong.
Have you finished practicing too? Yes. You have actually reached the middle stage of 1 yuan. Yes.
Jin Long nodded, unable to help showing a hint of surprise. He originally wanted to tell the other person the good news by himself, but he didn't expect Yang Mucheng to see it at a glance.
The cold water we collected is the most pure and powerful part that overflowed from the ice beads. Although it is not as huge as the ice beads, it is not too far behind. It can naturally reach the mid-1 yuan.
Axiana woke up from the shock and said quickly. Although Yang Mucheng is only a small level higher than them, the strength gap between the two sides is still huge. In the past 3 months of training, although there have been some changes in the formation where they are, compared with this forest, it is far different. And there is simply no comparison.
Boss, have you made a breakthrough too?
Jin Long couldn't help but ask.
That's right. I reached the late stage of the 1 yuan realm this time, and also reached the 10th level of Qinglian Terrace.
Yang Mucheng nodded.
Then the 5 elements spiritual body has also cultivated to Dzogchen?
Jin Long said. Yang Mucheng raised his brows and showed a strange expression. Just when the two of them were surprised, Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head and said,
I have also practiced the white tiger body training technique to the great perfection. Logically speaking, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth have allowed me to practice to the great perfection. The 5 elements of spiritual body should also reach the extreme. But it still feels like I haven't practiced to the extreme yet.
This feeling is very strange. It's like you have climbed to a peak and think that this mountain is unique in the world. But suddenly I discovered that there is another higher mountain besides this mountain. However, this mountain is clearly in front of you, but you can't climb it. This is how Yang Mucheng feels now.
Did something go wrong while practicing?
Axiana couldn't help but ask.
No.
Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head.
If there is any problem, I simply cannot practice the 5 bodybuilding techniques to the extreme. I might have gone crazy in the middle.
You know, each skill is very complicated. Like a maze with only one entrance and exit. If you make mistakes in your practice, it will be like blocking the exit of a maze, making it impossible to get out of it. Axiana and Jin Long looked at each other with worry in their eyes.
Ha. You don't have to think too much. Maybe I haven't mastered the essence of the 5 element spirit body, and maybe I'm still a little behind in some aspects. Brother Sun Han once gave me an ancient book about the 5 element spirit body. Maybe I can find some problems in this ancient book.
Yang Mucheng laughed. Although there were some unexpected changes in the 5 element spiritual body, overall his cultivation this time was quite satisfactory. Firstly, his cultivation level has reached the late stage of a yuan. And secondly, King Liantai has not only been completely repaired, but has even reached the 10th level. These 3 months of hard training had improved his strength almost tenfold or even hundreds of times. Now, even if he meets those 1 yuan masters, he has the confidence to fight with them and ensure that he will not fall behind. If he sacrifices all his cultivation, it is even possible to kill the opponent.
Boss, what should we do next?
Jin Long asked.
Of course we will continue to attack the Nandong clan.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and said, We have practiced hard for 3 months and our strength has improved to a higher level.
Now if we don't show our cultivation in front of the Nandong clan, wouldn't it mean that we are rich and honorable and will not return home? Are you traveling at night in Genie? Okay.
Jin Long clapped his hands and shouted.
These guys from the Nandong clan. Their searches have become more and more urgent recently, and they have come to this area many times. If it weren't for the fear of exposing our hiding place, I would have wiped them out long ago. When we meet the Nandong clan this time, we won't be as helpless as before.
Axianu also smiled and nodded. To know. Previously, their cultivation levels were generally lower than those of the 1 yuan realm. Although their cultivation levels at that time were already among the best in the entire starry sky. Facing giants like the Nandong clan, once they encountered those at the elder level, the characters have to choose to avoid and give in. The state of coming and going is quite hindered. But now that everyone has made a breakthrough, naturally they will not be as constrained by reality as before.
Farewell to the saint.
Watching everyone leave, Gu Shu also sent them off respectfully. Chapter 2221 The Real 5 Elements Spirit Body. 3 days later, a group of lovers appeared on a remote star. The man is handsome and charming. A woman's peerless beauty is incomparable. This man and woman are Yang Mucheng and Axianu. As his cultivation level improved, the gloomy ghostly aura of Axianu also quietly dissipated, like a fairy. In addition, Yang Mucheng inhabited the 10th grade Green Lotus platform on Axianu, using the huge vitality of the Green Lotus platform to cover up the death aura of the opponent. Even if the Yuan Grandmaster was present, he might not be able to see through Asiana's identity. As for the Golden Dragon, it still shrank in size and hid in Yang Mucheng's sleeve. Along the way, the two of them attracted everyone's attention. There were also some warriors who wanted to come up and strike up a conversation. But after seeing Yang Mucheng easily throw a powerful warrior out like a rag bag, no one dared to come forward to disturb the two of them.
This is it,
Axana said softly.
Although this star is not a very famous place, it is the entrance to the Nandong Clan Spiritual Medicine Garden. The entire Nandong Clan Spiritual Medicine Garden has a total of 721 stars. These stars reflect each other and form a huge barrier seals off the entire area like a portal. Every time the Nandong Clan takes elixir, they enter from here. This star is also their temporary foothold. I see.
Yang Mucheng nodded. For a Starry Sky clan like the Nandong Clan, the reason why they are able to gain a foothold in the entire Starry Sky is because of their unparalleled and powerful resources. To know, the Starry Sky is so vast, and the number of human beings exceeds hundreds of millions. How could there not be a few powerful beings capable of confronting the Nandong Clan? Of course, it was because of resources. Even the most powerful genius, if he is born in an uncivilized wilderness tribe and does not even know how to practice, what is the difference between such a genius and a waste? But as long as the talent is passable, and if there are endless resources to accumulate, a genius can be born out of nowhere. Of course, practicing together cannot be summarized in such a general way. But from this, we can see how important training resources are for warriors. Yang Mucheng rose from an ordinary star. The reason why he was able to reach this point was not only relying on his strong talent, but also the endless treasures of heaven and earth taken from other tribes. Otherwise, if it were true, he wouldn't be able to reach this level now.
Even the Nandong Clan only has 7 such spiritual medicine gardens. If we completely destroy them, the Nandong Clan will definitely bleed with heartache,
Axana whispered.
Of course the difficulty is a bit huge.
Axana thought for a while, and added another sentence.
This is natural. For the Nandong Clan, these elixir gardens are simply their lifeblood. They will definitely take strict precautions, especially after the Tianlao was destroyed, and so many powerful men came out of the Tianlao. Nandong, no matter how arrogant the clan is, they would not dare to let the elixir garden stay here.
Yang Mucheng said.
Don't rush to take action first. Let's investigate clearly.
If you act rashly, you may not only fail to succeed, but you may also get yourself involved.
Of course.
Axana nodded.
Well, I'll feel relieved if I leave it to you.
Yang Mucheng nodded.
As long as you pay attention to these messages, you can see them. When everything is ready, we will take action.
There are many aspects of the investigation, including how many powerful people from the Nandong clan are stationed in this spiritual medicine garden, how far away it is from the headquarters of the Nandong clan, and when the fastest those powerful people can get here. These must be understood in detail before you can start with the elixir garden. Otherwise, if there are ancestor-level figures guarding this elixir garden, wouldn't it be a dead end for them to rush in like this? When Axana went to investigate, Yang Mucheng was not idle, but was studying the ancient book on the 5 element spirits that Sun Han had given him. This ancient book did not tell Yang Mucheng how to cultivate the 5 element spirit body, but it told some things about the 5 element spirit body that were not known to outsiders.
Even if my 5 element spirit body is fully unleashed, its strength is not as powerful as what is stated in the book.
After reading the description in the book, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but fall into condensation. According to those statements, once the 5 element spiritual body has reached its ultimate level and reached the peak of cultivation, it will be enough to compete with ancestor-level beings without falling behind simply by relying on physical strength. But in fact, Yang Mucheng did not feel that his strength had reached that level. Now that he has to use all his methods, including the 10th grade Qinglian platform, he can only barely fight against the strong men in the 1 Yuan Grandmaster realm. How can we fight against beings in that realm? For a moment, Yang Mucheng even thought that his 5 element spirit body was really practicing and had some problems. However, when Yang Mucheng continued to study this ancient book, he found some useful information.
I see.
After studying it carefully, Yang Mucheng suddenly realized it.
The most important part of the 5 element spiritual body is the mutual generation and mutual restraint. Only by forming the great perfection among the 5 elements can the 5 element spiritual body be pushed to the extreme. However, although I have successfully practiced all 5 bodybuilding techniques, it is not a true one yet. 5 element spiritual body. For example, the 5 bodybuilding techniques of Qilin, Qinglong, White Tiger, Xuanwu, and Suzaku are just fingers one by one. They cannot be called true 5-element spirits. If you want to achieve the true 5-element spiritual body, you must integrate the 5 bodies into one, just like palms hitting together to form a fist. Otherwise, these 5 powers are too scattered, just like a plate of loose sand. How can we achieve this? The true power of the 5-element spiritual body? I have long thought that if the 5-element spiritual body is only at this level, how can it be called the number 1 body training method in the starry sky? This is the original reason.
Yang Machung put down the ancient book in his hand, and only then did he understand where the position he lacked the most was finally.
Just by cultivating the 5-element spirit body to the extreme, it is enough to fight against the existence of the ancestor. If I improve my cultivation to the realm of the 1 Yuan Grandmaster, wouldn't I be able to easily deal with the ancestor?
Yang Machung could not hide his excitement. With the 5-element spirit body and the cultivation of the 1 Yuan Grandmaster, he can easily deal with any ancestor. Even if he faces the defending Nangong clan head-on, he will no longer be afraid at all. But now the question arises again. How to upgrade this 5-element spirit body to that level? Yang Machung suddenly fell into deep thought again. Chapter 2222 Spiritual Medicine Garden. In the next few days, Yang Machung has been studying how to achieve this true 5-element spirit body. But it is a pity that although that threshold is close at hand, it has always been somewhat difficult to reach for Yang Machung. It's like a layer of window paper. It's obviously there, but it still can't be penetrated.
That's it. Since I can't touch it, maybe it's just because my opportunity hasn't arrived yet. The next period of time is still quite long, and I will eventually be able to find a way to reach that state.
Yang Machung simply chose to give up and began to cultivate. At this moment, Arsenal also came back with the inquiring news.
How was the exploration?
Yang Machung asked.
It's almost certain.
Axiana couldn't help but nodded.
The headquarters of the Nangong clan is 7 or 8 galaxies away from here. Even the most powerful ancestor will need 4 or 5 days to get here. Time! There are several ancestors of the Nangong clan. In addition to sitting in the headquarters, there are 5 or 6 who are chasing the flame demon dragon, Sun Han, Zhou Jintian and others, so they won't be here in a short time. There are a total of 3 1 Yuan masters guarding this elixir garden, but they are just ordinary masters, and their strength is not too strong. As for the number of other 1 Yuan perfect and peak powerhouses, there are also not a few. Arsenal explained the information he had found out in detail one by one. Even the names, hobbies, and magical instruments used by these 3 masters are all treasures.
Very good.
After hearing the news, Yang Machung couldn't help but nodded slightly. With this information in hand, the plan was already in his mind. For him, there is no need to worry about those who are at the perfect and peak level of the 1 Yuan realm. The only ones who find it difficult are the 3 1 Yuan masters. But this time, their plan was to destroy the entire elixir garden, and they did not need to fight each other head-on. After arranging the plan in detail, something surprising happened again. The 2 masters guarding the elixir garden left temporarily because they received the order to escort the elixir. And this trip would take at least half a month. For Yang Machung and others, this half month is enough to destroy the entire elixir garden.
Set off.
When night fell, 3 figures quickly flew out under the cover of night. The 3 of them flew in a
pin
pattern and secretly entered the elixir garden while the guards were changing shifts.
Remember our plan. On every elixir star, place this formation stone.
Zhou Jintian spoke out.
After all the 721 elixir stars have been arranged with these formation stones, we can leave. After everyone has left the elixir garden, I will activate the formation again, and then the entire elixir garden will be destroyed in an instant. By then, no one will know what happened. Even if the Nangong clan inferred from clues that it was us, we would have already escaped to a safe distance by that time.
Yes. Axenu and Jinlong nodded heavily. Although there are guards in the elixir garden, most of these guards are to prevent others from sneaking in to pick elixirs. But these people are not here for the magic medicine. They are here specifically to destroy these stars. They just need to be careful to avoid these guards.
I have to start too.
Yang Machung looked at the formation stone that had been prepared in his hand, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. These formation stones were carefully prepared by him in the past few days. Each one is made of rocks of special material, with special formations drawn on the rocks, which can match his power, as long as he injects power into these stones. The stones will absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth in an instant. When it is gathered to the extreme, it will explode. Of course, there are also some disadvantages to these stones, which is that they must be placed at the location where the spiritual energy is most concentrated in the entire star. Only in this way can the most powerful explosion be triggered. Buzz. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung opened his eyes angrily and saw a light that was difficult for ordinary people to detect flash past his eyes. Then, a scene that only he could see happened. In Yang Muchung's eyes, these 721 constantly rotating stars slowly formed huge cyclones. This cyclone exists in every star. From a distance, it looks like a cloud of mist wrapping the entire star. Of course, it was not ordinary clouds and mist, but the aura among the stars. Where this cloud is weak, it means that spiritual energy is scarce. Places with dense clouds and mist represent numerous spiritual energies. Ordinary people simply cannot see all of this so intuitively. They can only enter the interior of the stars and feel the richness of the spiritual energy with their bodies, which is time-consuming and laborious. But now, it was completely revealed under Yang Muchung's eyes. Certainly, it is also very easy to find the places where the spiritual energy of the stars is most concentrated. From a distance, you only need to find the centers of the cyclones to find the places where these spiritual energy are most concentrated. But most people will certainly not understand it, because the center of a cyclone is often hollow. But in fact, this is indeed true, because among the entire stars, the places with the highest concentration of spiritual energy often produce some heavenly and earthly treasures, or are occupied by some powerful monsters. The reason why cyclones are generated is because these entities are frantically devouring the spiritual energy of the entire star. In this huge elixir garden, this point is particularly conspicuous. There is a huge whirlpool in almost every area. Obviously, the most valuable heavenly and earthly treasures on the star grow in the positions of those whirlpools. No wonder the Nangong clan is so powerful. Seeing this scene, even Yang Muchung couldn't help but feel shocked. The elixir garden composed of 721 stars shows how huge it is. And this is just one of them. There are 6 other such huge elixir gardens in the territory of the Nangong clan. And the scale is not small at all. Now that they are here, since these stars will be destroyed, these elixirs will also be destroyed. It is a pity to be destroyed like this. Naturally, I can't take away all the elixirs, so I might as well just take away these stars, take away the most valuable treasure of heaven and earth. Maybe these elixirs can help me push the 5-element spirit body to its true peak. With a thought in his heart, Yang Muchung quickly rushed out and flew towards the stars in front of him. Chapter 2223 Nangong Jianli. There are countless guards throughout the elixir garden. There are also some strong men in the One Yuan realm among them. But Yang Muchung is not an ordinary late One Yuan realm. And coupled with his intention to hide, ordinary One Yuan strongmen simply cannot detect that he has sneaked in. Even if someone discovers him, Yang Muchung can kill him before he can alert others. We've got it again! After killing a guard who suddenly broke in, Yang Muchung smiled and picked the most popular elixir from the star. Enter! With a flick of his right hand, the formation stones flew out quickly, penetrating deep into the center of the stars without leaving any trace. Huh? This cyclone is too big! After packing up the body, Yang Muchung looked around. Looking at it, I couldn't help but be frightened by a star not far away. To know, on a star, there must be multiple spiritual energy gathering points. Just like a continent cannot have only one lake, but must have multiple lake coasts. But there was something different about the star he discovered. He could clearly see that all the spiritual energy in the entire star was pulled towards it, forming a huge whirlpool. What kind of heavenly and earthly treasure is this that can actually draw the spiritual energy of the entire star? Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. And he also noticed that this star even attracted the spiritual energy from other stars around it, faintly showing the center of the entire galaxy. Let's start with this star. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung tiptoed a little and quickly swept out, already flying towards the star. In the center of the star, in the spiritual whirlpool, grows a strange flower. This flower looks like a lotus, like a bud, although it has not yet opened. You can already feel the infinite spiritual energy around it being attracted to this bud. Next to this strange flower, there was a skinny old man sitting cross-legged. Elder Jianli. At this time, a guard slowly walked in and shouted respectfully to the skinny old man. What's wrong? Didn't I say that you are not allowed to step into this star?
The old man known as Elder Jilly raised his brows slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. Feeling the other party's anger, the guard trembled in fright and said quickly,
"The last batch of elixirs has been sent to the headquarters. But after a search by the headquarters said that the quantity of the elixirs in that batch was not enough. And there were many differences in quality. If this continues, the headquarters will blame you."
After saying that, the guard looked at the other party with a wry smile on his face. He naturally knows the other party's behavior. As an elder, the other party is guarding an important place, like the spiritual medicine garden. How could he not have any selfish motives? This star was occupied by him, and used to cultivate the heavenly and earthly treasures he needed. How can the heavenly and earthly treasures cultivated by a 1-yuan master be just ordinary objects? If there is not enough spiritual energy, not only will it not be able to grow normally, it may even die. Therefore, Elder Jinli mobilized the spiritual energy of the entire star to cultivate this thing, especially when this thing bears flower buds. The amount of spiritual energy required is even greater. The spiritual energy on a star can no longer support its continued growth. Elder Jinli naturally would not just watch his hard work end here. So he even started to plunder the spiritual energy from other stars in the elixir garden. But in this way, although the elixir he needs can grow normally, other heavenly and earthly treasures in the elixir garden have problems due to insufficient spiritual energy. Either it's half-cooked, or the quality is reduced. Every batch of elixir sent to the headquarters will be strictly inspected. This kind of thing is naturally difficult to cover up, and the secret will be exposed soon. If the headquarters is blamed, someone will definitely be sent to investigate. A person like Nangong Jianli is in a high position. As an elder, his strength reaches the level of a 1-yuan master. Naturally, the family will not punish him. But they, the little guards without backing, will not be able to escape trouble.
"I see."
Nangong Jianli nodded slowly and said,
"My all-soul star flower has reached the critical moment of blooming and bearing fruit. If I release the spiritual energy at this time, all my previous efforts will be in vain."
The guard sighed secretly, knowing that his words had no effect at all, so he could only turn around and leave.
"Arrive."
Slowly lowering, Yang Mucheng raised his brows. Sure enough, the scene he saw outside this star before was not wrong. All the spiritual energy on this star has been gathered here. Not only that, but even the spiritual energy on other surrounding stars has been drawn here.
Huh?
Just when he wanted to walk in directly, he suddenly discovered that there were several formations set up in this area specifically to prevent others from entering. This situation had never happened in other stars he had visited, but it happened here.
They even set up a magic circle. It seems that there are indeed some incredible heavenly and earthly treasures growing on this star.
Thinking of this, he grabbed it with his right hand and chopped it off suddenly.
Bah!
A sword light roared, and a tearing sound was heard. And then the blocking formation was seen to be split in half at this moment. Suddenly, a rumbling sound resounded, and the surrounding air suddenly shook. And then formations and other things slowly appeared. By the way, the guard had just finished speaking to Nangong Jianli, and was about to turn around and leave when he heard a tearing sound.
This is?
He could easily step in because he had the token's access token, which was used to inform Nangong Jianli of what was happening in the outside world. But what is happening now? Could it be that an outsider broke in? After the formation dispersed, a young man appeared in front of him. And this young man was equally surprised. Apparently he didn't expect there to be anyone in this formation.
"Who are you?"
the guard yelled. "Zheng." Before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng raised his sword and slashed out. He heard a tearing sound, and the guard's head was already rising up, and then hit the ground heavily with a burst of blood. Now that he has been discovered, he can only kill and silence him. Seeing the guards who were killed instantly, Nangong Jinli raised his eyebrows, his face also full of surprise. But when he looked at Yang Mucheng, he laughed out loud.
"There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. If there is no door to H.L., you just have to throw yourself into it." Yang Mucheng really surprised me. "You actually dared to come to the elixir garden that I guarded openly. Hee hee. As long as you give your head to the family, I won't have to go through the trouble of cultivating elixirs by myself in the future."
Chapter 22-24 Crush. Nangong Jinli laughed wildly with pride. He was originally worried about how he would explain it if the family investigated the issue of the quality of the elixir being reduced. But now when he saw Yang Mucheng actually appearing in front of him, this trace of worry could be completely eliminated. Because as long as Yang Mucheng can be killed, it will be a great achievement. And it is not a big crime for him to guard the elixir garden and use power for personal gain.
1 yuan Grandmaster?
Yang Muqing's expression couldn't help but darken. He didn't expect that he would pass through hundreds of stars and arrange the magic circle without any problems. But he didn't expect that he would encounter trouble at this juncture. And there would be a 1 yuan Grandmaster guarding here.
I didn't expect to meet an elder who was trying to steal and dig into the corners of his own family.
Yang Muqing slowly shook his head, his face also full of helplessness. Such a strong man in the realm of a 1 yuan master cannot be defeated as easily as he was able to kill those guards. I'm afraid he has to use all his skills.
Hey, if you bump into me, it's my luck and you're unlucky.
Nandong Jianli couldn't help but smile and shook his head.
But this time you fall into my hands. You will be dead.
While speaking, Nandong Jianli's expression darkened. He naturally knew what Yang Muqing had done during this period. And he also knew that the opponent could easily kill the strong ones in the later stage with the strength of 1 yuan in the middle stage. He could also see that Yang Muqing's cultivation had reached the late stage of 1 yuan. In addition, the opponent must have various trump cards that he doesn't know about. Even if the opponent's strength is not as good as his own, he doesn't dare to take it lightly. After all, so many strong men of the Nandong clan died in the hands of the other party. This is a lesson that cannot be ignored.
Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Jianli opened his eyes angrily and stamped his foot fiercely. In an instant, the entire elixir star seemed to be beating at this moment. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was originally attracted by the 10,000 spirit star flower was actually attracted to him at this moment.
Yang Muqing, you should never come to me. This is your burial place.
With a wave of his right hand, the whirlpool of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye turned out to be a terrifying tornado, sweeping over crazily in an unstoppable manner and falling directly from the sky. Boom! Boom! With a loud sound, the tornado fell from the sky, spinning and falling like a terrifying drill. And the center of the drill was the location of Yang Muqing.
Humph! Since I can draw the power of these stars to cultivate elixirs, why can't I use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as my own means of attack? If you fall into my hands, you are unlucky. Just because others can't hold you, doesn't mean I can't handle you.
Nandong Jianli looked at Yang Muqing with a proud face. He seemed to have seen how the headquarters rewarded him after he captured this boy and sent him to the headquarters. Then why would he bother to spend so much time and effort cultivating the elixir himself? He just needs to click his finger and someone will send it to him.
Zhang!
However, as soon as he thought about it, a proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And then, he completely froze in the next moment. There was only a crisp sound of swords resounding. And soon a shocking sword light flew out, striking the terrifying spiritual energy whirlpool with an unstoppable attitude.
Bah!
A terrible tearing sound resounded loudly. And then he saw that the tornado that came like a wild dragon was split into 2 halves on the spot with this sword strike.
It's not that easy to catch me!
The sword light dispersed, and Nandong Jianli realized that at some point, Yang Muqing had a dark and simple sword in his hand. This is Shen Yuan Jian, sword in hand. At this moment, Yang Muqing was like a mountain peak rising into the sky, or like an unsheathed divine sword, showing its sharpness and arrogance. Nandong Jianli raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly.
You really have a hand that can cut my spiritual energy storm with one sword. No wonder so many people from the Nandong clan can't hold you. But unfortunately, I'm not one of those losers. You fell into my hands, and you thought you could still leave alive. My methods are not just that.
As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly grabbed it. Boom! For a moment, the entire star trembled suddenly at this moment. And then, they saw that the spiritual energy storm that had been chopped into pieces had lost control and dispersed in all directions. But under Nandong Jianli's grasp, he was immediately pulled over. At the same time, it transformed into a huge aura palm. This spiritual energy palm gathered not only the spiritual energy on this star, but even the spiritual energy of the nearby stars were attracted at this moment. In the billowing spiritual energy, there is a faint luster like the shining stars. This scene is a long story, but it only happened in a flash of light. Almost at the next moment, the huge palm that covered the sky and the sun, as if it could control the universe, desperately slapped Yang Muqing's position fiercely. Under this giant palm, even the entire star became extremely small. This is Axianu and Jinlong, who were setting up the rock formation, suddenly felt a strong wind, as if a terrifying black hole had appeared not far from them. and they were frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from all directions. It can even be seen that those vigorously growing heavenly spirits and earthly treasures quickly withered in a manner visible to the naked eye the moment the spiritual energy was plundered away. This, sensing the changes around them, Axianu and Jinlong's expression suddenly changed, and they quickly looked in that direction. Then his face suddenly turned pale, and his face became filled with shock. Under their incredible gaze, a palm that was bigger than the entire star formed like crazy. Almost as soon as it was formed, it was slapped down hard.
No! The boss has been discovered!
Jinlong was speechless.
With this kind of strength, I'm afraid it's only a 1 yuan grandmaster.
He quickly came to his senses, and prepared to fly towards the star where the battle was taking place. With quick eyes and quick hands, Axiana grabbed the golden dragon and said quickly,
"What are you going to do? That's the 1 yuan grandmaster. Even if we pass by, we won't have the slightest effect or help. On the contrary, it will hinder the master. Don't forget our affairs. Let's smash these stars first."
Chapter 2225 The Power of Lotus Platform. Boom! The huge palm slapped down crazily, and the surrounding space seemed to be crushed and exploded at this moment. This is indeed an existence in the realm of a 1 yuan master. Its strength is many times stronger than those strongmen Yang Macheng has dealt with before.
Click! Click! Click!
Before the giant palm fell, a series of terrifying explosions could already be heard. Under the power of this shocking palm, the entire star exploded. It was like a huge earthquake had occurred that swept across the stars, as if the entire stars were to be torn apart. Holding the sun and moon in my hand and picking up the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Perhaps this is the only sentence that can describe Nangong Jianli at this moment.
I am not the same person as before. If you want to catch me, your methods are not enough. 10th grade Qinglian Terrace.
Yang Wuqing's eyes widened angrily.
Buzz!
The next moment, a green light suddenly burst out between his eyebrows. In the midst of this terrifying green light, a bolt of cyan lightning quickly blasted out, roaring towards the huge palm and crushing it fiercely. Compared with this huge palm, this green lotus platform is like dust, and there is simply no comparison at all. But even such a small Qinglian terrace collided with the giant palm without any fear.
Boom!
At this moment, a terrible crashing sound resounded loudly. Then he saw that the small green lotus platform crashed into the giant palm at this moment, and blocked it alive at this moment.
Boom!
The terrifying loud noise resounded crazily. Suddenly, the star could no longer withstand this powerful force. A huge tearing sound was heard, and the entire star exploded at this moment.
Crash!
Amid this pair of blasts, a roaring hurricane broke out and resounded. A wind visible to the naked eye spread rapidly and violently towards the surroundings, and the nearby stars were torn apart by the strong wind on the spot.
What?
The move is broken. Nangong Jianli made a muffled sound, and immediately felt the backlash. He stepped back a few steps, and looked at Yang Macheng with a face filled with surprise and uncertainty. Obviously, he did not expect that he was surprised that he could not kill the kid in front of him even though he had circulated the entire star, and even the auras of dozens of stars around him. Yang Macheng retracted his right hand, and the Qinglian platform that shattered the giant palm quickly flew into his palm with a green light.
Too strong!
Looking at the green lotus platform that was still rotating in his palm, Yang Wuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Originally, he thought that he was only in the late stage of 1 yuan, and could not harness the full power of the 10th grade Qinglian platform. He just hoped that this attack could block the opponent's attack. But he didn't expect that the power of the 10th grade Qinglian platform was beyond his imagination, and it directly exploded the opponent's attack. Yang Wuqing's confidence was greatly increased for a while.
No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. It turns out that the Qinglian platform has been upgraded to the 10th level, even Fang Baiyu, who died in the hands of the ancestors of the 7 clans, only raised the Qinglian platform to the 9th level. However, it is a pity that you did not fully exert the power of this 10th grade Qinglian platform. Otherwise the previous blow would definitely hurt me.
Nangong Jianli narrowed his eyes slightly, and he had to say that the shock Yang Macheng brought to him this time was so huge that even he had not imagined it. Although the Qinglian platform has reached the 10th level, the opponent's power has not been fully unleashed. Otherwise, the previous blow could have directly killed him. As he spoke, he slowly shook his head.
However, it doesn't matter if it's the 10th grade Qinglian terrace. I have countless ways to deal with you.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with green light. At this moment, the strong wind howled, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had been blown away by the Qinglian platform actually gathered again at this moment.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
The incoming spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered into terrifying dragons at this moment. There were thousands of wild dragons formed in this moment. Each head is very huge, as if it can swallow the entire star. The moment it was formed, it was already shooting out like an arrow from a bowstring, biting fiercely towards the position where Yang Mucheng was.
Snort!
Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but snorted.
You gathered all the spiritual energy at one point before, but it was destroyed by my Qinglian platform. Now that you have dispersed these powers, how can you be my opponent? Go!
He said, waving his right hand. Immediately, the green light from the Qinglian platform burst into flames, rising into the sky and heading directly towards the endless mad dragons. As Yang Mucheng said before, even the spiritual energy gathered in this way cannot stop the bombardment of King Liantai. Now these spiritual energy mad dragons have just changed to another method. How can they stop it?
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Waves of terrifying explosions resounded crazily. And then, they saw that the mad dragons exploded completely under the bombardment of the Qinglian platform. In just a short moment, less than 10% of the thousands of aura dragons were left.
Ha ha! Yang Mucheng, do you think I still don't understand this? You've fallen into a trap.
Seeing these mad dragons being smashed into pieces by the Qinglian platform, Nangong Jianli actually smiled instead of being angry.
You'll find out soon enough. Too strong. The boss's 10th grade Qinglian platform is simply too powerful.
Seeing the terrifying giant palm being smashed by the Qinglian platform, and seeing each of the mad dragons with the power to kill a 1 yuan realm expert being crushed by the Qinglian platform, the golden dragon couldn't help but cheer. But Axiana beside him frowned slightly, seeming a little worried.
What's wrong with you?
Jin Long couldn't help but ask aloud.
I always feel that it won't be that simple,
Axiana said sullenly.
That is a strong man in the 1 yuan realm. He did not smash the Qinglian platform with one full blow. If it were me,
I should concentrate all my strength again. But the other party didn't do this. Instead, they dispersed all their power. This is definitely not an ordinary method. There might be some conspiracy in it.
After Axiana said this, Jin Long couldn't help but be stunned, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Yet he still held on to a glimmer of hope. But the next moment, Nangong Jianli's attack made Jin Long suddenly shocked. Chapter 2226 Lock. Boom! At this moment, the whole world suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the terrifying and tumbling spiritual energy was directly pulled by Nangong Jianli at this moment. At the same time, it suddenly transformed into thousands of threads. Call out! Call out! Call out! Bursts of breaking wind resounded, and when the spiritual energy gathered, only those extremely pure spiritual energy could be seen forming threads. These threads look as thin as hair, but in fact they are extremely terrifying and can penetrate steel-like existences. I saw these threads weaving crazily at a terrifying speed, and they were gathering together at the same time.
This is?
Seeing this scene, Jin Long and Axiana couldn't help but were stunned and cried out.
Not good.
Even the two people watching the battle could see Nangong Jianli's plan. How could Yang Mucheng, who was fighting Nangong Jianli, not be able to tell?
Return.
At the moment when these thousands of spiritual energy threads were formed, Yang Mucheng suddenly shouted.
Whoosh!
I only heard a sharp sound of breaking wind, and then I saw that the Qinglian platform suspended in midair had turned into a green light again, quickly responded to Yang Mucheng, and flew towards his position. Go!
Hey, it's not that easy to escape.
Seeing Yang Mucheng's actions, Nangong Jianli couldn't help but sneered, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the billowing spiritual energy gathered into huge entities, like fishing nets, and they quickly moved toward Qinglian Terrace.
Bump me!
Yang Mucheng did not dare to neglect, and immediately pressed the seal Ju with his hands, pouring a huge amount of spiritual energy into the Qinglian platform. I only heard bursts of boss sounds, which kept ringing in the air. The large nets were torn apart on the spot by the rapidly plundering Qinglian Terrace. But the large network formed by the gathering of spiritual energy is not just one side, but has thousands of sides. These large nets are extremely flexible, and they do not confront King Liantai head-on, but only act as a blocker. But at this moment, everyone can clearly see that the Qinglian platform, which was originally rushing rapidly, is getting slower and slower under the obstruction of the large spiritual energy nets. And the power contained in it is constantly weakened.
You just want to fight me.
Seeing this scene, Nandong Jianli couldn't help but sneered.
Although your strength is very strong. You have even reached the level where you can defend against the 1 Yuan Grandmaster. But you should not underestimate the strength of the 1 Yuan Grandmaster. Our strength is not as simple as you think.
How could it be so easy for someone to become a 1 Yuan master? Their strength is anything but ordinary. Of course, this kind of strength does not only refer to the combat effectiveness between the two sides, but also includes everything such as eyesight and experience. Although Yang Mucheng only fought against him once, he had already seen Yang Mucheng's flaws. This Qinglian platform, which has been promoted to the 10th level, is undoubtedly quite powerful, and it is simply not something that ordinary people can fight against. But the real problem lies in the fact that the Qinglian platform is too powerful. With Yang Mucheng's current strength, he simply cannot control this 10th grade Green Lotus platform. Although it is said to be the opponent's magic weapon, the fact is that Yang Mucheng can only roughly activate it, but cannot use it like an arm. That's the problem. Therefore, he had no intention of fighting Yang Mucheng head-on, but directly chose to use his experience and methods to suppress the opponent. And obviously, Nandong Jianli did this.
Boom! Just when King Liantai, who was trying to penetrate the layers of nets, lost the last of his strength, he crashed into an intercepting net.
It's done!
Seeing this scene, Nandong Jianli burst out laughing.
This is the moment I've been waiting for!
Boom! 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 I saw him laughing wildly, and quickly forming seals with his hands. Immediately, the infinite spiritual energy in the void gathered crazily, and even faster than before. He quickly moved towards the location of the 10th grade Green Lotus platform, and rushed towards it crazily. This terrifying spiritual energy thread turned into a terrifying tornado, tightly binding Qinglian Terrace in it on the spot.
Damn it!
The right hand kept pinching the seal. Yang Mucheng frantically poured power into the Qinglian platform, trying to tear apart the entangled spiritual energy in one fell swoop. However, the spiritual energy gathered by Nandong Jianli not only tightly entangled the 10th grade Qinglian platform, but also blocked it, an infusion of his power. Even until the end, the infinite spiritual energy had completely enveloped Qinglian Terrace, and even completely cut off the connection between Yang Mucheng and Qinglian Terrace. From a distance, it looks like a huge silk cocoon.
Ha! How good are my methods? Yang Mucheng.
After completely isolating the Qinglian Terrace, Nandong Jianli raised his hands and looked towards the other party with a smile.
The reason why you dare to break into the spiritual medicine garden is probably because of the 10th grade Green Lotus platform. Now that the Green Lotus platform has been completely controlled by me, what other methods do you have?
Nandong Jianli looked at Yang Mucheng with a condescending expression on his face. Obviously, in his opinion, without King Liantai, Yang Mucheng has become a turtle in the urn.
Oh!
At this moment, the guards of the spiritual medicine garden, who came after hearing the news, also kept shouting.
Yang Mucheng, you are so powerful that you can capture him without hesitation? This is your burial place. You are so brave. You actually dare to break into the elixir garden. This time you will definitely make it impossible for you to come back. Elder Nandong is mighty.
Waves of cheers continued to ring out. These guards had previously witnessed that Yang Mucheng's Green Lotus platform blocked Nandong Jianli's attack. But now that Qinglian Terrace is blocked by Nandong Jianli, Yang Mucheng has no one to rely on. In their eyes, it is like a tiger whose teeth have been pulled out, and there is no longer any means.
Not good.
Seeing this scene, Jin Long and Ashian Nu in the distance couldn't help but change their expressions. This is the 10th grade Green Lotus Terrace, even surpassing Fang Baiyu's original 10th grade Green Lotus Terrace. But now, it was forcibly blocked by Nandong Jianli.
Hurry up and save the boss,
Jin Long said.
Wait a minute.
Axiana quickly grabbed him and said,
Even if we go out now, we are no match for Nandong Jianli. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch the other party take away the boss?
Jin Long shouted.
We activate the formation and completely blow up the entire elixir garden.
Axiana's eyes shone with a cold light. Chapter 2227, Captured Without Mercy.
Let's capture him without mercy.
Listening to the shouts around him, Nandong Jianli chuckled and looked at the silent Yang Mucheng with a proud face. As long as he catches this kid, his status in the Nandong clan may be further improved in the future, and he may even have a chance to become an ancestor-level existence.
As expected of the 1 Yuan Grandmaster,
Just when everyone thought that Yang Muchung was helpless and had even given up resistance, they saw Yang Muchung slowly raising his head with a smile.
I didn't expect that after just one hand-to-hand encounter. I could see that I haven't fully mastered the power of the Qinglian Terrace. So I used this method to use softness to overcome strength, and sealed off my Qinglian Terrace,
he said, shaking his head.
Although I was aware of it, I was still a little slow in the end. The Nangong clan has been able to stand in the starry sky for so long. It turns out that there is still such a terrifying existence. I really admire it. Snort.
Listening to Yang Muchung's words, Nandong Jianli couldn't help but snorted, showing disdain. But just when he was about to speak, he saw Yang Muchung suddenly raised his head and said,
However, it's not that easy for you to deal with me just because of this. Boom! Boom! Boom!
At this moment, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a burst of explosions from far to near, which resounded crazily. At this moment, I saw the stars in the elixir garden bursting wildly. In an instant, the 721 stars in the entire elixir garden were exploded between the lightning and flint, and less than 10% of them were left. Wow! The terrifying strong wind continued to sweep away, blasting in all directions crazily. The guards of the spiritual medicine garden were staggering on the spot at this moment, and it was difficult to maintain their figure.
This is?
Seeing this scene, Nandong Jianli's eyes suddenly closed. But immediately, he reacted.
I didn't expect you had an accomplice. However, all of your accomplices must be here, and no one can escape. Go!
He waved his right hand. Immediately, the people gathered around the star turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the exploding stars.
You are wrong!
Just when Nandong Jianli was about to take action and capture Yang Muchung, Yang Muchung slowly raised his head and said,
Oh!
The other party's words made him stunned, and he looked up in confusion.
Where did I go wrong?
Yang Muchung chuckled and said,
My reliance has never been on others, but on my own strength. If you think that my greatest reliance is only on the 10th grade Green Lotus platform, then you are totally wrong. Humph. I don't care what else you have to rely on. As long as I'm here, you can't even think about escaping. Now that you don't have the 10th grade Green Lotus platform, how can you still fight against me?
Boom! As soon as the words fell, Nandong Jianli raised his right hand and quickly grabbed Yang Muchung. Boom! A terrifying whistling sound resounded quickly. And then he saw that in the void, the infinite spiritual energy had gathered again, forming a huge palm. The moment it was formed, it was fierce. He slapped hard towards the position where Yang Muchung was. In his opinion, killing Yang Muchung was already an easy task. After all, in his opinion, Yang Muchung's biggest reliance was only on 2 points. Either it was the 10th grade Green Lotus platform, or those companions hiding in other locations. But he didn't pay attention to these existences at all. If Yang Muchung's companions were strong enough, they would have rushed up long ago instead of sneaking around and blowing up the stars. Boom! 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 He was thinking in his heart. But the movements in his hands did not mean to stop at all. Instead, he moved faster, crushing hard and grabbing Yang Muchung.
Huh? Since you don't believe it, then I'll let you take a look.
Boom! With his eyes closed, Yang Muchung clenched his fists and stepped suddenly. Suddenly, a terrifying loud sound resounded crazily. Immediately afterwards, he saw Yang Muchung leaping out quickly and blasting away like an arrow from a string.
What?
Seeing this scene, Nandong Jianli closed his eyes and was startled, then revealed a disdainful smile.
I know you have the 5-element spirit body, but do you think you can compete with me just by relying on this method? Fall down!
Seeing that Yang Muchung actually dared to kill him in this posture, he suddenly showed a look of disdain, and the speed of his chopping palm became more and more fierce at this moment. Boom! 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 The terrifying palm crushed down hard in an instant, crushing the surrounding space until it exploded. Boom! A terrible explosion resounded loudly. In Nandong Jianli's disbelieving eyes, Yang Muchung actually resisted the crazy crushing giant palm at this moment. He even blocked it with his physical body.
How can it be?
Seeing this scene, Nandong Jianli couldn't help but exclaimed. He never expected that his attack would be shattered by Yang Muchung. He is a dignified 1-yuan grandmaster. Although he is not a terrifying monster at the ancestor level, his strength cannot be underestimated. But his attack was smashed by Yang Muchung. And at the same time, his offensive power continued unabated, and with a more terrifying attitude than before. He was already crushing him crazily.
Boom!
After coming back to his senses, Nandong Jianli opened his eyes angrily and raised his fist to hit him. Only a burst of explosions were heard. The two are instantly separated.
How is it possible? Why is he so powerful?
Feeling his numb fist, Nandong Jianli's eyes were turbulent. And at this moment, his whole body lost balance and flew backwards. His heart was filled with shock. Originally, he thought that by controlling the opponent's 10th grade Green Lotus platform, he had destroyed the opponent's biggest support. But who would have thought that the opponent could compete with him just by relying on his body? As a warrior of the Nandong clan, he still has some pride in his heart. After all, with his cultivation here, he thought he could easily suppress the opponent. But Yang Mucheng's punch completely shattered the illusion in his heart. Looking at Yang Mucheng in front of him, Nandong Jianli suddenly felt angry in his heart. And he roared with anger. His whole strength completely exploded at this moment. Boom! The Turing power had completely exploded to the extreme at this moment, sweeping through his body like a flame. And the next moment, it was directly crushing Yang Mucheng. Chapter 2228 Hope. Boom! 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 After all, he is a master of one element. And such terrifying power has already shaken up this large swath of starry sky. The Turing power suddenly exploded to the extreme. And suddenly it was crushed. This crazy rushing gesture even tore the surrounding space into pieces. Nandong Jianli's whole person was like a terrible hurricane tearing everything apart.
Well done!
Yang Mucheng burst out laughing. He had already secretly sent an order to Xianu and Jin Long to leave. After all, the goal of their trip was to destroy the entire Elixir Garden. Although there were still dozens of stars in the Elixir Garden. For them, they had completely completed their mission. He was just holding Nandong Jianli down now. And he could find his own way out after Xianu and Jin Long left. Boom! At this moment, his eyes opened angrily. And the huge energy and blood of the 5 elements spirit body burst out on the spot. At the same time, with a little tip of his toes, his whole body quickly rose into the sky. Then, he fiercely blasted towards Nandong Jianli.
Boom!
In everyone's shocked eyes, the two sides collided fiercely like a hurricane. At the impact point, a monstrous storm was set off, and a light that was enough to dim the sun and the moon. Woo! In this collision, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but groan and quickly retreated towards the rear.
Humph! Let's see how you die! Your 5 element spirit body is the strongest, so I will completely smash your 5 element spirit body to pieces.
Seeing Yang Mucheng retreating in embarrassment, Nandong Jianli snorted coldly and crushed Yang Mucheng fiercely again. He had already put all his power into motion and exploded to the extreme. He wrapped his entire body and rushed towards Yang Mucheng again. He naturally knows that the resilience of the 5 elements spirit body is very terrifying. And of course, there is no way to deal with it. That is to suppress the opponent with more ferocious means. Let the opponent's injuries continue to accumulate, like a volcano, and eventually accumulate to the extreme and completely explode, causing the complete destruction of the 5 elements spirit body. Of course, this is not so easy to achieve. But he thinks that he has the cultivation of a 1 yuan master and can easily suppress the opponent.
Huh?
Being crushed hard by this 1 yuan master, Yang Mucheng also felt that his blood could not help but surge. But he was not worried at all. Instead, he was surprised.
There is such a thing. Could it be my misunderstanding? Boom!
At the moment when Yang Mucheng was stunned, Nandong Jianli was already crushing him again. Facing another impact, Yang Mucheng quickly rushed forward.
Boom!
Just like before, he was once again severely pushed back by Nandong Jianli, a master of 1 yuan. But after being repulsed this time, the surprise on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a deep surprise.
It seems that my guess was correct. I have never found an opportunity for the 5 elements of spirit to truly unite. It turns out that the real reason is here.
Under the powerful collision, this offensive actually made his 5 elements spirit body feel like one. This feeling was very subtle. At the moment of impact, his strength actually felt faintly improved. Just like a ball of sand. If you try desperately to hold it, it will never come together into a ball. But if you add a little more water, you can easily knead the loose sand into a ball. Yang Mucheng's 5 elements spiritual body is this ball of loose sand. The impact from Nandong Jianli is the water from the outside world.
Are you scared?
Looking at Yang Mucheng, who was knocked out by him again, Nandong Jianli burst out laughing.
I don't believe how long your 5 elements spirit body can last.
What? However, before he finished speaking, He was surprised to see Yang Mucheng charging forward without even a moment's delay, using even greater speed and power than before. It seemed as if the entire void was going to be shattered.
If you dare to come again, is it possible that I can still be afraid of you?
Boom, boom, boom. Facing the oncoming Yang Mucheng, Nandong Jinli once again burst out with all the power in his body and charged away with a more terrifying attitude than before.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
For a moment, the two sides fought fiercely. From a distance, the two people looked like meteorites wrapped in flames, and every impact would cause an earth-shaking loud noise. When it hit, the power it aroused was even more earth-shattering.
Why don't you leave, boss?
At this time, Jinlong and Axianu had already escaped early while the stars exploded.
I don't know either.
Axianu shook his head.
The master said before that after we leave, he will find a way to escape from Nangong Jinli. Maybe Nangong Jinli's entanglement is tight, so he can't escape.
Axiana thought in his mind, but secretly frowned. The current situation is not favorable for Yang Mucheng. Even if Yang Mucheng escapes, what will happen? His 10th grade Qinglian Terrace was also restricted by Nangong Jinli. This 10th grade Green Lotus platform is not an ordinary magic weapon. If it is left here, it will definitely be a big deal for Yang Mucheng.
How can it be?
At this moment, Jinlong suddenly exclaimed.
What happened?
Axianu also heard this exclamation and quickly looked forward. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Mucheng, who was originally planning to find a way to escape, did not leave, but chose to confront Nandong Jinli head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them attacked each other wildly, and the sound of each impact resounded throughout the starry sky. The monstrous aftermath spread to the extreme, sweeping in all directions. Those stars that were not placed on the formation stones and survived also exploded violently under the bombardment of the two men. The surrounding guards of the Nangong clan watched the two men fighting in stunned silence, and were at a loss for a moment. This is absolutely terrible. They could only stare at the attacks of these two people, and could not intervene at all. Just the aftermath of the battle can completely tear the stars apart. As long as they are affected by this ferocious posture, they will be completely torn apart by the terrifying residual force.
Hurry up and notify the headquarters, and ask them to send people over for reinforcements.
Finally, a few people remembered this matter, and quickly reported it to the headquarters. But the headquarters is too far away from here. Even if the ancestors come in person, it will take 3 or 4 days. By the time they arrive, the day lilies will be cold.
Now we can only hope that Elder Nandong Jinli can capture Yang Mucheng.
The warriors of the Nandong clan only had this thought in their minds. Chapter 2229 Crazy? Boom! There was another confrontation, and the two separated again.
Cough, cough, cough.
Nandong Jinli couldn't help but cough a few times. Even for a being at the level of a 1-yuan master like him, he would still feel a huge headache if he used his inner energy to defend against Yang Mucheng. It wasn't that his strength was inferior to the opponent's. On the contrary, he was able to knock Yang Mucheng away every time. But Yang Mucheng's fierceness made him start to feel scared. Call! Yang Mucheng, who was blown away, looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. Blood could not help but seep out from the 18,000 pores on his body, and even his clothes were completely soaked. He looked like he had walked out of a sea of blood, which made people's scalp numb.
Even if there are only a few injuries in each collision, the accumulation of so many injuries is enough for him to bear. But where did he get this courage?
Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Nandong Jinli's eyes flashed with shock. In such a confrontation, almost half of his inner strength had been exhausted. Several times, he didn't even have time to gather the inner strength, so he had no choice but to defend against the opponent. But there is no doubt that he also suffered a little injury.
Why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up and help me?
Looking at the stunned tribesmen around him, Nandong Jinli shouted quickly. Only then did everyone wake up in shock.
But,
although the order has been issued, a large number of people still dare not step forward at all. Even a Grandmaster level being couldn't defeat Yang Mucheng. How could they still be of any use?
What are you afraid of?
At this time, someone shouted.
Look! That kid Yang Mucheng is already covered in blood. He probably won't be able to hold on for long. There are so many of us. Even if one of us spits, we can drown him.
Boom! As soon as this sentence was said, everyone immediately reacted, looking at Yang Mucheng, who was almost completely intact, looking at Yang Mucheng, who was already covered in blood, looking at Yang Mucheng, who looked like he was in his twilight years. Everyone was shocked. For them, this was an opportunity to make meritorious deeds. How could they let it go so easily? Boom! 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 In an instant, those figures broke out desperately at this moment. He rushed towards Yang Muqing's position frantically. At the same time, the attack that covered the sky and the sun also came with a fierce crushing force.
Boss!
Seeing this scene, Ji Long, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't bear it anymore.
Etc.
Arsenal quickly caught him.
What are you waiting for? It's now this critical moment. If we continue to watch, the boss will be in danger.
Ji Long shouted urgently. However, Axianus shook his head and said slowly,
Don't you notice something is wrong? Although the master was entangled by Nangong Jianli, he had many opportunities to escape. But he did not leave. But instead returned. He has been fighting with Nangong Jianli. Master is not that kind of foolhardy person. If there is any problem, he will never stay here. And the way you look at the master,
Axianus said quickly. Ji Long was puzzled, but he still looked quickly. Faced with the almost overwhelming attack, Yang Muqing not only showed no signs of nervousness, but actually showed a look of surprise. It seemed that Nangong Jianli's request for help was actually a good thing for him.
Master will definitely not be the kind of person who has no plan. Although he may not be Nangong Jianli's opponent with his strength. If he really wants to escape, even Nangong Jianli can't stop him. If we intervene at this time, we will only ruin the master's affairs,
Axianus said slowly.
Really?
Ji Long didn't believe it. However, at this moment, an unbelievable scene happened. When Yang Muqing faced the overwhelming attack, he did not use any tricks to counter the attack. Instead, he roared and shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring.
What?
This scene not only shocked Axianus and Ji Long who were watching the battle, but also made the disciples of the Nangong clan unable to believe it. Although their strength is not as good as Nangong Jianli, the attacks from so many people are real. Under such a bombardment, even the Yuan Grandmaster had to find a way to dodge. But Yang Muqing not only did not dodge, but instead fought with his body?
Is this kid going crazy?
Seeing this scene, Nangong Jianli couldn't help but exclaimed. No matter how powerful the 5-element spirit body is, it will eventually run out. He could already feel this. When he and Yang Muqing were fighting, he could clearly feel that although each time the opponent was injured, he could recover within a certain period of time. But this time was getting longer and longer. This also proves that the recovery speed of his 5-element spirit body can no longer keep up with the speed of injury accumulation. If it were me at this time, I would definitely find a way to delay the time and let the injury recover quickly. But what exactly was this kid thinking? Is he planning to stay here and prepare to die together?
Could it be that he has some conspiracy?
Nangong Jianli's expression was uncertain. Naturally, he couldn't see through Yang Muqing's thoughts, and didn't know what the other party was planning. After concentrating for a moment, he still shook his head and thought to himself.
No matter what this kid thinks, although the strength of these people is not too strong, they can still hold him back for a while. I will take advantage of this period of time to recover some of my inner strength. If I can improve my condition to 70% or even above 70% of the peak period, even if he has any conspiracy, he will die in my hands.
Thinking of this, Nangong Jianli simply stopped looking at Yang Muqing, and instead sat down cross-legged attentively, regaining his strength.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The battle on the other side also completely broke out. The loud rumbling sounds could not help but resound in all directions. The overwhelming attack hit Yang Muqing without any reservation. And Yang Muqing didn't use any internal energy, and completely resisted with his body.
He really dares to do this? Even the 5-element spirit body can't withstand such an attack. Right. Is he crazy?
Everyone who had some doubts at first thought that Yang Muqing was just a ploy to confuse everyone. But when they saw Yang Muqing actually fighting with his body, they were completely stunned. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the void in front of them in disbelief. Chapter 2230 Come in person.
Dead?
There is humanity.
Probably dead.
A warrior nodded.
With such a ferocious attack by the Elder, the injuries in his body have accumulated to a certain extent, and the speed of recovery has slowed down. Now after being attacked by so many of us, even if he is not dead, he will be seriously injured. Yes, with so many of us together, we can kill a Grandmaster.
Looking at the chaotic starry sky in front of them, where even the space was shattered, someone could not help but speak. There was nothing in that starry sky, only violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. The power of the explosion is even greater than that of the largest black hole.
What?
At this moment, a burst of exclamations suddenly sounded. At this moment, everyone involuntarily looked forward. I saw that where the spiritual energy was turbulent, a figure burst out with an astonishing attitude, rushing in an instant at a speed that ordinary people could not predict. This violent charge created a terrifying wind, which directly blew away all the chaotic spiritual energy around him. Under the gaze of everyone, the figure became clearer and clearer. When everyone saw the figure clearly, everyone couldn't help but scream, "This is not Yang Mucheng. Who else could it be?" The previous explosion did not directly kill Yang Mucheng on the spot as everyone imagined, but it also caused him a lot of damage. You can even see the white bones on his body. Although he was injured like this, his speed did not slow down at all. Instead, he became more and more brave, and he rushed in front of everyone almost in an instant.
Not good! Rewind quickly. This demon is coming!
At this moment, Yang Mucheng is no different from the devil in the eyes of everyone. Amid bursts of exclamations, everyone retreated in panic.
Want to escape?
Looking at the retreating warriors, Yang Mucheng laughed loudly, raised his fist, and blasted forward. Boom! The terrifying fist force caused a loud noise like thunder, and the sound of stormy waves rolled in. A shocking wind turned into a huge wave, crushing hard towards where everyone was.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
How could these warriors be Yang Mucheng's opponents? Although it is said that all of them combined can indeed compete with a being in the Master Realm, their combat effectiveness is not calculated in this way. Unless they can unite their strength, they will have no choice but to die when faced with Yang Mucheng's attack. I saw the wind crushing down, and there were sudden bursts of terrifying explosions. Those warriors under the strong wind were killed on the spot. Under bursts of explosions, the endless blood mist spread crazily.
Yang Mucheng, I will be your opponent!
At this time, there was a burst of shouting, and an old man rushed out of the crowd. When he spoke, he was still extremely thin, but when he rushed out, his blood was already boiling. There was only a sound of muscles expanding, and in the blink of an eye, the withered old man turned into a being with muscles as strong as rocks.
Ha ha! Body refining warrior? Well done!
Seeing the old man, Yang Mucheng was not surprised but overjoyed. Instead, he laughed loudly. He turned in the opposite direction on the spot and rushed towards the old man quickly and violently. This old man is not a warrior of the Nandong clan. Although he has reached the late stage of 1 yuan, he has not yet been promoted to an official elder. For him, this is an opportunity to make meritorious deeds. Moreover, as a body-refining warrior, he also had great confidence in his own physique. He believed that it was impossible for him not to be able to stop Yang Mucheng when he was at his peak.
Boom!
In the eyes of everyone with great expectations, the old man was like a rock under a monstrous flood. He was completely shattered on the spot, and he was not even able to slow down Yang Mucheng's impact. Seeing the old man who was killed on the spot, and the late-stage 1 yuan body-refining warrior who didn't even have time to scream, everyone in the Nandong clan couldn't help but take a breath of air on the spot.
How can this be? This is too strong.
Seeing this scene, no one dared to resist at all. Even when Yang Mucheng looked at them, their scalps couldn't help but tingle. Boom! When Yang Mucheng rushed over, the warriors around him fled in fear, not daring to face Yang Mucheng head-on.
It seems these people are not enough.
Looking at the fleeing warriors, Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head in his heart. Except for the previous wave of crazy attacks from everyone, which made him feel some signs of the 5-element spiritual body condensing. There was no change at all even when he was fighting against the old man, who was refining the body in the late 1 yuan stage.
It seems that we still have to find the existence of the 1 yuan Grandmaster.
Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and looked at Nandong Jianli. After several experiments, he already knew in his mind how to bring the 5-element spiritual body to true perfection, which was to collide with the powerful. Of course, the previous bombardment by the body-refining old man had no effect on improving his 5-element spirit body. The one who can really make it effective should be the 1 yuan Grandmaster. Boom! With almost no hesitation, his whole body suddenly exploded into the sky at this moment, shooting towards Nandong Jianli like an arrow from a string.
As expected?
Seeing this scene, Jin Long, who was still a little confused at first, believed Axiana's words. After blasting away those warriors, Yang Mucheng could have withdrawn immediately while Nandong Jianli was still recovering. But in fact he did not do so. Instead, he turned around and attacked Nandong Jianli.
What on earth are you doing? Boss?
Jean Long couldn't help but ask.
I don't know.
Maybe he discovered something. Accented narrowed his eyes and said slowly.
But we can't relax. If the master is in any danger, we must take action immediately.
Jean Long nodded heavily. At this moment, his whole body was tense, and all the demonic energy had surged up and condensed in his body. If there was any problem with the enemy again, he would definitely rush there as quickly as possible. Yang Mucheng sighed. Axiano on the side was also performing the seal technique with his hands. The sinister energy all over his body was already surging, and his eyes were fixed on Nandong Jianli.
Boom!
Nandong Jianli, who was recovering rapidly, suddenly felt a crazy killing intent rushing towards him, and he opened his eyes immediately.
A bunch of trash. They can't even take care of an injured boy. I have to come in person.
Chapter 2231 Flip.
Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Jianli's eyes widened angrily, and his entire aura had reached its peak at this moment. That shocking internal energy, like a monstrous arrogance, rolled out and poured out in all directions. Looking at Yang Mucheng charging towards him, Nandong Jianli Han shouted,
Boy, if the tiger doesn't show off its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? I will kill you completely this time.
Boom! The churning arrogance had already exploded rapidly. The turbulent inner energy swept through the body like a raging flame at this moment. He had gone through a recovery, but Yang Mucheng had not. Although he has not yet returned to his peak state, he doesn't believe that Yang Mucheng can't even kill Yang Mucheng in this state. Boom! With almost no hesitation, the two rushed towards each other fiercely, like two meteorites soaring into the sky colliding together.
Boom!
This time, Yang Mucheng was hit further and spit out more blood.
How?
Seeing this scene, Nandong Jianli couldn't help laughing wildly.
I didn't expect to give you such a long time to recover, and you are nothing more than this.
This time, Yang Mucheng, who was knocked backwards, did not hit him again like before. Even if he is a 5-element spirit body, he can't hold on despite his injuries and the consequences. Slowly wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Mucheng looked at Nandong Jianli with a sneer.
You will regret it soon. Then you will know the consequences of being stubborn.
Looking at Yang Mucheng, Nandong Jianli's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boom! Almost without any warning, he took one step forward on the spot, and rushed to Yang Mucheng's side as if he had shrunk to an inch, using an even more terrifying posture than before. He fiercely crushed him.
Go! Really? I want to see what qualifications you have to make me regret it.
Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. He simply let go of all his strength, used all his recovery power, and at the same time, he also killed Nandong Jianli. This time, the two of them were still at odds with each other. This time the confrontation was the same as before. Still an overwhelming advantage.
It seems that your 5-element spirit body has reached its limit. This is your last resort.
With a sneer, Nandong Jianli looked at Yang Mucheng with a gloomy face.
I don't believe how stubborn you can be. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Immediately, the two sides fought together again. The two of them were like hurricanes that destroyed everything. Whatever they passed by would be torn apart on the spot. Even the stars are no exception. But this time, after recovering, Nandong Jianli finally lived up to expectations and suppressed Yang Mucheng. With every blow, everyone present could feel that the distance that Yang Mucheng was being blown away was getting farther and farther.
Boom!
After being blown away again, Yang Mucheng, who was retreating violently, stopped.
That's it!
What? Listening to the other party's words, Nandong Jianli raised his eyebrows and laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. He shook his head slowly and said,
This is not the end of it just because you say it's over. It seems that you haven't figured out the current situation yet. At this time, it's no longer just an end if you say it's over. It seems that your 5-element spirit body has reached its limit. In the last confrontation, I even felt your power. There's not much left. Even if you beg for mercy, it's still not.
Okay.
You destroyed the entire elixir garden. If I don't take your head and send it back to the headquarters, I can't do anything. If you voluntarily cut off your hands and feet, I can spare your death.
Seeing this scene and listening to the conversation between the two, all the warriors from the Nandong clan present couldn't help but cheer.
Did you hear that? This kid actually said it's over. It seems that he is no longer
good.
That's right. Facing so many of us. And there is also a grandmaster present. If he can persist until now, he is considered very powerful. But no matter how powerful he is, isn't he still at the end of his rope?
Seeing this scene, everyone in the Nangong clan couldn't help but get excited. The existence that had troubled the Nangong clan for so long was finally caught by them at this moment. Although they were not the ones who caught Yang Machung with their own hands, they were also involved. They will also receive hefty rewards at that time.
What's wrong? Boss? Why did you stop suddenly?
Jin Long was always paying attention to the battlefield. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask.
It seems it's time for us to take action.
Aksenin narrowed his eyes and said solemnly,
Listen to my orders and fight out together when the time comes.
Just when Nangong Jianli was proud. Just when the warriors of the Nangong clan were cheering. Just when Xiandu and Jin Long were worried. Yang Machung slowly shook his head and said,
It's you who didn't figure out the situation.
What? Nangong Jianli's expression changed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
How dare you speak harshly when you are about to die? I have always used the 5-element spirit body to fight you. Yes, the consumption of my 5-element spirit body is indeed quite serious. But don't forget, I am not a simple body refining warrior, but I am also a 1-yuan warrior. A late warrior. And you have been fighting me with your inner strength. You must have exhausted your inner strength, and not much is left. I wonder if you can cope with my late-stage power of 1 yuan.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Machung opened his eyes angrily. The inner energy accumulated in his body burst out almost unreservedly at this moment. I saw him making a seal with both hands. Buzz! As the seals flipped, green light flourished in the void.
Not good!
Seeing this green light, Nangong Jianli's expression changed drastically. And at the same time, his heart sank directly into the abyss. Really? For a long time, Yang Machung had been fighting with the 5-element spirit body without using any inner strength. This made everyone forget that the opponent was still a late-stage 1-yuan warrior. Now this scene made everyone react. Bah! There was a tearing sound, and the large spiritual energy nets surrounding the 10th grade Green Lotus platform were completely torn apart at this moment. At this moment, King Liantai was reborn.
You only focused on defending my 5-element spirit body with your inner strength. But you forgot to control this spiritual energy network. Now that I have regained the 10th grade Green Lotus platform, what means do you have to deal with me?
Yang Machung looked over with a half-smile. At this moment, Nangong Jianli's face turned pale. Chapter 2232 Bombing and Killing. Despair. This is the only feeling in Nangong Jianli's heart at this moment. Just as Yang Machung said. After suppressing the opponent, he even completely forgot that the opponent was also a strong man in the late 1-yuan period. He even ignored the 10th grade Qinglian platform that he had already controlled. But now, Yang Machung took advantage of his weakness to take back the 10th grade Green Lotus platform. This scene was an unpredictable blow to him. At this moment, his heart sank to the bottom.
Escape!
Apart from this thought, Nangong Jianli had no other thoughts. When he dealt with Yang Machung, he had exhausted all the energy in his body. Although he could still suppress the opponent, if he continued to fight, with the terrifying recovery power of the 5-element spirit body, there would still be Tin Pin Qing. Due to the power of the Lotus platform, it was he who fell in the end. Whoosh! With almost no hesitation, his body swept away, and his whole body exploded quickly. However, this time he did not attack Yang Machung, but chose to escape.
Want to escape?
Seeing this scene, Yang Machung shouted coldly.
Go to H.L.
Boom! He frantically poured all his power into the 10th grade Green Lotus platform. I saw the light of the Green Lotus platform shining brightly, erupting with a burst of light that was enough to darken the heaven and the earth, making the sun and the moon dull. In this endless green light, it suddenly erupted and rushed towards the fleeing Nangong Jianli.
No!
The rushing force of Qinglian platform was like lightning, and it arrived in front of Nangong Jianli almost in an instant. Looking at the Qinglian terrace that was rushing towards him, Nangong Jianli had no second choice. He let out a roar, and the power he had accumulated with so much effort poured out at this moment. It turned into a torrent and slammed into Qinglian terrace.
Boom!
A shocking loud sound suddenly sounded. The terrifying sound echoed through the entire void almost at this moment. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Qinglian terrace collided with the torrent, and a dazzling bright light erupted. Feeling the power of the confrontation, the warriors of the Nangong clan all retreated towards the rear with horrified expressions on their faces.
Puff!
What happened in the bright light made them all unable to believe it. Nangong Jianli spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards on the spot.
Do it!
At this moment, Jinlong and Axianu, who had been waiting in the dark, were waiting for this moment. Boom! The golden dragon roared angrily, and the billowing demonic energy had already exploded to its extreme. In this burst of dragon roar that resounded across the starry sky, the huge demonic energy accumulated in his body transformed into a huge wild dragon under the shocked eyes of countless people. This crazy dragon is millions of meters long, and it can't even be seen completely at a glance. This mad dragon, completely transformed by demonic energy, could easily swallow a star even if it opened its mouth. Such a terrifying existence, almost as soon as it was formed, was already carrying an absolute killing intent. And suddenly it shot towards Nandong Jianli's hole. Wow! Wherever the mad dragon passed, the hurricane it set off tore apart everything alive, and it roared out with unabated force, killing Nandong Jianli. Those warriors who wanted to block the attack of this mad dragon were directly crushed by the strong wind set off by the opponent before they got close. Zhang! Arsenal on the other side also took action almost at the same time. However, her attack was not as powerful as that of the golden dragon. On the contrary, it is silent. If you don't notice it carefully, you won't even feel it at all. When a soft moan resounded, I could see that Axianu had gathered all the sinister energy in her body into one point, waiting until it reached its peak before it completely exploded. A ray of extremely white light roared out desperately, pointing directly at Nandong Jianli. Wherever this ray of light passed, it even froze the surrounding space. Some warriors saw the inconspicuous appearance of this ray of light and prepared to stop it. But before he even got close, he was frozen into ice by the terrifying chill contained in the light. Before more people could react, they saw that there were only ice sculptures left in the starry sky. Puff! Nandong Jianli, who was vomiting blood and retreating, felt as if his heart had completely sunk into the abyss at this moment. Whether it was Jinlong or Arsenal, if he was in his prime, he would not even take a second look at it. But now, after he defended against Yang Muqing's 10th grade kingly anti, his various states had dropped to the lowest level. Even if he was given just one more breath, he could completely ignore the attacks from these two people. But unfortunately, his old strength was exhausted and new strength was not born. This crazy attack hit him almost without reservation. Boom! A terrible explosion resounded loudly. Nandong Jianli once again withstood a terrible attack. At this moment, he didn't even look like a human being at all, and there was no intact area in his body. The power of the mad dragon poured into his body almost without sparing any effort, shattering his internal organs. The extreme cold at Arsenal made his injuries worse. The intervention of the two people shattered Nandong Jianli's last hope. The reason why he was able to survive such an attack was due to his hard work gained from tens of thousands of years of practice. When the large army of our Nandong clan comes, we must kill you all. We must completely cut you into pieces. After giving Axianu and Jinlong a hard look, Nandong Jianli gritted his teeth and ran away into the distance without looking back. Want to escape? However, the moment he turned around, a cold shout suddenly sounded. The 10th grade Qinglian platform that he had blasted away earlier had already flown into the sky above him at some unknown time. He didn't know when it had become bigger than the stars. In his extremely frightened eyes, the green lotus platform crashed down. Boom! This time, he was not even able to utter a scream, and was killed on the spot in full view of the public, even leaving no trace of his body. Died? This scene was also a heavy blow to the warriors present. This is the existence of the One Yuan Grandmaster realm. He was actually killed like that? And there are still no bones left. Hiss! They saw the Qinglian platform that had completely killed Nandong Jianli spinning again, and everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. When Yang Mucheng looked at it, everyone let out a cry of surprise. And the next moment, they turned into birds and beasts. Chapter 2233 Plan. Boss! Owner! Seeing these warriors escaping, Jinlong and Axianu came over and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The three of them almost exhausted all their strength in order to deal with Nandong Jianli. If at this time, these people come to kill them at all costs, maybe they are the ones who should lie down. Sorry for making you worry. After glancing at Jinlong and Axianu, Yang Mucheng said apologetically, the original plan this time was just to crush the entire elixir garden. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? However, it is not convenient to tell the whole story here. Yang Mucheng made a seal, and suddenly there was a strong wind all around. After all, this is the elixir garden of the Nandong clan, and the content of spiritual energy in it is not ordinary. Although I was not able to get any heavenly and earthly treasures, it was a bit regretful. But it would be a pity if these spiritual energies were allowed to dissipate. Under the green light, the billowing spiritual energy around him has turned into thousands of hurricanes under the influence of the Qinglian platform, and quickly poured into the Qinglian platform.
Okay, let's get out of here first.
After absorbing all the spiritual energy around him, and confirming that no matter how hard the Nangong clan tried, they could not save the Elixir Garden, Yang Mucheng took the Qinglian terrace into his body. Sure enough, the vitality contained in the 10th grade green lotus platform is unimaginably powerful. Almost as soon as he integrated into his body, he could already feel the vitality flowing into his limbs and bones. The recovery power that had been completely exhausted was immediately replenished by this vitality. As if the dry earth had been nourished, the injured body is also recovering at an extremely fast speed.
It seems this method works.
Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with excitement. In the past, this kind of injury would have taken as little as 3 to 5 days, as long as 10 days and a half month, or even longer. And that can only be achieved with the nourishment of endless heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. But now, with the help of King Liantai, the plan can be bolder. Half a day later, everyone had already left the spiritual medicine garden and arrived at a new hiding place.
Okay, if you want to ask anything, you can ask me.
Seeing everyone full of doubts, Yang Mucheng knew that he couldn't escape. So he opened his mouth and said,
Boss, didn't you say before that we should leave first? Will you find a chance to escape later? Why are you fighting with Nangong Jianli?
Jin Long asked quickly. In the battle between Yang Mucheng and Nangong Jianli, it seemed that Yang Mucheng won. But in fact it was a narrow victory. Even if something goes wrong, the one who falls in the end is not Nangong Jianli, but Yang Mucheng. Axiano on the side also nodded repeatedly. At the critical moment, if she and Jin Long hadn't taken action and severely injured Nangong Jianli when he was at his weakest, if he had managed to escape, I'm afraid he would have commanded the stragglers next. They are coming endlessly to kill. No matter how strong they are, they can't deal with so many strong men in that situation.
It was indeed my negligence this time.
Yang Mucheng admitted his mistake unabashedly.
You also know that although I have practiced the 5 bodybuilding techniques of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to the extreme, in the end, I was still one step short of reaching the true perfection.
Jin Long and Axiana nodded. They also knew about this matter. Could it be related to Yang Mucheng's confrontation with Nangong Jianli? Just listen to Yang Mucheng continue.
I originally planned to escape when I found the opportunity when I was fighting with Nangong Jianli, although the 10th grade Qinglian platform was controlled by him. After all, the Qinglian platform is my magic weapon and is connected to my mind. Others it can't be snatched away, and I can also take it back when I find an opportunity. However, when I was fighting with Nangong Jianli, I found that fighting in that situation was enough to condense my 5-element spirit body.
I see. After hearing the reason, the two of them understood why Yang Mucheng changed his fighting style and desperately confronted Nangong Jianli head-on.
But this method is too dangerous.
Axiana couldn't help but sigh.
I'll pay attention next time. What? There's a next time?
Jin Long couldn't help but exclaimed. Yang Mucheng did not hide anything, but said directly,
I have found out clearly that there are 3 strong men in the 1 Yuan realm in this Elixir Garden, and Nangong Jianli is only one of them. There are 2 others who went out because of some private matters. Yes, they have received the news and are on their way back. It's hard to find the lone 1 Yuan Grandmaster. It would be a pity to just give up. I plan to kill these 2 1 Yuan Grandmasters on the way.
Hiss. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, even Axiano and Jin Long couldn't help but take a breath of air. This is really too courageous. If an ordinary person had destroyed the Nangong clan's Elixir Garden and learned that the Nangong clan's large army was coming, they would have been frightened and fled away, not daring to stay here for even a second. But instead of wanting to escape immediately, Yang Mucheng was still planning to deal with the other 2 1 Yuan Grandmasters. If this were told, it would be unbelievable. But that's the truth. Yang Mucheng is planning this matter.
Boss, I'll accompany you.
Jin Long stood up suddenly.
No.
Yang Mucheng shook his head and refused directly.
I have just experienced the battle with Nangong Jianli before. You also consumed a lot of energy, so you can't help me much. And this time the spiritual medicine garden has been destroyed, and most of the warriors of the Nangong clan have become birds and beasts. There won't be too many warriors around these 2 masters. I can do it alone. If I weren't my opponent, I could just run away.
Yang Mu became enlightened. At the moment, he still planned to let Jin Long and Axiana leave here first. The large force of the Nandong clan will arrive soon. If they come again, he can escape easily. After all, no one under the Grand Master can deal with him. But Xianu and Jinlong are different. Their strength is okay against the late Yuan. But if they meet the Grand Master, they will have no effect at all.
Jinlong, let's leave here first. Don't ruin the Master's plan.
Seeing that Jinlong wanted to say more, Xianu quickly stood up and said,
If we follow him, not only will we not be able to help, but we will be tied up. All right.
Although Jinlong was a little reluctant, he had no choice but to give up. Who said that his strength was not enough to fight against the 1 Yuan Grandmaster? Chapter 2234 Attack.
Damn it! Damn it!
Whoosh! In a sudden flash of light, a figure shouted and cursed rapidly.
This Yang Macheng didn't come early or late, but he came just when I was leaving. Now the entire elixir garden has been destroyed, and Nandong Jianli has been killed. If the headquarters pursues the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death.
This escaping light is one of the 3 masters guarding the spiritual medicine garden. His name is Nandong Jiantian. The reason why he left the elixir garden was because a subordinate family invited him there. Originally, in his opinion, this was just a matter of one day. Besides, he had been guarding the elixir garden for so long and nothing had happened yet. So he was slacking off. But who would have thought that something big would happen just after he left? The elixir garden was destroyed, and Nandong Jianli was killed. If the headquarters investigates him, he will definitely be charged with dereliction of duty. At that time, could he still survive? Even if the family is facing internal and external troubles, he may be able to avoid death when he is employing people. But he will definitely not be able to escape the crime of living.
Elder, you don't have to worry. I heard others say that the battle between Yang Macheng and Elder Nandong Jianli almost severely damaged his vitality. He must not have escaped from this area yet. We can definitely catch Yang Macheng and make up for it. Yeah.
There were 3 or 4 warriors following him, who couldn't help but come up with ideas.
Shut up!
However, the only response to them was Nandong Jiantian's even more furious shouts. How could he not know that the only way to go now was to catch Yang Macheng? But this star field sounds small. But in fact it is quite big, with so many stars. As long as Yang Macheng hides his secret aura, he can't dig out the opponent even if he digs 3 feet into the ground. But if nothing is done, the headquarters will definitely become even more angry when they find out. So he rushed back directly from the affiliated family at this time. Just for this reason, he planned to gather back the escaped tribesmen in the elixir garden and search for traces of Yang Macheng. Inch by inch. Thinking of this, he continued,
Have you guys contacted the elixir garden and asked the people in charge to call back all the fleeing clan members immediately? If I am punished by the family for this matter, I will be the first to kill you.
Those who were scolded couldn't help but tremble. They naturally knew that Nandong Jianli always followed his words and never told lies. What's more, in this case, naturally I don't dare to neglect. One of them quickly said,
Reporting back to the elders, I have already contacted the stewards, and they have called the clansmen back again. As long as you say a word, they will be dispatched immediately. Very good.
After hearing this, Nandong Jiantian slowly let out a breath of turbid air. But this information is not all bad news. At least he knows one very crucial thing. That old guy Nandong Jianli, although his strength is only slightly worse than mine, is still a 1 Yuan master after all. Although Yang Macheng fooled him, he was probably seriously injured himself. I have set up my eyes in this star field, and once they appear, I will catch them all. However, since he was seriously injured, he must be less likely to escape. Maybe he is hiding in a certain location and secretly recovering. As long as we can catch him, everything will be easy. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly a strong wind howled.
What?
Feeling the strong wind, Nandong Jiantian couldn't help but be startled and quickly looked up. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be surprised. I saw an extreme escaping light, like lightning, whizzing towards me with a terrifying attitude, heading straight towards me.
Is he a member of the family?
Nandong Jiantian said secretly. When the escaping light got closer and closer, Nandong Jiantian also saw the other party's appearance clearly. Seeing this, he couldn't help but gasp. Who could this charging figure be if it wasn't Yang Macheng?
This kid.
Nandong Jiantian was shocked. But when he reacted, the opponent's speed was already charging at him without slowing down at all. And he was already bombarded in front of him in an instant.
Not good.
At this moment, he quickly raised his arms, trying to resist.
Boom!
A loud sound resounded. Nandong Jiantian, who was advancing, was hit and shot out on the spot under the horrified gazes of everyone. It was like a bolt of lightning, roaring out and hitting a small star hard. The terrifying power pierced this small star on the spot.
Who? Presumptuous! How dare you be so bold in front of the Nandong clan? Don't you want to live?
Seeing Nandong Jiantian, who was directly knocked away, the warriors around him suddenly came to their senses and started shouting angrily. Even though they were respectful in front of Nandong Jiantian, in front of outsiders, they were all warriors of the Nandong clan. How could they allow others to be so presumptuous in front of them? Immediately, everyone became furious and wanted to attack in groups.
Yang Macheng!
However, at this moment, a shocking roar resounded rapidly. I saw that Nandong Jiantian, who had penetrated the entire small star, flew back quickly with a roar. His voice made everyone take a breath of air.
What? Is he Yang Macheng? Didn't he get seriously injured after the battle with Nandong Jianli? He doesn't look like he's injured.
Everyone who originally wanted to rush up and teach Yang Macheng a lesson suddenly took a breath of air and widened their eyes in disbelief. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and quickly retreated. At this moment, their eyes looked at Yang Macheng, full of fear. Where is the arrogant look from before?
Yang Macheng, I didn't expect you to dare to show up.
Nandong Jiantian flew back slowly, his eyes almost bursting with flames. Talk about Cao Cao. Cao Cao is here. Moreover, as soon as this guy appeared, he flew himself out. How could he endure this?
Why can't I show up? Otherwise, what do you think?
Yang Macheng looked at the extremely angry Nandong Jiantian with a smile, his face full of disapproval.
The reason why I showed up is to kill you. Kill me!
Nandong Jiantian was stunned for a moment when he heard what the other party said. And then, he couldn't help laughing anymore. He stared straight at Yang Macheng, like a knife.
I was still thinking about how to kill you, but I didn't expect you to dare to come to my door.
Chapter 2235 See How I Kill You. It has to be said that Nandong Jiantian's current situation can be described as being drunk. Anyone can completely imagine his mood at this moment. He was obviously worried about the elixir garden being destroyed by Yang Macheng a moment ago. But he didn't expect that Yang Macheng would come to the door directly like this. This is equivalent to him dropping a sesame seed before. But now he sees a watermelon.
Surround him!
Nandong Jiantian shouted. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the words fell, the warriors of the Nandong clan, who had recovered from the shock, rushed out quickly. And almost in an instant, they surrounded Yang Macheng.
Ha ha! Even if you don't surround me, I won't run away. This time, I'm here specifically to kill you.
Yang Macheng glanced at the warriors around him, showing a trace of disdain.
It's better to get your men out of the way, and don't interfere with my business. How brave! It's so presumptuous. I don't know what you mean. How dare you be so arrogant even when you're about to die?
Seeing Yang Macheng surrounded by people and daring to speak so boldly, everyone suddenly let out an angry roar. One of the warriors glared at each other unceremoniously. Zheng! As soon as he finished speaking, he took a quick step forward. At the same time, he made a seal with his right hand, and a sword light burst out quickly. And with a shocking gesture, it suddenly shot towards the position of Yang Macheng, and shot away quickly. This sword was like lightning, almost dizzying, and when everyone heard the sound of the sword, they had not yet reacted. When he looked again, the sword light had already flown in front of Yang Macheng.
Court death!
Seeing this scene, Yang Macheng snorted coldly and flicked his right hand.
Clang!
A loud sound resounded, and the long sword containing inner strength was easily stopped by Yang Macheng with one finger in an instant. The inner energy covering the outside exploded on the spot. At the same time, the sword also exploded.
Puff!
When their strength reaches their level, the magic weapon has already been connected to their mind. When the mind is connected, the power of the magic weapon will be even greater. Of course, once the magic weapon is damaged, the damage received will also increase exponentially. As soon as the long sword shattered, the warrior who took action spurted out a mouthful of blood, and couldn't help but shoot it backwards.
What? How can it be?
Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Before this, although they knew that Yang Macheng was very strong, they didn't know how strong the other party was. But the warrior who took action was also a strong man in the late One Yuan period. But Yang Macheng just stood there and smashed it to pieces with a flick of his finger. This was simply unbelievable.
Destroy him!
Suddenly, there were bursts of shouts. Everyone was already furious and wanted to swarm over and crush Yang Machung to death on the spot.
Stop!
At this moment, Nandong Jiantian suddenly spoke up. He glanced coldly at the warrior, who was bombarded and vomited blood, and said unceremoniously,
Go away! You are no match for this kid. Let me handle it.
Everyone looked at each other, and had no choice but to step back. Nandong Jiantian withdrew his gaze, and then looked at Yang Machung and said,
Do you have any helpers? Let them come out. Why do I need help to kill you? I'm the only one here this time.
Yang Machung slowly shook his head. Oh! Nandong Jiantian raised his eyebrows. The news he received was that Yang Machung had been seriously injured in a battle with Nandong Jianli. But now that I saw him, it was not the case. The opponent's energy, blood, and cultivation have reached their peak, and they don't look like they have experienced a battle at all. Is the news wrong? He thought to himself. But at this time, considering so much is of no use. After all, the opponent has already killed him. All he can do is to kill the opponent. Thinking of this, Nandong Jiantian slowly raised his head and sneered.
Yang Machung, although I don't know what method you used to kill Nandong Jiantian, I am more powerful than Nandong Jiantian. You coming to me is tantamount to seeking death.
Yang Machung chuckled and said disdainfully.
Do you Nandong clan talk so much nonsense? You are like this. And so is Nandong Jiantian. Even the two ancestors of your Nandong clan who died at my hands are also like this. Court death.
Nandong Jiantian's eyes narrowed. As an elder of the Nandong clan, how could he allow others to be so arrogant and wanton in front of him? Especially as a young boy? With an angry shout, Nandong Jiantian took action immediately without any courtesy.
Boom!
As he said, his strength is much higher than that of Nandong Jiantian, which can be seen from just this wave of his hand. At this moment, an extremely pure inner energy surged out on the spot. At the same time, a huge force of energy rushed towards Yang Machung like a huge wave.
Snort!
Yang Machung stood there, raised his fist, and struck away. With just a bang sound, the terrifying huge wave was shattered by his punch, and the wind wave, which had lost its strength, slowly moved away in front of him. The strong wind blew up, causing his long hair to flutter up and his clothes to rustle.
Sure enough, colliding with a stronger one will improve my 5-element spirit body faster. At the same time, the help will be even greater.
Slowly withdrawing his fist, Yang Machung raised the corners of his mouth. Thinking of this, he looked at Nandong Jiantian and spoke passionately again.
Is that all you have? Humph. Yang Machung, don't underestimate me. I'm not the loser you defeated before. You are so arrogant in front of me. You're far from it. In that case, I'll let you see how powerful I am.
The dignified elder of the Nandong clan was despised over and over again, which already made him furious. Boom! However, before he finished speaking, Yang Machung rushed forward.
Old man, there's so much nonsense. If you want to fight or kill, start now.
This is the complete power of the 5-element spirit body, without using any internal energy. But this charging posture cannot be underestimated at all. The terrifying speed even caused a sharp whistling sound, and even the vision of everyone looking at him became distorted and blurred at this moment.
Boy! You?
Nandong Jiantian was about to get angry, but Yang Machung was already frantically killing in front of him. At this moment, he could only respond in attack.
Watch how I kill you!
Chapter 2236. It's my turn to take action.
Roar!
Letting out a roar, Nandong Jiantian's eyes widened angrily. The rolling power stirred up a terrifying light in his body. I saw him waving his hands, as if controlling colorful clouds. It was at this moment that 2 white waves of air arose. This endless air wave was clearly transformed by Nandong Jiantian's inner energy. This attack was even more ferocious and terrifying than before. From a distance, it looked like a river formed by wild clouds, rolling towards Yang Machung and overwhelming him. If he waved his hand casually before, the turbulent waves he brought up were like the wildly rushing yellow river. So this attack is the Milky Way whizzing down directly from the 9 heavens.
Boom!
However, what Nandong Jiantian didn't expect was that the attack he unleashed using all his inner energy would completely explode under Yang Machung's punch. At the same time, the monstrous waves violently reversed in an astonishing manner, slamming hard towards his location.
Not good!
Seeing this scene, Nandong Jiantian took a breath of air. The cloud that was bombarded back by Yang Machung was more terrifying and powerful than the one he blasted out before. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Nandong Jiantian quickly raised his fist and smashed it forward. Boom! 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 Bursts of explosions resounded wildly. The churning cloud energy exploded and dispersed on the spot when he hit it. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a figure suddenly rushed out from the exploding cloud. Immediately afterwards, a huge fist burst into his field of vision. Who else could the owner of this fist be but Yang Mucheng? With a cry of surprise, Nandong Jiantian quickly fired towards the back and retreated. However, although he was fast, he could not compare with Yang Mucheng. There was almost no gap between this punch, which exceeded Nandong Jiantian's reaction level, and it suddenly hit his body hard. Boom! A dull sound suddenly resounded. At this moment, Nandong Jiantian shuddered suddenly and spit out a mouthful of blood mist. He was like a kite with its string broken. He lost his balance on the spot and fell heavily from the starry sky like a meteor. It fell down and hit the previous asteroid again. Boom! This asteroid was originally pierced by Nandong Jiantian, but now it was bombarded so heavily. Under a burst of devastating explosions, the asteroid must have exploded. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the warriors around him couldn't help but gasp, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. To know, they had always thought that the main reason why Yang Mucheng was able to blow Nandong Jiantian away was because of the opponent's sneak attack. If Nandong Jiantian had been prepared in advance, the other party would not have been able to do this. But now when Nandong Jiantian and Yang Mucheng faced the defender, they were still blown away by Yang Mucheng. And in front of them, this kind of strength is simply too terrifying. Ding ding ding! While thinking about it, they noticed Yang Mucheng's gaze, and these people couldn't help but change their expressions and quickly retreated. With Yang Mucheng's previous blow that defeated Nandong Jiantian, they and the others simply couldn't resist it. But what made them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief was that Yang Mucheng just glanced at them lightly and then withdrew his gaze. The strength of these people may be considered powerful in the starry sky, but in his eyes they are nothing more than that. And they don't even have the slightest interest in letting him take action. Yang Mucheng! Emerging from the explosive dust, Nandong Jiantian's whole body was completely overwhelmed by anger. The first time, he was knocked away by the opponent. He could use the opponent's sudden attack to cover it up. But this time he fought the opponent head-on, but was blown away again. This made his pride, as an elder of the Nandong clan, simply unacceptable. In my opinion, you are almost the same as Nandong Jianli, who I killed before, and you are even weaker. Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. What did you say? He was blown away by Yang Mucheng twice in a row. And now, he was even said such words to his face. He was about to be reduced to the bottom of the valley. How could Nandong Jiantian, who had always been aloof, endure this? At this moment, he even thought about cutting Yang Mucheng into pieces. Boom! With a furious cry, he grabbed his right hand forward. Suddenly, the star that was smashed by his body began to roll. At this moment, they gathered together crazily, forming a huge palm that crushed them away desperately. But Yang Mucheng stood there, motionless, and allowed this terrifying palm to strike him. Boom! A loud and crazy sound erupted. Infinite air waves swept out desperately at this moment. The warriors who surrounded Yang Mucheng all retreated towards the rear with horrified expressions. Did this kid even hide? He actually took a blow from the elder? That's simply too arrogant. Even if Elder Nandong Jianli is here, he wouldn't dare to take his blow forcefully. Seeing the explosion in the center, everyone looked forward in horror. Snort! Nandong Jiantian's face was even more angry. However, the anger on his face turned into panic in an instant. How can it be? When the dust on the giant palm completely dispersed, Yang Mucheng still stood there, with only a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. And his breath did not even drop at all. Seeing this scene, he immediately couldn't help but look horrified. And he couldn't help but shoot towards the back. Hey hey! Slowly wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head. I'm really disappointed. If you only have this little strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. In fact, it was not that Nandong Jiantian was too weak, but that Yang Mucheng was too strong. If the five-element spiritual body is nothing more than this, how can it be called the #1 body refining technique in the starry sky? Although in the battle with Nandong Jianli, the degree of cohesion of his five-element spirit body was only improved by a small part. It made his body reach the point where the five elements are mutually reinforcing. His strength has increased a lot. But Nandong Jiantian's strength is only a little more than Nandong Jianli. so in his opinion, it will naturally appear too weak. Completely ignoring Nandong Jiantian's increasingly ugly expression, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and said coldly,
"It's my turn to take action next."
Chapter 2237 Leaving. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took action suddenly. At this moment, he almost crossed the entire distance between the stars, and suddenly arrived in front of Nandong Jiantian, as if he had shrunk to an inch. This time, the attack was even faster and more terrifying than before.
Not good!
Feeling the fierce wind pressure caused by this punch, Nandong Jiantian's eyes couldn't help but suddenly closed, revealing a hint of horror. But at this moment, he no longer dared to be negligent, so he could only bite the bullet and take this move.
Bang!
A shocking sound suddenly erupted, and wild waves roared and surged around. The two were separated at the first touch.
So strong!
Nandong Jiantian only felt his body tremble, and the opponent's violent power poured into his limbs crazily. Even at this moment, the shock made his body tremble uncontrollably.
Fight!
Seeing Yang Mucheng pressing forward again, Nandong Jiantian could only bite the bullet and charge forward. At this moment, he couldn't help but completely release all his inner energy. Raising his fist, he suddenly met Yang Mucheng's fist.
Boom!
This time, Nandong Jiantian, who had been suppressed, finally found the upper hand, and Yang Mucheng, who had been crushing up, was so shocked by this time that he couldn't help but take a step back.
Ha ha! That's right.
Although he was repelled, Yang Mucheng did not panic at all. Instead, he couldn't help laughing. The reason why he came to deal with Nandong Jianli was to improve his 5-element spirit body by 1 point again. If the opponent never showed his strength, Yang Mucheng would feel even more troubled. The previous collision indeed made his 5-element spirit body improve by 1 point again.
I wonder how long you can hold on.
Yang Mucheng laughed and raised his fist to crush him again.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Waves of loud noises resounded loudly. It was still the same as when dealing with Nandong Jianli before, and the two people's attacks hit each other in the blink of an eye. This has become a collision between the 5-element spirit body and the One Yuan Master's cultivation between the two. Have to say, Nandong Jiantian still has some capital. After all, his cultivation is much stronger than Nandong Jianli. In the battle between the two, Nandong Jiantian always had the advantage. Although it seems that this is not an advantage for Yang Mucheng. This is not the case. Due to the previous battle with Nandong Jianli, Yang Mucheng's 5-element spirit body had reached a certain level, and his recovery power was greater than before. Once dragged into a protracted war, Nandong Jiantian will definitely lose in the end. After all, the 5-element spiritual body is already a self-contained entity, and can be continuously restored even without external supplements. But Nandong Jiantian's internal strength is different. Every time he bombards, the strength in his body will decrease by 1 point. If he wanted to defeat Yang Mucheng, he had only two options. Or it is to concentrate all the power into 1 point and burst it out at once, reaching a level that is enough to kill the 5-element spiritual body. Or he must have endless internal energy to hold off the 5-element spirit body until it can't bear it first. But he had no choice between these two options. Now we are in a very embarrassing situation. Yang Mucheng's 5-element spirit body becomes stronger every time it is bombarded by him. Although the degree of this enhancement cannot be felt by Nandong Jiantian in 1 or 2 bombardments. Once the number of times increases, it will become more and more obvious. However, Nandong Jiantian's power is constantly weakening, and the gap between the two sides will become wider and wider.
What's going on with this kid? Everyone else gets weaker the more they fight, but he gets stronger the more he fights?
Feeling Yang Mucheng's increasing strength after repeated confrontations, Nandong Jiantian was frightened to the extreme.
Not good. Lord Nandong Jiantian is at a disadvantage. Let's go quickly.
At this time, the warriors around him finally came to their senses. They looked at each other in disbelief. And then, they burst out with a sudden burst of energy and rushed towards Yang Mucheng's position.
I have long said that I will let you stay there. I gave you a way to survive, but you don't cherish it. If that's the case, then I'll kill you completely.
As he spoke, Yang Mucheng's eyes opened angrily, and he saw his right hand pointing like a sword, sweeping out quickly.
Zhang!
A crisp sound of swords resounded crazily, in the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it. A sword light that was so bright that it was almost impossible to describe in words swept out quickly with an extreme gesture.
Puff puff!
There were bursts of tearing sounds, and the warriors who rushed to kill were cut off by this sword light on the spot. Among the pieces of blood, the corpses fell down suddenly.
His!
Seeing this scene, how could Nandong Jiantian dare to stay where he was? While the opponent still possesses the 5 elements spirit body, he is also a late Yuan warrior. If he continues to fight with the opponent at this time, he will definitely lose in the end. So without any hesitation, he made an extreme turn and quickly shot towards the back.
It's time for you to finish it too.
Looking at Nandong Jiantian, who was retreating extremely, Yang Mucheng raised his brows and immediately pointed his right hands together. The 10th grade green lotus platform burst out quickly, crushing it with a roar.
No!
Looking at the crushing 10th grade Qinglian platform, Nandong Jiantian let out a wail, no longer daring to hold back anymore. He directly swept out all his power. But how can his explosive power compete with the explosive 10th grade green lotus platform? To know, even if Nandong Jianli's strength was at its peak, he would not dare to take over the Qinglian terrace. What's more, his current state has weakened to this point.
Boom!
A terrifying loud sound resounded, and the second elder of the Nandong clan, who was guarding the elixir garden, was killed by the bombardment of the 10th grade Qinglian platform.
The second? The next one is the third one.
With a finger of his right hand, the green lotus platform immediately swayed in midair, shook off the blood on his body, and quietly returned to the center of Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. His eyes slowly glanced around. The surviving warriors of the Nandong clan suddenly trembled with fear, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar.
No! He saw it!
Just when they thought they could not escape death, Yang Mucheng smiled disdainfully. Killing these wastes is of no use. And besides, he needs some people to spread the word for him. He calmly retracted his gaze, turned and left. Chapter 2238 Two Ancestors. After killing Nandong Jiantian, Yang Mucheng only rested for a short while, and then immediately rushed to the area where the next Yuan Grandmaster was. This Grandmaster is called Nandong Qinshan. When Yang Mucheng found him, he was still in a state of drunkenness, and was sleeping soundly with 2 girls in his arms. Apparently he didn't know what was going on in the outside world. Yang Mucheng directly killed Nandong Qinshan in front of everyone, and then left in a swagger. Almost no one in the entire star dared to stop him. 3 days later, someone came from the headquarters of the Nandong clan. The vast flying puppets almost covered the sky and the sun, as if they had completely blocked the entire starry sky. Countless members of the Nandong clan, who were guarding the elixir garden, looked at the huge flying puppets with their mouths open, especially when the 2 figures walked down from the flying puppet. Everyone couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation.
How can it be? Oh my god! This time, 2 ancestors were actually dispatched directly. Yeah. This time things are too big after all.
The visitors were the 2 ancestors of the Nandong clan. One is called Nandong Etian, and the other is called Nandong Lingqiu. Now, the expressions on the faces of these 2 ancestors were extremely difficult to see. Although this elixir garden in the galaxy is not ranked first among the Nandong clan, it is still the 5th. The huge Nandong clan only has 7 elixir gardens, and now one of them has been destroyed. You can imagine what a huge loss this is to the Nandong clan.
Why didn't Nandong Jiantian, Nandong Qinshan, and Nandong Jianli come?
Nandong Lingqiu's eyes were slightly cold. He scanned the people in front of him one by one, but found that the 3 Yuan masters responsible for guarding the spiritual medicine garden were not there. And he couldn't help shouting coldly, "Boom!" At this moment, the tribesmen in front of him almost fell to their knees. Terrible! Although Nandong Lingqiu and the 3 leaders of the spiritual medicine garden are all masters of the 1 Yuan realm, but the degree of difference in strength is not ordinary. Under his momentum, no one dared to raise their head and look directly at each other.
Do the 3 of them think they can avoid punishment by avoiding us?
Nandong Etian said in a cold voice. At this time, a warrior bravely stepped forward and said,
reporting back to the 2 ancestors, the 3 of them are not avoiding each other. But what?
Nandong Lingqiu shouted quickly.
But he was killed by Yang Mucheng,
the warrior said cautiously.
You are lying!
Nandong Lingqiu's eyes widened angrily, and he immediately slapped his right hand. Everyone saw only this piece of space, which suddenly became distorted, and the terrifying force crashed down with an unstoppable force.
Boom!
The warrior who spoke didn't even have time to scream, and was killed on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone around them suddenly felt their scalps numb. Although the existences they guarded the spiritual medicine garden were not bad at all, and they all reached around the 1 Yuan realm. But to ancestor-level beings, they are simply like ants. If it's just an ant being trampled to death, who would feel bad?
Come here and tell me what's going on.
Nandong Etian frowned. Although he was not as grumpy as Nandong Lingqiu, he was not easy to get along with. With his identity and status, how could anyone dare to lie in front of him? The named tribesman suddenly trembled. Not daring to be negligent, he jogged all the way to Nandong Etian, knelt down and said,
"Two ancestors, we absolutely dare not lie. Master Nandong Jiantian, Master Nandong Jianli, and Master Nandong Qingshan were indeed killed by Yang Macheng. The three of them are masters of 1 yuan. How could Yang Macheng kill 3 of them? Tell me what happened."
Nandong Lingqiu was furious and was about to kill the warrior. Nandong Etian on the side stopped him. He asked with a frown. The warrior felt that he had just escaped from the gate of H.L. and couldn't help but tremble all over, and said quickly,
"Back to my ancestors. When Yang Macheng came to the Elixir Garden for the first time, he took Jin Long and Axiana with him. They were going to sneak into the Elixir Garden secretly and blow it up. It was Master Nandong Jianli who discovered Yang Macheng in the first place. But Yang Macheng actually raised the Qinglian Terrace to the 10th level. Although Master Nandong Jianli used Yang Macheng to be unable to master the Qinglian Terrace, he blocked the 10th level Qinglian Terrace." "But what?"
Nandong Lingqiu shouted quickly. Although 3 full days had passed, when he thought of the previous scene again, he still couldn't believe it. So he could only bite the bullet and said, "But Yang Wuqing's 5-element spirit body is too powerful, and its resilience has exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Master Nandong Jianli, even with the strength of the Yuan Grandmaster, cannot suppress the opponent. On the contrary, both sides will suffer losses." Yang Macheng waited until Master Nandong Jianli exhausted his inner strength, then took advantage of his unpreparedness to take back the 10th grade Green Lotus platform, and directly killed Master Nandong Jiantian in front of all of us. As he spoke, he caught up quickly and said, "Ancestor, we don't dare to hide anything. There is no lie at all. It's not just me. Everyone present has seen it. I don't dare to lie at all." "Then how did Nandong Jiantian and Nandong Qingshan die?" Nandong Etian couldn't help but ask. Nandong Lingqiu on the side also frowned slightly. "Could it be that the flame demon dragon, Zhou Jintian, and Sun Han are also here?" According to this tribesman's description, they knew that although Yang Macheng killed Nandong Jianli, he himself was also seriously injured. It can be said that it was a lose-lose situation. Yang Macheng should no longer be able to fight within a short period of time. In addition, they could only imagine that those 3 beings also followed Yang Macheng into the hinterland of the Nangong clan. If that's the case, that's trouble. Obviously, Nandong Etian also thought of this, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. But the warrior's next words completely surprised the 2 ancestors. The warrior quickly shook his head and said, "We don't know what happened. After Elder Nandong Jianli was killed, almost half a day later, Yang Macheng had found Elder Nandong Jiantian. But this time, he only appeared alone, and he was in front of everyone. Killed Elder Nandong Jiantian. Impossible." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Lingqiu and Nandong Etian blurted out. The warrior shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Originally, we couldn't believe it when we heard the news, but many people witnessed that battle with their own eyes." Chapter 2239 Plan. "How is that possible?" Nandong Lingqiu couldn't help but frown and shouted. After suffering such a serious injury, it would take an average person at least 10 days and a half to recover. And even a 5-element spirit body would need at least 3 to 5 days. And this is under the condition that there are abundant treasures of heaven, spirit and earth. But, however, Yang Macheng appeared again only half a day later, and with absolutely complete combat power. He killed another Yuan Grandmaster, who was even more powerful than Nandong Jianli. If you say this kind of thing, it will seem like a fantasy. "Is it the 10th grade Qinglian Terrace?" Nandong Lingqiu said in a deep voice. "It's very possible." Nandong Etian nodded slowly and said, "Qinglian Terrace gathers powerful wood energy, which can be transformed into unlimited vitality. It is very likely that Yang Macheng restored his strength to its peak in just half a day because of the 10th grade Qinglian Terrace." Although Nandong Lingqiu didn't believe it, this was the only explanation. Just listen to the warrior continue. "Although it was only half a day, after Yang Macheng appeared again, his strength actually improved again. He only used the 5-element spirit body to suppress Elder Nandong Jiantian." Hearing these words, the 2 ancestors couldn't help but take a breath of air. To know, half a day ago, Yang Macheng dealt with the slightly weaker Nandong Jianli, And when he used his cultivation base and the 5-element spirit body, the fight ended in a lose-lose situation. In the end, he took advantage of Nandong Jianli's unpreparedness and used the 10th grade Green Lotus platform to kill the opponent. But half a day later, Yang Mucheng was able to completely suppress the more powerful Nandong Jiantian with a 5-element spirit body. This terrifying growth rate of strength cannot be described as 1,000 miles a day.
Right? What's even more terrifying is,
the warrior's body trembled, and he couldn't help but say,
after killing Elder Nandong Jiantian this time, Yang Mucheng's recovery time was shorter, and the enhanced power of the 5-element spirit body was even more terrifying. He directly broke into the residence of Elder Nandong Jiantian and killed him in front of everyone.
What? Hearing these words, Nandong Etian and Nandong Lingzhou couldn't help but exclaimed. In 2 days, Yang Mucheng directly killed 2 Yuan grandmasters of the Nandong clan? This kind of strength is really terrifying.
Right?
How long had it passed? When the 7 tribes joined forces to deal with Fang Baiyu, what level had Yang Mucheng's strength reached? But now, he can even kill a grandmaster in a single fight. If he continues to let it go, wouldn't he be able to ignore even ancestor-level existences?
Report.
At this moment, a cry quickly sounded. I saw a tribesman running over in a panic, almost rolling and crawling in front of everyone.
Ancestor! Ancestor! Something bad is going to happen. What's going on in such a panic?
Nandong Lingzhou's murderous intent was unbearable. In the past, when had the Nandong clan been so passive? And when had they ever had such a headache?
Say it!
Nandong Etian frowned slightly, with a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes.
Reporting to our ancestors, Yang Mucheng has appeared again. This time, he not only appeared, but also killed 3 elders of our Nandong clan.
The warrior said breathlessly.
It's just 3 elders,
Nandong Lingzhou said nonchalantly.
That's not an ordinary elder, but 3 elders, Nandong Hua, Nandong Zhangyuan, and Nandong Ti.
Call. As soon as the words fell, the 2 ancestors couldn't bear it anymore and gasped on the spot. They naturally know that these 3 are not ordinary elders, but existences in the same 1 Yuan master realm as Nandong Jianli. 5 days. Yang Mucheng killed 6 elders in the 1 Yuan grandmaster realm. It is unbelievable to say this, but this is an undeniable fact.
Old ancestor, Yang Mucheng took action almost without any warning. He attacked the elders directly. After killing the people, he left. No one could stop him.
The warrior who came to report the news said,
This guy seems to be specifically targeting the 1 Yuan grandmaster.
Nandong Lingzhou and Nandong Jianli looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Big trouble. And it's a huge problem.
What to do?
At this time, Nandong Lingzhou had no choice. This time the family directly sent the 2 of them, bringing hundreds of thousands of clan members with them. But there are only more than 300 people in the realm of 1 Yuan master. This is still barely extracted from other parts of the family. Without these powerful 1 Yuan grandmasters sitting in charge, there will inevitably be some problems in the subsequent operation of these areas. Once someone attacks, it will definitely be impossible to hold on.
This matter is no longer something we can handle. We can only tell the family.
Nandong Etian let out a long breath and spoke slowly. Although their strength is very strong, and they are more than enough to deal with Yang Mucheng, they cannot bear the opponent's guerrilla warfare. Every time the opponent attacks the 1 Yuan grandmaster, he will just run away after killing him, even if they heard the news and pursued him. By the time they arrived at the battlefield, the other party had already fled. The entire starry sky is so huge. How can they catch each other?
What can we do if we notify the headquarters?
Nandong Lingzhou couldn't help but sigh.
It's already very difficult for the headquarters to send us people here. If we send some more clan members here, I'm afraid even the family won't be able to operate normally.
The Nandong clan's family fortune is so huge. The number of ordinary clan members is absolutely terrifying. But no matter how many warriors there are, what's the use? Even if they discovered Yang Mucheng, could they still stop him? Totally impossible. Nowadays, even the existence of 1 Yuan perfection and 1 Yuan peak has completely lost its effect. With Yang Mucheng's level of strength, if you want to suppress him, you can only call the 1 Yuan grandmaster. But among these 1 Yuan masters, which one can easily move around and leave his position easily? Take the elixir garden that had been destroyed by Yang Mucheng as an example. If these 3 1 Yuan masters were all in the elixir garden at the beginning, they would not only be able to stop Yang Mucheng's plan to destroy the elixir garden, but they could even kill Yang Mucheng. And in those other areas, If there is no guard of the 1 Yuan Grandmaster, wouldn't this situation also happen? Thinking of this, Nandong Lung's hatred could not bring Nandong Jianli, Nandong Qingchen, and Nandong Jiatian to their ashes. It's a pity that the 3 of them have already been killed by Yang Macheng.
Yes, although our Nandong family cannot recruit so many 1 Yuan masters, the other 6 major families can,
Nandong Etiahan said in a cold voice. Chapter 2240 Shocking the Starry Sky.
The other 6 tribes?
Hearing Nandong Etian's words, Nandong Lingqiu couldn't help but be stunned.
But, will the other 6 tribes really come and help us?
Nandong Etian smiled coldly and said,
You are wrong. This is not a matter of our Nandong clan, but a matter of our 7 major families. If Yang Macheng continues to grow like this, with his strength and potential, he will definitely become a being that surpasses us.
Nandong Lingqiu couldn't help but nodded. Indeed, this has been confirmed in many aspects. Although Yang Macheng was only in the late stage of Yuan, he was able to kill the existence of the Yuan Grandmaster realm several times. When he reaches the realm of 1 Yuan Grandmaster, won't his strength be even more terrifying? Moreover, he also owns a 10th grade Green Lotus platform. To know, even Fang Baiyu only raised the Qinglian Terrace to the 9th level. Even at that level, 7 ancestor level beings attacked him at the same time, but they were defeated by him. When Yang Macheng grows to that level in the future, wouldn't he be more terrifying than Fang Baiyu?
If our Nandong clan is destroyed, the other 6 clans may not be spared. You know, it was not only our Nandong clan who attacked Fang Baiyu at that time, but also the other 6 major families.
Nandong Etian said slowly.
I'd better report this matter to the family as soon as possible. There is only one way to go now.
The news that the 5 elders of the Nandong clan were killed at the 1 Yuan realm spread throughout the starry sky almost overnight. In this starry sky, everyone is talking about this matter.
Did you hear that?
In a tavern, a man suddenly spoke mysteriously. His words directly made him the focus of the entire field. Everyone turned their attention at this moment.
Yang Macheng reappeared after snatching the core of Han's We Star away from the Nandong clan. Oh, what did he do again?
Someone asked.
The entire spiritual medicine garden was destroyed,
the warrior said. Call. As soon as these words came out, the entire tavern suddenly resounded with a gasp. Everyone couldn't help but gasp and looked over with wide eyes.
It's impossible. You have to know that the Nandong clan's elixir garden is guarded by 3 1 Yuan masters, with Yang Mucheng's strength.
How could he possibly destroy the entire elixir garden?
Someone immediately criticized.
Yes, we admit that Yang Mucheng's strength is indeed terrifying. But no matter how powerful he is, he can't fight against the 3 strong men in the 1 Yuan Master realm, let alone destroy the entire elixir garden. Let alone 3. Even if he is a grandmaster, he may not be his opponent.
After the shock, there was a chorus of rebuttals in the tavern. Obviously, they did not believe what this warrior said.
Hey, why did I lie to you?
The warrior realized that others didn't believe him at all. He raised his brows and couldn't help shouting.
If you don't believe it, you can take a good look. That elixir, there are a total of 721 stars in the garden, and there is literally not a single one left. When Yang Macheng destroyed the elixir garden, only one of the 3 masters was present. That's why Yang Macheng was given the opportunity. It is said that Yang Macheng went through a lot of hard work to kill the 1 Yuan master.
I see. Everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. If there was no one to guard the elixir garden, then Yang Macheng could indeed do all this.
Wouldn't the Nandong clan be furious?
There is humanity.
More than angry? After the Nandong clan learned about this incident, they sent 2 ancestors over on the spot, as well as 3 to 401 Yuan grandmasters.
The warrior continued.
But you don't know that the destruction of the spiritual medicine garden is not enough to make the Nandong clan angry.
Oh! His words immediately shocked everyone. To know, there are only 7 elixir gardens in the entire Nandong clan, and destroying even one of them would be a serious injury. It's as serious as a healthy warrior suddenly having his hand chopped off or his foot chopped off. Couldn't such a serious matter really make the Nandong clan angry? So what exactly could make the Nandong clan angry? Everyone couldn't help but look.
Speak quickly.
Seeing that the warrior deliberately kept his mouth shut and kept his mouth shut, everyone suddenly became anxious and shouted loudly, realizing that he had become the center of attention. The warrior smiled and said,
Not only did Yang Macheng smash the entire spiritual medicine garden, he also killed 2 other Yuan grandmasters who were not present.
What? Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. After destroying the entire elixir garden, he actually had no intention of giving up, and even killed 2 other 1 yuan grandmasters who were not present. Everyone was amazed and nodded repeatedly. This matter is indeed quite serious. After destroying the spiritual medicine garden, Yang Mucheng actually turned to deal with the other 2 elders. This is tantamount to a slap in the face to the Nangong clan. How can such a thing not make the Nangong clan angry? But what shocked everyone even more was that after the warrior finished speaking, he still had no intention of stopping and continued. Unfortunately, there is another thing that is more serious than this. Oh! Everyone raised their eyebrows and looked in disbelief. Could it be that Yang Mucheng killed another 1 yuan master? Someone guessed with a smile. Congratulations on your correct answer. However, Yang Mucheng destroyed not only 1 yuan grandmaster, but 3. The warrior slowly said. The 2 ancestors Nangong Etian and Nangong Lingqiu, having come all the way with a large army. Knowing that the elixir garden was destroyed, and the 3 elders guarding the elixir garden were killed is enough to make them angry. But at this juncture, they also knew that Yang Mucheng had no intention of giving up. After destroying the elixir garden, instead of continuing to escape, he changed places and killed 3 1 yuan masters again. How can it be? At this moment, everyone in the tavern couldn't help but scream in surprise. This was a one-time effort to kill 6 existences in the 1 yuan master realm. And it wasn't just one slap in the face, but several slaps in the face. How can the Nangong family tolerate this kind of thing? You know, the Nangong clan is one of the 7 major families in the starry sky. They have always been the only ones to bully others, and there is no precedent for others to bully them. Then what should the Nangong family do next? Someone asked. What else can we do? The warrior chuckled and said, the Nangong clan has notified the other 6 major clans, and is preparing to join the power of the 7 clans to kill Yang Mucheng. Chapter 2241 Secret Hand. Unite the 7 races? Everyone in the tavern couldn't help being surprised. It seems that Yang Mucheng's destruction of this elixir garden has completely shocked the Nangong family. At this moment, they are starting to ask other families for help. But will other families agree? Someone couldn't help but ask. I don't know. I heard that the 7 tribes are still negotiating. The warrior shook his head. However, I think the other 7 tribes will agree. Everyone present couldn't help but nodded. Yes. To the 7 clans, Yang Mu was a time bomb that could explode at any time. If he was allowed to continue, after he destroyed the Nangong clan, it would be the turn of the other major clans. As the saying goes, if the lips are dead and the teeth are cold, how can the other major families stand by and watch? Did you hear that? There were 3 people sitting in the corner of this tavern. An old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man in red. These 3 people are Sun Han, Shou Ji Tian and Flame Demon Dragon. I thought what we did was already big enough, but I didn't expect that if Brother Yang didn't take action, he would be so shocked, said the man in red. This man in red is transformed into the Flame Demon Dragon. Yes. Shou Ji Tian couldn't help but nod his head again and again. Since everyone broke up, they have fought on their own and destroyed some of the Nangong family's territory. All along, they thought that after Yang Mucheng snatched the core of Han Zui Star from the Nangong clan, he would be able to practice with peace of mind for a period of time. But who could have imagined that not long after, Yang Mucheng would appear again. And not only did he appear, he also destroyed a spiritual medicine garden of the Nangong family. You know, the Nangong clan has spent thousands of years for this spiritual medicine garden. It involves selecting a site and involving stars. 721 stars form a spirit gathering array that can spread throughout the galaxy. The entire Nangong clan only has 7 spiritual medicine gardens in total. And now one of them has been directly destroyed by Brother Yang. This is more embarrassing than us destroying the 2 ancestors of the Nangong clan together. Yes. Sun Han, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but nodded. Although 2 ancestors died, for the Nangong clan, they directly lost 2 super powerful combatants. But there are still 16 ancestors of the Nangong clan there. Although they will be weaker than the other 6 clans in a short period of time, they are still stronger than other first and second tier families. But this elixir garden is different. You know, what is the most important thing in this starry sky? It's a cultivation resource. Even a mediocre person will become very powerful if he gets endless training resources. If you are a genius level being, you will naturally reach a higher level if you obtain these training resources. Once this elixir garden is destroyed, Although it seems that there are 6 other elixir gardens among the Nangong clan to support it, there must be some whose qualifications are not very good and can only be regarded as ordinary warriors, which will reduce the number of elixirs. Share of medicine. If this continues, there will inevitably be dissatisfaction within the Nangong clan.
Brother Sun, do you think the other 6 clans will come forward to help the Nangong clan deal with Brother Yang?
The Flame Demon Dragon whispered.
Meeting?
Almost without thinking, Sun Han nodded heavily, seeing the other party being so decisive. The Flame Demonic Dragon couldn't help but raise his brows and look at him in confusion. Just listen to Sun Han continue.
Brother Yang is different from us. We are just wanted criminals of the Nangong clan. If we escape from the Nangong clan's territory and join the other 6 clans, the other 6 clans will never treat us badly.
Flame Demon Dragon and Zhou Jintian nodded. This is indeed a fact. After all, their strength and cultivation are here. Once they return to their peak, they will be equal to the ancestors of the 7 clans. No family would refuse such a powerful being to come and take refuge. Just listen to Sun Han continue. Brother Yang has a grudge against the 7 clans. Back then, the 7 clans surrounded and killed Brother Yang's master. Even this was not enough. They were also prepared to kill everyone and completely kill Brother Yang. Is there such a thing?
The Flame Demonic Dragon couldn't help but raise his brows. He had never heard of such a thing. Sun Han didn't speak, just smiled and shook his head. Zhou Jintian laughed softly and said, Since you escaped from the sky prison, you have been hiding and practicing, and you have not paid attention to what happened in the starry sky. But we are human beings. If you want to know these things, you only need to inquire casually. If you don't believe it, you can ask the people in this tavern. Who among them doesn't know about this? The Flame Demon Dragon raised his brows and shook his head with a wry smile. Obviously, this is his own problem.
Now you know why Brother Yang is different from us. Right.
Sun Han smiled and said,
And Brother Yang also killed the young master of the Tuoba clan, and even swore to level the 7 clans. Now that he is getting stronger and stronger, the threat to the 7 clans is getting bigger and bigger. If the other 6 clans don't care about the Nangong clan at all, then what happens to the Nangong clan in the future will happen again to the Nangong clan. Enter the other 6 tribes. So therefore, I can conclude that the other 6 tribes will definitely agree. Ah!
When the Flame Demon Dragon heard this, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Just one Nangong clan is already very scary. If you add the other 6 races, this is simply unimaginable.
Then what should we do?
The Flame Demonic Dragon found that his voice was too loud, which had already attracted many people to look over. He smiled apologetically, then lowered his voice and continued.
Then what should we do now? Should we meet up with Brother Yang?
Zhou Jintian on the side also nodded repeatedly. He looked at Sun Han. I saw Sun Han condense for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said,
We don't need it yet. Brother Yang has our communication method. If he needs it, he will definitely take the initiative to contact us. And if we take the initiative to find us now, although we will be able to help in some places, but because there are so many people and the target is too big, it will actually allow the 7 tribes to find us better.
After thinking for a while, Sun Han continued,
Now there is a way to reduce the pressure on Brother Yang from being hunted by the 7 tribes. That is for us to take the opportunity to spread out and continue to harass the 7 tribes. In this case, the 7 tribes will be in trouble on both sides due to internal and external troubles. This is a good idea.
The Flame Demon Dragon couldn't help but clapped his hands and shouted,
But I still suggest that we take action against the Nangong clan.
Sun Han pondered for a moment before continuing.
After all, this is the territory of the Nangong clan. Pursuing Brother Yang will definitely cost the Nangong clan a lot of money.
Chapter 2242 7 Clans Talk. Listening to Sun Han's words, everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. As for the other 6 tribes, no matter how much they harassed them, water from a distance cannot relieve the fire from a distance. The Nangong clan is different. It can be seen from the fact that the Nangong clan directly sent 2 ancestors from the destruction of the Elixir Garden. In addition to these 2 ancestors, there are hundreds of masters in the One Yuan realm. It can be said, nowadays, the Nangong clan has holes in its defense in many places. Their plan will be more successful. You won't run into too much trouble.
Then how do we start?
Zhou Jintian asked in a deep voice.
Every small fight is just a superficial wound at best for the Nangong clan. Since we have to do it, let's do something big this time.
Sun Han smiled.
Event?
Flame Demon Dragon and Zhou Jintian couldn't help but raise their brows. They could already predict from the other party's tone that this plan was definitely unusual.
That's right.
Sun Han nodded and said,
In any case, the three of us are ancestor-level existences. Although our current strength has not yet returned to its peak,
there will be no problem in dealing with 1 or 2 master-level experts. Brother Yang broke into the Elixir Garden alone and destroyed the entire Elixir Garden with one person. Isn't it enough for the 3 of us together?
Although the 2 of them had already anticipated what the big event the other party was talking about was. But when he heard Sun Han really say it, he still couldn't help but take a breath of air.
That's right. We also regard the Elixir Garden as our target.
Sun Han took in the astonished expressions of the 2 people and said with a faint smile,
Could it be that we can still lose to a junior? If the Nangong clan is destroyed again, another spiritual medicine garden will definitely be destroyed by the Nangong clan. Let them collapse completely. Good.
At this moment, Zhou Jitian and the Flame Demonic Dragon both nodded heavily.
We're leaving now.
After speaking, the 3 of them turned and left. Everyone in the tavern looked at the strange combination of these 3 people and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. But soon, he converged his gaze. However, they didn't know that these 3 people were already planning something as big as Yang Wuqing's destruction of the Elixir Garden. Just as the 3 of them were formulating a plan, the Nangong clan did not neglect, and also contacted the ancestors of the other 6 clans at this moment. Nangong clan headquarters. Ancestor Nangong was sitting there, and clear figures slowly appeared in front of him. There are 6 figures in total. Each of them is the most powerful being behind the largest clan in the starry sky. Although they were not physically present, their consciousness was already projected.
Ancestor Nangong, why did you gather us all here in such a hurry?
One of the figures slowly opened his eyes and said with a hint of impatience. And this speaking being is none other than Ancestor Tuoba.
Yeah. What happened? You know, we are no longer concerned with worldly affairs now, and family affairs have been left to others to take care of. If you have anything to do, just talk to those people directly. If nothing happens, we will go back first.
As Patriarch Tuoba spoke, several other ancestors were also slightly displeased. The 7 tribes are not all on the same side, and there is some competition and friction in private. When you reach their existence, you will find them except for some important family matters that cannot be decided by your subordinates. Other things don't require them to put any more thought into it. But when Patriarch Nangong found them, he ignored the elders in the family and wanted to see them directly. This naturally made them a little unhappy.
If you want to leave, then go. After our Nangong clan is wiped out, it will be your big family's turn next.
Ancestor Nangong frowned slightly and couldn't help but say, His words immediately stunned the ancestors who had originally planned to leave. Even Ancestor Tuoba, who was about to disappear, stopped, and his figure returned to its original clear posture.
Ancestor Nangong, what happened?
Ancestor Tuoba couldn't help but ask.
Yeah. Don't be alarmist. Who has the ability to destroy the entire Nangong clan? Who has the ability to attack our 7 clans?
Everyone's attitude was still more or less in disbelief. Everyone has also controlled the starry sky for such a long time, and has a deep understanding of each other's family's strength and heritage. If you want to destroy the Nangong clan, it is not something you can do by yourself, unless the Demon clan, Ghost clan, and other races join forces. But during this period, there was not much movement among the Demon clan and Ghost clan. If there was going to be any movement, they wouldn't have gotten the slightest hint of it.
Do you think I'm being alarmist? Have you forgotten about Yang Mu?
Patriarch Nangong sneered.
Yang Mucheng?
Everyone suddenly lost their voice.
That disciple of Fang Baiyu? He hasn't been caught yet? What happened to him? He hasn't been heard from for so long.
I thought he was caught. Everyone immediately shouted. To know. After they joined forces to kill Fang Baiyu.
Although Yang Mucheng escaped, Yang Mucheng was not too strong at that time, so they did not take him to heart at all. Instead, he directly ordered his men to capture Yang Mucheng. Afterwards, they had gone into retreat. They are the ancestors of a clan. How could they care about everything? In their view, it would be a matter of time before they caught Yang Mucheng. That's why they were so surprised when Patriarch Nangong mentioned Yang Mucheng.
It seems that you really know nothing about the outside world.
Ancestor Nangong couldn't help but sigh.
This kid almost destroyed my Nangong clan. Ha ha!
As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the hall.
Ancestor Nangong, your Nangong family is too useless, isn't it? Even for such a trivial matter, You have to call us here. And there are still 6 ancestors? Don't you think this is making a fuss out of a molehill?
Ancestor Toba slowly shook his head and said,
Making a fuss?
When Patriarch Nangong heard this, he couldn't help but snorted coldly.
It seems that you still don't know what happened recently. That kid Yang Machung sneaked into the heavenly prison of our Nangong clan and killed 2 ancestor-level existences of our Nangong clan. And he released 3 other beings with similar strength to us from the prison.
Hiss. As soon as Patriarch Nangong said these words, there were gasps in the hall. Chapter 2243 Shock. To know. The Nangong clan's prison is so tight. As the oldest family in the starry sky, many families learn from the management methods of the Nangong family. There are many strong men imprisoned in the sky prison, and they use their own unique methods to suppress the cultivation of those prisoners. Moreover, there is an ancestor-level existence guarding the heavenly prison. It can be said that there is no way to storm in. Even if it were any one of them, they probably wouldn't be able to break through the Nangong family's prison. Now that they heard that the Nangong clan's heavenly prison was destroyed and 3 ancestor-level beings escaped, they were even more shocked.
No wonder this old guy found us in such a hurry. Does he want us to help deal with these prisoners?
Everyone looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Ancestor Tuoba chuckled and said,
Ancestor Nangong, this is an internal matter of your Nangong clan. Your own prison has been destroyed. Do you still need us to help? Exactly. We won't wipe your ass for you.
Others also shook their heads. We can even say they were more pleased to see this happen. After these 3 ancestor-level beings escape from the sky prison, they will definitely deal a fatal blow to the Nangong clan. If this matter is not dealt with quickly, the strength of the Nangong clan will directly drop below them. When the Nangong clan can no longer maintain this situation, they will take action without hesitation and directly annex the Nangong clan. In this starry sky, everything is like this. I won't show any kindness to you.
These 3 ancestor-level prisoners have not had much impact on our Nangong clan for the time being. The real headache is Yang Machung.
How could the Nangong ancestor not know what these people are thinking? If this happened to other families, he would definitely choose to sit back and watch. Wait until the opponent's strength is reduced to a certain level, and then join forces with other families to engulf them. For them, there are no permanent friends and no permanent enemies. Their own interests are the most important thing.
Ancestor Nangong's words immediately made everyone present look a little surprised. What happened to Yang Machung?
Ancestor Tuoba said.
Yes, he is just a young boy. He can be killed by just sending out a 1 yuan grandmaster. Is this boy still able to fight against the Nangong clan? How powerful can he be?
Everyone was puzzled. Ancestor Nangong sighed, shook his head slowly and said,
You don't know something. If it is true that Yang Machung can be eliminated by sending only 1 yuan grandmaster, it will be a lot easier for me. I'm afraid you haven't gotten the news yet. Yang Machung appeared in the hinterland of our Nangong clan some time ago and completely destroyed one of our Nangong clan's spiritual medicine gardens.
What? As soon as these words came out, everyone could no longer maintain their previous composure. As ancestors, they naturally knew what the spiritual medicine garden meant to a wealthy family like theirs. The other 6 tribes present can fully imagine what kind of trouble they will face if one of their elixir gardens is destroyed.
If I remember correctly, the Nangong clan's elixir garden is guarded by 3 masters.
At this time, an ancestor spoke.
Yes, the elixir garden guarded by the 3 masters was also destroyed? Did Yang Machung do it together with the prisoners?
Hearing this, everyone looked over curiously. With the 3 masters present and the inherent guards in the elixir garden, unless there is a big force to attack, it is impossible to capture the entire elixir garden. Moreover, if the number reaches a certain level, the elixir garden will definitely be prepared. Although there are not many strongmen guarding the spiritual medicine garden all year round, there are some strongmen nearby. How could they be completely destroyed?
That's right.
Patriarch Nangong couldn't help but sigh, and then said,
On the day of the incident, 2 of the masters were not in the elixir garden. Only 1 grandmaster was present. That guy secretly entered the elixir for some reason. In the garden. Moreover, you also said one thing wrong. There were not many people who destroyed the entire spiritual medicine garden. There was only 1 Yang Machung. He killed a grandmaster of our Nangong clan in full view of everyone.
What?
When did this kid grow up to be strong enough to kill a grandmaster? How long has it been? The last time we killed Fong Baiyu, he only had a little cultivation. In less than 2 years, he has grown to this extent? Even the grandmaster is not his opponent.
Ancestor Tuoba couldn't help but said.
Is there any error in the news? Did Yang Machung really do it alone?
Not only Toba ancestor couldn't believe it, but other people couldn't imagine it either. This is too scary. Can even a master level being be killed at will?
How could there be a mistake?
Patriarch Nangong slowly shook his head and continued.
After killing the master, he successfully destroyed the elixir garden. All of us thought that this kid might escape. Or it's hidden. But what?
An ancestor couldn't help shouting. Ancestor Nangong slowly shook his head and said,
Then Yang Machung actually killed 2 other grandmasters who were not present after destroying the spiritual medicine garden. After my family learned that the elixir garden was destroyed, I directly sent 2 ancestors to capture Yang Machung. But it was already 3 days later when the 2 people arrived at the elixir garden. And during these 3 days, Yang Machung killed again 3 masters. Call!
After Patriarch Nangong finished speaking slowly, he looked at the crowd and said,
In 5 days, 6 1-yuan grandmasters were killed. Moreover, Yang Muqing's strength is only in the late 1-yuan stage. If he can reach the level of a 1-yuan grandmaster, even beings of our level may not be able to fight alone. His opponent! In addition, his 5-element spiritual body should have reached perfection. King Liantai has also reached the 10th level. What?
This time, Tuoba ancestor, who had always been as steady as a rock, couldn't help but scream. The other ancestors couldn't help but have different expressions. Obviously, they were all frightened by Patriarch Nangong's words. You know, the scene of the 7 of them teaming up to deal with Fong Baiyu is still vivid in his mind. Although Fong Baiyu used the Qinglian platform, he was only at the 9th level. But Yang Muqing's Qinglian terrace has already reached the 10th level. If he continues to grow, it can be described as more than just a horror? Chapter 2244 Discussion. Possessing the 10th grade Green Lotus platform, he possesses the strength to destroy the 1-yuan Grandmaster realm. This kind of existence cannot be ignored. If the other party is allowed to continue to grow, sooner or later the other party will become an existence that is stronger than their ancestors. When the time comes, it won't be that easy to deal with this kind of existence. After a period of silence, Ancestor Tuoba finally spoke.
I know this. We, the Tuoba clan, will send 2 ancestor-level beings and 300 warriors at the 1-yuan master level to surround and kill Yang Machung.
Almost at the same time he spoke, other ancestors present also spoke at the same time.
We agree too. Agree. Agree.
For a time, the 7 major families dispatched a total of 14 ancestor-level beings and more than 2,000 1-yuan Grandmaster-level beings. This huge scale is simply unbelievable. But the 7 clans have indeed done it. For the 7 tribes, the strength that Fong Baiyu showed back then is still vivid in his mind. The 7 ancestors joined forces and still allowed each other to escape alive. Although he died of serious injuries in the end, the strength displayed by the opponent was really terrifying. And now where is Yang Machung? His strength has already begun to show its prowess. And even ordinary grandmasters can no longer do anything to him when fighting alone. If you don't completely kill the other party before he grows up, why don't you wait until he becomes a being that surpasses Fong Baiyu and kill them all one by one?
We must kill Yang Machung.
Thinking of the strength that Fong Baiyu showed back then, the 7 ancestors couldn't help but feel numb. But now, Yang Muqing's potential and strength have surpassed Fong Baiyu's.
What? Sending 2 ancestor level and hundreds of grandmasters to contain a budding kid? Isn't this too exaggerated? Who is that kid?
Almost as soon as the meeting dispersed, the ancestors had already given separate orders and conveyed the news. When each family received the highest order from the family, everyone was stunned. Everyone is constantly talking about this matter. And what shocked these people even more was that it was not just their family that was assigned, but all the people from the 7 clans were included. Such a large scale even made people suspect that the 7 tribes were preparing to go to war against the Demon tribe and the Ghost tribe. But when they knew that they were just dealing with a teenager, these people couldn't help but collapse.
That's no ordinary boy.
Some well-informed people educated their companions about Yang Muqing's affairs.
The opponent is Fong Baiyu's disciple, and his strength has reached the late stage of 1-yuan. Although this kind of young boy has great talent and potential, the 7 clans have killed many of them. Isn't it possible that the Nangong clan can't deal with this kind of existence?
Someone retorted.
Yeah. How powerful can he be? Does he need the 7 races to join forces? The large formation of our 7 clans is enough to capture the Ghost clan.
The well-informed warrior sighed and said,
If you know the opponent's battle situation, you will know how terrifying he is. That kid can already kill the existence of the 1 Yuan Grandmaster in a single fight. He even killed 6 1 Yuan Grandmasters in 5 days. Achievements.
Hiss. This sentence immediately made everyone take a breath of air. An existence at the level of a 1 Yuan Master can already be called the most powerful existence in the starry sky. Above them are the ancestor-level warriors. It is no exaggeration to say that these beings are absolutely strong in any family. But now, the other party killed 6 of them in just 5 days.
Does that kid have help?
Someone asked.
He's only one person,
the other party said.
Moreover, he also has a Lotus platform. That Lotus platform has reached the terrifying level of the 10th level. Oh my god! 10th grade!
As soon as this sentence came out, in the hearts of everyone, it was as if a stone had stirred up 1,000 waves. When the ancestors of the 7 clans joined forces to deal with Fong Baiyu, although some of them were not present, they learned how terrifying that battle was through various means. Especially Fong Baiyu. With one person's power, he crushed 7 ancestors. This kind of powerful strength has simply become a nightmare in everyone's heart. In that battle, there were 2 things that caught Fong Baiyu's attention the most. The first is his extraordinary and holy strength. The second is the 9th grade Qinglian platform he uses. If it hadn't been for the fact that the Qinglian terrace was shattered in the final battle, causing Fong Baiyu's mind to be severely damaged as well, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been seriously injured and died. But now, the Qinglian platform used by Yang Mucheng has even reached the 10th level. Doesn't this mean that when Yang Mucheng reaches that level, his strength will be several times stronger than rolling his eyes?
No matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, he is just one person. Do we have to let us help the Nandong clan?
There were also some warriors who couldn't help but speak out. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. But the well-informed warrior slowly shook his head and continued.
You are right. Although Yang Mucheng is only one person, as long as he is willing, he can organize a group of powerful beings at any time. He once secretly sneaked into the heavenly prison of the Nandong clan and released 3 powerful beings comparable to the ancestors. The presence? In addition, there are dozens of 1 Yuan masters and hundreds of 1 Yuan consummates. Yang Mucheng had a life-saving grace for these people. Although they had completely separated after escaping from the Nandong clan, these people did not hide, but broke into pieces and attacked the Nandong clan from all directions.
Call. After hearing these words, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Apparently, they could predict some pretty terrible things. If Yang Mucheng formed a force with these 3 ancestor-level beings as the leaders, plus those masters and strong men in the perfection realm as the core backbone, he would only need to wave his arms to summon them from the starry sky. Countless existences come out. You must know that although the 7 clans rule the entire starry sky, there are still many warriors in this starry sky who are secretly dissatisfied with the 7 clans, just because no one took the initiative to take charge of this matter. If Yang Mucheng was willing, he would definitely be able to form a force that was no less powerful than the 7 clans. Presumably, for those ancestors, they might have agreed to join forces because they understood the consequences of this matter. You must know that the appearance of ghosts and demons in the starry sky has already posed a great challenge to the majesty of the 7 races. If another force appears, there will definitely be huge trouble. Chapter 2245 Actions on the other side. Just when the 7 clans sent an army to sweep out in a mighty manner and rush towards Yang Mucheng's position, Flame Demon Dragon, Zhou Jintian, and Sun Han had already arrived in front of the 2nd largest elixir garden of the Nandong clan.
Really?
Sun Han put his hands on his hands and looked at the huge elixir garden. In an instant, he took in the elixir garden with more than 1,000 stars.
What's wrong?
The Flame Demon Dragon couldn't help but ask. Zhou Jintian also nodded. This elixir garden is at least 30% larger than the one Yang Mucheng destroyed. There are more than 1,000 stars, and each star is also very huge. At this time, the Nandong clan ranked 2nd in the elixir garden. Certainly, this is not like the previous one, which was made entirely by manpower. These more than 1,000 stars are naturally long. According to the general laws of Hengyu, they form a natural air entraining array, which gathers the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth to form a natural elixir garden. It is said that the Nandong clan accidentally obtained this elixir garden, which made the Nandong clan become a huge family in one fell swoop. Of course, several spiritual medicine gardens were subsequently discovered, making the Nandong clan one of the 7-star clans.
Haven't you noticed that the defense in this elixir garden is much tighter? In addition to the sentry posts that can be seen from the outside, there are many more hidden sentries.
Sun Han said slowly. After what he said, Zhou Jintian and the flame demonic dragon couldn't help but raise their brows, immediately restrain their minds, and release their spiritual thoughts to sense forward. Sure enough, there were more sentinels in the darkness that were not exposed.
What should we do?
The flame demon dragon raised his brows and said,
What else can we do? Since we are already here, let's do it.
Sun Han grinned and said slowly,
Although the number of sentry posts has increased, and there are a few more master-level beings, there are still no ancestor-level powerful ones. If we do it alone, it might be a bit troublesome. But if the three of us do it together, we can easily destroy this elixir garden.
What do you people do?
At this moment, a burst of shouting came from far in front. Only one guard was seen walking over with an angry face. The news of the destruction of a spiritual medicine garden has spread throughout the Nangong clan. The family immediately increased their personnel's defense. Each elixir garden had clear posts and hidden sentries. Once they found any strangers coming near the elixir garden, they would immediately drive them away. If the other party is unwilling to leave or resists, then they will kill the other party.
Get out of here. This is not a place for idlers like you to come. Get out of here.
There were bursts of shouts.
What's going on there?
The sound here also immediately attracted the attention of other guards. And for a while everyone looked here.
It's probably some curious guys who want to come and see what the elixir garden looks like.
Someone laughed. You know, for the 7 clans, their elixir garden has always been mysterious and mysterious spread by the outside world. There are also some warriors who even want to get closer to see if they can pick up some leaks and find some elixirs that these families have missed. Although the probability of this is very small, there are still some people who are always willing to come here to try their luck.
These people used to appear often, and no one ever took care of them.
An old guard carried his weapon and looked at the flame demon dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian in the distance with evil eyes, and slowly shook his head.
Ever since the guy Yang Maicheng appeared and destroyed one of our elixir gardens, some people immediately became nervous. Don't be careful.
At this time, a young guard said,
Now, the family has made a death order. The spiritual medicine garden must be strictly guarded, and no problems are allowed. If it is because of someone's mistake, this has caused problems in the elixir garden, and we will destroy 3 generations. Ha ha ha. Look how scared you people are.
The old guard chuckled, shook his head, and said with a sly smile,
This place is far away from that area. About half a month away. There's no way Yang Maicheng can get here. And in the entire starry sky, except for Yang Maicheng, the only ones who dare to go against the 7 tribes are the fugitives who escaped from the prison with him. But those fugitives are not as good as Yang Maicheng. Yang Maicheng has the courage to fight against our 7 tribes. But those people don't. So you can put your heart back in your stomach.
The old guard laughed. Although it is said that more things have happened to the Nangong clan during this period than what happened in the previous thousands of years. But for the old warriors of the Nangong clan, their faces were full of disapproval. He even thought it was a bit of a fuss about the 7 tribes joining forces to deal with Yang Maicheng.
We better check it carefully. Don't accidentally lose your head,
a young warrior said. The old guard slowly shook his head and said with disdain,
You are still too young. A little Yang Maicheng has frightened you into being like this. It's really embarrassing.
After hearing what he said, everyone was more or less angry. However, the old guard laughed and said,
Listen to me. There is absolutely no mistake in this starry sky, except for Yang Maicheng. Basically, no one dares to take action against our Nangong clan.
At this moment, when the old guard laughed, his heart suddenly moved. His eyes could not help but be attracted by the flame demon dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian in the distance. The guard who went up to drive him away was already ready to beat him. In the eyes of others, these 3 guys were a bit weird, but they would never dare to behave in the slightest in front of the Nangong clan. However, an unexpected scene occurred. Facing the chasing guards,
one of the 3 young warriors slowly raised his right hand.
What does he want to do?
At this moment, everyone could not help but have such a doubt in their minds. I saw the young warrior's right hand suddenly falling, and a violent shock sound suddenly resounded. Amidst the terrifying loud sound, the entire star seemed to be shaking uncontrollably at this moment. Seeing the dead bodyguard of the guard, everyone was stunned for a moment. And then, they quickly came to their senses.
Enemy attack!
At this moment, a panicked cry quickly spread throughout the elixir garden.
Boom!
And in the next moment, Flame Demon Dragon, Zhou Jintian, and Sun Han showed their true colors and rushed forward like crazy. Chapter 2246 Sweeping. What? At this moment, everyone was completely stunned by the scene in front of them.
Enemy attack!
A sharp cry resounded throughout the entire elixir garden at this moment. Tongue! 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 One after another, figures burst out in extreme form, like bolts of lightning, soaring into the sky quickly, bursting out crazily towards where everyone was, and soon swarmed towards the location of the three of them, crushing them fiercely, coming under pressure.
You're too reckless. We shouldn't take action at this time.
Looking at the warriors charging towards them, Zhou Jintian couldn't help but frown slightly. Even so, he didn't have too many complaints. Instead, he grinned and said in a cold voice,
In that case, let's do it now. Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, the flame demonic dragon took action quickly. I saw his body suddenly tumbling rapidly, and then he revealed his true form as a demon dragon. The monstrous demonic energy was already rising desperately at this moment, transforming to the extreme. Boom! 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 The fierce demonic energy exploded to its extreme in the blink of an eye. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, it actually rolled and formed a monstrous flame. At this moment, the flame demon dragon took a breath. Call. Immediately, a terrifying wave of air surged up rapidly, and in an instant it turned into a raging flame, rushing towards the warriors who were charging towards them. I only heard bursts of screams, and then I saw that the warriors who were rushing towards me were burned into a vacuum by the terrifying angry flames in an instant.
Ah!
The scream spread rapidly, making everyone scalp numb. However, at this moment, more and more people were rushing towards their location.
Do it!
Seeing this scene, Sun Han's eyes widened angrily. I saw him holding his hands in front of him, dancing suddenly like Tai Chi following his movements. A terrifying gust of wind suddenly blew in the void. The position in his hand seemed to turn into a huge circle, and the circle was like a black hole. In the sky, fierce spiritual energy surged forward and poured into his hand. It suddenly transformed into a huge spiritual energy ball.
Zhang!
When a force of strength was accumulated to the extreme, a clear sound of swords was heard, quietly resounding. This powerful spiritual energy transformed into a huge sword in an instant, and went towards the warriors who came over to kill them crazily. Whoosh! 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 Waves of sharp whistling sounds resounded, and then they saw that the terrifying group of swords had turned into a torrent of rain, and in a manner that covered the sky, they were crushing and killing fiercely forward. And go! Although the strength of Sun Han and others has not yet returned to its peak state, their strength is not something that ordinary grandmasters can compete with. Infinite light lit up in the void, and then pieces of blood were seen flashing. Almost instantly, the warriors who came to kill fell in large numbers.
No matter what these guys are doing, we should smash these stars first.
Zhou Jintian laughed loudly. Boom! As soon as he stepped on the sole of his foot, a terrifying loud sound resounded. The stars under his feet began to tremble violently at this moment. Immediately afterwards, he saw that his whole body had transformed into a terrifying light, and he was already rushing forward with a roar.
Puff puff!
Those warriors who blocked the way were directly knocked away by Zhou Jintian without mercy. The terrifying impact immediately made them spurt out a mouthful of blood, and they shot towards the rear one after another.
Who dares to be so presumptuous in front of the Nangong clan?
Tongue! At this moment, a violent shout resounded rapidly. Immediately afterwards, he saw a hurried figure rushing out from the depths of the elixir garden.
The elder is here! It's the elder!
Seeing this scene, the warriors of the Nangong clan suddenly cheered excitedly. After all, the strength displayed by the flame demon dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian was really amazing. Ordinary warriors are no match for them. If there are elders holding the line, then they won't have anything to worry about.
Elder?
Seeing this scene, Zhou Jintian sneered disdainfully, and then saw him suddenly wave his right hand.
So what if you're an elder? You'd better die here.
Boom! Amidst the cold sound, Zhou Jintian's right hand was suddenly shot forward. In an instant, the billowing spiritual energy quickly gathered in a shocking gesture, forming a huge palm in front of him. In the moment of formation, it was blasting forward fiercely.
Not good!
The elder who rushed over was practicing in the depths of the spiritual medicine garden when he suddenly heard the call of the situation here. Without any hesitation, he rushed over quickly. But who would have thought that he didn't even see the enemy's face clearly? But he already saw the terrifying giant palm with a shocking posture, madly attacking towards his position.
Damn it!
At this moment, he couldn't help but curse secretly. At the same time, he didn't dare to be careless at all, and quickly made a seal with his right hand. Then he saw that he grabbed his right hand and immediately blasted something out.
Boom!
Suddenly, I heard a terrifying loud sound. And then I saw that the thing that was originally no more than the size of a palm had transformed into a terrifying mountain-like posture in the blink of an eye. Fiercely heading towards the crushing giant palm blasted away.
Humph! You want to compete with me?
Looking at the mountain peaks heading towards him, Zhou Jintian sneered, raised his right hand, and quickly crushed it forward. There was only a terrifying loud sound, and the giant palm formed by the gathering of spiritual energy suddenly surged several times in size at this moment, and became several times larger than the mountain peak in an instant. Boom! In a moment, the two sides collided fiercely.
Crack!
A terrifying tearing sound resounded, and then they saw that the huge mountain peak was directly smashed into pieces by this terrifying giant palm. The giant palm roared out unabated, and struck the elder on the spot with a terrifying gesture.
Boom!
At this moment, the terrifying power suddenly exploded. The elder was slapped hard on the stars behind him by Zhou Jintian's palm on the spot. Chapter 2247 Killing. Boom! At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by this terrifying scene. The warriors of the Nandong clan stared dumbly at the charging elder. Before they even had time to rush in front of this group of people, they were already blown away by someone's palm.
Boom!
That terrifying giant palm brought up a burst of extreme wind, shattering the surrounding space. The elder, who was in the realm of the One Yuan Grandmaster, was directly blasted away by this palm under the stunned gazes of countless people. That huge palm, at this moment, with an undiminished attitude, blasted him into a star in the elixir garden.
Boom!
Loud noises resounded. Terrible explosions spread wildly. Everyone looked forward in horror, their scalps uncontrollably numb, under the crushing force of such a terrifying giant palm. The stars were shattered to pieces at this moment and turned into countless dust.
Deal with one first.
Zhou Jintian closed his eyes and grabbed hard with his right hand. Suddenly, at this moment, the huge palm suddenly closed up with his movements.
No!
Only a scream was heard. The huge palm clenched into a fist, and the last trace of sound was completely drowned out at this moment.
Hey! There are a total of 12 Grandmasters in this elixir garden. Killing one of them will make it much easier for us to destroy the elixir garden next.
Zhou Jintian smiled.
Old Zhou, you moved too fast. I was the first to take a liking to this Grandmaster.
The flame demonic dragon couldn't help shouting.
Whoever strikes first will own it.
Zhou Jintian chuckled.
Hey! Here comes another one.
Tongue! 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 The loud sound of stars exploding resounded throughout the starry sky. How could such a huge movement not attract the attention of others? I saw only streaks of light rushing from the depths of the spiritual medicine garden, rushing towards where everyone was. The leader was an old man with a bright head and white beard, who was coming to kill angrily.
What's going on?
He shouted angrily.
Did Yang Macheng come to our place? Reporting to the elder, it was not Yang Macheng, but 3 other unidentified guys.
Someone next to him immediately reported. The old man snorted coldly and said,
These guys are so audacious. Ever since Yang Macheng destroyed Tian Lao, the forces that originally submitted to our Nandong clan are now starting to make moves again. Today, you actually dare to attack our elixir garden. It is simply unforgivable.
Boom! Before he finished speaking, he saw a burst of fire rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. And the glowing light and shadow was clearly a demonic dragon.
Ha ha! You are mine!
Who else could come if it wasn't the flame demon dragon? I saw him rushing towards the flames at an extreme speed. To him, the distance of several stars was just a matter of a moment. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of the old man. At the same time, he opened his big mouth and bit into it desperately, as if he wanted to swallow the One Yuan Master directly into his belly.
Humph! How dare you, an evil beast like you, act so arrogantly in front of our Nandong clan?
Zheng! As soon as he finished speaking, the old man gave a cold shout and made a seal with his right hand. Immediately, a clear and crisp sound of swords resounded quietly in the void. Immediately afterwards, he saw the billowing spiritual energy between heaven and earth flying past at an extremely fast speed. Almost in an instant, billions of spiritual energy swords were transformed. Every spiritual sword shone with a terrifying cold light. and the boundless sword energy seemed to tear the air apart. The moment it was formed, it was already mercilessly attacking the flame demon dragon. Whoosh! 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 The sound of whistling swords almost echoed through the starry sky. Everyone could only see that sharp sword light, with a shocking attitude, suddenly flew in front of the flame demon dragon. Hee hee. Seeing these rushing swordsmen, the flame demonic dragon grinned. It actually had no intention of dodging. Instead, it charged forward with a more ferocious attitude.
What? Isn't this demonic dragon too bold?
Everyone couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamations after seeing that the demonic dragon did not even dodge in the face of the elder's all-out attack, but instead charged towards him at a more ferocious speed. Even a long sword among them is enough to penetrate a complete star. With so many sword rain groups, any existence would be killed on the spot. This one doesn't even dodge.
Rise!
The flame demon dragon laughed ferociously, and suddenly gave a deep drink. Immediately, a huge amount of demonic energy surged from his body. This demonic aura was not released. Instead, it quickly gathered on his body in a more condensed manner, covered on every piece of his scales. The shimmering and turbulent fire covered him, making the scales on his body look like pieces of rubies.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
The endless rain of swords hit these ruby-like scales, and bursts of fierce collision suddenly erupted. The rain of swords completely exploded on the spot, turning into infinite spiritual energy and flying out quickly.
What?
Seeing this scene, the elder was even more shocked and cried out. However, there was no extra time for him to be shocked. The flame demon dragon rushed towards him crazily, with a terrifying heat wave in the same posture as today.
Go to H.L.
The flame demon dragon roared angrily, opened its big mouth, and suddenly bit away fiercely.
Not good!
Seeing the other party's attack, the elder couldn't help but shrink his eyes, screamed in surprise, and quickly shot backwards. But no matter how fast he is, how can he compare to the flame demonic dragon? The moment he retreated, the speed of the flame demon dragon suddenly increased several times, and it swept forward crazily. Boom! The huge mouth ripped into the sky like a monstrous force, swallowing the elder directly to the end with a sudden bite. Only the sound of bones being crushed could be heard quietly, and the last trace of screams quietly passed away. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the Nandong clan present felt their scalps go numb and were horrified. Where did these guys come from? And they were able to kill elder-level warriors so easily. Chapter 2248, The Most Powerful Existence. Horrible. Seeing Zhou Jintian and Flame Demonic Dragon, they almost killed the two elder-level beings as soon as they took action. The warriors around them couldn't help but feel their scalps numb, and their whole bodies were horrified to the extreme. Although the Nandong clan is now panic-stricken. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, according to most warriors of the Nandong clan, in the entire starry sky, except for Yang Machung. There are basically not many people who dare to fight against the Nandong clan. But now, it actually appeared. Not only did they appear, but their strength was quite terrifying. Even elder-level existences couldn't stop them. Is it possible that this elixir garden will be completely destroyed like the previous one?
Go and inform the other elders. A powerful enemy is coming. We must stop these guys.
There are a total of about a dozen 1 Yuan Grandmasters left in the spiritual medicine garden. The powerful enemies attacking this time are no longer something that ordinary tribesmen like them can contend with. Only those elders at the master level can stop it. Soon, the movement here attracted other elders from the elixir garden.
What's going on? Isn't it Yang Machung? How brave! How dare you attack our Nandong clan's elixir garden? I'm so tired of living. Go kill these people.
Tongue! 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 As soon as these elder-level existences appeared, they saw the charging flame demon dragon and Zhou Jintian. They immediately shouted angrily and charged towards everyone.
This time there are 10 in total. Each of us will get half of it. No one is allowed to steal it.
As soon as these elders appeared, Zhou Jintian shouted quickly.
Good.
The flame demon dragon laughed loudly, pointed to one side and said,
The 5 elders who rushed out from here are mine, and the other 5 are yours.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he roared angrily, and the demonic aura all over his body had grown to the extreme. At this moment, it exploded rapidly in an even more shocking posture.
Let's see who among us can kill all these people first.
Roar! Letting out a burst of dragon roar, the flame demon dragon opened its mouth fiercely and spat out. Immediately, the monstrous spiritual energy surged forward and turned into a sea of fire that filled the sky. With a terrifying attitude, it swept forward crazily and desperately towards the front. Wow! The endless flames illuminated the dark starry sky as if it were daylight at this moment. The monstrous flames swept out endlessly, looking like an angry sea from a distance. The rolling light is even more dazzling than the sun. Ah! Wherever the flames passed, those ordinary warriors were burned into a vacuum on the spot, and bursts of screams resounded one after another.
Ha ha! I won't be inferior to you in terms of speed.
Seeing this scene, Zhou Jintian laughed loudly. Boom! I saw him clenching his fists. And at this moment, the blue inner energy burst out desperately. At the same time, boiling surged up, and he slowly waved his right hand forward. Suddenly, the power accumulated in his body swept out like a tide, forming a huge hand in midair. This palm is several times larger than when it was used to kill the elders.
Compared with speed, I won't be much slower than you.
Zhou Jintian laughed loudly and suddenly reached out to grab it. Boom! The terrifying palm quickly burst out in a shocking gesture and slapped forward on the spot. This palm brought up a terrifying wind, tearing apart everything in its path. In an instant, they had already rushed in front of the 5 elders.
Don't forget our actions this time.
Seeing Zhou Jintian and Flame Demon Dragon competing in speed even at this juncture, Sun Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But these two people seemed to have completely forgotten that the reason why they came here this time was to destroy the entire Elixir Garden. They couldn't even listen to Sun Han's words, and they were already fighting with each other.
It seems that I am the only one who can destroy these Elixir Gardens.
Killing a few Grandmasters is nothing to the Nandong clan. As long as they have enough resources to accumulate, they can cultivate as many masters as they want. But destroying the Elixir Garden is different.
There's another one over here.
Seeing that the elders and these intruders were already fighting together, the remaining warriors suddenly discovered that there was another Sun Han standing there, not participating in the battle.
Is this old man not as powerful as the other two? Yes. If not, how could he not go to the war? These people are here to deal with our Nandong clan. We can't deal with the elder and the other 2 guys. But we can deal with this old guy. Yes. If we catch him, it will be a great achievement.
Seeing Sun Han, who was not participating in the battle, everyone present could not help but react quickly. In their view, the reason why Sun Han did not take action was probably because he was not strong enough. Otherwise, he would have already rushed forward to help Flame Demon Dragon and Zhou Jintian. Although these elders do not have the strength of the ancestors, they should not be underestimated. What's more, when the 5 of them join forces, a discerning person can already see the Flame Demon Dragon and Zhou Jintian, and they are already at a disadvantage. In their eyes, Sun Han is just a soft persimmon who can be manipulated at will.
Ha ha! Your companion has been targeted.
Looking at the large group of warriors, they were like a tide at this moment, rushing towards Sun Han crazily. And several elders who were dealing with the flame demonic dragon couldn't help but laugh out loud.
When he is caught, all of you will die. Catch him?
The flame demon dragon didn't even turn his head, and couldn't help but let out a sneer. Although it seems that Sun Han is just a dying old man, he is the most powerful among the 3 of them. If these dozen elders attack him directly, they may be able to suppress Sun Han. But if they are just a group of small fish and shrimps, it will not have the slightest effect.
Catch him! Are you daydreaming?
The flame demon dragon sneered. Zhou Jintian on the other side also slowly shook his head, with disdain on his face. These elders looked at the reactions of Flame Demon Dragon and Zhou Jintian with puzzled faces, and their faces were filled with astonishment. They didn't know why these 2 people had so much confidence in Sun Han. However, as soon as this doubtful thought arose, they immediately knew that the old man, who had never made a move, was stronger than all of them.
Oh! Do you think this old man is a soft persimmon?
Looking at the warriors charging toward him, Sun Han couldn't help but raise his brows, and then slowly waved his right hand. Chapter 2249 One Sword. Boom! This wave seems to be an understatement, but after actually waving it out, everyone couldn't help but jump in fear. I only saw that his wave of his hand actually brought up a white wave of air, rushing forward with a shocking attitude. Even this terrifying force is actually unstoppable.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bursts of bursting sounds resounded loudly, and patches of terrifying blood mist exploded in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of people were killed. Hiss! Looking at the old man who never took action and stood there with a smile on his face. He almost killed tens of thousands of people in an understatement at the moment of waving his hand. You know, This is not an ordinary warrior. Every one of them has the existence of the one Yuan realm. But the other party almost raised his hand and killed these existences. Seeing this scene almost made everyone feel numb.
Terrible!
They always thought that this person who didn't take action was because he was the weakest. But after the fight, I realized that the opponent's strength had reached an unimaginable level. What's more, he is the most powerful existence among everyone.
It seems that if I want to destroy the entire elixir garden safely here, it is not that simple. If not, I will first destroy these existences, and then I can safely destroy them again, the whole elixir garden.
Boom! Seeing these warriors running away, Sun Han raised his eyebrows. Call out! With a wave of his right hand, the infinite spiritual energy in the void quickly gathered and swept in with a shocking gesture. Amidst the crisp sounds of swords, I saw the long swords rushing towards me at an extremely fast speed. The sword rain formed in this area has already surpassed the previous elder's shot.
Chong! Chong! Chong!
A series of terrifying loud sounds resounded crazily. And then, they saw the monstrous sword rushing out in a crazy manner in the blink of an eye. This swift and violent charging gesture has simply reached a level that blocks out the sky and the sun, making all the warriors of the Nandong clan who saw the scene feel their scalps numb to the extreme.
Take action quickly. That's right. He's the only one. Kill him.
Although Sun Han's attack shocked everyone to the extreme, these warriors did not panic too much. After all, their strength and strength are not that no one can deal with them. After all, considering the number of people here, they thought that with such a large number of people, they might not lose to Sun Han. Boom! 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 Waves of terrifying loud sounds resounded loudly. And then one could see that the boiling and turbulent power turned into an overwhelming attack at this moment. Boom! 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 In an instant, he saw the sky-blocking attack roaring in front of Sun Han. But Sun Han was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered and made a seal with his right hand. For a moment, he heard a gust of wind howling. And then he saw the sword that was also covering the sky and the sun, fiercely blasting forward.
Kill!
Waves of violent explosions resounded wildly. Sun Han resisted everyone's attacks with his own strength.
Boom!
The terrifying loud sound resounded crazily. At that moment, the sky-wide offensive collided violently. I only heard an earth-shaking loud noise resounding crazily. And then I saw that the attacks of countless people were blocked by Sun Han at this moment with his own power.
Humph! You guys also want to stop me?
Seeing this scene, Sun Han snorted disdainfully. Although their strength has not returned to its peak, they still retain their ancestor-level consciousness. The attack of tens of thousands of people seemed to be mighty and irresistible. But in fact, this is not the case for Sun Han. Almost in one thought, his divine thoughts enveloped the attacks of tens of thousands of people ahead. It looked like his attacks were random. But in fact they were not. Every sword he fired was aimed at the opponent's weakness. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Yan Maicheng is standing here, he cannot do all this. This is not something that can be accomplished in one battle or several battles, but rather the experience accumulated over thousands of years. Of course, it would be different if Yan Maicheng was here. If faced with so many attacks, he would hit the 10th grade Qinglian platform without any hesitation. But the effect would be the same. However, one defeats the enemy with strength, while the other defeats the enemy with skill. If your strength reaches a certain level, your skills will not be of much use.
It's your turn next.
Sun Han turned his eyes and sneered. Zheng! I saw his right hand squeeze again, and the crisp sound of the sword almost resounded through the sky at this moment. Billions of swords swept out once again. This time, the attack was more ferocious and terrifying than before, overwhelming everyone in almost an instant.
Not good! Hurry up and stop it! These guys!
Seeing these crazy crushing attacks, countless disciples of the Nandong clan panicked. However, the previous attack had already exhausted the old strength and left no new strength. Even if someone manages to squeeze out some strength, the offensive is not as powerful as before. Amidst the bursts of crazy shouts, the second wave of attacks followed quickly. These warriors from the Nandong clan managed to burst out with attacks. But compared to before, they were just a few dots, not worth mentioning, and they were already shattered in one encounter.
Die!
Sun Han smiled faintly and grabbed it fiercely with his right hand. Immediately, the endless rain of swords gathered together like 10,000 swords uniting into one. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, a giant sword connected end to end suddenly formed. Immediately afterwards, he raised his right hand and waved quietly.
Zheng! Everyone only saw a sharp sword light flashing past, sweeping across the entire starry sky with a shocking gesture. Wherever this sword passed, everything was torn apart and turned into two halves. Wow! Waves of blood spurted out. After exhaling a long breath, Sun Han said with a smile, "Then I can finally free my hands to destroy the entire elixir garden." When he looked up again, there was no one in front of him. Chapter 2250 The Flame Demon Dragon shows its power. Powerful. It's so powerful. The warriors in the distance felt their scalps numb as they looked at the three people who entered the elixir garden this time. Only then did they realize that these three were not ordinary characters, but beings even more powerful than Yang Maicheng. At the same time, some people also recognized these existences. "I know who these people are!" Among the crowd, a cry resounded. "Who is it?" "Uh-huh." At this moment, one after another glances were all directed towards the warrior who spoke. "They are Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian." Some people are still unfamiliar with these names, until someone next to them told them that these three beings were the Nandong clan who were imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Three ancestor-level strong men. And suddenly, there was a sound of gasping all around. "It's them? No wonder the strength is so terrifying. Three powerful men at the level of ancestors. Now the elixir garden is over." How come it's not over? Those ordinary warriors simply could not withstand their attacks. Even 10 grandmasters could only barely suppress the Flame Demon Dragon and Zhou Jintian. Once Sun Han intervenes, the 10 masters may have no choice but to escape. "You two, stop playing! Don't forget our plan!" After killing the rushing warriors in front of him, Sun Han frowned slightly and couldn't help shouting. After all, the Nandong clan sent out 2 ancestors openly, but no one knew how many ancestors were secretly coming out. And for the Nandong clan, the spiritual medicine garden has become a top priority for protection. If it drags on any longer, the nearby strongmen will come. It even includes some affiliated families. Although the 3 of them have recovered some strength, they have not yet returned to their peak, and their strength is not infinite. If it is a small loss, it is not worth burying yourself here. "Ha ha! Brother Sun is angry." The Flame Demon Dragon burst out laughing when he heard Sun Han's roar. He looked at the masters in front of him, grinned suddenly and said, "Okay, I won't accompany you to continue tossing. Just die." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly opened angrily. The demonic aura all over his body had already exploded to an extreme at this moment. Immediately afterwards, this churning angry flame swept violently under the shocked eyes of countless people. Wow! A shocking roar resounded crazily. Then he saw a tornado-like storm rising up. Immediately, the raging flames transformed into a huge fire tornado, blasting towards the front. "Not good!" Seeing this scene, the 5 grandmasters who joined forces to deal with the Flame Demon Dragon suddenly looked horrified to the extreme. "Hurry up and join forces! Block this flame!" Boom! 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 Waves of aura soaring to the sky. Rapid turmoil. And instantly transformed, forming a huge barrier. This barrier was like a sky curtain, quickly spreading out and sweeping in all directions, blocking the direction of the fire tornado. "Hee hee. Although I don't have the precise means of retaliation like Brother Sun, my strength is not what you can imagine." He laughed loudly, twisted the dragon's claws suddenly, and then saw that the fire tornado did not become larger, but was shrinking under an even more terrifying force. Under the horrified gaze, it turned into a long line as thin as hair. This red line doesn't look amazing, but in fact its power is terrifyingly powerful. Boom! I just heard a crisp sound, and then I saw that the huge barrier was actually penetrated by this red line at this moment. "It's over!" After looking at the line of fire that penetrated the barrier, there was still no sign of stopping, and it was roaring towards him with undiminished momentum and charging towards him crazily. The warrior couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated towards the rear. Although his reaction speed was already very fast, he was still a little slow in front of this line of fire. I saw that the line of fire had already touched his body while roaring. Boom! Almost as soon as it was touched, the flame of the sword was like a fishing net that suddenly exploded, rushing forward and covering the warrior in an instant. Burst! I saw the Flame Demon Dragon drink attentively. Immediately, the line of fire burst out, and then he saw that the small line of fire transformed into a huge flame tornado at this moment, wrapping the warrior alive in it on the spot. A dignified One Yuan master, in front of this flame, was completely burned to ashes before he even had time to scream. Just because you want to compete with me? Seeing this scene, the flame demonic dragon grinned. Tongue! The giant tail flicked fiercely, and in the next moment, the flame demon dragon soared into the sky and directly attacked the huge barrier. Clang! A burst of broken sound was heard quietly, and then he saw that the huge barrier collapsed at this moment. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 1-yuan grandmasters couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and quickly retreated towards the rear. Originally, they thought that with the 5 of them joining forces, they could kill each other. But now the strength shown by the other party has shocked all of them. How did a being of this level end up in the Nandong clan's prison in the first place? Why not kill him? Now that these guys have escaped from the prison, it is a disaster. Boom! However, there was simply no time for them to consider these issues. The flame demon dragon, which had fully exploded in strength, rushed out quickly and suddenly arrived in front of everyone. His huge sharp claws, almost one claw at a time, caught the 2 masters who quickly retreated towards the rear. He squeezed even harder, and with a click sound, the 2 fleeing masters had their heads smashed. He even swallowed the other one directly into his mouth with a big mouth, and bit it into pieces under the horrified eyes of countless people. 4 of the 5 grandmasters were killed in almost the blink of an eye. This sudden burst of strength shocked everyone. You're the last one left. Looking at the grandmaster who had survived, the flame demonic dragon grinned, quickly swung its tail, and shot forward as fast as it could, charging towards the opponent. Chapter 2251 Leave No One Behind. I didn't expect you still have hidden power? Zhou Jintian, who was in the distance, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the scene. Forget it. Then I'll get rid of you quickly. He sneered and turned his gaze to the masters in front of him, who were constantly besieging him. What? Hearing what he said, everyone present could not help but feel their scalps numb. Kill him quickly! Boom! 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 I have seen the fighting power of the flame demon dragon that showed its strength and even killed 5 of his companions in an instant. Now I heard Zhou Jintian's words. The 5 masters who were besieging Zhou Jintian felt goosebumps all over their bodies at this moment. It couldn't help but come out, and my scalp couldn't help but tingle. If Zhou Jintian also shows his strength, wouldn't it be their turn next? There were bursts of shouts. Immediately afterwards, I saw that these masters quickly exploded with their cultivation, and colorful rays of inner energy shot up from their bodies to the sky at this moment. Then, in the next moment, they all unleashed all their attacks. Boom! Although there were only 5 people, the power they unleashed at this moment was comparable to thousands of troops. That terrifying attack, at this moment, seemed to cover the entire starry sky, and with a shocking attitude, it hit Zhou Jintian fiercely. Boom! 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 Waves of shocking loud noises resounded wildly, and the cloud waves generated during the explosion swept out desperately. The shining fire and the hurricane were like a raging wave at this moment. Even the explosion of the entire star is not as scary as the scene before you. Seeing this scene in front of them, the 5 masters could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha! Finally killed him! No matter how powerful he is, he can easily kill this guy. That's right. No matter how powerful he is, can he be able to join forces with the 5 of us to attack? Seeing this scene, the 5 masters couldn't help laughing. After all, the strength displayed by the flame demonic dragon is really terrifying. Being able to kill one now proves that although these powerful men are powerful, they are not invincible. As long as they can kill one, they can kill the second existence again. Who did you kill? At this moment, a cold voice came quietly from the front. What? After hearing this familiar voice, the 5 masters, who had been overjoyed before, suddenly turned extremely ugly at this moment. I saw the dust in front of me slowly dissipating, and then a figure slowly became clear. And who could this figure be if it wasn't Zhou Jintian? I saw that Zhou Jintian's entire body was wrapped in a layer of azure blue inner energy. The protective shield of that inner energy was as weak as window paper. However, just such a layer of inner energy had previously resisted 5 attacks. A strong man's attack. How can this be? Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw Zhou Jintian reappearing, even more unscathed. Now! It's my turn to attack! Looking at the pale faces of everyone, Zhou Jintian grinned. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his right hand. There was only a loud crashing sound, and the inner energy that enveloped his whole body was already sweeping out crazily like a surging tide in the next moment.
When it was swept out, it transformed into a giant palm with a radius of 7 or 8 feet. This giant palm is many times smaller than the giant palm that killed the first Grandmaster and even shattered the entire star. But the power is amazingly powerful. Boom! In the shocking and incredible eyes of everyone, they saw this big hand roaring out crazily with lightning speed, and rushed in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Not good! Feeling the power of this giant palm, everyone couldn't help but scream in horror. They didn't even have the strength to resist, and could only flee back quickly in fear. But no matter how fast they were, they couldn't match the speed of Zhou Jintian's sudden attack. Boom! There was a sound of being torn apart by a strong wind. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the huge palm was quickly grabbed at this moment, and the two masters were tightly grasped in his hands on the spot. Die! Zhou Jintian shouted fiercely, and grabbed wildly with his right hand. Suddenly, the huge palms were already closed at this moment. Crack! A terrible sound resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the two captured 1 yuan grandmasters were clawed to pieces by giant palms at this moment. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 people couldn't help but gasp. There were a total of 12 grandmasters guarding the spiritual medicine garden. Now, 9 of them have been killed, leaving only the last 3 of them. Especially when I saw these guys showing off their prowess one by one. I was so shocked that I couldn't even think of continuing to fight. Tongue! Without any hesitation, the last 3 remaining masters turned around, no longer daring to resist, and ran away into the distance desperately. Want to escape? It's not that easy! Looking at the 3 escaping figures, Zhou Jintian sneered and took 1 step forward. The long distance in the star space was just a matter of 1 step in front of him. In a flash, he quickly rushed to the 2 of them. Boom! At the same time, he flipped his hands and brought up a monstrous cloud, which was shot out directly. Boom! Boom! Just 2 bursts of dull sounds were heard. And then, they saw that the backs of the 2 strong men suddenly dented, revealing a huge palm print. And corresponding to the chest position, a palm print was also highlighted sharply. Crash! There was a sound of bones and internal organs exploding, and the 2 1 yuan masters fell completely into the starry sky and lost their breath. Old Joe! One of them escaped! The flame demon dragon turned his eyes, and saw that one of the 5 1 yuan masters, who were fighting Zhou Jintian, was actually left. And he immediately shouted out. The fleeing warrior couldn't help but tremble when he heard the cry of the flame demon dragon. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. And almost at this moment, he burst out with all his strength and fled into the distance. I'm afraid that if I slow down a beat, I will be mercilessly bombarded by the opponent. Ran? Zhou Jintian chuckled and said, No one can escape from my hands alive. After saying that, he flicked his finger. Chapter 2252 Searching. Whoosh! Zhou Jintian flicked his finger, and suddenly there was a terrible sound of breaking wind. Immediately afterwards, he saw a ray of light suddenly shooting towards the hole in front at a crazy speed. Puff! A tearing sound resounded loudly. I saw that extremely condensed power, like lightning, blasting directly through the head of the fleeing warrior and shooting out from his forehead, under the eyes of countless people who couldn't believe it. The escaping warrior continued to fly forward for a while before crashing to the ground. Ha ha! I won! Seeing this scene, the flame demonic dragon couldn't help laughing loudly. Humph! These guys saw you as a frontline killer. They didn't even have the courage to fight with me. And they actually ran away. If I hadn't run away, I would have been able to kill them faster than you. Zhou Jintian couldn't help but frown slightly, and said with a hint of displeasure. Okay. Anyway, we have finished killing these guys. And now there are not many people coming to stop us from destroying the elixir garden. Sun Han waved his hand, signaling the 2 of them not to make any noise. Let's do it. Good. The flame demonic dragon won the game, narrowly defeating Zhou Jintian. So he was naturally very happy. Although Zhou Jintian was a little unhappy, he nodded at this moment. Did you hear that? I heard about it. How could I not hear about such a big thing? The news that Sun Han, Zhou Jintian, and Flame Demon Dragon teamed up to kill 12 Yuan Grandmasters and destroyed the entire spiritual medicine garden spread throughout the starry sky almost at that moment. Originally, all the forces in the starry sky focused their attention on Yang Maicheng. But who could have imagined that at this juncture 3 more people would appear and once again destroy the Nandong clan's elixir garden? The Nandong clan only had 7 elixir gardens in total, and they were able to barely survive after destroying one. But now that two of them have been destroyed, it is an inevitable disaster for the Nangong clan.
Yes, I also heard about this matter. Because of the appearance of Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian, Ancestor Nangong was completely furious, and even sent 3 Ancestor-level experts to chase and kill him. Them. Hee hee. One Yangmu has already made the Nangong clan exhausted, and now 3 more people have appeared, and all 3 of them are Ancestor-level existences. Just because they escaped from the heavenly prison before, they forcefully took action without completely removing the medicine, which weakened them to the level of a 1 yuan master. Once their strength recovers, it will probably be a catastrophe for the Nangong clan. Isn't that true? These beings were once imprisoned in the heavenly prison of the Nangong clan. They suffered all kinds of torture for such a long time. Now that they have escaped, how can they just give up so easily? And don't forget, the 3 of them were not the only ones who escaped from the heavenly prison. There were many other powerful beings. These were broken into pieces and distributed almost in all the spheres of influence of the Nangong clan. The Nangong clan simply had no control over these people. It's so frustrating. Didn't the 7 clans join forces? Will the other clans attack these people? Will they join forces with the Nangong clan to deal with these strong men? Ha ha. Unless the other 6 tribes are stupid.
Someone laughed.
Why?
The other party was puzzled.
Without absolute certainty, even the 7 clans do not want to offend any Ancestor-level warrior. Think about it. Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, Zhou Jintian. Which one of them is not a powerful existence? Once they are forced into a desperate situation, the Nangong clan is their fate. Now, the target of the Flame Demon Dragon and others is only the Nangong clan. If other clans attack them, wouldn't they be forced to let the Flame Demon Dragon and others deal with them?
The man paused and continued.
Besides, although the 7 clans have joined forces, they are only dealing with Yang Macheng. They will not care about the Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian. Let these Ancestor-level strongmen attack the Nangong clan. When the Nangong clan after his power weakens, the other major families can easily annihilate the Nangong clan. Asshole.
Among the Nangong clan, the Nangong ancestor was already furious to the extreme. He originally thought that dealing with one Yang Macheng together with several other clans would be enough to solve the problem. But who would have thought that at this juncture there would be such trouble?
When I catch those 3 guys, I will completely crush them to ashes.
Ancestor Nangong burst into a roar. For the Nangong clan, they are now facing an unprecedented moment of life and death. In order to deal with these foreign enemies, 5 ancestors were even dispatched at once.
Have you found any trace of Yang Macheng?
After a moment, Patriarch Nangong calmed down the anger in his heart and asked. Compared to existences like the Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian, what Patriarch Nangong was most concerned about was naturally the traces of Yang Macheng. Although those 3 people are stronger, they are obviously not a big threat. They are not guys like Yang Macheng who dare to fight against the Nangong clan at all costs. As long as Yang Macheng can be caught, these people will naturally not dare to cause trouble again without the presence of a leader. And in comparison, Yang Macheng's potential is even more terrifying.
Not yet. But he hasn't appeared during this time.
A warrior in charge of this matter said quickly.
But it seems that this kid is probably afraid of showing up recently because the 7 tribes have joined forces to deal with him. So he wants to avoid the limelight. But we are sure that this guy is still within our territory.
The warrior pondered for a moment, couldn't help but show a hint of worry, and continued.
The most worrying issue now is that this kid won't show up again. Then we will be in trouble.
Hearing this, Patriarch Nangong could not help but sneer and said,
That kid Yang Macheng will never give up easily. I know his character, and he will definitely appear again. However, that's fine if he doesn't appear. If he does, he will definitely die. That's right.
The warrior nodded, with a hint of awe in his eyes.
Yang Macheng, I will let you know how powerful our Nangong clan is. After all, our Nangong clan is one of the great clans in the starry sky. It is not something you can compete with on your own. Your appearance this time will definitely let you know what it means to die without a burial.
Thinking of this, he clenched his fists with a confident look on his face. Chapter 2253. The target is the Tuoba clan.
I didn't expect that the 3 brothers did such a great job this time.
In a hidden star, Yang Macheng received the news brought back by Axianu and couldn't help but smile to himself. For the Nangong clan, if a spiritual medicine garden was destroyed, They could still endure it as long as they tightened their belts. But now that the 2 elixir gardens have been destroyed, things are getting serious. The foundation built over hundreds of thousands of years was almost destroyed by 1/3 in just a few days. This is not something that can be described by the word, traumatizing one's muscles and bones. If it cannot be found in a short period of time, the elixir garden that can be replaced may cause the Nangong clan to languish.
Boss, what should we do next? Should we continue to attack?
Jinlong was also very excited. They have always been chased by the Nangong clan. But because the opponent is so powerful, apart from some small moves, they have almost no means to compete with him. But now that these 2 elixir gardens have been destroyed, even an idiot can imagine how furious the Nangong clan will be. According to Jinlong's plan, this is the time to deal with them again, making their already bad situation worse again.
This time, we can also attack another spiritual medicine garden. As long as one more is destroyed, the Nangong family will basically exist in name only.
Jinlong couldn't help but said,
Yes.
Axianu on the side couldn't help but nodded repeatedly. And at the same time, he looked at Yang much unexpectedly. Once the Nangong clan's 3rd elixir garden was destroyed, the Nangong clan fell into a very difficult situation. In addition to the core members of the family, who can be allocated some elixirs, the children of other branches will inevitably have their share reduced again. If things go on for a long time, there will inevitably be dissatisfaction within the family. If the Nangong family wants to change this situation, they can only buy elixirs from other affiliated families. But if they keep buying like this, even the Nangong clan won't be able to bear such a huge financial consumption. Over time, all financial resources will inevitably be exhausted. But if you want to get something for nothing, steal it from other families. Those affiliated families may not always be willing to do this. They may dare to be angry but dare not speak out in a short period of time. But as time goes by, these families will inevitably choose to resist, even if they dare not do so in a short period of time. It has laid a huge hidden danger for the Nangong family. So even Arcel, who had always been very cautious, had this idea at this moment.
Do you think all the Nangong clan are idiots?
Yang Muchung slowly opened his eyes and said,
The Nangong clan suffered a loss at our hands, and another loss at the hands of Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian. How could they not be prepared at all? This time, they have 12 Grandmasters stationed at the Spiritual Medicine Garden. Maybe after this incident breaks out, they will become 24 Grandmasters. It is even possible that they will send out Ancestor-level beings, set up a dragnet, and wait for us to pass by. Once we show up, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape.
Listening to Yang Muchung's words, the 2 of them couldn't help but stick out their tongues secretly. Only Yang Muchung could think so thoroughly at such a critical moment. If it were anyone else, he might have continued his attack on the Elixir Garden.
Then what should we do now?
Now that we have decided not to attack the Elixir Garden, the current activities have become a problem. Ashian Nu on the side also nodded quickly and said,
Yes. Now the 7 tribes have joined forces to find us. Of course I'm leaving,
Yang Muchung said with a faint smile.
Nowadays, we can't even deal with a small Nangong clan. How can we face the power of the 7 clans joining forces? What's more, this time there are a total of 14 ancestor-level existences who are here to kill us. If you don't show up, maybe forget it. If you show up, you will definitely not be able to escape.
Hearing this, Jinlong and Ashian Nu fell into silence. Yang Muchung is right. Nowadays, although Yang Muchung has the strength to deal with the Grandmaster, but it was only one. If 3 or 4 came together, Yang Muchung could only choose to retreat. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Nangong clan is in Hulua Plain, it is not something they can deal with now. The most correct choice now is to find a place to hide, wait for hundreds or thousands of years, and then attack the Nangong family after this storm has passed. After all, there is a saying that it is easy to guard against thieves in a day, but difficult to guard against thieves in 1,000 days. These 7 tribes may have spent 2 or 3 years here in order to capture Yang Muchung. But could they have spent hundreds of years? Whether it is the Nangong clan or other major families, sending 2 ancestors and so many masters is just like sending troops to fight an ordinary country, which consumes resources. If 2 or 3 years pass and Yang Muchung is still not found, perhaps the fragile alliance between the 7 tribes will be torn apart.
Of course you can't hide it.
Unexpectedly, Yang Muchung said slowly at this time.
Since the 7 clans have quickly come to the Nangong clan, we don't have to fight with them here. We can go to other families to start. Anyway, The Nangong clan is not the only one who owns the spiritual medicine garden.
Boom. Hearing Yang Muqing's words, both of them widened their eyes. This is really fun. He plans to fight to the death with the 7 tribes. Even the Monster Clan and the Ghost Clan did not dare to attack the second family without stopping after dealing with the Nangong clan.
Then which family are we going to deal with next? The Yin family? The Yin family is closest to us,
Axianus said.
Let's start with the Tuoba clan,
Yang Muqing said calmly.
Although the Yin family is close to us and is a very good target, how could they not be prepared at all after learning that the 2 elixir gardens were destroyed?
Standing up slowly, Yang Muqing walked out of the camp and said,
We don't follow the rules, so that the 7 tribes can't figure out our movements. Only in this way can we fish in troubled waters smoothly and successfully.
Half a day later, the group set off. Axianu and Jin Long both disappeared, while Yang Muqing turned into a dying old man. He just walked out of the encirclement of the 7 clans openly, and even bumped into 7 or 8 grandmasters. However, his 5-element spirit body was the most physical change, not magic or magic weapons. Even the ancestor could not see Yang Muqing's original identity in person. After letting Yang Muqing go, the encirclement of the 7 tribes still continued, and it continued to shrink, trying to capture Yang Muqing. But how did they know that Yang Muqing had already slipped away from under their noses openly? Chapter 2254 Merchant Ship Girl. A flying puppet quickly flew through the starry sky. This is a very old flying puppet. Although it looks like a big bird, it is obvious that some cracks have appeared in the 2 wings, and some means were used to repair them. Even if the speed is slightly faster, there will be bursts of squeaking and breaking sounds.
Boss, even if we fly by ourselves, we are countless times faster than this flying puppet. Why did you choose such a crappy thing?
In an inconspicuous cabin, the Golden Dragon's complaining voice came.
Because others never thought that we would leave on this kind of flying puppet?
Axianus said with a smile.
Moreover, the master is now playing the role of an old man in a down-and-out family, and he doesn't have the money to make the most advanced flying puppet. Alright.
Jin Long couldn't help but shrugged his shoulders. There was a strange smell everywhere in this flying puppet, which made him a little unbearable.
We have a lot of time anyway, so we can rush there slowly. Although the power of the 7 clans has been revealed openly, there are always some things that have not been revealed secretly. If we rush out so openly, wouldn't it be tantamount to telling everyone, are we coming from the Tuoba clan?
Yang Muqing smiled.
When I killed those masters, I also found a lot of elixirs. Anyway, for us, there is still plenty of time, so we might as well improve our cultivation during this period.
No matter in the elixir garden or when he killed the master before, Yang Muqing never forgot to collect elixirs. For them, without the support of their family, it is obviously impossible to get the support of endless elixirs. In this case, the only way is to steal it from other families.
This is not bad.
Jin Long couldn't help but nodded.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At this moment, a gentle knock on the door came from outside.
Someone!
Axianu and Jin Long couldn't help but feel shocked.
You guys stay here. I'll go out and see what's going on.
Yang Muqing waved his hand, and saw a flash of light in the void, and the figures of Axianu and Jin Long disappeared quietly. Although the 7 clans will not strictly investigate this extremely cheap flying puppet, it is still better to be careful and not have any problems. After opening the door, Yang Muqing couldn't help but be stunned. A very pretty girl stood outside the door, looking at him with a smile on her face.
It's you?
Yang Muqing couldn't help but raise his brows and couldn't help but say. He knew this girl, who was the daughter of the owner of the flying puppet. When he saw Yang Muqing boarding the flying puppet as a dying old man, he even helped him carefully.
Old man, there is a meteorite area ahead. There will be some bumps in the flying puppet later. Let me remind you, if you feel uncomfortable in any way, you can tell me. I will try my best to solve it for you.
The girl smiled. Yang Muqing showed a kind smile, nodded and said,
Little girl, don't worry about the old man. I'm doing fine all the way. Go and do your own thing.
After exchanging a few words, Yang Muqing turned back, looking at Jin Long and Axianu who were on guard. He waved his hand and said,
Don't worry too much. She's just the daughter of the merchant ship owner. She told me that we will enter the meteorite area later, and it will be very bumpy.
When the two heard this, they couldn't help but nodded. There are generally 2 types of flying puppets in the starry sky. One is merchant ships, most of which are used to transport goods. There are also some types that are specially designed to be given away, which are of course faster and more comfortable. But in fact, the latter is very expensive. Only those who are rich or noble can afford it, and ordinary people can only choose the former. So generally speaking, this kind of merchant ship also has many passengers.
Hee hee. Bumpy?
Jean Long couldn't help but grin.
If they knew that the instigator who turned the 7 tribes upside down was sitting on this flying puppet, would they be so scared that they wet their pants?
Yang Muchung glanced at him. And then Jean Long closed his mouth, stuck out his tongue and said,
I was just joking. I didn't mean to say it. All right.
Yang Muchung waved his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Although this cabin is not big, Yang Muchung has set up the inner universe array, so it looks very spacious. He waved his right hand, and a small mountain of elixir poured out. These elixirs are naturally not ordinary things. The elixirs that can be collected by the Yuan Grandmaster, even if they are ordinary, will not be much worse.
The elixirs are all here. If you want something, you can choose it yourself. We still have at least half a month to go, so just stay here and practice peacefully.
Everyone nodded. In the territory of the Nangong clan, they also gained a lot. It's just that I haven't spared much time to digest these experiences. Now it's a rare opportunity on this merchant ship, seeing Xian Nu and Jean Long starting to practice. Yang Muchung was naturally not idle either. He first summoned the 10th grade Green Lotus platform. Since reaching the 10th level, the entire Green Lotus terrace has appeared green, as if it is not a plant, but like a green jade. Even if Yang Muchung hides the light from the Green Lotus terrace, this Green Lotus terrace looks like very tempting. Yang Muchung's heart moved. He picked up an elixir in his right hand and threw it in. Almost everyone who comes to Qinglian Terrace is welcome. I saw that the elixir turned into a puff of smoke in an instant, and was quietly absorbed by King Liantai. But Yang Muchung didn't have any clear feeling about just one elixir. It's like there is an extra drop of water in the sea, or there is a drop of water missing. No one can feel it so clearly. Almost at the same time, Yang Muchung also felt that a trace of energy in Qinglian Terrace was quietly flowing to his body.
It seems that what I guessed is indeed correct. It is my current cultivation that is holding back King Liantai's continued growth. If I want King Liantai to reach the 11th or even 12th level, I must use my own strength to a certain extent.
Slowly bringing the Green Lotus platform into his body, Yang Muchung thought to himself as he felt the power of the Lotus platform pouring into his body. This Lotus platform is not an ordinary magic weapon, but can be connected with the warrior's body to form a unified structure, constantly nourishing each other. But precisely because of this situation, there are few people in this starry sky who can refine the Qinglian platform to the level of Yang Muchung.
Forget it. Let's improve our strength first.
Yang Muchung closed his eyes and said secretly. Chapter 2255 Boss Han. In the battle at the Spiritual Medicine Garden, Yang Muchung also discovered many of his shortcomings. Of course, the biggest category is that one's own strength is not enough. After all, his cultivation level is only in the late stage of 1 yuan, and all he can rely on to defeat a 1 yuan grandmaster is the 5-element spirit body and the Green Lotus platform. Of course, although King Liantai is his greatest support, it also has great weaknesses. This can be seen just from the previous battle with Nangong Jianli. The opponent's method of controlling spiritual energy was too powerful, far beyond his imagination. Once someone uses that method again to restrain him from Qinglian Terrace, he will not be able to compete head-on with his method. After all, in the control of power, he is inferior to these veteran existences. As for the 5-element spiritual body, if he wants to achieve great perfection, it is not something he can achieve with this ordinary method now. After all, he now needs enough external force to reach a higher level of his 5-element spirit body. Therefore, for Yang Muchung, the only method available now is to improve his cultivation to a certain level. If he can reach the peak of 1 yuan, he might be able to easily use the 10th grade Qinglian platform. Certainly, whether the elixir here is enough is still unknown, but how much it can be improved is a surprise for Yang Muchung. After all, these elixirs were snatched from the hands of the Nangong clan, and they still have to go to the Tuoba clan next, and they will definitely be able to get a lot of elixirs by then. Buzz. Yang Muchung made a seal, and immediately saw that many elixirs suddenly shook at this moment. And then he saw that many elixirs quickly transformed into a stream of pure the mist quickly rushed towards his body. As the spiritual energy continued to enter his body, Yang Muchung could feel that his body was like a sponge, frantically absorbing the power of the medicine. With the injection of medicine, his body was also improving rapidly. Of course, for ordinary people, the speed of this kind of cultivation has increased to a quite terrifying level. But in fact, for Yang Muchung, the improvement was very limited.
It seems that it's still not enough.
After absorbing part of it, Yang Muchung stopped absorbing it. This pile of elixirs might be considered a huge amount to other people, but to him, it was nothing more than that.
The only thing we can do next is to find a way to attack the Tuoba clan. This time, we must first sweep away the elixir garden,
and then destroy the elixir garden,
Yang Muchung said secretly. Boom! At this moment, a violent sound suddenly came from outside. Then, there were bursts of panicked cries, as if something big had happened.
What happened?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. At this time, Xian Nu and Jin Long are both practicing, and it is not appropriate for them to show up at this time. So Yang Muchung condensed for a moment and simply walked out.
Did it hit a meteorite?
Yang Muchung couldn't help but guess. You must know that this kind of merchant ship is very slow and is not as good at avoiding meteorites as those more comfortable flying puppets. Therefore, many merchant ships in the starry sky will be hit by meteorites. If you're lucky, you can park on a nearby star, tinker with it, and start over again. If you are unlucky, a giant meteorite might hit and destroy the ship immediately. However, when Yang Muchung walked out, he realized that his prediction was wrong. It was not the meteorite that hit the merchant ship, but a group of robbers that rushed up. This group of robbers, equipped with large flying puppets, swooped in quickly and refused to hide from the merchant ship, and collided head-on with it on the spot. 3 or 4 flying puppets gathered directly from all directions, and they rushed over with almost no evasive gestures. Boom! 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 With every collision, the merchant ship, which was originally not very strong, suddenly started to creak. The merchant ship that originally wanted to speed up was surrounded by 2 larger flying puppets, and had to stop during the fierce collision. Yang Muchung discovered that these flying puppets had been specially modified, and the outer edges were covered with sharp undercuts. Once it crashes into the merchant ship, the hook above will be hung on the merchant ship. This method is enough to force the merchant ship to stop.
Oh my god! It's Han Xian. How did you meet this evil spirit?
Waves of exclamations continued to resound.
Who is Han Xian?
Yang Muchung couldn't help but ask doubtfully.
You don't even know him?
A young man glanced at Yang Muchung and found that the person asking the question was a gray-haired old man. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
I'm afraid you rarely go out. Right? This Han Xian is the leader of the bandit organization in this starry sky. His power is spread across 7 or 8 galaxies. He specializes in doing all kinds of evil and robbing some merchant ships.
I see. When Yang Muchung heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. But for other people, this kind of organization is very huge and terrifying. But for Yang Muchung, it is nothing. It's just that he doesn't want to reveal his identity now. Otherwise, he can drive these guys away with a wave of his hand.
Boss Han.
When the old man of the merchant ship saw a middle-aged man stepping down from the largest flying puppet, his face turned pale with fright. He trotted all the way to the middle-aged man tremblingly, and nodded quickly and bowed. When other people saw this middle-aged man, they also looked angry but dared not speak. Yang Muchung then looked around. I saw the middle-aged man with a sinister look on his face. A scar cut directly from his left eyebrow and extended to his chin, making the whole person appear extremely ferocious. There was even a chilling aura about him. Ordinary people standing next to him would not even dare to express their anger, for fear that if they were targeted by this evil god, they would accidentally suffer some unreasonable disaster.
I've already paid my salary for this year.
The old man nodded and bowed, and said respectfully,
Boss Han, didn't you say before that as long as we hand over our salary, you will allow us to pass freely? Do I need to explain anything else to you?
The man who was taken aboard by Boss Han suddenly closed his one eye and landed directly on the old man on the boat. That old man is just an ordinary businessman. How can he dare to challenge such a tycoon? Those words just now were spoken with great courage. But now that he was glared at by the other party, he felt cold all over. Huh? At this moment, Boss Han's eyes turned and landed on the merchant girl. Chapter 2256, Stand Out.
For some people on the merchant ship, they are just a group of people at the bottom of the starry sky. They brave bandits, meteorites, and all kinds of dangers to travel back and forth in the starry sky just to make a living. How dare you challenge these vicious beings? The merchant girl was stunned when she saw Boss Han's eyes, and her whole face turned pale with fright. The old man of the merchant ship also secretly said something bad, and quickly pulled the merchant ship's girl behind him, and then said,
Boss Han, this is Xiao Lauer's daughter. Her mother passed away early and has been staying in her hometown. She only came with me to go boating in the past few days. No wonder I've never seen it before.
Boss Han sneered, and the smile on his face was full of expressions that all men would understand.
Old man, hand over the little girl. Our boss has taken a liking to her.
A scoundrel behind Boss Han shouted.
This is your blessing. How many people want to be related to our boss Han, but are unable to do so? Now you have a chance. Ha ha. It's rare to see such a charming girl like the boss. Don't forget us then.
Another man with a Wei-Soul look said with a lewd smile on his face. Boss Han nodded, his face also full of joy. Although the merchant ship girl is not a beautiful woman, her youthful aura is very eye-catching.
Boss Han. No. My daughter Axiu is only 15 years old.
When the old man heard this, he started to cry. He knelt down on the spot, banged his head on the ground, and kept pleading.
Boss Han, please let my daughter go. My old bones can still be used. You can arrest her if you want.
Me? Old man? Why are we arresting you?
The wretched man chuckled and quickly stepped forward in front of the two of them. He reached out to grab a Xiao, the young merchant ship's girl, but the old shipsman blocked him with his body, and a trace of anger flashed across his face.
Old guy, get out of here, snapped.
He raised his hand and slapped the old man directly away. These bandits are all people who lick blood from the edge of a knife. How can they not have strength? Although his slap was not heavy, it was quite serious when it fell on an old man in his 50s or 60s. Just hearing a click, there was a sound of bone cracking on the old man's head and neck. The whole person flew out and fell heavily 7 or 8 meters away. By the time he landed, he had already exhausted a lot of air. I'm short of breath and can't live any longer. Father! Axia screamed, but was grabbed by the other party and dragged unceremoniously towards Boss Han.
Hey, little girl. You'll know what it means to be ecstatic in a moment.
Poor Axia is just a thin woman. How can she withstand the strength of a warrior? No matter how she cried and struggled, she could only let herself be caught by the other party. Well, seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but sigh. Originally, he planned to hide his identity and sneak into the territory of the Tuoba clan by pretending to be an old man with no cultivation. But now I encountered this scene. Secretly shaking his head, Yang Muchung chose to stand up. If their identities were exposed, the worst possible outcome would be to kill all the people in front of him. Stop! Just when everyone on the merchant ship was silent, just when Ashio was desperate, Yang Muchung finally spoke up. Huh? Hearing this old voice, everyone couldn't help but be startled and looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. I found that the person speaking was actually just a dying old man, who looked like he had half his foot in the coffin.
Old man, do you think you have a long life? And you dare to interfere with our affairs?
The wretched man snorted coldly, looked over with a fierce look and shouted unceremoniously.
Get away. Be careful, I will slap you to death. His appearance made many people on the merchant ship tremble with fear. Many people even reminded him in a low voice.
Old sir, these people are murderous people, so you better not provoke them. Yeah. Didn't you see that the old boatman was slapped so hard that his neck almost broke? If we angered them, we might all suffer.
Many people even stepped back in fear, fearing that they would get involved with Yang Muchung and that he would take notice of him. Boss Han's evil reputation spread throughout the starry sky. If they are really angered and they kill all these people on the merchant ship, then they will really have no way to redress their grievances even if they die.
I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?
Just when everyone thought Yang Muchung had given up, who knew that instead of stopping, Yang Muchung slowly walked towards Ashio's position.
Old guy, it seems you are really looking for death.
The wretched man raised his eyebrows. Their reputation is so great that most people would tremble with fear when hearing their name, and would shy away from them. How could they dare to challenge them? But now I have seen a ghost. I actually bumped into 2 of them at once on this merchant ship. He let go of Axiu and walked towards Yang Muchung with a grin. His fists crackled as he clenched them.
Old guy, since you're the one who sent us here looking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Seeing his ferocious look, everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. With Yang Mu as the center, the people around him immediately fled away like the plague, for fear that if they were too late, they would be missed by the other party, and they would die without knowing how.
Old sir, run away!
Axiu also recovered from the shock. She didn't expect that there were so many people on the whole ship, and no one could speak for her. In the end, the person who stood up was an old man in his dying years. The old gentleman looked like he was in his 70s, and even had some difficulty walking. It was precisely because of this that she carefully helped him get on the boat. How could such an old man be a match for these vicious gangsters? Everyone sighed secretly when they saw the scene. Just when everyone was feeling sorry, the wretched man had already arrived in front of Yang Muchung. Without any nonsense, he raised his hand and slapped Yang Muchung on the head. This time he struck more ferociously than before, obviously preparing to kill people.
Old gentleman!
Axia couldn't help but screamed and didn't even dare to look anymore. However, just when everyone thought that the aggressive old man would die tragically on the spot, an unexpected scene occurred. Yang Muchung slowly raised his hand and swept it directly towards the opponent.
Boom!
The next moment, the wretched man flew out on the spot. Chapter 2257 Who Allowed You to Leave? Whoosh! Under the incredible gazes of countless people, the wretched man flew away like an arrow from a string. I even bumped into 3 or 4 warriors. Those warriors who tried to stop him were unable to do so. But instead, he was violently knocked away. Everyone quickly looked around and saw that the warriors who had been knocked away were missing arms and legs on the spot. As for the warrior who received a slap, he had completely died before he even hit the ground. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous old man, who looked like he was in his twilight years, could actually be a master?
Hey hey!
Seeing this scene, Mr. Han was furious and laughed. He glanced at Yang Muchung coldly and said coldly,
I didn't expect that I have been a hawk all my life. But in the end my eyes were pecked by an inconspicuous old sparrow like you. No wonder you dare to jump like this and mind my own business. It turns out he is a practicing master.
Yang Muchung didn't pay attention to Boss Han at all, but slowly walked towards the old man.
Happy as H.L.
With just a touch of his right hand, he already knew the other person's situation well. Although the old man Chuan has also practiced some rudimentary kung fu, he may be better than ordinary people. But no matter how powerful he is, he will not live long if his neck is broken.
Hee hee. Soon you will be like this old man,
Boss Han said coldly. He waved his hand, and immediately a man with complex muscles and a fleshy face came out from behind.
Tear this old guy's head off. Don't worry. I will definitely twist off his head and use it as a ball for you to kick.
The muscular man chuckled and walked towards Yang Muchung with a ferocious expression on his face. As he walked, he shouted,
Old guy, you really don't know how to live or die. If you hide there obediently, you might be able to live for 2 more years. If you dare to resist us, I will send you into the coffin in advance today.
Yang Muchung ignored him, but gently slapped the old boatman's chest with his right hand, injecting a burst of life into him. Certainly, Yang Muchung was very careful and only injected a small amount. But this was already a huge amount for ordinary people. This huge surge of vitality surged into his body. At this moment, the dying old man's face turned rosy, and he came back to life.
Huh?
The old man on the boat was stunned. As he lay on the ground, he could clearly feel his life passing by. But suddenly, it seemed as if everything was gone. Like an illusion.
What's going on? Axu, take your father aside.
Yang Muchung waved his hand.
Yes. Yes.
Axu was also completely stunned. Not to mention ordinary people. Even some warriors may not be able to recover from such injuries. The other party just touched him and completely recovered. After listening to Yang Muchung's words, Axia pulled her father aside with a confused look on her face. This scene not only stunned everyone on the merchant ship, but also completely shocked Boss Han and his group of bandits.
This old man is a bit unusual.
The man with a ferocious face before was stunned for a moment.
No matter what, kill him first.
Boom! A cold light flashed in his eyes. The opponent tiptoed a little, and his whole body shot out like a cheetah, rushing in front of Yang Muchung in an instant.
Roar!
At this moment, a shocking roar of tigers resounded in the void. The rolling spiritual energy surged from all around, forming a huge tiger. At the same time as it was formed, it frantically pounced on Yang Muchung.
Die!
These bandits may seem very powerful to others, but in Yang Muchung's eyes, they are just like ants. He waved his hand casually, and a powerful energy surged out quickly. Wow! A sharp whistling sound resounded rapidly. Immediately afterwards, he saw a huge wave of air rising up. Like a huge wave, rushing forward desperately.
Bang!
Under the impact of this wave of air, the charging tiger was smashed to pieces on the spot, and it blasted forward with unabated momentum. Under the incredible eyes of countless people, it killed the full-faced tiger on the spot. The strong man, with a fleshy face, was torn apart. It was not until later that this wave of air slowly disappeared.
Hiss!
Seeing this scene, everyone who was still enjoying the show suddenly froze on the spot.
How can it be?
No one expected that an old man who looked like he was in his final years would actually launch such a terrifying attack in the blink of an eye. Looking at the companion, who was killed without even having time to scream, everyone just felt numb. Boss Han narrowed his eyes. His eyes fell on Yang Mucheng, and he couldn't help but be startled. At this time, the old man didn't have any of the decrepit look from before. His whole person was like an unsheathed sword, with its sharp edge clearly revealed. It's like a tall mountain peak, as if it reaches straight into the sky.
I missed it!
Seeing the other party's appearance, Boss Han was heartbroken. At this time, he naturally realized that the other party was no longer an ordinary old man, but an anonymous strongman. If it were normal, he would definitely not be afraid of the other party. But this time, he didn't bring enough people. If he continued to fight forcefully, both sides would suffer. After all, Boss Han is ambitious. In this short moment, his mind has already changed thousands of times, and he has a countermeasure.
I didn't expect that Senior is here. How offended we are.
He smiled faintly, cupped his hands towards Yang Mucheng and said,
Isn't it right for me, Junior, to accompany me here?
After saying that, he turned around and looked at his companions, who had not yet recovered from the shock, waved his hand and said,
Let's go! Boss Han!
Seeing this scene, many bandits exclaimed. They have always been rampant in this starry sky, and others have always avoided them. Not them at all.
Shh! Don't talk!
Some bandits, who knew Boss Han's thoughts, reminded him in a low voice.
Boss Han is showing weakness to the enemy, because we didn't know there were such powerful people on this ship before. We didn't have enough manpower. Let's go back first. Boss Han will definitely come back again by then.
After everyone heard this, they understood the key, and everyone on the merchant ship couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Yang Mucheng showed great strength, the opponent was still outnumbered. If there really is a fight, we don't know who will win and who will lose. However, just when everyone thought that this matter had come to an end, Yang Mucheng's voice slowly came from behind.
Who allowed you to leave?
Chapter 2258. Too late. What? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this sentence, and looked towards Yang Mucheng in astonishment.
Old man, what are you doing? Yeah, these evil stars are going to leave, so let them go. Why are you keeping them? If we anger them, I'm afraid none of us will survive.
Seeing Boss Han preparing to take people away, everyone on the merchant ship couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But who would have thought that before their hearts could completely fall, Yang Mucheng spoke up again, and looking at him, he seemed to want to keep these people here. Suddenly, everyone on the merchant ship couldn't help but scream. Axia was also shocked. She didn't expect that this old man who looked so kind-hearted would be so bold.
Old sir, do you have a problem?
A trace of gloom appeared on Boss Han's face. He had planned to let these people go for now, but he didn't expect that the other party actually dared to climb up the pole, and even dared to stop himself. However, he has made up his mind not to confront the opponent head-on for the time being. After all, for him, it is not that he is afraid of the opponent's strength, but that he does not want to waste manpower on the old man. Recently, 2 or 3 groups of bandits have emerged in this starry sky, competing for territory with them. So he just wanted to wait for the other party to become numb and careless, and then send people to kill him, without any means. How could his organization have dominated the starry sky for such a long time?
You can leave if you want. If you cut off your hands and feet, I can consider sparing your lives,
Yang Mucheng said calmly. What? Hearing these words, whether it was Boss Han, the people on the merchant ship, or the bandits, they couldn't help but be surprised. They have seen bold people, but never such bold people. How dare you let Boss Han cut off his hands and feet?
What did you say?
Boss Han's eyes flashed coldly, and he couldn't help but sneered.
What I said is very clear. If you want to leave alive, you have to cut off your hands and feet. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave alive,
Yang Mucheng said lightly. He naturally knew that these people and bandits were all vicious and ruthless people. For them, if 2 men died, they would not give up so easily. Instead of waiting for them to retaliate in the future, It is better to let them know how powerful you are here, and completely cut off their thoughts.
Ha ha. Old man. You are such a coward.
Boss Han sneered and stood still, staring directly at Yang Muchung with his cold eyes.
Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Broken.
As soon as Boss Han said these words, everyone present could not help but turn pale, and secretly said,
Oh no. Let me tell you.
A middle-aged man on the merchant ship was so frightened that he could not help but wailed.
I have already said that these people cannot be messed with at all. It is a great blessing for us that he can retreat on his own.
Now that we have angered each other, all of us will not be able to survive. Boss Han, we don't know this old man. He has nothing to do with us.
The middle-aged man spoke quickly. As soon as he spoke, everyone around him immediately reacted. He quickly shouted,
Boss Han, we don't know this old man. Yes, if you want to kill him, just kill him. Everything has nothing to do with us.
Everyone exclaimed. He immediately distanced himself from Yang Muchung, for fear of being offended by the other party. Looking at the appearance of this group of people,
Boss Han was also enjoying themselves. He looked at Yang Muchung coldly, and said in a cold voice,
Old man, I originally planned to let you go. But now that you are seeking death, you can't blame me. It should be you who should be damned.
As he spoke, Yang Muchung's eyes turned cold. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and took a step forward.
Boom!
Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Yang Muchung's entire body was like an arrow that shot out of a string, and he was in front of the opponent almost in an instant.
What?
Seeing this scene, Boss Han's pupils narrowed. The strength shown by the other party this time was beyond his imagination. He shouted secretly in his heart, and without any hesitation, he quickly shot towards the back.
Old man, since you want to die, then I will make it happen for you.
Letting out a roar, Boss Han threw his right hand. A flash of blue light was seen, and a palm-sized shield quickly flew out of his palm. As the power poured in, the small shield actually swelled at the wind at this moment. Almost instantly, it transformed into a huge wall hundreds of feet high.
Boom!
But who would have thought that under Yang Muchung's fist, the shield would be like paper, appearing extremely fragile. Only a terrifying explosion was heard, and the shield exploded.
What are you idiots still doing?
Looking at his companions who were still in a daze around him, Boss Han couldn't help but shouted. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. They were also frightened by Yang Muchung's strength, which was simply beyond their imagination. However, following Boss Han's shout, they quickly came to their senses.
Kill him! This old guy dares to challenge us, and let him die without a burial place. Destroy him completely.
Tongue! 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 Amid bursts of exclamations, countless bandits had already launched a monstrous offensive at this moment, and the terrifying attack was overwhelming and crushing Yang Muchung at this moment.
Old sir, be careful!
Seeing this scene, Axia quickly exclaimed. However, Yang Muchung didn't look at it. Instead, he waved his right hand fiercely. A shocking scene appeared. The attack that was enough to annihilate an entire star was quietly annihilated at this moment.
What?
Boss Han narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed what he saw. With so many people taking action at the same time, even a star can be completely blown to pieces. But the other party just waved it, and completely annihilated it. Only then did he realize that he had kicked the iron plate.
Old sir, I am willing to cut off my hands and feet.
Boss Han shouted quickly.
Really?
Yang Muchung said lightly. A trace of ecstasy flashed in Boss Han's eyes, and he was about to nod. But Yang Muchung's next words made him fall into the abyss.
Unfortunately, it's too late.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung's fist landed lightly on Boss Han's chest. Chapter 2259 Opportunity.
Boom!
This seemed like an understatement, but in everyone's eyes it was a shocking blow. Under the incredible gazes of countless people, Boss Han's body was smashed into pieces like an egg. In an instant, his body turned into a blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They didn't expect that it would be such a result. Boss Han, who had roamed the starry sky for who knows how many years, actually died in the hands of an unknown old man.
He killed Boss Han? Destroy him! Avenge Boss Han!
Boom! 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 In a moment, the bandits, who struggled to wake up from the shock, came back to their senses in an instant. Amidst a burst of roars, figures flew out at extreme speeds, fiercely heading towards Yang Muchung's position.
Court death!
To others, Boss Han's strength may be considered quite terrifying. But in his eyes, he is just like an ant. This is true even for the leaders of these existences, let alone those little minions. He waved his hand casually, and everyone felt a strong wind passing by. Immediately afterwards, a huge wind wave passed by quickly, like a sea wave that blocked the sky and swept towards the location where everyone was.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Waves of terrifying loud noises rang out, and the charging bandits were shattered to pieces in an instant. Everyone quickly looked forward, and there was no figure in that area, leaving only a blood mist.
Who else wants to give it a try again?
Yang Mucheng casually flicked his fingers and asked lightly. Even with such a simple movement, people couldn't help but feel chilled in their hearts, and they all retreated.
Old senior, spare your life.
Plop! Immediately, one of the bandits' knees weakened, and he knelt heavily on the ground. His head hit the ground like a chicken pecking at rice, begging frantically for mercy.
Old senior, spare your life. Old senior, spare your life.
The other bandits also reacted quickly, fearing that if they moved slower, they would be like Boss Han, who would be completely dead on the spot.
Get out!
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and waved his hand.
Yes, yes.
After hearing these words, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty. How dare they stay where they were? They all rolled and crawled away. They secretly hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. In almost the blink of an eye, all the bandits, who had previously surrounded the entire merchant ship, were gone. Good. Looking at the bandits fleeing in embarrassment, and then looking at Yang Mucheng, who killed hundreds of people with one blow, everyone on the merchant ship couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It's not like they haven't seen battles between strong men in this starry sky, but they didn't expect someone to be so powerful.
Old gentleman!
The first person to come to his senses was Axiu. She quickly brought her father to Yang Mucheng's side.
Thank you, senior, for saving your life. This little girl has nothing to repay. Ha ha. Don't be so nervous. I'm not a ferocious beast that eats people without spitting out their bones.
Yang Mucheng waved his hand with a smile and said,
For me, this is just a piece of cake. Now that the bandits are gone, we can move on. Yes, yes, yes.
The old man nodded repeatedly. He gained Yang Mucheng's glimmer of vitality. Not only did he walk out of the gate of H.L., his silver hair turned black, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. He seemed to be dozens of years younger, like a middle-aged man.
I'm going back to the cabin first. If you encounter any trouble again, just come to me.
Yang Mucheng smiled and patted Axiu on the head.
Huh?
When he turned around, his eyes fell on a scroll not far away. If I remember correctly, this scroll should have fallen out of Boss Han's body. My punch can break even the stars, but this scroll isn't scathed. Is it some kind of treasure? Yang Mucheng's heart moved, and he grabbed it with his right hand. The scroll had already flown into his hand.
Really?
With the scroll in hand, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. There is a powerful force faintly on this scroll, which has sealed it. Even his spiritual thoughts couldn't penetrate it. And as soon as he touched it, he was shaken back by a powerful force.
Obviously, this is not an ordinary thing. Take it back and study it carefully.
Putting the scroll away, Yang Mucheng slowly walked towards the cabin.
Old sir, let me help you.
Seeing this, Axiu quickly came forward to help. But she suddenly thought that Yang Mucheng was not a dying old gentleman as everyone imagined, but a mysterious and powerful warrior. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment on her face.
Thank you for your kindness.
Yang Mucheng smiled and nodded.
Come here.
Axiu came over quickly. Yang Mucheng raised his finger, tapped it lightly, and saw a ray of light pouring into Axiu's eyebrows.
This is?
Asuden felt that there was something extra in her mind. The information was so huge that it made her head feel swollen. Yang Mucheng smiled and said,
This is some of my experience in cultivation. Little girl, you are kind-hearted, and it is your chance to meet me. Practice according to this information, and in the future you will have powerful power and means to ensure that your loved ones are not being bullied by anyone. Thank you, sir.
Axiu is still a little confused and doesn't quite understand. Naturally, Yang Mucheng would not explain that Axiu's qualifications were pretty good. If he practiced diligently, he would definitely be extraordinary in the future. It's just that revealing too much now is too dangerous for Axiu. If the 7 clans follow the clues and find Axiu, it will be an unnecessary disaster for her. Yang Mucheng nodded with a smile, then turned around and returned to the cabin, until his figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. The merchant ship suddenly exploded.
Oh my god! This old man is actually a great master. It's so terrible. Even the notorious boss Han was killed by him. Didn't you see that he killed so many beings with just one palm of his hand? A person like him is probably a famous person in the starry sky.
Everyone was shocked by the strength shown by Yang Maicheng. Some people also secretly speculated.
This old gentleman is too strong. If you can become my disciple, it will be a huge opportunity.
But as soon as this person finished speaking, someone laughed and said,
You want to become a disciple of that old gentleman? Stop dreaming. When Boss Han wanted to kill him, you were so anxious to break up with him.
Chapter 2260 Mysterious Picture Scroll. Naturally, Yang Maicheng didn't know how remorseful and regretful those behind him were. But even if he knew, he would not bother with it again. If Axia hadn't helped him when he got on the boat, he wouldn't have bothered to deal with this matter. So, sometimes opportunities are right next to you. It just depends on whether the other person has the ability to grasp them. Back in the cabin, Yang Maicheng began to study the previous scroll.
Boss, what happened outside just now? There seemed to be a fight?
Seeing Yang Maicheng coming back, the alertness on the faces of Jin Long and Axiana was reduced a bit, but they were still full of vigilance.
Don't worry. We just met a group of thieves.
Yang Maicheng smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the two of them should not be nervous, and briefly talked about what happened outside before.
Master, what is this in your hand?
Axiana asked.
This is the scroll.
Yang Maicheng took out the scroll, and then said slowly,
This scroll, after withstanding my punch before, was able to remain the same. Moreover, outside the scroll, it seemed to be sealed by something, and my spiritual thoughts could not be moved at all. Can't get into it.
Oh! Hearing Yang Maicheng's words, both of them couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Yang Maicheng's strength is obvious to all. In particular, the 5 elements of spiritual bodies gradually merge to form a cycle of 5 elements. Even the master of a Yuan may not be able to withstand his punch. As for the divine thoughts, they are even more terrifying. Even traveling thousands of miles a day is no problem. However, this scroll can remain intact under his punch, and can even withstand the exploration of his spiritual thoughts. This can already prove that this scroll is not an extraordinary thing.
There seems to be a seal on it.
Yang Maicheng slowly opened the scroll. Sure enough, inside the scroll, there was actually a huge landscape painting. Although this painting is only 2 meters long, it gives people the feeling that it contains a whole world.
Master, look!
Arsenal couldn't help but exclaimed. Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows, and saw a flying bird in the painting. Under the gaze of the 3 people, it slowly flew from one side of the painting to the other side.
This painting seems to be alive.
Yang Maicheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although the entire picture scroll has been completely sealed, his spiritual mind can still perceive some of the subtleties in the picture scroll, in addition to the birds that flew past alive before. If you listen carefully, you can also hear the sound of wind, water, and the sound of some leaves being blown.
There is such a thing?
Jin Long couldn't help but be horrified. Axiano on the side frowned thoughtfully, and then said,
I did hear someone say before that someone can create a world in a painting. I always thought it was someone else's fiction, but I didn't expect it to be true.
Yang Maicheng nodded and said,
This must be a method of refining weapons. Have you forgotten that we have also broken through some secret realms? On the surface of those secret realms, some look like a palace, some look like just a tomb, and some just look like an alchemy. There is a whole world hidden in this scroll, and I am not surprised at all.
Maybe this picture looks very complicated, but in fact it is not too difficult. First of all, we must find suitable materials that can withstand the inner universe array.
The material of this scroll should be human skin.
Yang Maicheng fumbled carefully before saying slowly,
Moreover, it should still be an ancestor-level existence.
Call. Hearing Yang Maicheng's words, Axiano and Jin Long couldn't help but feel a hint of extreme shock in their eyes. However, they firmly believed in Yang Maicheng's words. So far, more than 6 1-yuan grandmasters have died at the hands of Yang Maicheng. Among them, only Yang Maicheng understood the powerful people at this level best. Since Yang Maicheng said that the material of this scroll is made of human skin, even if there is a deviation, it will not be too different.
Then who made it?
Jin Long couldn't help but ask.
The master just got this scroll, and the seal on it has not been unlocked. Who knows who made it?
Axiana rolled his eyes at Jin Long and couldn't help but say. Jin Long chuckled, knowing that he was too idiotic to ask this question. After hearing this, Yang Muchung took his eyes back from the scroll.
If you want to know this, I'm afraid the only way is to unlock the seal in this scroll and go in and take a look.
He had just observed it, and became more and more certain of his guess. If it is correct, the warrior who was used to make the scroll was still a strong one who was trained by a 1-yuan master. Otherwise, ordinary masters would not be able to withstand such a huge inner universe formation. Even a simple formation might tear this human skin apart. And the space inside this scroll is also quite huge, beyond what most people can imagine. He was also very curious about this picture scroll. Anyway, we are still a long way away from the Tuoba clan. So why not take a look here to see what kind of existence there is in the scroll? Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Jin Long and Axianu and said,
You two, seal the surroundings. Don't leave any gaps. Don't let the power leak out. I'm going to break the seal of this scroll. Yes.
Hearing that Yang Muchung was prepared, Jin Long and Axianu were also looking forward to it. Although they have seen some space treasures, they have never seen such a strange existence. It all looks like a painting. Everything is revealed. And what's even more strange is that the existence in the painting actually seems to be alive. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it. With their strength, they naturally cannot explore the secrets in the entire picture. But now Yang Muchung wants to find out, which is exactly what they want. At that moment, the two people quickly set up a formation in the cabin. Buzz! Only a gentle buzzing sound was heard, and rays of light spread rapidly, turning into sheets of light curtains, covering the entire cabin.
Boss, it's done! There are 13 layers of barriers in total. Even if 2 1-yuan masters are fighting in this cabin, others will not be aware of what is happening here.
Jin Long clapped his hands and said,
Very good!
Yang Muchung glanced at the surrounding barriers, and couldn't help but nodded. He put his mind away at the moment, and the huge spiritual thoughts were directly injected into the painting. Seeing that Yang Muchung had begun to unlock the seal, Jin Long and Axianu both held their breath and looked over carefully. Chapter 2261 Seal. Boom! At the moment when his spiritual thoughts entered the scroll, Yang Muchung felt as if his consciousness was blocked by something, and he could no longer move forward.
I don't believe it. I can't get into your scroll. Not even the seal in it.
Feeling the strong resistance from the seal, Yang Muchung couldn't help but frown. Boom! His eyes opened angrily, and there was a chill in them. At this moment, the surging spiritual thoughts shrank rapidly, condensed into one point, and pierced into the seal like the tip of a needle. That seal is airtight. It was enough to withstand all attacks. But under the bombardment of Yang Muchung's spiritual thoughts, a hole the size of a pinhole was still stabbed out. Of course, this is an existence on a spiritual level. The Xenu and the golden dragon on the side cannot be touched with the naked eye. In their opinion, Yang Muchung just picked up the scroll and sat there in a daze. But he had no idea that Yang Muchung's spiritual thoughts had already entered the seal. At the moment when the seal was broken, Yang Muchung felt a strong suction force flying directly from the scroll. And at this moment, his consciousness began to spin involuntarily. It's like being swallowed up by a whirlpool. Resisting the thought of pulling his spiritual thoughts back from the whirlpool, Yang Muchung simply allowed his consciousness to enter it. After the dizzy feeling disappeared, Yang Muchung suddenly found himself in a white space. This space is endless as far as the eye can see. But strangely, there is nothingness inside.
This is not the space of the scroll?
Narrowing his eyes, Yang Muchung looked around to sense the past. He suddenly discovered that the location where his spiritual thoughts came was not the space in the scroll, but the sealed space outside the scroll. To put it simply, this layer of sealed space is like a protective film on the scroll. Although ordinary people can see everything in the scroll, they cannot touch it. This is entirely because this layer of sealed space is outside. Of course, it is also because of this relationship that Yang Muchung's spiritual thoughts cannot enter it.
It seems that if you want to truly enter this space, you have to tear off a seal.
My heart moved secretly. Yang Muchung looked towards his feet. Now, he seems to be standing in a void. Under his feet, there are great mountains and rivers. The mountains stretch for thousands of miles, with green mountains and gurgling springs. If he hadn't known before that this was the space within the scroll, he would have thought that he had entered a secret realm again.
Break it for me!
He took a deep breath, transformed his spiritual thoughts into the last giant knife, and slashed hard towards the transparent space under his feet.
Clang!
Only a terrifying loud sound was heard, and that layer of space was actually motionless. Not only that, The powerful counterattack force caused the giant sword transformed by Yang Muqing's spiritual thoughts to explode with a bang.
Huh?
With a raised brow, Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with surprise. This seal was more powerful and terrifying than he imagined.
I don't believe it.
Clenching his teeth, Yang Muqing activated his spiritual thoughts again. Although he has not been practicing for a long time, his spiritual thoughts are no worse than those of those One Yuan masters, and are even a bit stronger. According to his imagination, he could easily break open this seal. But who could have imagined that his full-force bombardment this time would not only have no effect, but would actually make his mind tremble.
Break it for me!
Buzz! With an angry shout, he activated his spiritual thoughts again. The surging spiritual thoughts shrank crazily at an extreme speed. Any warrior who has used divine thoughts knows that the larger the divine thoughts, the more powerful they are. In fact, the more concentrated the spiritual thoughts are, the more powerful they are. It's like a steel knife forged from pig iron that has been refined into steel. Its power is definitely much more powerful than or that is several times larger.
Break!
When this spiritual thought contracted to the extreme, there was only a crackling sound, and the white space was torn open at this moment. Wow! A scene like broken glass quietly appeared. And then Yang Muqing only saw that the originally blurry space under his feet also quietly appeared and became clear.
Boom!
Almost at the same time as this layer of barrier was torn open, a strong spiritual energy rushed over at this moment.
What a rich spiritual energy!
Feeling this extreme aura, Yang Muqing couldn't help but his eyes lit up.
The boss has been quiet for a long time. There shouldn't be any problems.
Jin Long looked at Yang Muqing, who had been sitting there without moving at all, and couldn't help but asked worriedly.
There should be no problem.
Axiana whispered.
The master's spiritual thoughts have completely entered this scroll, and he can't hear what we are saying. But the seal on this scroll is indeed better than it's a lot trickier to imagine.
The golden dragon on the side couldn't help but nodded. Yang Muqing's strength is already at the peak of the group of beings in this starry sky. According to their original belief, it would be easy for Yang Muqing to open the seal of this scroll. But I didn't expect that after making him wait for such a long time. There was still no reaction at all. No wonder these two people couldn't help but feel worried. Buzz? While the two were talking, they only saw the picture scroll held by Yang Muqing in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, it trembled, and at the same time, it transformed into a golden light. Wow! During this burst of golden light, a sound of water that was far clearer than before quietly came from the scroll. At the same time, I also heard the chirping of birds. This is a feeling that is far different from before. The whole person feels like he is in a space with beautiful mountains and clear waters.
Call!
At the same time, Yang Muqing, who seemed to have been in a daze, finally let out a long breath and opened his eyes at this moment.
Boss! Owner!
Seeing Yang Muqing open his eyes, Jin Long and Axiana shouted quickly and looked over expectantly.
Already opened.
Yang Muqing nodded slightly. Axiana and Jin Long quickly poured their spiritual thoughts into it. And sure enough, they could feel the continuous flow of spiritual energy flowing into the scroll in Yang Muqing's hand.
Now that the seal has been unlocked, we can directly enter the scroll,
Yang Muqing said slowly.
Get ready. Yes.
When they heard that they were about to enter the space in the scroll, both Axiana and Jin Long couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 2262 Arowana. Buzz. As Yang Muqing squeezed it with his right hand, he saw the scroll in his hand burst into a bright light at this moment. And then a huge suction force came directly from it. Axiana and Jin Long were stunned, and were about to resist the suction when they heard Yang Muqing say,
Don't resist. Follow this power and go in.
The two of them were stunned when they heard this, and then allowed the power to surge. All they saw was a golden light shining in front of them. When they opened their eyes again, everyone found that they were no longer in the previous cabin, but in another space.
Is this the world in the painting?
After taking a look at the surrounding environment, both Axiana and Jin Long could not help but widen their eyes with a look of horror. Even though Yang Muqing had glimpsed the outline of the world in this painting before, when he actually saw this space, he couldn't help but be stunned.
This is a real world.
Axiana couldn't help but said. Feng shui. Mountains. Forests. Sun. Moon and stars. In this space, there is no difference at all from the outside world. Moreover, the world in this painting is also quite rich in aura. There is nothing like the world in the painting. Looking up, you can see the towering peaks and dense woods. If you listen carefully, you can hear the clear springs in the mountains constantly sliding down the rocks, giving people a wonderful feeling. In addition, you can also see those small animals that are constantly shuttling through the forest.
I wonder if there are any heavenly and earthly treasures in this space.
Jin Long, who woke up from the shock, couldn't help but whisper. This sentence reminded Yang Muchung. He raised his gaze and immediately looked in all directions.
Huh?
After a moment, he couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise.
What's wrong? Have you really discovered anything?
Axena couldn't help but ask.
There seems to be some.
Yang Muchung nodded and said.
There are several very powerful auras in this space. And these powerful auras are even no less powerful than mine. Over there.
Tongue! With the tip of his toes, Yang Muchung leaped up and quickly flew towards one of the powerful auras. Jin Long and Axiana looked at each other and quickly passed by. Not long after, the three of them saw a huge ocean, which could be said to be endless as far as the eye could see.
Where?
Jin Long asked quickly.
Just under this ocean.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly, and his spiritual thoughts continued to surge towards the depths of the sea. Vaguely, he only saw a huge figure hiding in the seawater.
Who is spying on me?
Just when Yang Muchung's spiritual thoughts touched the other party, a violent shout burst out from the seawater at the same time. This loud sound could not be heard with ears, and it resounded directly in everyone's minds. Tongue! In an instant, both Axianu and Jin Long couldn't help but tremble, and they all took a few steps back, looking towards the sea with gloomy expressions. Only Yang Muchung could still stand there, motionless, but his eyes were also extremely alert.
Crash!
Just as this echo of spiritual thoughts resounded, a wave of waves was heard. Immediately afterwards, I saw a huge shadow slowly rising from the depths of the seabed, and then suddenly rushed out of the water.
That is?
Jin Long couldn't help shouting. I saw a fish dragon with golden scales all over its body rushing out with a huge wave of water. This ichthyosaur's body was shining with golden light, and two majestic dragon horns grew on its head. When it appeared, a huge aura was already revealed. He looked at the three people on the ocean with vigilance and shouted in a deep voice.
Who on earth used spiritual thoughts to spy on me just now?
The dragon fish that rushed out was a demon beast at the level of a 1 yuan master. The churning demonic energy was so huge that it even surpassed the average grandmaster.
It's me!
Yang Muchung stepped forward, raised his hands to the arowana and said,
We are new to this space and have no intention of disturbing you. We just want to ask some questions about this space. Snort! Roll!
Hearing Yang Muchung's words, the dragon fish immediately snorted coldly, swung its huge body suddenly, and the golden fish tail was carrying a billowing evil spirit, and suddenly it was slapped on the ocean below him.
Bang!
I only heard a loud sound like a rock breaking through the earth. And then I saw that in this boiling demonic energy, the entire sea burst open like an explosion, and a huge wave of waves violently exploded at this moment. Soaring into the sky, he rolled directly into the void, and at the same time, he slapped the three of them desperately. Yang Muchung frowned slightly, raised his right hand, and slashed fiercely. Wow! With a loud sound, he was like a kendo master cutting the water with his sword, easily splitting the huge wave in half. How could the sea water, without the support of demonic energy, be able to rise up to tens of thousands of feet in the sky again and immediately fall down? Wow! The sea water on this wave, even without the support of monster energy, was very powerful, even heavier than the entire mountain peak. And it suddenly hit the sea surface. Seeing this scene, Arowana couldn't help but raise his brows, and then sneered and said,
No wonder you dare to act arrogantly in my territory. It turns out that you are also a strong man. But do you think you can compete with me like this? Hey, old man.
Jin Long couldn't bear it anymore and shouted quickly.
You are too unreasonable. We have said that we entered this space accidentally and want to ask what is going on here. What's the origin? You attack us indiscriminately. Do you still have any reason?
The dragon fish sneered and said,
How do I know what kind of place this is? I have been living in this ocean since I became conscious. This entire ocean is my territory. You came to my territory and asked me where this is. This is what's the point?
Hearing what the other party said, Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This dragon fish is not an ordinary monster. He is in existence in the realm of 1 yuan master. From an ordinary monster beast to cultivating to this level is not something that can be achieved in just a few thousand years. Could it be that this picture is even older than they imagined? Arsenal was also stunned, apparently catching the key to the other party's words. The origin of this picture scroll must be extraordinary, beyond their imagination. But at this moment, they could no longer think about these problems, because the dragonfish had launched another attack. Chapter 2263 Unreasonable. Boom! The dragonfish's big tail swung violently and slapped on the sea surface again. The momentum, this time, was even faster and more terrifying than before. Only a vast sound of water was heard, and then 3 huge waves were seen violently exploding on the sea. Although the 3 churning waves may be smaller than the previous waves, the evil energy contained in them is actually not bad at all. These 3 waves rising into the sky instantly transformed into 3 water dragons rising into the sky, rushing towards Yang Mucheng, Jilong, and Axiana respectively with a horrifying attitude.
This guy is so hateful!
The golden dragon screamed, not daring to show any signs of neglect, and quickly erupted into a demonic aura.
Roar!
A burst of dragon roar resounded quickly and violently, and the energy of heaven and earth gathered together to form a huge mad dragon, rushing towards one of the water columns. Just heard a loud dong sound, and then saw the terrifying water droplets bursting on the spot. Axiana didn't dare to neglect. He tiptoed a little in the void, and shot backwards dexterously. While retreating, his hands quickly formed seals in front of him. Buzz! Following his mark, the void suddenly trembled, and then an extreme coldness spread rapidly. This chill swept across crazily, rushing directly towards the water column. Click! 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 Continuous sounds resounded quietly, and then the huge water column was seen frozen on the spot. As for Yang Mucheng, he was much more relaxed. He just frowned slightly, and waved his right hand casually. The water column that just hit the front was blown away in an instant.
If you continue to be so stubborn, then I will have no choice but to deal with you.
Yang Mucheng slowly took back his right hand, and said in a cold voice, "He has given in repeatedly. But this does not mean that others can take advantage of this and attack him again and again."
Ha ha! I want to see how you deal with me! Roar!
Arowana sneered, and his body suddenly circled around the sea. His speed was extremely fast, and he had already turned before he finished speaking. Almost at the same time, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared on the calm sea. This whirlpool quickly rose into the sky almost as soon as it appeared, under the shocked eyes of Jinlong and Axianu. It quickly transformed into a terrifying waterspout, and in an instant it rushed up to the sky, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Yang Mucheng pounced fiercely at this moment.
Boss!
Seeing this scene, Jinlong couldn't help shouting. Axianu also frowned slightly. They had repeatedly given in, but this dragonfish was still aggressive, refusing to give in at all, and even wanted to kill them. Even clay figures have some anger, let alone them.
Snort!
Yang Mucheng frowned, with a hint of anger on his face. His pupils closed, and his right hand clenched in the air. I only heard a vast sound of water rising up, and then I saw the sea water rising rapidly into the sky. Under his huge power, it transformed into a huge water sword. This water sword is tens of thousands of feet long and contains spiritual power. Although it is made of the softest sea water, it is actually extremely hard. The edge of the sword shines with cold light, and it has the ability to break gold and jade.
Zheng!
Almost at the same time as the long sword was formed, Yang Mucheng's right hand was suddenly swung downwards.
Crash!
The huge waterspout was torn apart on the spot directly under the sword, turning into tens of thousands of tons of sea water and crashing down crazily. Looking at Axiana and Jinlong, who were about to take action behind him, Yang Mucheng quickly shouted,
"You two! Please don't interfere! Leave this guy to me!"
Axiana and Jinlong were shocked and quickly stopped. At the same time, they looked at the dragonfish with pity.
Hee hee! This guy made the boss angry.
Jinlong couldn't help but sneered.
Now that the boss has taken action, it's not that simple to make him stop. Huh? He's just asking for trouble.
Axianu also snorted coldly. They have said it many times. This dragonfish still goes his own way and has attacked Yang Mucheng several times. If this is not seeking death, what else could it be? Now that Yang Mucheng has been angered, all we can say is that he brought it upon himself.
Seeing
the exploding waterspout, Arowana raised his eyebrows, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes.
I want to see how powerful you are. How dare you come here to attack me with wild words?
Boom! A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the huge body of the dragonfish started to dance again, and its huge tail slapped heavily on the sea, along with a loud explosion-like sound. I saw that the dragonfish was rising at this moment, flying rapidly into the sky with an incredible posture, and fiercely heading towards Yang Mucheng's position. crushing like crazy. Wow! The arowana surged rapidly, and almost in an instant, it arrived in front of Yang Muchung. At this moment, it violently danced its giant tail and struck Yang Muchung fiercely. Snort! Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung snorted coldly, shook his hands into a fist, and punched forward fiercely. Boom! In midair, two forces exploded rapidly. At this moment, it was like a rock shattering the sky. There was a terrible explosion in midair, and it also brought an endless roar. The violent wind visible to the naked eye spread to the extreme, roaring in all directions. Boom! In midair, Yang Muchung made a muffled sound and took a few steps back, and the huge dragon fish trembled violently and fell directly from midair into the sea. Get up here! Looking at the dragon fish that fell into the sea, Yang Muchung closed his eyes and quickly grabbed forward with his right hand. Immediately, the void quickly stirred up, and a huge whirlpool erupted. This vortex is like a terrifying black hole, attracting the endless spiritual energy from the world. It surges in rapidly and transforms into a huge palm under the incredible gaze of the dragon fish. The moment this palm was formed, it was already whizzing downwards fiercely, grabbing crazily towards where the dragon fish was. Snort! Seeing this scene, the dragon fish let out a roar. For a moment, this roar resounded like a dragon's roar, shaking the surrounding space, and even emitting an extreme ripple-like fluctuation. And at this moment, his demonic energy also exploded to the extreme. Chapter 2264 Catch. Wow! This shocking demonic energy swept across crazily, reaching an unimaginable level in an instant. In the midst of the roar, it transformed into a huge golden harpoon. At the same time as it was formed, it was already fiercely rushing towards Yang Muchung's giant palm. Humph! You still dare to resist? Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung closed his eyes, and the speed of the giant palm that struck down did not decrease but increased at this moment, and became more and more fierce. Boom! Under the horrified gazes, the attacks from both sides collided rapidly. A loud and earth-shattering sound erupted, and immediately afterwards, a ripple visible to the naked eye surged out from the place where the explosion occurred. Wherever the ripples passed, even the whole space was filled with energy at this moment. Then it became twisted. Under this loud sound, the huge harpoon was suddenly shattered by the giant palm, and the giant palm continued to grab the dragon fish with all its strength. Not good! His heart trembled, and the dragon fish screamed strangely. He never expected that he would actually hit the iron plate this time. Looking at the giant palm flying towards him, he immediately ignored everything and quickly fled towards the depths of the sea. Want to escape? It's too late now. Looking at this scene, Yang Muchung snorted coldly. With a wave of his left hand, a surging force emerged. At this moment, the huge ocean suddenly and quickly split into two halves, and his giant palm that reached out rapidly continued unabated and once again struck hard at the dragon fish. What? Seeing this scene, the dragon fish was almost scared out of its wits. It turned its body quickly and fled quickly towards half of the seawater. Boom! 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 Yang Muchung, who was in midair, waved his right hand repeatedly. Every time he swung it, like a sword struck by a peerless swordsman, the sea surface immediately split open, revealing a large and terrifying crack. He swung it dozens of times in a row, and the entire sea was completely torn apart at this moment, with huge cracks appearing in all directions. And in the depths of the seabed, you can even see the huge sword marks. Looking down from midair, what should have been an endless sea was actually cut into pieces at this moment. All the seawater formed a separate area, and the seawater had not healed. In every piece of seawater, you can see the dragon fish, constantly shuttling back and forth, frantically avoiding Yang Muchung's attack. Let's see how long you can hide! Yang Muchung's eyes turned cold as he watched the arowana dodge quickly and continuously move rapidly in every area. Boom! He waved his right hand again, only to see a violent wind erupting in the void. And in an instant, there was turmoil. In the void, at this moment, hundreds of rapidly rotating vortexes were formed. Each vortex is like a black hole moving, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth, and running rapidly at the same time. Each vortex quickly transforms into a huge palm, and is forming in an instant. It exploded. Call! 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 At this moment, hundreds of giant palms suddenly appeared, and almost at this moment, they completely blocked all the escape directions of the dragon fish. What? Seeing this scene, Arowana was almost frightened out of his wits. The entire sea was blocked by Yang Muchung at this moment. Is there any place for him to escape? Looking at the huge palms that were overwhelming the sky and rushing toward him crazily, the dragonfish flicked its huge tail and soared into the sky, desperately escaping into the distance.
Boss! He's running away!
Seeing this scene, Jin Long shouted quickly.
Humph! He can't escape!
Yang Muchung snorted and waved his right hand fiercely.
Bang!
A whistling sound resounded rapidly, and then he saw hundreds of giant palms rushing madly in one direction at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, under the shocked gaze of the dragonfish, they quickly merged into one and transformed into an even larger hand. This palm is many times bigger than before. What's more, it has reached a feeling of being blocked out from the sky. Boom! Waves of whistling sounds resounded crazily, and wherever the giant palm passed, it tore apart a space, almost in the blink of an eye. He was quickly chasing the dragonfish.
Brother! Save me!
At the moment when the arowana was about to be caught, the arowana suddenly burst out shouting. The voice was extremely miserable, and he was obviously very helpless. But his words shocked Yang Muchung, Jin Long, and Axianu.
What? Brother?
The shocked Jin Long reacted quickly and shouted loudly.
Boss! This guy has backups. We must not let him escape. Don't worry. I have my own arrangements.
Yang Muchung sneered, and the giant palm that was grabbing forward slowed down a lot at this moment. He really wanted to see what kind of existence this dragonfish boss was, since Arowana was unwilling to tell him the origin of this picture scroll. Yang Muchung imagined that the boss he was talking about would definitely be willing to tell him.
Groan!
Not long after this burst of shrill shouts came out, a huge phoenix cry came from a distance at the same time. This sharp sound was accompanied by turbulent ripples, rolling in desperately and spreading at an astonishing speed.
Coming!
Hearing this sound, Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his brows. At the same time, his right hand suddenly grabbed downwards. In an instant, the escaping arowana was suddenly caught in his hands.
Let me go!
The dragonfish roared and struggled wildly.
If you move again, I will kill you on the spot!
Yang Muchung shouted coldly and clenched his hands suddenly. Immediately, a terrifying force seeped out directly, pouring crazily into the giant palm.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Waves of terrible explosions resounded loudly. The dragonfish's body, covered in golden scales, burst open on the spot under the crushing force of this terrifying force, and blood flowed directly from the dragonfish's body at this moment. Desperately, until this moment, the dragonfish felt fear. He didn't dare to have the slightest doubt that if he continued to struggle, this boy would really kill him without mercy. Chapter 2265 Ice Phoenix. Seeing the obedient dragonfish in his hands, Yang Muchung nodded.
Boss! He's here!
Jin Long said quickly. Groan. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the crisp sound of phoenixes swept through like a hurricane. Even at this moment, ripples in the void were faintly visible. As the ripples rippled, the large area of chill spread rapidly and swept away in all directions.
This is?
Seeing this scene, even Axiana couldn't help but close his eyes. In the area where the ripples spread, everything around it suddenly solidified quickly at this moment. The originally vast sea turned into a picture of ice and snow in this short moment.
You dare to bully me. When my boss comes, you will be unable to eat and walk around.
Feeling the chill that swept over him, Arowana couldn't help but shouted coldly.
Snort!
Yang Muchung closed his eyes and flexed his fingers slightly. Suddenly, the force that suppressed the dragonfish increased several times at this moment, and swept out suddenly, hitting the dragonfish heavily. Only a crackling sound was heard, and Arowana suddenly made a dull sound, not daring to say another word. Call! At this time, the terrifying demonic energy swept over quickly. Everyone quickly looked forward and saw that the being flying quickly turned out to be a giant bird. His entire body was crystal clear, as if he were made of an ice sculpture. Even his feathers were like this. The whole body is surrounded by cold air, giving people a very cold illusion.
It turns out to be an ice phoenix.
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he could encounter so many rare monsters in this space. This kind of monster is basically the target of warriors. As far as that ice phoenix is concerned, whether it is feathers or blood, it is the best material for making magical weapons.
Let him go!
Bing Feng rushed over and looked at Yang Muchung with a gloomy expression.
Why let it go?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly,
I just want to ask about this world. But this dragonfish attacks us indiscriminately. And every blow is full of murderous intent. If my strength is even slightly inferior, wouldn't I be ruined in his hands?
Hearing this, Bingfeng frowned slightly and looked towards Dragonfish. The Dragonfish knew that he had made a mistake, so he naturally did not dare to say anything and just lowered his head. Seeing this scene, Bingfeng already knew what happened. He nodded slightly and said,
His personality is indeed a bit violent. But if you just hold him like this, isn't it inappropriate? Let him go. If you beat me, I will tell you what you want to know. Why?
Jinlong shouted.
Yeah. Why should we listen to you?
Arsenal also raised his eyebrows. But Yang Muchung smiled faintly, waved his right hand, and the giant palm holding the dragonfish suddenly spread quietly.
Okay. Since you have a request, I will accompany you to give it a try.
Certainly. Yang Muchung could also choose to grab the arowana and force the opponent. But after all, he was using deceitful means. With Yang Muchung's character, he naturally couldn't do it. Moreover, they would not have any complaints or anything to hide after defeating the opponent in such an open and honest manner.
Good.
Seeing Yang Muchung letting him go so decisively, Bingfeng was also full of surprise. As if he hadn't expected it, he nodded heavily and said,
If you win, I will tell you no matter what you ask. But if you lose, then go back to where you came from. Groan.
As soon as he finished speaking, Bingfeng let out a long cry, and a clear and crisp sound suddenly resounded rapidly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that a large area of empty suddenly turbulent at this moment. The ripples visible to the naked eye spread rapidly in all directions.
Not good.
Axianu and Jinlong couldn't help but change their expressions, and quickly retreated towards the rear. They could see that as the ripples spread, the entire space was frozen. Even the vast ocean has become an ice field.
Oh!
Looking at the ice phoenix exuding a billowing demonic aura, Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his brows. He could even see the endless frost rising up at a terrifying speed and coming to his body. In almost an instant, it covered most of his body.
Humph. You also want to fight against my eldest brother?
Seeing this scene, Arowana became excited as if he had been given a shot of blood. Yang Muchung was suspended in midair without using any strength, feeling the rapidly spreading layer of frost. Hearing Arowana's words, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth.
Boom!
At this moment, he clenched his fists fiercely, and suddenly a violent and terrifying force burst out crazily at this moment, sweeping rapidly in all directions with a shocking force.
Click! Click! Click!
A series of terrifying loud noises and a roaring sound resounded. Then he saw that the frozen ice field was completely torn apart by this force.
Hey! My boss won't lose to you!
Jinlong couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. The dragonfish snorted coldly, no longer talking to the golden dragon, but looked forward. Seeing that the chill she had released was broken by the other party in such an understatement, Bingfeng couldn't help but raise her brows.
Groan!
He let out a phoenix cry again, and the chill that originally spread to the surroundings stopped quietly. At the same time, the chill he had released was taken back into his body in a more terrifying manner. And as the chill subsided, Bingfeng's body actually became extremely huge at this moment. Even when his wings are spread out, they can already reach a shocking level that covers the sky and the sun. At this moment, he directly stretched out his sharp claws and quickly grabbed Yang Muchung's position.
Call!
A gust of wind stirred up, and the ice phoenix's sharp claws were terrifying to a certain extent, and it flew in front of Yang Muchung in an instant. The sharp phoenix claws tore this space apart, and in an instant, they were in front of Yang Muchung.
Ha ha! Good time!
Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung laughed loudly, quickly clenched his fists, and slammed forward. Chapter 2266, Fell into a trap?
What?
Seeing this scene, Dragonfish couldn't help but exclaimed. He had never thought that someone would dare to directly compete with Bingfeng in terms of strength. Hansheng sneered. Arowana showed a disdainful smile, and whispered,
Boy, if you dare to compete with my Bingfeng boss in terms of physical strength, you are really looking for death.
But before he could finish his words, the two men's attacks had already collided hard.
Boom!
A loud sound resounded, and at this moment, a shocking sound burst out wildly, and ripples swept out in extreme waves. What Arowana didn't expect was that Yang Muchung's punch actually blew the ice phoenix away.
What?
Not only Arowana cried out in disbelief, but even Bingfeng didn't expect this scene to happen.
Call out!
The ice phoenix, which was pushed back by the blast, quickly spread its wings. The next moment, he saw that the billowing demonic energy was already starting to move crazily at this moment. And it started to move rapidly with his wings. At the moment when it reaches the extreme, it pours out quickly like a tide. Call out! In the void, the endless wind gathered together, and along with the rolling coldness, it transformed into two huge ice blades in an instant, and then slashed forward. Bah! A terrible tearing sound resounded. In the void, a large horrifying air wave cloud ring exploded, which was a spectacle of ice blades cutting through the space. This terrifying ice blade, with the power to tear everything apart, swept towards Yang Machung desperately like two crossed blades. Snort! Looking at the approaching ice blade, Yang Machung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, raised his fist and smashed it. Boom! I only heard waves of terrifying explosions. And then I saw that the huge ice blade exploded completely, turning into pieces of powder and scattering around. At the same time, the powerful counterattack force also shocked Yang Muching's body, and he couldn't help but tremble. What a powerful force! Seeing this scene, Bing Feng couldn't help but raise her brows. Immediately, he raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, I just don't know how long you can keep doing it. Groan. A burst of cry echoed through the sky, resounding loudly. I saw his wings moving suddenly, and suddenly there was a violent gust of wind, and he was tumbling desperately. And in this gust of wind, there is even more rapid and terrifying evil spirit and chill. When this power reached its extreme, it transformed into a huge ice blade again. This terrifying ice blade was even bigger than the previous two, each reaching hundreds of feet. And the power was even more rapid, reaching tens of thousands. Almost as soon as they were formed, they burst out, with a gesture that covered the sky and the sun, and headed desperately towards where Yang Machung was. The location was swept away like crazy. Boom! 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 The ultimate whistling sound resounded rapidly, and the overwhelming ice blade shone with turbulent cold light, as if the void was torn apart. Don't think these little tricks can be used against me. Yang Machung smiled faintly, and saw him shaking hands into fists, and taking a fierce step forward. Boom! At this moment, the entire space trembled suddenly, and the entire void could not help but tremble. And Yang Muching's whole person was like a bolt of lightning, shooting out crazily. Boom! 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 Only bursts of terrible explosions were heard. The ice blades, each hundreds of feet long, exploded easily under his fist. What? Seeing this scene, Bing Feng could no longer bear the shock in her heart. His ice blade attack is enough to cut a mountain peak in half with ease. But now it was easily shattered by Yang Machung, without even leaving a single crack on his body. At the same time, Yang Machung had reached the peak of his power. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and Bing Feng could no longer do anything else. He could only quickly close his wings to protect himself. Boom! Then, he received a sudden punch forcefully. Bang! There was a loud noise. The wings, which seemed to be almost made of ice, immediately exploded and turned into endless powder. They quietly turned into the purest demonic energy and dissipated into the void. Woo! Bing Feng made a muffled cry, unable to bear the force, and staggered backwards. Why is this guy so powerful? When he looked at Yang Machung again, Bing Feng's eyes were filled with shock. However, he didn't have much time to think about these things, because Yang Machung had already rushed forward again. You can't fight him head on! Bing Feng's eyes flashed. The strength of the other party was already beyond his imagination. If this continues, it will be him who loses in the end. Thinking in his mind, he quickly waved his wings and violently retreated towards the rear. At the moment of retreating, he took a sharp breath. At this moment, only the whistling sound was heard, and his body seemed to have become an unreachable black hole at this moment. In this space, the spiritual energy billowing and pouring into him without hesitation. In the body. At the same time, his abdomen also bulged high at this moment. When the demonic energy and spiritual energy reached a certain level, the ice phoenix spit out fiercely. Ha! At this moment, after all the power was condensed to the extreme, the scene turned into a terrifying tornado, and suddenly rushed quickly in front of Yang Machung. This terrifying tornado is condensed by demonic energy, spiritual energy, and cold energy. These three different forces have already shown an extremely ingenious gesture, converging into one. And the power contained in it is even more powerful than one can imagine. Break it for me! However, in the face of Bing Feng's shocking blow, Yang Muchung smiled faintly, and suddenly raised his fingers like swords. And at this moment, he slashed downward swiftly. Bah! Only a terrible tearing sound was heard. Immediately, he saw the three energies converging to form a tornado, which was suddenly cut off directly in front of Yang Muchung. Countless strong winds and broken ice lost their power at this moment, and immediately they were completely scattered.
Ha ha! You fell into the trap!
However, after seeing his attack being torn apart, Bing Feng, instead of showing shock, actually laughed. Chapter 2267, Blast Down.
You've fallen into a trap!
No one expected that after being torn apart by his attack. Bing Feng not only did not show any panic, but actually let out a burst of cheers at this moment.
What?
Yang Muchung couldn't help but be stunned.
Groan!
At this moment, a burst of extreme screams quickly resounded. In the broken tornado, there was a flash of strange power. This strange power instantly dispersed the scattered spiritual energy, demonic energy, and cold air at an extremely fast speed, gathered at an astonishing speed, and in an even more astonishing manner. They quietly gathered in front of Yang Muchung.
This is...
Yang Muchung couldn't help but be stunned. Before he could react, he saw the torn-apart tornado suddenly forming in a more terrifying manner than before. Moreover, the tornado stirred up by this wave was even more amazing and huge than before. Almost in an instant, it exploded to a shocking extreme.
Condensation! Condensation! Condensation!
The ice phoenix kept waving its wings, and burst out bursts of shouts. As the shouts resounded, he saw that under his control, this terrifying tornado was already stirring to the extreme in an instant. Moreover, as the tornado rolled, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered crazily, and it was integrated into the tornado in an instant. The condensed wind turned into terrifying steel knives at this moment, and the gathering cold air surged in even more crazily. Driven by this terrifying chill, the water in the void quickly froze into pieces of ice crystals. These ice crystals seem extremely fragile, but in fact they contain a lot of evil energy, and each ice crystal is a blade. This terrifying hurricane, coupled with the endless ice crystals, makes the lethality contained in this tornado beyond everyone's imagination. Any existence in this tornado will be torn into pieces.
Destroy it!
With a cold look in his eyes, Bing Feng shouted angrily. And then, he saw the monstrous tornado suddenly shrinking in a horrifying manner.
Boom!
This terrifying power exploded suddenly.
Boss!
Jean Long shouted quickly.
Hee hee! It looks like it's over!
Arowana couldn't help but sneered. What? At this moment, a cry resounded. Just look at the terrifying tornado. It did not tear apart everything in the tornado, as everyone imagined. Instead, it was torn apart by a blue light.
That is...
Boom! The moment everyone looked at it, they saw that the tornado, that was converging crazily in a terrifying posture, was torn apart by a sudden burst of cyan light at this moment.
That is...
Bing Feng couldn't help but shrink her eyes. A huge green lotus platform suddenly appeared in the tornado that was torn apart. It was a jade-like green lotus platform that actually tore apart this large tornado with an explosion of light. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it.
What is this?
Arowana also had a look of astonishment on his face. In his imagination, the picture of Yang Muchung being torn apart by this tornado did not appear. Instead, he was blocked by this huge lotus platform. I saw that the huge lotus platform was quietly and slowly letting go under the gaze of everyone. And the person in the lotus platform is clearly Yang Muchung.
It seems that you have no other options.
Yang Muchung slowly appeared. What? Looking at this scene, Bing Feng couldn't help but shrink her eyes. In this short moment of fighting, Yang Muchung showed super attack power and powerful defense methods. This kind of strength is completely beyond his endurance limit.
It seems that you have been defeated.
Raising the corner of his mouth, Yang Muchung's eyes suddenly focused, and he quickly made a seal. Buzz! At this moment, the huge green lotus platform burst out with bright light. And at this moment, with an ultimate attitude, it quickly and violently crushed the Bing Feng.
Not good!
Seeing this scene, Bing Feng's eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to stay where he was. He screamed and ran away quickly towards the distance. The support of Arowana on the side has gradually become smaller. He is not an idiot, so he can naturally see clearly to this extent. Yang Muchung's strength has definitely gained the upper hand.
Don't run away in a hurry. I still have many things I want to ask you.
Looking at Bing Feng escaping quickly, Yang Muchung smiled faintly and fiercely picked up a seal. Suddenly, The Qinglian platform under his feet suddenly erupted into a ray of light. In the shining light, with a shocking attitude, he quickly and fiercely rushed towards the Ice Phoenix.
Groan!
Seeing this scene, Bingfeng was even more frightened and panicked. She quickly flapped her wings and fled into the distance.
Where to escape?
Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he waved his right hand violently forward. The huge green lotus platform quickly erupted into a shocking green light, just like a flash of lightning, which suddenly came to the top of the Ice Phoenix.
Leave me here!
Yang Muqing laughed loudly and slowly pressed his right hand downwards. Immediately, the green lotus platform suddenly grew in size and quickly crushed it down with a crazy attitude.
No!
The crushing gesture of the Qinglian platform was so swift and violent that Bingfeng even forgot to escape for a moment, and could only watch helplessly as the Qinglian platform suddenly crashed into him.
Boom!
Only then did Bingfeng react. But it was already too late to stop him. The huge force that erupted on the Qinglian platform exceeded his imagination. At this moment, it was crushed and poured into his body quickly. This surging force burst out suddenly, sweeping through his body with a terrifying gesture, and directly knocked him down from midair.
Boom!
Under the unbearable gaze of Arowana, the Ice Phoenix crashed down like a kite with its string broken, and fell heavily into the sea. A shocking sound of water waves resounded loudly, and a huge column of water burst into the sky. After the water column fell, Bingfeng's extremely miserable body was revealed. Chapter 2268 Secret.
Admit defeat?
Looking at the Ice Phoenix falling into the ocean, Yang Muqing walked slowly. He didn't use any spiritual energy. He just came in the air. Every step he took seemed to be 1,000 miles, and he was in front of the Ice Phoenix almost in an instant.
If you are not convinced, we can continue,
Yang Muqing said with a smile.
I'm convinced.
Bingfeng looked at the 10th grade Qinglian platform suspended in the air and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The opponent's strength was beyond his imagination, especially the way the Qinglian platform crashed down. It was so powerful that even he couldn't stop it, if he hadn't quickly circulated the demonic energy to protect his body at the last moment. I'm afraid that one blow would have completely killed him. But even so, Bingfeng was not feeling well. Many of the bones in his body had been broken. It would probably take a long time for him to recover.
Brother!
Looking at Bingfeng, who had given up, Arowana couldn't help but widen his eyes. But at this moment, he could only give up. After all, the strength shown by the other party was too strong. Just the bombardment of the 10th grade Green Lotus platform made him dare not have the slightest provocation in his heart.
Okay, now we can finally sit down and talk.
Yang Muqing nodded with a smile.
What do you want to know?
After resting for a moment, Bingfeng calmed down the turbulent energy and blood in his body, and then looked at Yang Muqing.
You don't seem to exist in this space. Do you? That's right.
Yang Muqing nodded and briefly explained how he obtained the scroll and how he broke the seal and came here.
Is there such a thing? The place we live in is just an ordinary picture scroll.
Arowana couldn't help but widen his eyes. Obviously, he couldn't believe Yang Muqing's words. Jinlong and Axiana couldn't help but look at each other. They also didn't expect that the other party didn't know all this.
Don't you know?
Yang Muqing raised his brows and couldn't help but ask.
Have no idea.
Bingfeng shook his head and then said,
Since the moment we became conscious, we have been living here for countless years. But we never knew that this was just a world in a painting.
A trace of shock flashed in Yang Muqing's eyes. You know, these two existences are both monster beasts in the One Yuan Master Realm. For ordinary monsters to cultivate to this level, it would take tens of thousands of years, even at the fastest. And the other party has not known anything about this world for so long. You can only imagine how powerful the world in this painting is. What a real existence.
It seems you don't know anything about this world either.
Yang Muqing shook his head. He originally wanted to ask the other party to see how much they knew about this space. But he did not expect that the other party did not know about this matter at all.
After what you said, I do feel that something is wrong with this world.
Bingfeng condensed for a moment and said slowly,
In this world, there is another mountain peak.
Oh! When Yang Muqing heard this, he quickly looked at the other party. I heard Bingfeng continue.
When I was young, I once went to that mountain peak. But that mountain seemed to be sealed by something. Even now, I can't enter that mountain peak. I suspect there may be some news you want to know on that mountain.
Oh! Yang Muqing raised his brows and looked over quickly, following Bingfeng's direction. Sure enough, in this space, on the far edge of the sky, there is a towering mountain peak. This high mountain reaches straight into the sky, like a huge Optimus Prime, supporting the entire world. It looks very majestic. Boom! At the same time, his spiritual thoughts were released directly and spread forward. The moment it came into contact with the mountain peak, it seemed as if something had been triggered. With a boom sound, the entire mountain peak trembled suddenly, and an infinite golden light suddenly erupted.
That is?
Jinlong and Axiana couldn't help but exclaimed. Arowana also widened his eyes and looked there quickly. On the turbulent and shining mountain peaks, pieces of golden light were seen rising up and transforming rapidly, forming pieces of mysterious and profound runes, which immediately completely enveloped the entire mountain peak.
That's the seal.
Seeing Yang Macheng activating the seal, Bing Feng said calmly.
I have wanted to break this seal several times, and wanted to enter the mountain to see what it is. But every time I was blocked outside and couldn't get in at all. You didn't even break the seal?
Jinlong couldn't help but ask. Bing Feng shook his head and said,
This seal is much more powerful than you think. It will not actively attack those who want to break the seal, but it will bounce your attack back. Sometimes, you haven't even broken the seal yet, but you will be injured by your own attack. Since you're here, let's go take a look.
Yang Macheng is very curious about this space. Now that he has found the key to unlocking the secrets of this space, how could he let it go?
All right.
Bing Feng nodded. In fact, after learning from Yang Macheng that this part of the world was actually just a painting, they were extremely curious, want to know the truth about this world. And he didn't know how many times he tried, but he couldn't open the seal. He also wanted to see if Yang Macheng, who defeated him, had such strength. Although this area is a world in a painting, its area is not small. It took about 2 days to fly from their current location to the mountain peak.
If I hadn't really walked in from the scroll, I wouldn't have believed that this was actually the world in the painting.
Jinlong couldn't help but sigh. Even Axiana couldn't help but nodded and said,
The world in this picture has almost changed my perception. I can't help but think about the world we are in these days. Is this starry sky also a world created by some people? Perhaps for those more powerful beings. Are we just the ants they observe?
What Axian knew said made Jinlong feel numb. If such an existence existed, it would be too terrifying for them.
Arrive!
Amid everyone's expectations, Yang Macheng, Axian knew, Jinlong, Bing Feng and Dragonfish had already arrived at the foot of the highest mountain in the world. Chapter 2269 Troublesome Seal.
Is this right here?
Looking at this mountain peak, Yang Macheng couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. In fact, at first glance, this mountain looks very ordinary. There are usually such peaks on some giant stars, and some are even higher than these peaks. But only by looking closely can you know what is unusual about this mountain. There seems to be a very strange force in the entire mountain peak. I wonder if it is because of the center of this space, which gives people a slightly unreal feeling. And looking from the outside, you can see some light-like flowing fireflies, constantly falling down from the top of the mountain like a waterfall, surrounding the entire mountain peak. This firefly-like light is the seal. It is usually in a hidden state, and will only be activated when outsiders step into this area.
Is it really that powerful?
Arowana couldn't believe it. He muttered quietly, and quickly swung his tail. I only heard the sound of splashing water. And then I saw a huge wave suddenly forming in midair. At the moment it was formed, it quickly exploded out, and turned into countless water dragons heading towards it crazily. Rush away towards this mountain peak.
Don't want!
Seeing Arowana take action rashly, Bing Feng shouted quickly. But it was too late. These water dragons had already rushed to the mountain peak. At the moment when these water dragons hit the mountain peak, the entire mountain peak seemed to suddenly wake up from its deep sleep. The patches of light like flowing fireflies that were not obvious at first became extremely obvious at this moment. And even more so. They were combined crazily at an extremely fast speed, forming pieces of talismans. And these talismans, the moment they appeared, were already spinning around the entire mountain peak. In a flash of golden light, the entire mountain peak was surrounded by these golden talismans at this moment. This scene is a long story, but in fact it only happened in a flash of light.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
It was not until then that the terrifying water dragon slammed into the mountain peak. Waves of loud, earth-shattering sounds resounded crazily at this moment. Terrifying sounds spread one after another. But what was shocking was that the seal outside the mountain only flickered, and the light did not even dim. Just when everyone was shocked, they heard the dragonfish muffled and staggered backwards.
What happened? Did all the attacks bounce back?
Everyone looked over in shock. The attacking arowana was actually injured. The golden scales on his body had exploded in many places, and blood was constantly flowing out of them.
I told you so!
Seeing the surprised look on Arowana's face, and the shocked expressions on everyone's face, Bing Feng couldn't help but shrug.
The power of this seal does not lie in how subtle it is, but in its ability to bounce back all attack power. With such a strong seal, I'm afraid I haven't broken the seal yet, but I am the first to be unable to hold on.
When they had not seen the power of this seal before, everyone did not take it seriously. They only felt that Bing Feng's strength was slightly inferior, so they were unable to break through the seal. But now, after seeing it with my own eyes, I realized that what the other party said was true.
I'll try.
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, clenched his fist, and blasted forward.
Boom!
I saw that piece of talisman, suddenly like ripples on the sea surface, quickly creating large ripples and ripples. At the same time, the power contained in it also rebounded at this moment.
Woo!
Yang Mucheng made a dull sound and staggered back a few steps.
It's useless.
Seeing that Yang Mucheng didn't believe in evil and actually tried to punch, Bing Feng continued.
I was like you for a while. I didn't believe in evil and wouldn't give up until the seal was opened. But in the end,
not only did I not success, but he was seriously injured. You use 10% of your power to bombard the seal, and 10% of it will bounce back. If you want to hurt others, hurt yourself first. How many people will take action?
Arsenal asked on the side.
This kind of seal basically has a characteristic. If the power is strong to a certain extent, the power in it will not be able to rebound back, and the entire seal will be shattered in this moment. I've never tried this before.
Bing Feng simply shook her head.
Then let's give it a try,
Jin Long suggested.
It's no use.
At this time, Yang Mucheng, who had been silent for a long time, finally said,
no matter how many people there are, it's useless. The power contained in it will still rebound back and be accurately fed back to everyone. If you don't believe it, we can try it.
Yang Mucheng greeted Jin Long. Because it is just a test. There should not be too many people. This time, both parties agreed to use only 70% of the strength to avoid there being anything they didn't understand in the seal. Boom! Boom! Two dull sounds suddenly resounded. The huge seal trembled violently again.
Woo! Woo!
At this moment, Yang Mucheng and Jin Long couldn't help but groan and staggered back.
So strong.
Jin Long couldn't help but be speechless. As Yang Mucheng speculated, the seal did not break with the attacks of the two. Instead, the seal directly absorbed the power of both of them and returned it to the two of them intact. And the power is doubled.
Fortunately, everyone didn't attack at once.
Yang Mucheng's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but said,
I also felt the power of the golden dragon in the attacks that were reported back earlier. Then this will be difficult to handle.
Axiana frowned slightly. She could imagine that once everyone took action, everyone's power would be superimposed and they would come back with a crazy attack. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't resist the continuous bursts of so many attacks.
Can't this seal be broken?
Unexpectedly, there was such a thing, and Bing Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He originally thought that these outsiders might be able to open this seal, but he did not expect that the seal would be more difficult than they imagined. Jin Long and Axianu also looked gloomy. Although this seal was not as powerful as the ones they had encountered before, there was no doubt that the existence of this seal made them feel like they were facing a hedgehog, with almost nowhere to say anything. No matter how powerful you are, you can't open this seal.
That's not necessarily the case.
After concentrating for a moment, Yang Mucheng suddenly spoke. Chapter 2270 Solution. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned and quickly looked towards him.
Boss, have you thought of a way?
Jin Long couldn't help but said. Bing Feng, Axianu, and Long Yu all looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise. Faced with such a difficult seal, Yang Mucheng still has a way? Yang Mucheng said lightly.
I'm not sure whether my method will be successful, but I can give it a try. How to try?
Bing Feng asked quickly.
You all get out of the way.
Yang Mucheng waved his hand and said.
I'm not sure yet. I can only take a look and speculate.
As he said that, he raised his fist and hit the seal.
Boom!
A loud sound suddenly sounded, and the seal trembled violently. This punch was several times more terrifying than before, and the entire space was shaken. Countless talismans were shattered to pieces by this punch on the spot and exploded completely. Of course, Yang Mucheng's punch was powerful enough, And the power of the rebound was also unusual. Under the bombardment of this force, Yang Muchung couldn't help but tremble. And he took several steps back before stopping.
Boss, are you okay?
Jin Long asked quickly. Yang Muchung didn't speak, just stared at the seal quietly. I saw that the talisman that he had broken before was restored at an extremely fast speed. The entire seal was the same as before. It wasn't until a moment later that Yang Muchung couldn't help but let out a long breath, facing the doubts on everyone's faces.
He spoke.
I think I've found a way. What method?
Bing Feng asked quickly.
The large talismans were shattered by my attack earlier, but these talismans recovered at an extremely fast speed.
Yang Muchung pointed at the seal in front of him.
So, maybe we can continue to attack so that the recovery speed of these talismans cannot keep up with our attacks. Then we will naturally be able to break through this seal. This is indeed a way. But
Bing Feng couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. The dragonfish on the side couldn't help but mock.
I thought you had found some method. Can this be considered a method? If you use this method to bombard the seal, I'm afraid the seal will not be penetrated, but your own body will be the first to be unable to support it. Right.
Bing Feng glared at Arowana, who then closed his mouth. Bing Feng nodded apologetically to Yang Muchung and said,
He was straightforward, and I didn't mean to offend you. But what he said is exactly what I thought. No matter how powerful you are, you can punch him with all your strength.
With this seal, the opponent's power will bounce back intact. The seal will not be broken by then, but you will be the first to be unable to hold on. If you have such a plan, I advise you to give up as soon as possible and don't think about it again.
Yang Muchung smiled, but was not angry. He glanced at Jin Long and Bing Feng and said calmly,
For other people, this method will not work. They are afraid that the seal will not be opened and they will die from their own attacks. But for me, it will not be like this. Just brag. What's different about you?
Arowana snorted coldly. Obviously, he was still a little bit upset about his defeat at the hands of Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung did not explain. This kind of seal may seem impossible to others, but his 5-element spirit body is the nemesis of this kind of seal. Just as Bing Feng and Dragonfish said, if it were anyone else, they would be the first to be unable to bear it if they hadn't broken through the seal. But his 5-element spirit body was able to hold on. To put it simply, his 5-element spiritual body competes with this seal for recovery power to see whose recovery power is stronger. Is it his 5-element spirit body that cannot support it first? Or is it the seal that cannot support it?
Well, since you insist, we won't stop you.
Seeing that Yang Muchung had made up his mind, Bing Feng secretly shook his head and retreated to a safe distance. Jin Long and Axianu also looked at each other. They knew that once Yang Muchung made up his mind, he would never give up midway, and there was no further persuasion at the moment. The dragonfish waved its tail, came to Bing Feng's side and said,
Brother, do you think this guy is stupid? We have already made it clear that this seal cannot be opened that easily. But he doesn't believe in evil, and insists on giving it a try. Isn't this asking for death? When the seal is not broken through, I think he might be the first to be unable to support it.
Bing Feng also narrowed his eyes, and after a moment couldn't help but shook his head and said,
Maybe. He can really resist the seal?
Arowana pursed his lips and didn't speak. Anyway, he didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Call! Seeing that everyone around him had given way, Yang Mu let out a long breath. He adjusted the state of the 5-element spirit body to a peak state, until at a certain moment, he exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, his fists were like raindrops, hitting the seal crazily. A terrifying loud sound resounded crazily. Pieces of talismans were smashed to pieces by him on the spot, cracking crazily. But immediately, he recovered quickly.
So strong.
Seeing this scene, Bing Feng couldn't help but raise her brows. He has always been unwilling to accept his defeat at the hands of Yang Muchung. After all, the opponent relied on magic weapons to defeat him. After all, his cultivation level was stronger than the opponent. If the two sides really started fighting, he might not lose to the opponent. But now it seems that he knows that the opponent's strength has not been fully demonstrated yet. This kind of physical strength is far superior to his own,
no matter how powerful it is. What's the use?
Dragonfish couldn't help but snorted coldly.
With how much force he uses to attack, the formation will rebound back to him with such force. With his crazy attack method, I'm afraid he will be the first to be unable to hold on.
Bing Feng couldn't help but nodded. Generally speaking, The attacks between strong men are not the kind of physical attacks. For example, if you hit me with a punch and I have body-protecting demonic energy, the power will be reduced by 30%. After entering the body, I can continue to use demonic energy to offset your power. But this seal is different. You can't save the power it bounces back, let alone offset it. All the attacks you launch will fall on you exactly as they are. Faced with such a terrifying attack, it may be possible to sustain it for a while, but it may not be that easy to continue to consume it forever. Arowana beside him simply sat down and looked at Yang Maicheng with a joking face as to when he was the first to be unable to support himself.
Chapter 2271 The Terrifying Speed of Improvement.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The terrifying loud sounds resounded one after another, even spreading throughout the entire void. With every punch, one could clearly feel the entire void trembling violently at this moment. At the same time, the ripples visible to the naked eye couldn't help but spread out in all directions. Arawana's face was already full of shock. Originally, in his opinion, Yang Maicheng could only support one stick of incense before he could no longer endure it. After all, no matter who he is, no matter how strong he is, he cannot withstand his own attacks indefinitely.
Too strong! Too strong!
Bingfeng on the side could not close her mouth from ear to ear, and all she could think of was this word. The opponent's strength was already far beyond his imagination. If he were put in that position and allowed to withstand such an attack, he would be seriously injured within a matter of seconds. Not only will the meridians in the body be completely shattered by the force of the earthquake, but even the muscles and bones of the whole body will be turned into powder. But Yang Maicheng was able to continue to unleash such powerful attacks while constantly enduring such horrific repercussions. Moreover, Yang Maicheng's attack power showed no signs of weakening, and instead became stronger and stronger. For them, whether it is cultivation or strength, once it reaches a certain level, it will become an incredible existence. Obviously, in their eyes, Yang Maicheng was like this.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Under the incredulous gazes of Bingfeng and Longyu, Yang Maicheng's attacks were like rain falling down, and the shadows of fists all over the sky were almost difficult to capture with the naked eye.
It's faster again!
Bingfeng keenly realized that this was the third time that Yang Maicheng's strength had increased. At first, Yang Maicheng's attack could not match the recovery speed of the barrier. Often with the first punch, the talismans on the barrier are shattered. Before his second attack landed, the talismans that he smashed had already recovered quickly. Bingfeng originally thought that when Yang Maicheng saw this situation, he would just give up. But who would have thought that instead of having any intention of giving up, he would just keep attacking the barrier. This frequency lasted for a whole day, just when everyone thought that Yang Maicheng would choose to give up at any time. Under Bingfeng's incredible gaze, Yang Maicheng's strength jumped directly to a higher level. Not only did his attack speed become faster, but his power also became more powerful. This is the second stage. It was not until the beginning of this second stage that the seal of the barrier began to be slowly offset. His attacks were stronger than the barrier's recovery speed. With each punch, the barrier hadn't even recovered before his second blow had already reached it. But this change still didn't give anyone any hope, because until now, Yang Maicheng's attack was only a little stronger than the barrier's recovery speed. And according to the current progress, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to completely destroy the entire barrier. However, who can sustain such an intense attack for such a long time? Now this is the third stage. Under the almost numb eyes of everyone, Yang Maicheng's strength has incredibly jumped to a higher level, which is dozens or even hundreds of times more terrifying than before. It was only at this time that the extent of the seal's brokenness appeared to a large extent. With every punch, you can see the pieces of talismans being shattered into pieces at this moment.
How could he have lasted so long?
Arowana couldn't help but swallow his fist, not to mention continuously attacking with such a powerful force. Even the same amount of countershock force is enough to completely destroy any person's body in a destructive manner. But Yang Maicheng has persisted, and his strength shows no signs of weakening, and is even continuing to increase. It's not terrible.
It seems that the boss has found a good opponent.
Jin Long couldn't help but smacked his lips.
Yes. It seems that entering this scroll is an unexpected surprise.
Axena nodded aside.
That's right. An ordinary master of 1 yuan.
Even a strong body refiner can't withstand such a powerful attack from his master. I'm afraid he would have been smashed to pieces. Only this kind of unconscious seal can do it. Let the master continue to attack like this.
Jin Long nodded. The most intuitive appearance is Yang Maicheng's strength that has improved several times in a row.
In the eyes of others, this seal may be impossible to break. But to the boss, it is just a little tricky. Moreover, it is also a good tempering method. If this continues, this seal will be broken sooner or later.
Others think this way. But in fact, they don't know that Yang Muchung has reached a limit. To know, even the 5-element spirit body has a limited recovery speed. On the one hand, he continued to attack with high intensity, and on the other hand, his body continued to withstand such terrible counter-shock force. Even without looking at this moment, he knew that the bones in his body were already full of cracks. Even with every punch thrown out, he felt exhausted. Even after the punch was thrown out, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. What kept him going was nothing more than a firm will. Just faith. Of course, at this level, Yang Muchung's strength continued to improve at a terrifying speed. Because every time he threw a punch, his empty body would be attacked with the same terrifying force. He must try his best to squeeze the 5-element spirit body to squeeze out the strength to recover his own injuries. Otherwise, he will fall down the next moment. It was this constant squeezing of the potential within his body that caused his strength to increase in an incredible manner. Even to an even greater extent than when he fought against a strong man in the 1 Yuan Grandmaster realm. How terrible! Boom! At a certain moment, Yang Muchung's body suddenly trembled. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his body, which had been completely exhausted and could no longer squeeze out a trace of strength, actually had new strength at this moment. This force is even more powerful than before. What? Feeling that Yang Muchung's strength had increased to a terrifying level at this moment, both Bing Feng and Lung Yu couldn't help but scream in horror. This is already the 4th time. Look at the seal. Just as the power continued to increase this time, the seal surrounding the mountain suddenly erupted into a golden light. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but stare in stunned silence. Chapter 2272 Blast to Pieces. This is not good. This seal also exploded. I just saw that the seal that had been accumulated to the extreme and countless runes had been completely broken. Actually recovered at this last moment. The entire mountain peak was like a huge bottomless pit. The infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth was absorbed crazily at this moment. And at the same time, a large and shocking whirlpool was formed. As the spiritual energy surged in, it was also possible to see that the broken runes recovered quickly in just a short moment, reaching an astonishing degree. It can be said, at the moment when Yang Muchung's fist landed, the originally tattered seal was restored to an intact state at a speed that no one expected. How can this be? Didn't you expect such a thing to happen? The seal was obviously about to be broken. But it actually recovered again? I'm afraid he won't be able to hold it anymore this time. Right? Looking at the recovered seal, and looking at Yang Muchung again, Bing Feng and Lung Yu couldn't help but have such an idea in their minds. After all, within a few days, Yang Muchung's strength increased time and time again, which caused the seal to become loose and about to be broken through. But now, it has been restored to perfection. How many people can regain the confidence to fight to this extent? However, when they looked at Yang Muchung, they were stunned. The other party's face did not show the annoyance and anger that they imagined, but instead showed a trace of irony that could not be concealed. Boom! For Yang Muchung, the more powerful the seal, not only would not crowd him out, but would instead stimulate the fighting spirit in his heart. Looking at the recovered seal, Yang Muchung clenched his fists, and the power in his body burst out continuously. This power has almost reached an unimaginable level. I only saw a strong wind visible to the naked eye, and almost at this moment, it exploded rapidly. Bang! 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 The dragonfish, Ice Phoenix, Golden Dragon and Axianu, who were watching the battle, were immediately blown away by this hurricane that was visible to the naked eye. Tongue! The people who were thrown away looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. You actually have such a powerful force. I'm afraid, even if the seal is restored, he can break it. Right? Boom. 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 Yang Muchung's aura did not stop because of this, but instead increased crazily with an increasingly incredible attitude. It has been directly upgraded to a level that is unimaginable by ordinary people. The moment this aura reached its peak, he took action suddenly. At this moment, Yang Muchung's temperament suddenly changed, and his whole person was like an unsheathed divine sword, or like a tall mountain peak piercing the sky. Then, he struck suddenly. Boom! This was far stronger than the previous attack. The terrifying explosive power reached an unimaginable extreme at this moment. With this punch,
The almost restored seal was shaken by the beating. Countless talismans exploded under the power of this punch, turning into pieces of golden light and dissipating rapidly. Come on. But this blow is just the beginning. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and another punch came out. This time, the large talisman completely exploded on the spot, and even the entire seal had a short vacuum period at this moment, from which it could not recover. Crush it for me! Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and his whole body suddenly tensed up, forming a straight line from head to toe. At this moment, all the energy and blood in his body had been concentrated, converging in his fist. Superior. The moment this terrifying force reached its peak, Yang Muqing punched suddenly. In the eyes of everyone, this punch should be a shocking blow. But in fact this was not the case. This punch was unexpectedly silent. But in this silent attack, the enveloping seal suddenly shattered with a bang at this moment, like glass, and turned into endless fragments on the spot, quietly disappeared into this void. Countless golden lights, like dust and smoke, rose slowly and quietly disappeared into the void under the incredible gazes of everyone. Opened! Seeing this scene, Bingfeng and Longyu couldn't help but exclaimed, regardless of whether it was Bingfeng or Longyu. When Yang Muqing proposed to break open the barrier in this way, there was inevitably a trace of doubt in their hearts. No matter how powerful a being is, there is nothing he can do against this almost flawless seal. They did not believe that someone could use this method to penetrate the entire barrier. But now that this kind of thing happened in front of them, they couldn't help but doubt anything. Call! It is finally over! Seeing the seal completely shattered, even Yang Muqing couldn't help but let out a long breath and almost collapsed. The last punch exhausted all his strength. If this seal cannot be broken, I'm afraid he will fall down. But now, this seal has finally been broken. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Muqing slowly sat down cross-legged, although he exhausted all his power. At the same time, his five-element spirit body also strengthened to an incredible degree. Although it is not yet close to the true Dzogchen, it is only the last step away. Even at this moment, Yang Muqing felt a trace of regret in his heart. He even hoped in his heart that the mountain seal could hold on for a few more days. If that is the case, his five-element spirit body will completely reach the level of Dzogchen. If Bingfeng and Longyu knew what he was thinking at this moment, they would probably spit out blood. A seal of this strength is already an unshakable existence for them. But Yang Muqing actually disliked him for not being more powerful. This is simply unbelievable. But now that this seal has been broken through, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief and recover a little bit. Looking at the mountain peak where the golden light quietly dispersed, Yang Muqing's heart moves secretly. He still doesn't know what exists on this mountain peak. If he rushes in so rashly, he is afraid that he will encounter some dangers. Anyway, the seal has been unlocked and he has plenty of time to explore the mountain. There is no need to rush. Thinking of this, he simply sat down cross-legged and recovered peacefully. Chapter 2273 Wooden House. Boom! With the circulation of qi and blood, huge streams of spiritual energy swept away crazily towards Yang Muqing's position with a terrifying attitude. As these streams of spiritual energy entered the body, the dry body suddenly time has become fuller. This terrifying spiritual energy poured in quickly, causing the power in the body to recover rapidly. Crack! With this stream of spiritual energy pouring into the body, the broken bones in Yang Muqing's body quickly recovered. And at the same time, the broken body also recovered quickly. What a powerful force! Yang Muqing, who was constantly recovering, felt a huge force and quickly recovered. And he could also feel that after being crazily squeezed out of his previous potential, his five-element spirit body had reached a very terrifying level. This kind of power is simply much stronger than when he dealt with the seal before. Bingfeng and Arowana were already a little numb, and could only watch this scene helplessly at this moment. Although the seal has been unlocked, they have no intention of going forward to take a look in this space. After all, Yang Muqing opened the entire seal. So now, they can only wait for Yang Muqing recover from your injuries, before going to see what is going on in this mountain peak. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in this space was quite strong, so it was not too difficult for Yang Muqing to recover. After waiting for a long time, Yang Muqing's strength was completely restored to its peak. Okay, we can go up and take a look. After a while, Yang Muqing slowly stood up. Okay, let's see what's on this mountain. Whether it is Bingfeng, Longyu, Yang Muqing, Jinlong and Axianu, they are all very curious about this mountain peak. For them, The secret contained in this mountain peak is likely to be the root of the entire picture. That's why Yang Macheng is desperate to attack this mountain. Tying! 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 Without the seal. For the three of them, this mountain peak was not as mysterious as they imagined. They all jumped up and quickly flew towards the mountain peak. At the same time, Yang Macheng's spiritual thoughts swept out quickly and enveloped the entire mountain peak. Huh? At this moment, Yang Macheng couldn't help but raise his brows.
Boss, what's wrong? Did you find anything?
Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but stop suddenly, and Jin Long couldn't help but ask. After all, they knew nothing about this mountain peak. If you just rush and so rashly, you might encounter some terrifying existence. So everyone looked at Yang Macheng nervously.
Nothing.
Yang Macheng shook his head with a smile and said,
There seems to be something on the top of the mountain.
Tying! Pointing his toes, Yang Macheng gave up the idea of searching one by one. Instead, he pointed his toes and quickly moved towards the top of the mountain. Jilong, Axianu and others looked at each other and quickly followed.
This is?
When everyone reached the top of the mountain, they couldn't help but be stunned. I saw a very simple cabin there.
No one has ever appeared in this space. And no one will build this kind of hut.
Looking at Yang Macheng's confused eyes, Bing Feng said simply. Yang Macheng condensed for a moment and then said,
This seal has never been broken. And it has been here since before you had consciousness. If I am not wrong, there may be something about this space in this small house. The secret?
With that said, Yang Macheng was already walking towards the hut.
Uh-huh.
At this moment, whether it was the golden dragon, ice phoenix, dragonfish or Ashian knew, they all quickly tightened their muscles. Even Yang Macheng raised his alert to the extreme at this moment. After all, it is very possible that this wooden house is the owner of this space. Maybe they have been noticed by the other party since they entered this space. Not to mention that before, they were bombarding the seal so fiercely under the mountain. However, Yang Macheng also had a trace of doubt in his heart. A large part of him assumed that the cabin was empty. If it is really as everyone imagines, this wooden house is the residence of the space owner. Anyone who wants to break into this space so fiercely will react. It's not like the other party at all, with no movement at all. Moreover, he had boldly used his spiritual thoughts to explore the wooden house before, but found that the outside of the wooden house was vaguely protected by something, and his spiritual thoughts could not enter at all. But what made him feel a little more relieved was that there was no breath coming from the wooden house. Squeak! With a tooth-aching sound, the wooden door was slowly pushed open. Snapped! When everyone saw everything in the wooden house clearly, their expressions changed, and they quickly took a few steps back. Even Yang Macheng couldn't help but change his expression. But when he saw it clearly, he smiled and said,
Don't be so nervous. The other party has been gone for many years. I told you earlier. You almost scared me to death.
Jin Long couldn't help but let out a long breath and looked into the wooden house again. And so did the others, who all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it's too scary. I saw an old man with a bright head and white beard sitting cross-legged in the wooden house. His face was still the same. His eyebrows were lowered, as if he was sleeping. The skin is still a little rosy and looks exactly the same as when he was alive. If you don't look carefully, it's really scary. But if you look carefully now, you can see that the other person's aura has been completely exhausted, and there is no sign of being alive at all.
Maybe he has fallen for many years.
Yang Macheng looked at the old man carefully and came to his conclusion after a moment.
The other party should also be a strong man in the One Yuan realm. Otherwise, the body would not have rotted for so many years.
Everyone couldn't help but nodded when they heard this. Being able to do this for such a long time, with the body remaining dead but not rotten, is obviously not an ordinary existence. Moreover, the other party lives in a wooden house in this mountain peak. Even if he is not the owner of this space, he is probably closely related to this space. Everyone took a look at the wooden house. This wooden house was very simple, with nothing except a stone bed and a bookcase. These things have obviously passed through countless years, and they are completely reduced to ashes with just a light touch. Just when everyone was regretting that they couldn't find any information about this space, Jin Long couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation. Chapter 2274 Authentic.
What's wrong?
At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the golden dragon's cry. Yang Macheng took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and quickly came to Jin Long's side.
Boss, look at this thing.
Jin Long carefully stretched his hand towards the old man's body. Only then did everyone notice that the old man was holding a fragment of a scroll in his hand. The golden dragon took the fragment of the scroll over with a big bang. This move made everyone nervous. Ordinary people would definitely not let anyone break into their cemetery at will. So they would basically set some traps. Especially the corpse of the tomb owner cannot be touched easily. Maybe once touched, a certain mechanism will be triggered. Fortunately, nothing happened, which made everyone secretly relieved.
Boss, look what's written on this scroll.
Jin Long opened the fragment and found that there was still a seal inside, and quickly handed the fragment to Yang Mucheng. Fortunately, the seal on this scroll was not too difficult, so Yang Mucheng easily unlocked it in just a short while. Seeing that the seal was unlocked, everyone quickly turned their attention.
This is the old man's autobiography of his life.
After just one glance, Yang Mucheng raised his head and responded to the confused people.
We guessed right. This space was indeed built by this old man. He is carved from the human skin of a 1 yuan master. The entire space is huge,
equivalent to 4 or 5 stars.
Axena quickly said.
So why did he make this space? It's like the storage ring we carry with us.
Yang Mucheng handed the scroll to Axena and said,
Our storage space is very limited. And this old man is a man who lived hundreds of thousands of years ago. The long-famous weapon refining master. This space was refined by him. In order to refine this space, he spent almost half his life. All the contents are in this fragment. You can take a look.
Everyone quickly looked at the fragments. Sure enough, as Yang Mucheng said, the news about this space is here. According to the content of this fragment, this master builder originally just wanted to create an exclusive space that could be easily carried. But in the end, he didn't expect that this space would actually develop on its own, like an independent world. According to the original agreement, he should give the scroll to the customer. But in the end, he regretted it. So he hid with the scroll and sealed himself in the scroll.
I didn't expect that there was such a relationship.
Axena couldn't help but raise his brows.
Who is so generous that a master builder can create such a space?
Not only Arsenal asked this, but other people also had doubts in their hearts.
Who else could it be? Apart from the 7 clans in the starry sky, who else has this ability?
Yang Mucheng sneered. After everyone heard this, they quickly continued to look down. And sure enough, they saw the contents. That was clearly the agreement between this master of weapon building and the Tuoba clan.
This space, in addition to being used to store some things, can also be used as a prison. In fact, this is what the Tuoba clan thinks. It's just because the master of weapon building escaped with this space scroll. So we gave up,
said. Yang Mucheng slowly walked to the center of the wooden house.
Open!
His eyes widened angrily, and he drank suddenly. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded loudly, like rolling thunder, sweeping rapidly in all directions. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, they saw the entire cabin rapidly collapse at this moment. At the moment of collapse, the ground beneath everyone's feet quietly cracked open, revealing a tunnel.
This is?
Everyone couldn't help being surprised and quickly looked towards the tunnel. I saw that this tunnel has been leading to the depths of the ground, as if it were endless. Looking from top to bottom, it's like looking down into an abyss, giving people a feeling of being out of reach.
Boss, what's going on?
Jin Long asked quickly.
What else could be going on? This space is not an ordinary magic weapon, and it is not so simple and easy to conquer. Below this tunnel is the control center of the entire space.
Yang Mucheng said lightly. Huh? After hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Axena, Bingfeng and Long Yu quickly looked at the fragment again. But these contents were not written in the fragments, and they had no way of knowing. Why did Yang Mucheng know about it? Seeing everyone's doubtful looks, Yang Mucheng smiled and said,
These contents are not written on the fragments, but are engraved on them with spiritual thoughts. If you use your spiritual thoughts to perceive them, you will be able to see the contents.
After everyone heard this, they quickly injected their spiritual thoughts into it. Sure enough, with the entry of spiritual thoughts, they suddenly saw in their minds words like tadpoles quickly rising up from their minds. And these contents are clearly the most confidential information in the entire space.
I didn't expect that there are such secrets under this tunnel.
Axena couldn't help but said.
Yes. Who would have thought that injecting spiritual thoughts into this fragment to see what happens? If you ignore this fragment, you may completely lose control of this space.
Bingfeng is also the same. Couldn't help but sigh. Everyone couldn't help but nodded after hearing this.
However, this master builder does not want to hand over this space to others. So why did he leave such confidential information under the scroll?
Dragonfish on the side finally couldn't help but interjected and asked.
I guess his thoughts are extremely complicated.
Yang Muchung looked at the tunnel and frowned slightly. After a moment of concentration,
he said,
after all, as a master of weapon building, his lifelong wish is to create a unique item. But when this magic weapon was actually created, he was naturally reluctant to give his life's hard work to others. That's why he left with this scroll, and even chose to seal it himself. However, he didn't want the magic weapon he made to be completely buried like this. So he left relevant information in this fragment. Once someone discovers this fragment in the future, maybe his hard work will be revealed. If not, then he will have to do it.
After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nod. Perhaps this is the only way to say it, which is closest to the idea of the master of weapon building. Chapter 2275 Green Dragon.
Boss, what are we waiting for? Why don't we go down and take a look?
Now that he already knows what is going on in this space, and the control of this space is in front of him, who can still maintain a normal mind? Not only Jinlong, but also Axiana couldn't help but look at Yang Muchung.
Then let's go down and take a look,
Yang Muchung said.
But this time, you have to be more careful. The existence under this space is full of dangers, maybe. If you are not careful, you will fall into it. I know.
Jinlong nodded repeatedly. After all, he had also seen the contents of the previous fragment. Although it is stated in it that under this tunnel, there is the control center of the entire space. But at the same time, the master of weapon building did not want his life's hard work to fall into the hands of an ordinary person. So he naturally set up layers of tests. If you can pass his test, you will naturally be able to gain control of this space. But if you fail to pass the test, you may completely perish here.
We want to go in too.
At this time, Bing Feng spoke. However, when he saw Yang Muchung's gaze, he added,
Don't worry. We are not trying to snatch control of this space from you. But we have been in this space for too long. And we never know what is going on in the outside world. Now, we just want to know everything about this space. If you can take control, I hope you can promise us something.
Oh! Yang Muchung raised his brows and looked at Bing Feng strangely. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. He didn't know that the other party actually proposed such conditions to him at this juncture. What exactly is it? Axianu and Jinlong also looked puzzled.
Maybe he wants to take advantage of the situation.
Jinlong muttered softly.
We are not trying to take advantage of the situation.
Hearing Jinlong's muttering, Bing Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then said,
If you can control this space, we hope you can let us leave this space.
Amid everyone's doubtful gazes, Bing Feng continued,
Arowana and I both have brands on our bodies. There is a vague connection with this space. This brand has always existed, and it was not fully revealed until now. Come out. Without the permission of the owner of this space, we can't leave here at all. So, I hope that if you take control of this space, you can let us leave here.
Oh! Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen. It seems that Bing Feng and Dragonfish are the first-generation prisoners of this space.
It's easy to say. No problem.
Yang Muchung nodded without any hesitation.
Thank you.
Bing Feng was overjoyed. And Arowana couldn't help but nod, looking at Yang Muchung with gratitude. They know his own strength is no match for the other party. This space will fall into Yang Muchung's hands sooner or later, no matter how much they resist. It's of no use. So that's all it can do.
Then let's start going down.
Yang Muchung turned his eyes and looked at the tunnel under his feet. Immediately, everyone nodded and walked towards the depths of the tunnel. The entire tunnel is not long. Originally, everyone thought that the end of the tunnel should be at the lowest level of the mountain, or even underground. However, they only walked less than half a stick of incense before they left the tunnel.
Here it is! Is this where it is?
After stepping out of a whirlpool like halo, everyone felt their eyes light up and suddenly arrived in another space. And this space was very desolate. Almost like a blank space. Almost nothing. But what was shocking was that almost as soon as everyone stepped into this area, they saw 4 huge figures slowly appearing in the empty void. Green Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku, Xuanwu. These 4 huge mythical beasts appeared directly at the 4 corners of this space. These mythical beasts are even tied with chains as thick as a child's arm. Pieces of incomprehensible talismans are constantly flying up and down on the chains, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Certainly, this is not a real mythical beast. It seems likely to be a test of this space.
It should be them.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He could feel that among the 4 divine beasts under the chains, there was a very huge power contained in their bodies. This force is simply so powerful that it is unimaginable.
How do I get them to wake up?
Jin Long narrowed his eyes.
Should we take another step forward? Someone will wake up, so we better be careful.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and said,
These 4 guys are all very powerful. If they wake up one by one, come on. We can still survive. If they all wake up at once, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble.
Bang! Just as Yang Mucheng was speaking, the sound of chains breaking resounded loudly. At this moment, everyone's eyes looked forward in horror. I saw the huge green dragon slowly waking up at this moment. As he moved, the chains covering his body made a crackling sound, and the chains on his body were constantly breaking at this moment. Every time a chain is broken, a spark rises up, and at the same time, you can feel that a very powerful aura on the opponent's body is constantly revealed at this moment.
Too strong.
Almost every time a chain is broken, Qinglong's aura is revealed. Every time it is revealed, the strength is as obvious as stepping on a step, giving people an unimaginable shock.
This kind of strength has already surpassed mine.
Arowana didn't take it seriously at first, but as several chains were broken, Qinglong's aura surged upward at this moment, reaching a very astonishing level, and his expression suddenly changed. This kind of revealed strength is already far above him.
The barrier that just blocks the entire mountain peak is no longer easy to break. How can the control center in this area be so simple?
Bingfeng also said.
This green dragon is not so easy to deal with.
Boom! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the huge green dragon quickly tearing apart all the chains on his body, swinging its tail violently, and roaring towards Yang Mucheng like a blue lightning. Chapter 2276 Absorption. So fast! Seeing this rushing shadow, everyone's expressions changed, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Bingfeng, whose strength was second only to Yang Mucheng, could not help but change his face at this moment. Even he could only see the afterimage of the green dragon rushing towards him. Before they even reacted, Qinglong suddenly rushed to everyone's side.
Not good!
At this moment, everyone changed their colors. The strength of this green dragon is really too strong.
Get out now!
Bingfeng shouted quickly. However, just when he was about to turn back, he suddenly saw that the road behind him had quietly disappeared at some point, and all of them are locked in this space.
There is no other way!
The way they came had been completely blocked, and they were forced to be trapped in this space, fighting the green dragon until death. The strength of this green dragon was already so powerful that they could hardly imagine it. Although fighting alone, they might be able to kill this green dragon. But what if they kill this green dragon? Next, there are the remaining 3-headed beasts. When the time comes, their strength is exhausted. How can they defeat the remaining 3 heads of the opponent? I'm afraid they will have no choice but to wait for death by then. Right? But now, the green dragon has already charged towards them, without even giving them a chance to react.
I just have to bite the bullet!
The ice phoenix spread its wings, and all its demonic energy exploded at this moment. Dragonfish, Axianu, and Golden Dragon also quickly revealed all their powers at this moment. But, at this moment, they suddenly saw a figure rushing away like crazy at this moment.
Boom!
The terrifying whistling sound resounded crazily.
That is? What's wrong?
Hearing this gust of wind, everyone quickly looked forward. The figure rushing out. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Mucheng?
Boom!
I saw Yang Mucheng's whole body, like a roaring lightning, even faster and more powerful than Qinglong. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, he suddenly hit the green dragon that was rushing towards him.
Boom!
At this moment, a terrifying loud sound resounded crazily. Under Yang Mucheng's punch, the Qinglong's body exploded. Boom! 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 The explosion exploded, and the green dragon turned into countless fragments, which quickly hit the ground and made a series of dull and loud sounds. Everyone looked in disbelief and saw that the green dragon was actually transformed into a giant tree. The scales on the green dragon's body were actually the crystallization of the essence of wood, looking like jasper gems. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could believe that such a terrifying Qinglong was shattered by Yang Mucheng with one punch.
Too strong!
At this moment, Bingfeng felt completely impressed. If the power of this punch had hit him, he would have been completely killed on the spot.
Boss! Look!
However, what is shocking is that this green dragon did not die. It broke into countless bodies. At this moment, it started to squirm again and continued to converge towards the center. There were signs of recovery again. Bing Feng shouted quickly.
Not good! This green dragon is not an ordinary monster, but a tree monster. As long as its core is not shattered, it can be resurrected indefinitely.
Arowanna's expression also changed drastically. Just as he was about to take action, he saw Yang Mucheng laughing and saying,
Don't worry. This guy is a piece of cake for me.
As he said this, Yang Mucheng flicked his right hand and saw a ray of green light fly out quickly from his fingertips. It was the 10th grade Qinglian platform. After the Lotus platform flew out, it quickly reached the sky above Qinglong.
Receive!
Immediately, the Qinglian platform suddenly began to rotate, and even brought up a huge gust of wind. The entire Qinglian terrace seemed to turn into a huge black hole at this moment, and it was quickly absorbed at this moment. Whoosh! 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 Gusts of wind sounded rapidly. And then, they saw that the struggling green dragon suddenly withered at an extreme speed at this moment. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, it quickly turned into a piece of dead wood.
This,
Bing Feng couldn't help but gasp. And the Arowanna beside him almost bit off his tongue. Such a powerful Qinglong was easily defeated by Yang Mucheng using such a method.
Scared me.
Qinglong couldn't help but secretly sighed.
Yes, this green dragon is indeed quite troublesome. But unfortunately the master still has the green lotus platform in his hand.
Axiana said with a faint smile.
This Qinglian platform has reached the 10th level. So how can this kind of Qinglong imagine it?
In terms of level, this 10th grade Qingliantai is simply the ancestor of this green dragon. Once it appears, it will be very simple to deal with the green dragon.
What a powerful force!
After the 10th rank Qinglian platform absorbed all the strength of Qinglong, it became greener and crisper at this time. And the power contained in it was even more powerful. At this moment, even he could feel that the power contained in it was flowing rapidly towards his body in a steady stream at this moment.
I didn't expect that the energy contained in this green dragon is still unimaginably powerful.
Yang Mucheng nodded slightly. Certainly, for him, although the power contained in the green dragon cannot raise the level of Qingliantai by one level again, Qingliantai can absorb all the power and transform it into his body.
Too strong.
Seeing this scene, even Bing Feng and Long Yu did not expect that they both looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Previously, they thought that they were likely to die in this void. But they did not expect that Yang Mucheng could easily resolve the crisis with one action.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Just when everyone was surprised, bursts of explosions resounded loudly. What? This familiar sound suddenly made everyone stunned and quickly looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing this, everyone was even more horrified. Really, just as everyone imagined. As Qinglong was beaten, another divine beast came to life at this moment.
Oh! I wonder who wakes up this time.
Feeling the increasing strength like the green dragon before, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but look over immediately. Chapter 2277 Xuanwu. This time it was Xuanwu who broke free of the seal. From a distance, this being looks like a giant turtle. But the opponent had the head of a turtle and the tail of a snake. It was many times more majestic than the turtle-shaped monster Yang Mucheng had encountered before. And the aura contained in its body was also unimaginably huge.
Boom!
Although there were still a few chains left, the mythical beast Xuanwu broke free. Almost the next moment it broke free. It crashed to the ground like a huge mountain, making a dull noise. For a moment, everyone could even feel that the entire space was shaking crazily at this moment.
So powerful!
When it fell to the ground, a terrifying loud sound arose at this moment, bringing up a violent hurricane, rushing towards the location of everyone desperately, and rushing away quickly.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Being hit by this strong wind, everyone could not help but tremble, and immediately staggered back a few steps.
Just evil spirit. Can it have such terrifying power?
Feeling this momentum, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Boom! Just when everyone was shocked, they saw that Xuanwu was already attacking with great force. It slowly raised its front paws and pressed lightly on the ground. Even with such a simple movement, the entire space trembled at this moment. At the same time, a terrifying light was seen spreading forward at an extremely fast speed, heading towards the location of everyone, crushing them crazily.
Not good!
Seeing this incoming light, Qinglong couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Without any hesitation, he quickly summoned his tortoise SHL.
Change!
The golden dragon drank attentively, and the huge tortoise L grew crazily with a terrifying attitude. In an instant, it transformed into an existence as big as a wall, and appeared in the vastness, in front of everyone. Boom! Immediately, a dull loud sound resounded. The light was like an egg hitting a stone, shattering into pieces suddenly. Holy shit! And the golden dragon screamed strangely. He hurriedly took back the tortoise L, his face full of distress. Everyone looked quickly, and saw that the tortoise L, although it withstood Xuanwu's attack, had large cracks as a result. Obviously, this tortoise I can only withstand an attack of this level once. If it resists a second time, it will inevitably explode on the spot.
This attack is not weak.
Yang Macheng was also slightly frightened. He knew that this tortoise I was the tortoise L shed by the demon clan's turtle ancestor. Although it was not a treasure, it had been with the turtle ancestor for who knows how many years. It had been tempered by demonic energy, and could block ordinary attacks. But now, it was torn apart by the Xuanwu's easy blow. With this tortoise L posture, it can only resist twice at most before it will be completely shattered.
Here it comes again!
Just when everyone was shocked, they only saw a look of surprise on Xuanwu's face. Apparently, he also didn't expect that his attack was blocked so easily. Boom! 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 A terrible loud sound resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, everyone was horrified to find that the Xuanwu, which was as big as a small mountain, charged directly towards the location of everyone like a savage beast. With its terrifying size and ferocious attacks, it still looks extremely terrifying even without using its monstrous demonic energy. Even those who are in the same EU and Grandmaster realm may not be able to withstand the fierce impact of the other party.
Get out of the way!
After witnessing Xuanwu's terrifying attack, no one dared to continue to confront him head-on. The four claws of this Xuanwu step on the void, and every time they land, they can bring about a shocking shock. Just relying on the strength of his body, he made cracks in this void one after another, without any hesitation. Bing Feng shouted loudly, "Tongue! Tongue! Tongue!" Everyone didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and all of them exploded and shot towards the distance. And this Xuanwu seemed to have identified Yang Macheng. It didn't even look at the escaping golden dragon, Axianu, Ice Phoenix, and Dragonfish. Instead, it rushed towards Yang Macheng's position with unabated strength. The moment it rushed in front of Yang Macheng, it had already raised its giant claws and crushed him down hard.
Not good! Get out of the way!
Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help being shocked and speechless. The strength of this Xuanwu is already beyond everyone's imagination. This claw crushes down, and it is so powerful that it makes people scalp numb. Even Yang Macheng, who is physically very strong, cannot face such a powerful offensive head-on. However, at this moment, Yang Macheng had no room to dodge at all. It could be said that there was no room for dodge, because the target of this Xuanwu was directly locked on Yang Macheng. At the moment when Xuanwu bombarded him, Yang Macheng slowly raised his fist and bombarded towards Xuanwu's location.
Boom!
A terrifying loud sound resounded crazily, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. At this moment, a violent wave of air swept away in all directions desperately.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Everyone who had no time to dodge was hit by this terrifying air wave on the spot. The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, quickly flew out and fell to the ground hard. At this moment, everyone didn't even have time to get up and immediately looked forward. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help being shocked and surprised. Xuanwu is as huge as a mountain, and its size can be described as covering the sky and the sun. Compared with Yang Macheng, he is simply a speck of dust. With such a huge difference in body size, Yang Macheng was able to withstand Xuanwu's attack.
This is too scary. It's simply too strong to be able to unleash such a terrifying offensive.
The arowana almost bit off its tongue. Bing Feng on the side couldn't help but be stunned. When he reacted, he smiled bitterly.
Don't forget, he was the one who shattered the seal outside this mountain peak. He was able to sustain the attack for such a long time. And I don't know how powerful his body is. If we really compare with the Xuanwu, I'm afraid it won't be a big deal compared to Xuanwu.
Dragonfish raised his brows, showing a hint of surprise, and then couldn't help but nod and smile bitterly. Chapter 2278 Kill with One Sword. Yes, the almost flawless barrier before was shattered crazily by Yang Macheng with an incredible gesture. How powerful will his physical strength be? If we really compare, I'm afraid it won't be weaker than this Xuanwu.
Boom!
Just when everyone was shocked, they saw a ferocious look in Xuanwu's eyes. Apparently, he did not expect that his attack would be so easily resisted by Yang Maicheng. At this moment, I saw its two hind feet slamming on the ground, and its entire huge body stood upright at this moment. The erect body was twice as tall as before at this moment. The deterrent power contained in it is enough to make one's scalp numb. At this moment, Xuanwu let out a burst of roaring sound. The sound sounded like a dragon, but not a dragon. Or a turtle, but not a tortoise. Under the vast roar, the demonic energy billowing in his body was already sweeping through him crazily at this moment. Out! Boom! 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 The aura that exploded was like a huge storm, sweeping across all directions desperately. The power it contained was unimaginably powerful. The moment this demonic aura reached its peak, Xuanwu's entire body suddenly violently crushed downwards. At this moment, the crushing posture was as if the earth was shattering. Without the slightest hesitation, it was already heavily oppressing Yang Maicheng. This crushing gesture seemed to completely shatter the entire space. Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths from ear to ear.
Well done!
But at this time, Yang Maicheng smiled faintly. I saw him clenching his right hand and slamming his feet on the ground. Boom! A terrifying loud sound resounded crazily. The next moment, he was like an arrow leaving the string, rising into the sky crazily, and smashing hard towards the place where Xuanwu crushed him.
Boom!
There was another terrifying, earth-shattering sound. The terrifying power surged desperately at this moment. When the pair defended each other, a hurricane that was visible to the naked eye erupted, violently blasting in all directions.
Oh my god! It's like two wild beasts fighting.
Arowana couldn't help but secretly sighed. The power of this punch was enough to shatter the stars. The power is simply unbelievable. Each bombardment brings up a monstrous hurricane, as if giving people the illusion of being in the midst of monstrous waves. The surrounding space was shattered by the constant bombardment of these two people. Huge cracks spread quickly in an incredible manner. If it weren't for the formation supporting this space, I'm afraid it would have been completely torn apart. Moreover, what shocked everyone even more was that the power of this Xuanwu was actually no match for Yang Maicheng. Instead, it was suppressed by Yang Maicheng at this moment. That body, which was like a hill, was beaten back steadily by him.
Boom!
There was another loud sound, and the two figures collided hard again in midair. The two figures separated almost at the touch of a touch. What made everyone unbelievable was that the one who was blasted away turned out to be Xuanwu.
Zhang!
At the moment when Xuanwu was blasted away, Yang Maicheng opened his eyes angrily and made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, a crisp sound of swords resounded in the void. I saw a black sword light quickly rushing out from between his eyebrows. That sword light was clearly his Xinyuan sword. Different from the past, every time the Xinyuan sword was blasted out, it would be filled with sword energy. This time, all the sword energy was deeply hidden in the Xinyuan sword. The sword is extremely restrained and incredibly powerful. Almost as soon as he appeared, he rushed out with a sword light and blasted towards Xuanwu at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the Xinyuan sword passed, it even penetrated the space. It was more like crossing the gap of time and space. In an instant, it was in front of Xuanwu.
Call!
Xuanwu's eyes were cold, and he opened his mouth suddenly and took a breath. At this moment, the billowing spiritual energy was suddenly swallowed into his belly. At this moment, everyone felt that the surrounding space suddenly stagnated, as if all the spiritual energy had been drained out.
Roar!
Immediately afterwards, Xuanwu opened his mouth and drank. Zhang! A long sword with the same cold light roared out, pointing directly at Xinyuan's sword.
Humph! You want to compete with me?
Seeing this scene, Yang Maicheng couldn't help but sneered. He pinched hard with his right hand. The speed of Xinyuan's sword, at this moment, increased instead of decreasing, rushing out with an even more shocking attitude, and directly bombarded the sword where Xuanwu was.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Loud noises resounded, and the sound of terror erupted. In everyone's shocked eyes, the two long swords collided fiercely.
Crush it for me!
At this moment, Yang Maicheng's eyes shone brightly. The extremely condensed sword light of Xinyuan's sword was like a flood at this moment, pouring out desperately, and completely exploded in an instant.
Zhang! Zhang! Zhang!
A harsh sound resounded, and the long sword was directly twisted into pieces by the Xinyuan sword.
Roar!
Seeing this scene, Xuanwu's eyes flashed with trembling, and he hurriedly put his Juhai side of his body into his back to avoid this shocking blow. Although he had reacted in time, it was still too late. Whoosh! In the void, the aurora passed by. Shen Yuan's sword struck Xuanwu's head in an unimaginable manner. This terrifying sword light struck Huanglong unabated at the same time. Loud sounds of bodies being torn apart resounded loudly. Amid a burst of cold light, everyone only saw Shen Yuan's sword blasting in from Xuanwu's forehead and blasting out directly from the tail. With a burst of bloody light, the huge Xuanwu suddenly trembled and hit the ground hard, making a dull loud noise. As for Shen Yuan's sword, with a crisp sword sound, a sword flower danced in the air and returned to Yang Muqing's side. When everyone looked at the Xuanwu again, they saw that the Xuanwu had collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out like a river, and even the last breath had completely disappeared. Too strong! In the eyes of everyone, Xuanwu, who was almost invincible, was actually easily killed by Yang Muqing in such a way. Next, there are two mythical beasts, the Suzaku and the White Tiger. I wonder who is freed from the seal. Bing Feng's heart moved secretly, and she quickly looked up. Chapter 2279 Suzaku White Tiger. Boom! Boom! Just as Bing Feng looked upward, Arowana, Axianu and Jin Long also looked towards the sky at this moment. At the same time, the terrifying explosion sound also came over at the same time.
This kind of movement?
After feeling this movement, everyone couldn't help but change their colors.
Could it be?
Everyone looked towards the sky in shock. Seeing this, I couldn't help but shrink my eyes. Really? In the end, the two divine beasts, Suzaku and White Tiger, woke up at this moment. Unlike the previous Qinglong and Xuanwu, these two beasts awakened very slowly, but their power was not bad at all, giving people a very shocking and terrifying feeling. It gives people the illusion of numbskull.
These two guys are not simple.
At this moment, even Yang Muqing couldn't help but frown slightly. The awakening of Suzaku and White Tiger gave people a feeling like the awakening of wild beasts, and the pressure was far greater than the previously killed Qinglong and Xuanwu. And, if it was just one end, maybe it would be better. But now, both ends wake up at the same time, which gives people a very tricky feeling.
This time we can't sit still and wait for death. We have to wait until they wake up and take action.
Yang Muqing's eyes turned cold.
Zheng!
At this moment, he squeezed his right hand, and Shen Yuan's sword quickly erupted with a crisp sword sound. Everyone saw again that the terrifying Shen Yuan's sword was moving at a crazy speed again, blasted out, and even pointed directly at Suzaku, who had not yet awakened, and blasted away fiercely.
This kind of offensive. Do you want to completely kill the opponent before Suzaku wakes up? The power of these two divine beasts is really too strong. Killing one of them before they wake up is the most correct choice at the moment.
Seeing Yang Muqing suddenly taking action first, both Arowana and Bing Feng couldn't help but be frightened at this moment. Immediately, they had already reacted, recalling Yang Muqing's previous gesture of killing Xuanwu. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With Yang Muqing's strength, he could completely kill one of the two beasts before they fully awakened.
Boom!
However, at the moment when everyone's thoughts just arose, they saw the two sleeping White Tigers and Suzaku's waking up almost without any warning. Almost as soon as they woke up, they could already see the terrifying demonic aura rising rapidly from the bodies of White Tiger and Suzaku. This demonic aura has already reached an unstoppable level. The moment it emerged, it swept out quickly.
Boom!
I saw a crimson flame billowing rapidly on Suzaku's body. The White Tiger on the side burst out with a surge of white cold air. These two forces, which were originally incompatible with water and fire, completely exploded at this moment, blasting directly towards the location of Shen Yuan's sword.
Boom!
This power is really terrifying. Even the Shen Yuan sword was unable to tear it apart. Instead, it only held on for a moment before being knocked away by attacks from both fire and ice.
Zheng!
Shen Yuan's sword erupted with a thrilling sword sound in midair, and then suddenly crossed an arc and landed on the ground.
Pop! Pap! Pap!
Until then, the Suzaku and the White Tiger finally broke the remaining chains and slowly revealed them in front of everyone. The terrifying demonic energy boiled and boiled crazily in an incredible manner, reaching an extreme that ordinary people could not imagine. Look from afar. The Suzaku was like a sun falling in front of everyone, while the White Tiger was like a ball of ice frozen for thousands of years. The two completely opposite forces divided the entire space into two halves. Half of it is a sea of scorching fire, as if once you step into it, you will be completely burned to ashes. The other half is an endless iceberg, and if you are not careful, it will be completely frozen.
Now we're in trouble.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He secretly squeezed the seal, and found that Shen Yuanjian couldn't respond at all. I saw that Shen Yuan's sword was now in a very strange state, with the sword body completely wrapped in flames. Beyond this layer of flames, it was even frozen by ice. The power transformed into two terrifying evil spirits directly blocked Yang Mucheng's response to the Shen Yuan sword.
Boom!
As if he had noticed Yang Mucheng's actions, the white tiger roared fiercely, opened his big mouth, and spit out a mouthful of pale mist on the spot. This heavy fog swept out desperately, rushing toward Yang Mucheng's location overwhelmingly. At the same time, Suzaku also launched an attack at this moment. The raging flames also burst out at the same time. However, this Suzaku's attack was not aimed at Yang Mucheng, but at Dragonfish, Axianu, Bingfeng and Jinlong.
Boss, the four of us will hold off Suzaku first. And you don't have to worry about us. Kill the white tiger first, and then deal with Suzaku.
Jinlong saw this and shouted quickly. Hearing this, Yang Mucheng hesitated slightly. But at this moment, he could no longer make any other choice. The cold mist spit out by the white tiger had already swept out overwhelmingly. Only a terrifying loud sound was heard. And the sound of click. Click continued to erupt in the air. At the same time as this sound, Yang Mucheng could see that the white mist was spreading in the void, and the places where it spread were quickly frozen into patches of terrifying frost.
Snort!
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly, circulated the power in his body, and slapped away with his palms. The air trembled with each palm strike, and the white mist melted. But the chill in the empty space did not dissipate. Like a tarsal maggot, it climbed up Yang Mucheng's body, covering Yang Mucheng's clothes, hair, and brows with a thick layer of frost. If an ordinary person is surrounded by this kind of coldness, even if they appear to be fine on the outside, their bodies will have been completely frozen, and they will turn into countless ice cubes with just a slight exertion. Only Yang Mucheng's 5-element spirit body can resist it. At this moment, Suzaku's attacks quickly rushed in front of Bingfeng, Ajianu and others. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. How could they dare to be a little bit negligent? At this moment, all their power quickly exploded. Boom! 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 For shocking auras burst out without reservation at this moment. At the same time, everyone poured this aura into their own attacks, and fiercely directed towards the flames that Suzaku spewed out. Blast away hard. Chapter 2280 The Terrifying Suzaku. Ice Phoenix and Arsenal have similar attacks. Both of them were attacking with cold attributes. And the rolling chill was like two monstrous torrents, rushing directly towards the terrifying sea of fire. However, Bingfeng's attack is slightly stronger. After all, he is a 1-yuan master, while Arsenal only has a mid-level 1-yuan. The difference in attack power between the two sides is still huge. However, because the attack postures of the two are similar, you can see that the two monstrous chills are tumbling away and quickly connected into one body. And their power becomes even more terrifying than before. Wherever he passed, the surrounding space was frozen rapidly at this moment. Even in this void, the frost that is falling crazily can be faintly seen. The dragonfish took a deep breath and spit it out fiercely. Time. A monstrous wave emerged quickly and violently, and with a shocking attitude, it also fiercely faced the attack in front. When it encountered that cold wave, it was frozen into a huge iceberg at this moment. But the power has not been reduced at all. On the contrary, it has become more and more terrifying because of the coldness. Boom! The Golden Dragon's attack is relatively unique. He had fought Xuanwu once before, so he knew the strength of an existence of this level. So I didn't dare to neglect, but gathered all my strength together and exploded violently. I saw a shocking bolt of lightning roaring out, blasting towards the raging flames that swept through the sky with the same force of tearing apart space. The four of them are confident. Even if he is not the opponent of Suzaku, he can still withstand the opponent's attack. But in fact, the power displayed by this Suzaku is extraordinary and terrifying. Boom! Even if the four people's attacks were fused together, they were still easily shattered in the face of this raging flame. Although the power of the angry flames had been reduced a lot, the large swaths of angry flames were still rolling towards their location crazily. Run away! The dragonfish monster screamed. No one dared to stay where they were. They suddenly swept around and fled in all directions. Boom! The terrifying angry flame suddenly covered the location where they were before, burning the entire space with a crackling sound, and even revealing large cracks in that space.
Too strong.
Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but secretly feel heartbroken, especially Ice Phoenix and Arowana. They had seen Yang Muchung resist the White Tiger's attack before, seemingly very casually, and it didn't seem too difficult. Unexpectedly, when they faced the Suzaku, which was as powerful as the White Tiger, they realized how terrifying the opponent was.
If I hadn't dodged just now, I might have been burned to ashes in an instant.
Bing Feng couldn't help but gasp.
Can we really support Yang Muchung to take care of that White Tiger?
Long Yu also thought to himself. I am afraid, before Yang Muchung can kill the White Tiger, they will be killed by this red bird first. However, there was no time for them to think about anything. I saw that the Suzaku was already making a shrieking sound, and its huge wings were swooping in with a terrifying attitude. At the same time, the feathers on its body erupted into a burst of bright red light. From a distance, it looked like a huge fireball. This swift and violent attack made everyone scalp numb.
Call!
Carrying a monstrous heat wave, the huge Suzaku flapped its wings and flew over the heads of everyone. At the same time, he suddenly reached out his huge claws and grabbed everyone fiercely.
I don't believe it. Just think of it as a desperate fight.
After all, he was also of the lineage of mythical beasts. Seeing this scene, Bing Feng also aroused boundless fighting spirit in his heart. He roared angrily and quickly released a surging demonic energy. In the rolling chill, his body grew crazily in an extreme posture at this moment. Compared to Suzaku, he is not weak at all. While increasing in size, he suddenly flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He also raised his sharp claws and struck hard at Suzaku. At this moment, a burst of fire and a burst of ice suddenly and violently collided with each other. Boom! A terrifying loud sound resounded loudly. Without any surprise, the Ice Phoenix that soared into the sky was blasted down from the sky by Suzaku at an even faster speed than when it came.
Boom!
In this flash of cold light, Bing Feng's body fell heavily to the ground. There was a loud dull sound, and at that moment, the entire space could not help but tremble suddenly.
What are you still doing?
Bing Feng, who was knocked to the ground, felt that all the bones in his body were about to break due to the full force of the blow, and he couldn't help but let out a harsh moan. With his own strength, he is no match for Suzaku. Looking at the astonished Arowana, Axianu and Jinlong, he quickly shouted,
If we don't join hands, no one will be able to escape from this guy's hands alive.
It was only then that the shocked people realized what they were doing, and rushed towards Suzaku in a panic. And Bing Feng also gritted his teeth, burst out demonic energy again, and rushed towards Bing Feng fiercely.
Call!
Facing the onslaught of everyone, the Ice Phoenix suddenly waved its wings, bringing up a terrifying heat wave and squally wind, crushing and killing everyone fiercely. The temperature of this heat wave was also so high that it even made the surrounding space blurry at this moment, and even caused everyone's eyes to become distorted. Everyone knew the strength of Suzaku. At this moment, they all dared to hold back even a little bit. They all unleashed all their cultivation skills and violently crushed Suzaku. But the Suzaku's strength was so strong that it almost overwhelmed everyone. They could only rely on various endless methods and attacks to barely resist the Suzaku's attack. Call. I saw that Jinlong and the others could barely fight against Suzaku. Although it was very dangerous, they could persist for a while. Yang Muchung couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that no matter how worried he was now, it was of no use. Only by taking advantage of the time when Suzaku was held back by them, and taking the lead in dealing with White Tiger, could he possibly save everyone from danger. Otherwise, let alone Jinlong and Axianu, their lives will be short-lived. If he waits until Suzaku takes care of them all, it will be even more difficult for him to face these two divine beasts at the same time. Chapter 2281, Defending the White Tiger.
Boom!
As soon as the thought came to his mind, Yang Muchung opened his eyes angrily. He suddenly squeezed his right hand, and a clear and crisp sound of swords resounded in the void. I saw the Xinyuan sword that had been previously sealed by the vermilion bird White Tiger's flames and frost. And suddenly a monstrous sword cry erupted.
Zhang!
The terrifying sound of swords resounded wildly at this moment. At this moment, they rushed in all directions. I only saw the sword energy dancing in the flames, and countless flames and ice were completely torn into pieces at that moment. At the same time, the sound of the sword was suppressed by everything at this moment. With an incredible attitude, It rushed towards him crazily. In an instant, it was already heading towards the position of Yang Mucheng. Flying quickly. Go! Roar! Seeing this scene, the white tiger suddenly let out a roar. At this moment, he saw a surge of extremely rich demonic energy rising rapidly from his body. When this terrifying evil energy boils, the terrifying chill surges crazily at this moment. Zheng! 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 Waves of crisp sounds resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that in the whirlpools of cold air, a crystal-clear long sword made entirely of ice quickly formed. These ice swords are crystal clear and exude a cold light. At the same time as it appeared, it completely covered the entire space. There was almost no blind spot left. And at the moment it was formed, it burst out rapidly and blasted away towards Yang Mucheng. Call! 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 Wherever the ice sword passed, it almost blocked the sky and the sun. In an instant, it was locked in all directions, making it impossible for people to hide or escape. Unless you leave this space, you will definitely die. Snort! Looking at this scene, Yang Mucheng sneered. The Xinyuan sword was already back in his hands. At this moment, his whole body was like an unsheathed divine sword, with its sharp edge revealed and arrogant. Then, I saw him holding the Xinyuan sword, slowly pointing forward. Zheng! A sword energy swept forward quickly, causing a terrifying roar. This sword light was very weak, just like a firefly in the dark night that would go out at any time. But the power contained in the sword energy cannot be underestimated in the slightest. Wherever it passed, the endless ice sword melted away silently like the spring snow and the scorching sun. As if it had never appeared. This sword energy is like a boat moving forward in the ocean, riding the wind and waves, while tearing apart these ice swords. He suddenly arrived in front of Baihu. Roar! Seeing this scene, Baihu's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of horror. It took a deep breath, opened its mouth, and quickly spit out a stream of white mist. This white mist seems very weak, but the power contained in it is very terrifying. For a moment, Xinyuan Jin felt as if he had entered mud, and even taking a step forward became extremely difficult. It can even be seen that the cold air in the white mist is continuously flowing toward Xinyuan's sword. Large tracts of ice climbed up crazily, covering the surface of Xinyuan's sword with a thin layer of frost. Yang Mucheng frowned. Although this layer of frost looks very fragile, as if vulnerable, but in fact, the power contained in it was not ordinary, and there was a faint desire to cut off the connection between him and Xinyuan Jin. Break it for me! Sensing Baihu's intention, Yang Mucheng's eyes opened angrily and shined brightly. In an instant, the billowing power was quickly poured into Xinyuan's sword. Zheng! Xinyuan's sword trembled rapidly, and the shocking sword energy exploded with an extreme gesture at this moment. The white mist was also crushed to pieces by this sword energy. Suddenly, Xinyuan's sword broke away from Baihu's control, and its speed increased several times at this moment. It roared out at a crazy speed and hit Baihu. Roar! Baihu's eyes closed, and the demonic energy in his body exploded crazily at this moment. His body quickly twisted, and he quickly evaded. Xinyuan's sword almost flew past Baihu's forehead, leaving a thumb-deep wound and even faintly visible bones. TCH! Hide away! Looking at this scene, Yang Mucheng frowned secretly. He originally planned to kill the white tiger directly with this sword, but he did not expect that the white tiger's reaction was so sensitive. And at this juncture, he could actually dodge such a critical blow. Roar! Baihu groaned, his voice becoming extremely sinister. The crazily tumbling power rolled across his body, sweeping through him desperately with a shocking attitude. With the turbulence of this demonic energy, the chill that was already very threatening became more and more fierce. Click! 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 The terrifying frost spread out to the extreme, almost freezing people alive at this moment. Even the surrounding empty space was quickly covered with layers of frost at this moment. Real roars kept coming from his throat, and the white tiger roared and walked slowly towards Yang Mucheng's position. Although its pace is slow, it is very intimidating. Like a lion fighting a rabbit, Yang Mucheng must be completely killed in the next blow. Oh! Seeing Baihu's posture, Yang Mucheng raised his brows. I saw him slowly raising his foot and stepping lightly. Boom! At this moment, his monstrous aura was like a flood from a broken embankment, rapidly erupting with a shocking gesture. At this moment, the rolling breath was no less chilling than the white tiger's. Even when the two breaths collided fiercely, they actually suppressed the large area of chill. preventing the other party from taking another step forward. Crack! The terrifying power shook violently. The two breaths collided fiercely. And immediately, there was an earth-shaking loud sound. Even the area where the auras competed emitted waves of terrifying sounds. At that time, space was torn apart crazily by the collision of two forces. Boom! 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 When these two forces reached their peak, the white tiger roared fiercely, and his terrifying figure slammed on the ground. The next moment, he rushed out crazily, with an incredible posture, crushing towards Yang Mucheng fiercely. Snort! Looking at the white tiger charging towards him, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. The aura on his body was still rising crazily in an incredible manner at this moment. Chapter 2282 is not over yet. He knows. There is not much time to allow myself to deal with this white tiger here peacefully. Because on the other side, the confrontation between Golden Dragon, Axenu, Bingfeng, Dragonfish and Suzaku has reached its extreme. If you don't solve the problem here and help them, then they will be in danger. Therefore, he could only strive to kill this white tiger with one blow as quickly as possible. Boom! 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 After this churning power reached its extreme, there was no sign of restraint. Instead, it continued to increase in a more terrifying way. When this force reached a certain level, even the surrounding space exploded crazily because it couldn't bear it. Pieces of cracks continued to spread and spread. Roar! I felt that Yang Mucheng's aura also appeared in a terrifying manner, by whose eyes couldn't help flashing a trace of extreme fear. He let out a roar, and the violent turbulence suddenly and quickly crushed him. That decisive gesture seemed to be torn apart by him at this moment. No matter what kind of existence it was in front of him. It's over! Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. Zheng! Holding Shen Yuan's sword in his hand, his whole aura suddenly changed. At this moment, he was like a divine sword unsheathed, its sharp edge revealed, as if it could cut down everything under the sun. Whoosh! In the next moment, he burst out with a roar, roaring out with a shocking sword light, and charged directly towards the white tiger in front of him. The terrifying sword light seeped out from the hundreds and thousands of pores on his body at this moment. It was as if at this moment, he himself was a long sword. Roar! The white tiger roared, and the demonic energy accumulated in his body was swept out desperately at this moment. As soon as it opened its mouth and vomited, the monstrous coldness quickly gathered into one force. And suddenly it gathered together, roaring out like an ultimate long sword, and rushed forward. Zheng! The two long swords quickly passed each other in the void, and with an arrogant attitude, they rushed towards each other fiercely. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Now, it depends on the two sides. Who can win in this final competition? Boom! The terrifying power squeezed together with a bang. The two sword lights collided directly. The terrifying air wave exploded directly, spreading fiercely in all directions with a monstrous attitude. Even the Suzaku, Ice Phoenix, Golden Dragon, Ashian Nu, and Dragonfish who were still fighting were violently thrown away on the spot. The people who were thrown away suddenly discovered that the attack on this side had already reached a white-hot level. The terrifying power is enough to tear everything apart at this moment. What a powerful force! Bingfeng's face was filled with shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Are both sides evenly matched? Seeing this scene, Arowana couldn't help but be horrified. No! The boss is at a disadvantage! Jin Long suddenly shouted. Can be seen. By whose power, at this moment, was obviously stronger than Yang Mucheng's. The power of that terrifying ice sword pushed Yang Mucheng back a little bit. Although this retreat is very slow, they can also know that the white tiger is more terrifying than they imagined. Can't even he deal with this white tiger? Bingfeng couldn't help but have a hint of horror in her eyes. If so, then, I'm afraid all of them will die here. Feeling the pressure from the white tiger, it had already surpassed him, and even forced him to retreat step by step. Yang Mucheng closed his pupils, and the light flashed out crazily in his eyes. I'm not defeated yet. Boom! A more terrifying aura than before appeared directly from Yang Mucheng's body. This force is many times stronger than before. At this moment, the dim sword energy on his body became more and more intense. Boom! Suddenly, Shen Yuanjin fiercely resisted the opponent's attack. No matter how by whose ice sword swept away, he was unable to take another step forward at this moment. Crush it for me! Boom! Under the bombardment of Shen Yuan's sword, by whose ice sword exploded, the terrifying power was revealed at this moment. The next moment, Yang Muchung was like an indestructible giant wave, charging away crazily with an unstoppable attitude.
Boom!
The ice sword, which was completely condensed with demonic energy, exploded with a bang.
Roar!
Looking at the exploding ice sword, a trace of fear flashed in Baihu's eyes. He let out a roar, and his body quickly flew towards the back. Yang Muchung's sword made him feel an unprecedented death crisis, even more terrifying than the previous sword. But he is fast, and Yang Muchung is even faster.
Zheng!
Just when Baihu was about to escape, Yang Muchung's eyes opened angrily, and he suddenly raised his right hand. Shen Yuan's sword was also raised high at this moment. That monstrous sword energy was quickly revealed at this moment.
Boom!
This sword actually cut out a terrifying sword light that was thousands of miles away. The terrifying sword light almost enveloped the entire space. Under this sword, it seemed that time had stopped at this moment. The sound of flesh being torn apart resounded loudly, under the incredulous gazes of everyone. The huge white tiger was directly cut into two halves with this sword. Boom! Boom! It wasn't until the white tiger's body hit the ground heavily, with a dull sound, that everyone woke up from the shock. Call! A gust of wind roared, and the huge body of the white tiger turned into countless dust and dispersed quietly, as if it had never appeared before. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, turned around gracefully in midair and slowly fell down. Killing this white tiger is also a huge burden for him. But now, the only good news is that there is only one last Suzaku left. Thinking of this, he quickly looked towards Suzaku's position.
Huh?
This time, Suzaku was not found. Immediately afterwards, an unimaginable crisis swept over crazily and in an incredible manner, and this breath suddenly appeared above him. At this moment, Yang Muchung closed his eyes and looked towards the sky. The huge Suzaku, who didn't know when, had already arrived on top of his head. Chapter 2283. Nothing happened. Boom! The moment the Suzaku suddenly flew above Yang Muchung's head, the next moment it violently thrust out its giant claws. Those terrifying sharp claws struck like a blinding force.
Not good! Get out of the way! This Suzaku is too cunning. He actually came here at this time. Boss!
Waves of exclamations continued to resound. However, the distance between the two sides is too far. In addition, Suzaku's attack was so sudden that no one could react at this moment. Even at this time, it was already too late to rescue him. All he could do was watch the Suzaku crazily crushing his huge claws with a violent gesture.
Boom!
A loud sound resounded, and the sharp claws struck down crazily, emitting a terrifying loud sound. At this moment, the entire space began to tremble suddenly. The turbulent power spreads desperately with a horrifying attitude. Everyone could even see that a terrifying gust of wind immediately set off along the location where the Suzaku attacked. Bang! 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 This strong wind swept directly over and hit everyone hard. The people who wanted to come to rescue were thrown away at this moment and fell heavily to the ground. They didn't bother to get up and immediately looked forward. But in that area, there were flames flashing wildly everywhere, and the terrifying high temperature even made everyone's vision distorted and blurred at this moment.
Boss!
Ji Long couldn't help but scream. At this time, Bing Feng and Dragon Fish couldn't help but look horrified. This Suzaku's strength is really too strong. Under this sudden attack, I am afraid that even Yang Muchung will not be able to resist it. Even if he didn't die, he would probably be seriously injured. And once Yang Muchung gets into trouble, they may not be able to escape death.
What?
However, just when everyone was horrified, they saw a shocking aura suddenly erupting from that space.
This is...
When they felt this aura, everyone couldn't help but look stunned and quickly looked forward. At this sight, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Call! A sharp gust of wind roared out from the center of the battlefield in a horrifying manner, sweeping out crazily. This violent wind was even more violent than before. This gust of wind was so powerful that it tore apart the billowing raging flames on the spot. And this time, only then did everyone see that Yang Muchung was standing there safe and sound under the giant claws of the Suzaku. He supported the huge claws with both hands, and his whole body seemed not to be hurt at all. The scorching flames could not get close at all, forming a huge vacuum zone in front of him.
Groan!
Just when everyone was shocked, Suzaku suddenly roared again. I saw the demonic energy all over its body burst out in a horrifying manner. This shocking force rolled down desperately. In an instant, the huge Suzaku seemed to have transformed into a terrifying mountain. It crashed down like this, as if the demon was tearing apart all existence. Boom! 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 This sudden increase in power was so mind-numbing that the people who had just stood up were violently thrown away again. But Yang Muchung stood there motionless. No matter how hard Suzaku tried, he could not bend his body or his knees even a little bit at this moment. Snort! Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily, and he suddenly shouted coldly. At this moment, he grabbed Suzaku's giant claw, and a surge of powerful power burst out quickly. Groan! Feeling the power coming from the claws, Suzaku couldn't help but change his expression, let out a cry, and quickly flapped his wings, trying to soar into the sky to avoid the opponent's attack. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't compare to Yang Muchung's power. The moment the opponent stood up, Yang Muchung's power suddenly exploded. He directly pulled Suzaku, who was about to get up. For a moment, the opponent was like a kite with its string broken. After a sudden pause, it could no longer fly. Get out of here! Yang Muchung roared angrily, lifted up the huge Suzaku, and slammed him to the ground at the same time. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the ferocious sound of hitting the ground even made the whole ground tremble violently, making a shocking sound. Die! At the same time that Suzaku landed, Yang Muchung raised his sword and struck. Call! A sharp whistling sound resounded loudly. All he saw was the huge sword light, slashing down suddenly and crushing directly towards Suzaku's body. This Suzaku is stronger and faster than the previous white tiger. Almost as soon as he saw Yang Muchung's attack, he was so frightened that he ran away, flapping his wings and flying out into the sky quickly. Zheng! This sword hit Suzaku's wing, leaving a huge wound. Wow! Almost at the same time, the crimson blood poured down desperately, suddenly falling down. Every drop of blood exploded into a monstrous heat wave when it hit the ground. The rolling heat wave swept in all directions, turning into terrifying angry flames several feet high. Seeing this scene, everyone was immediately frightened and backed away. Don't say anything else. Even if it is just wrapped in this blood, I am afraid that it will be burned to ashes in an instant by the fire power contained in it. Look at Suzaku again. The huge wound healed in an instant. For an existence of this level, as long as it is not a fatal injury, it can be recovered in an instant. He escaped? Ding Feng closed his eyes and shouted to the astonished Arowana, Axianu and Jinlong. Let's take action together and force him down from the sky. Unnecessary. Just when everyone was preparing to take action, Yang Muchung suddenly spoke. It's enough for me to deal with him alone. If you are on the side, you will only be in the way. After hearing Yang Muchung's words, the Ice Phoenix, which was about to soar into the sky, slowly stopped. Although he hated to admit it, it was true. With the combined strength of the four of them, even if they are added up, they may not be the opponent of the other party. On the contrary, they will be suppressed by this Suzaku. Even if they go up, they may not be able to help. Maybe it will only hold you back. Thinking of this, Ding Feng could only take a few steps back. Chapter 2284 Hunting in Giant Palm. Dare you sneak attack me? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked at the Suzaku flying in the sky with a solemn expression. At this time, Suzaku also looked at Yang Muchung with fear on his face. He didn't expect that with his full blow. He could not shake the opponent, but he was almost killed by the opponent. It was really dangerous for him to be so close to the other party. Groan! Staring at Yang Muchung, he already had a countermeasure in mind. With a sharp cry, the Suzaku flapped its wings rapidly, and the rolling flames poured out crazily in a terrifying posture. Boom! At this moment, he used his wings as swords and slashed fiercely. The terrifying angry flames were released desperately, forming two huge flaming mad knives. The moment it formed, it was already frantically slashing towards Yang Muchung's position. Call! This roaring and swooping gesture was about to shatter the space into pieces. Wherever they passed, they could clearly see that the two flaming mad knives tore the space apart, leaving cracks that could not be ignored. Snort! Yang Muchung stood on the spot, with no intention of dodging. He held the Xinyuan sword and slashed suddenly. The incredible flame sword that could tear everything apart was easily split in half by him. The broken flame sword turned into endless flames and completely dispersed quietly. Groan! Seeing that his offensive was shattered so easily, Suzaku burst out with a sharp cry again. The slightly restrained flames exploded in an even more shocking manner at the next moment. Boom! 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 The angry flame soaring into the sky turned into a flaming mad sword. Almost as soon as it was formed, it fell down desperately and slashed towards Yang Mucheng.
Aren't you planning to come down yet? Do you want to fight with me in the sky until I am exhausted?
Seeing Suzaku's offensive, Yang Mucheng sneered.
Zheng!
He simply flicked his right hand, and the Xinyuan sword erupted with a rapid sword sound, and it was inserted directly into the ground, making a buzzing sound. At the same time, Yang Mucheng suddenly raised his hands towards the sky and grabbed hard.
Boom!
At this moment, the boiling power of his body reached a terrifying extreme at this moment, and even formed a huge palm in the void. At the same time as the palm was formed, it quickly rose into the sky and flew directly forward.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Bursts of loud noises resounded one after another. Wherever this giant palm passes, its power is undoubtedly revealed. The huge flaming mad sword was immediately shattered into pieces, and endless sparks exploded in the air.
Call!
Seeing this palm grabbing, Suzaku's eyes flashed with fear, and he flapped his wings rapidly and flew towards the sky. Even though they are far apart, everyone can still feel the power of the wind stirred by each other. The speed of the Suzaku was simply astonishing. Before everyone could recover, they saw the figure of the other party roaring out, and in an instant it turned into a small black dot. Even if they squinted, I can't find where the other party is.
Escaped?
Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
If I let you escape, how can I control this space?
As he spoke, he grabbed forward with his right hand again. I saw another huge hand forming rapidly in the void, and at the same time it was already rising into the sky desperately. Everyone looked at this scene with shock on their faces, because at this distance, it was very difficult for them to even see the Suzaku. But Yang Mucheng was actually able to clearly feel the opponent's position and even be able to attack.
I'll go up and have a look.
The golden dragon couldn't see the battle, but felt extremely anxious. He suddenly turned around and quickly rose into the sky. The other people looked at me, and I looked at you, and they also rushed out at this moment and flew into the sky. It wasn't until they got closer to the battlefield and saw everything above clearly that their faces were filled with shock and their mouths couldn't close in astonishment. Just see. The Suzaku in the sky kept waving its wings and fled quickly. What chased him were huge palms. Each of those palms was so big that it could cover the sky and the sun. And some were even bigger than Suzaku. This infinite giant palm almost blocked all Suzaku's escape routes. Boom! Boom! Waves of terrifying loud noises continued to resound. Those huge palms were grasping crazily. Every time it whizzes down, it can tear the void apart. The terrifying loud sound caused the space to continuously turbulence, bursting out with bursts of tearing sounds.
Call! Call!
The Suzaku moved its body rapidly. Although it looked very dangerous, it was able to avoid Yang Mucheng's attacks every time.
Humph! I don't believe it. How long can you hide?
Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. Boom! Yang Mucheng, who was still in the same place, suddenly opened his eyes angrily, with light flashing in his eyes. I saw his hands quickly grabbing into the sky, and heard a rapid whistling sound that resounded crazily. Then he saw that the big palm stopped suddenly at this moment.
This is?
Seeing that the giant palm that was just a little short of being able to grab the Suzaku stopped for no apparent reason, everyone present couldn't help but suddenly froze, and started to look at it with puzzled expressions. I could only see that the palms were merging together crazily at a terrifying speed, and in just a short moment, they transformed into an extremely huge palm. The size of this palm is so large that it seems to be able to cover the entire space. And that huge Suzaku, compared with this palm, is as small as an ant.
Get off here!
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. His right hand shot down suddenly, almost following his movements. The palm, which was as tall as a mountain, quickly fell down at this moment, and fell hard towards the position of Suzaku.
Groan!
Seeing this giant palm fall, Suzaku couldn't hold it back anymore, let out a frightened cry, flapped its wings rapidly, and fled away into the distance desperately. His speed is already very fast, but how can he compare with Yang Mucheng? Chapter 2285 Qilin. Boom! Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded. I saw that terrifying giant palm crushing down crazily in an unimaginable manner. The crushing force of the giant palm even brought up a monstrous hurricane, as if it was going to tear everything apart.
Bang!
The fleeing Suzaku was directly hit by this giant palm. Suddenly, like a mosquito being slapped, he completely lost his balance on the spot, with no possibility of resistance at all. He could only let his body crash down.
Boom!
The loud sound resounded, and the entire space trembled suddenly. Under the giant palm, Suzaku was directly killed on the spot, turned into flames, and slowly passed through the fingers.
Call!
It is finally over. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. And Yang Muchum also let out a long breath. This last palm almost exhausted all his strength. If something happens again in this space, I'm afraid even he won't be able to resist it.
Boss, did you kill this Suzaku?
The golden dragon came back to his senses and flew over quickly. He looked at the slowly disappearing giant palm with a shocked face. And Suzaku's figure completely disappeared at this moment.
Yes.
Yang Muchung sighed heavily and couldn't help but nodded.
I didn't expect this Suzaku to be so difficult to deal with. If I wasn't a 5-element spirit body, I would probably be killed too.
Suzaku's sudden attack earlier caught him off guard. If he were not a 5-element spiritual body, and he had exploded all his power at that moment, he would probably have been blown to pieces by the other party at that moment. Not to mention being able to successfully counterkill this Suzaku.
It is finally over.
Looking at this scene, Bing Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath. He looked at Yang Muchung gratefully and said,
Brother Yang, if it weren't for you, we alone would probably not be able to match these 4 divine beasts. Hee hee. Without the boss, you might not even be able to get in.
Jin Long said with a smile. Bing Feng, who was about to speak, suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment.
Why not?
The strength shown by Yang Muchung is really too strong. Without him, they would not even be able to break through the seal outside the mountain. So how could they get in? How to enter this space? How to face these 4 divine beasts? Call! Yang Muchung was about to speak when suddenly a gust of wind came out quickly. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look shocked.
That is?
At this moment, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly blew across the entire space. Under this mighty wind, the monstrous hurricane swept across quickly. With the surge of this hurricane, all the spiritual energy in this space seemed to be forcibly absorbed by somewhere at this moment.
Is there more?
Even Yang Muchung couldn't help but change his expression at this moment. He quickly looked forward. I saw the billowing spiritual energy gathering quickly, and quickly formed a blurry figure under the incredible gazes of everyone.
Ding ding ding!
When they saw this figure, everyone couldn't help but look horrified. This figure is not as huge as the previous Suzaku, Xuanwu, Qinglong, and White Tiger, but in fact the pressure it exerts on everyone is many times greater than before.
It's Qilin!
As the spiritual energy gathered, the figure gradually became clearer. What appeared this time was a majestic Kirin beast.
There is actually a 5th divine beast. Attack quickly, before he fully appears. Kill him quickly.
Seeing this unicorn, everyone's expressions couldn't help but be shocked. After coming back to their senses, everyone burst out all their strength in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Terrible power surged up desperately. With an awe-inspiring attitude, it exploded rapidly. Having witnessed the power of Suzaku and White Tiger before, everyone felt like they were surviving a disaster. The strength displayed by this unicorn now is even more powerful than the previous 4 divine beasts. If they don't kill it completely before it fully wakes up, I'm afraid they will be dead after this unicorn shows its full power. Boom! Bing Feng stepped forward and quickly erupted into a monstrous aura that swept through the sky. At this moment, this breath poured out quickly and turned into a terrifying chill, rolling towards the front with an incredible posture. At this moment, Arowana, Axianu, and Golden Dragon also took action at the same time. The roaring power swept out overwhelmingly and swept towards Qilin fiercely. At this time, Qilin's figure was much clearer than before, and he seemed to have his own consciousness at this moment. Faced with everyone's attack, it had no other reaction. Instead, he just slowly stepped out with the soles of his feet. Buzz! At this moment, there was a violent tremor in the void. Immediately afterwards, he saw an infinite surge of spiritual energy, transforming into a huge barrier. This barrier flashed out almost without warning.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Shocking loud noises echoed wildly. Bursts of terrifying sounds erupted. The overwhelming attack hit the barrier and was annihilated on the spot. Even the attack that everyone unleashed with all their strength did not shake the barrier at all.
Zhang!
Yang Muchung opened his eyes angrily and raised his sword to kill. Suddenly, a bright sword light roared out quickly. Everyone quickly opened their eyes and looked forward. I saw this terrifying attack that was enough to hurt Suzaku. At this moment, it hit the barrier and only made it tremble slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. If even Yang Mucheng can't break through this barrier, doesn't it mean that they have no way to deal with this existence in the future?
I don't believe it.
Boom! Yang Mucheng's eyes opened angrily, and a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. I saw him taking one step forward, and his whole body's strength surged crazily. The violent aura was like a volcano at this moment, surging rapidly, and almost at this moment, it reached an unimaginable extreme. At the same time, he flicked his right hand, and the 10th grade Qinglian platform flew out quickly, turning into a blue light and rising into the sky. Boom! With the appearance of Qinglian Terrace, this shocking power exploded uncontrollably. The terrifying power and turmoil swept across, making the surrounding space roar.
Little brother, stop!
At this moment, Qilin spoke slowly. Chapter 2286 Weapon Spirit.
Stop?
After hearing Qilin's words, Yang Mucheng had no intention of paying any attention to him. Not only did he have no intention of stopping, but at this moment, his cultivation suddenly exploded.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The terrifying aura rose up in crazy turmoil. And at this moment, the 10th grade Green Lotus platform began to spin rapidly with a shocking gesture. At this moment, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted. As the light surged, the terrifying aura emerged desperately in a horrifying manner. The power contained in it made everyone's scalp numb.
Die to me!
Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and he waved his right hand violently. In an instant, the Green Lotus platform was already engulfed in light, and like an arrow from a string, it crashed towards the location of Qilin and crushed it fiercely. The green light erupting from the Qinglian platform even covered the entire space at this moment. Wherever it passed, there was an earth-shattering roar. When the green light passed by, it tore apart the surrounding space crazily, leaving traces that could not be healed.
Boom!
The terrifying edge flashed out with almost no warning, and it arrived in front of Qilin in an instant.
Well?
Seeing the Qinglian terrace rushing towards him, Qilin couldn't help but sigh. At the moment when the two sides collided, they saw the other side slowly stepping out with their hoofs and lightly stepping on the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying force crushed him down. The moment this power exploded, King Liantai was actually restrained from its momentum.
What?
Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but shrink his eyes. However, just when he was about to pour all his power into the Qinglian terrace, he heard the Qilin's voice resounding again.
Little brother, I will not take action against you. If you kill me, you will not be able to control this space.
Hearing these words, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his brows. The movements of his hands slowed down a bit. But even so, he still looked at the unicorn with vigilance.
You have defeated the 4 divine beasts guarding this space, and you are already qualified to control this space. The reason why I appear is just to hand over the control of this space to you.
Seeing that Yang Mucheng was still wary and unwilling to relax, Qilin could only smile bitterly. He slowly raised his hoof and stepped on the ground again. Boom! At this moment, a burst of bright light burst out from the calm space. With this flash of light, a huge magic circle slowly appeared at this moment. Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng finally believed half of it, and then slowly took back the Qinglian platform.
Are you telling the truth?
Yang Mucheng couldn't help but ask.
I am the weapon spirit of this magical weapon. The master asked me to stay here precisely because he was worried that no one would be able to control this magical weapon after his death. So he asked me to guide those who come after him.
Qilin smiled bitterly. Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes, looked at the unicorn, and then at the formation. With his powerful spiritual mind, he can naturally feel that this magic circle does not have any lethality at all. At the same time, it seems to have the power to lead to this space.
The master is a blacksmith after all. Although he left with this magic weapon, he didn't want it to fall into the hands of the 7 tribes. But he also didn't want this magic weapon that he had devoted all his energy to completely disappear into the starry sky. That's why I'm here. However, I have been waiting for countless years and have never been able to enter this magic weapon, let alone break the formation outside the mountain and come here.
Jin Long raised his brows slightly, walked forward slowly, and circled Qilin doubtfully, seeing that he was so bold and so close to Qilin. But the other party did not make a move. Everyone believed most of his words. After all, with Qilin's ability to suppress the 10th grade King Liantai, dealing with him cannot be said to be easy or too simple. At least the opponent's strength is stronger than that of Suzaku, White Tiger, Qin Long, and Xuanwu combined.
I see.
Yang Mucheng couldn't help but nodded. Jin Long interjected from the side.
Your master is too cautious. Fortunately, my boss took action this time. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to open the barrier outside the mountain. Even so, it took my boss a full 7 days.
Qilin smiled coquettishly.
My master also felt a little regretful after setting up this formation. Because except for the 5-element spiritual body who can smash this barrier, no one in the world can open it. Unfortunately, at that time, his lifespan will be over, and he will not have much ability to reform this formation. Of course, I am also in this magic weapon and have been waiting for endless years. But now, I finally have a new owner,
he said. He cast his gaze towards Yang Mucheng. As a weapon spirit, Yang Mucheng has been paying attention to this space since he entered it. However, due to the taboo left by the previous owner, Yang Mucheng could not appear at all until he defeated the 4 divine beasts guarding this space. Not to mention, transferring control of this space to Yang Mucheng. After hearing this, Bingfeng quickly stepped forward and said,
If this space is controlled by Brother Yang, can we leave this space?
Ever since they knew that the space they were in was just a world in a painting, they wanted to leave all the time. It's just because of the seal in the body that they can only be limited to this.
Certainly,
Qilin nodded and said,
If the new owner takes over this space, everything in this space will be under his control. And the same is true for you powerful beings who have grown up in this space. If he is willing to let you leave, then you can leave here safely. But if he is not willing, then you can only stay in this space and cannot go anywhere.
Hearing these words, Bingfeng and Long Yu couldn't help being stunned, and quickly cast pleading eyes towards Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said,
I have said it before. If I can control this space, I will definitely give you your freedom. I always speak my words, and I will not deceive you.
With that said, Yang Mucheng slowly walked forward. He looked at the formation that was constantly shining with light and asked,
Is it possible to truly control this space by stepping into this formation?
Chapter 2287 Taking Over the Magic Weapon. Seeing Qilin's affirmative gaze, Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and then stepped into this formation.
Boom!
Almost the moment he stepped into this formation, a surging and powerful force swept over crazily in an extreme posture at this moment, pouring into his mind regardless of anything.
This is?
Feeling the information in his mind, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Obviously, the existence contained in this formation is not only limited to the control methods in this space, but also a large amount of knowledge about casting. Boom! The surging information quickly poured into Yang Mucheng's mind, until the last light slowly faded away.
Boss!
Looking at Yang Mucheng in the golden light, everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried. But it wasn't until Yang Mucheng opened his eyes a moment later that everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Don't worry.
Yang Mucheng looked at the worried people and nodded lightly, indicating that everyone could relax. At the same time, he waved his right hand. Time. Bingfeng and Long Yu felt that their bodies were responding to Yang Mucheng's movements uncontrollably at this moment. However, before they came to their senses, they felt as if something was suddenly broken in their bodies. At this moment, the connection with the entire space was completely severed. Feeling this change, Bingfeng and Long Yu couldn't help but look at Yang Mucheng with excitement.
I have completely lifted the shackles on you. I will not restrict your whereabouts. No matter where you go next. It has nothing to do with me, and I have fulfilled my promise.
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
Thank you, Brother Yang.
Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Bingfeng and Long Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Mucheng with gratitude. To know, while the other party was controlling this space, they also had the feeling that everything was under Yang Mucheng's control. The feeling was very strange and made them tremble slightly. Once Yang Mucheng regrets, they will have no room to resist and will only be controlled by the other party. Even a single thought from the other party can completely obliterate them. After all, they also have the strength of the One Yuan Grandmaster. After all, no one is willing to give up 2 strong men so easily. But now it was obviously confirmed that their guesses were unnecessary, as Yang Mucheng let them leave so easily.
Brother Yang.
Bingfeng couldn't hide the excitement in her heart, and quickly raised her hands to Yang Mucheng and said,
We will never forget your great kindness. In the future, whenever you need anything, just say a word, and we will go through fire and water for you. Don't hesitate.
Arowana was also so excited that he couldn't even speak. He could only nod his head repeatedly.
That's not necessary.
Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head. Now that he has released them, he will no longer enslave these people.
Boss, wait!
Just when Yang Mucheng was about to refuse, Jinlong suddenly said.
Aren't we going to the Tuoba clan next? Anyway, they don't know much about this starry sky. It's good for them to follow us. Maybe they can help. After all, these are 2 1-yuan masters, which will also be of great benefit to our next plan.
When Jinlong said this, Yang Macheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
Is there anything you need help with?
Bingfeng said quickly.
It doesn't matter. Just ask the manager.
Yang Macheng condensed for a moment, but couldn't help but nodded. Jinlong said it right. With the strength of the 3 of them, there are naturally a lot of difficulties in dealing with the Tuoba clan now. Especially today's elixir garden must be quite tightly defended. If there were more Bingfeng and Lengyu, they might not be ancestor-level opponents, but they would have no problem against ordinary grandmasters. If they help, it will be much easier to break through the elixir garden.
Okay, here's the thing.
Yang Macheng explained the matter simply.
We are going to attack the elixir garden of a big clan in the starry sky. There are many strong men of your level guarding the elixir garden. I want to break it with my own strength.
Their defense is a bit difficult, but with your help, it will be much easier. Although the strength of Jinlong and Axianu is not bad, they are still a little reluctant to deal with those beings. Of course, this matter is very dangerous. Once the matter is exposed, it is very likely that you will be hunted down by the other party in the future. They are one of the big families in the starry sky, and their strength is quite terrifying.
Yang Macheng explained all the risks and possibilities in detail. He won't force the other person to do anything. If the other party does not agree, he will naturally not force anything.
This is good.
Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the dragonfish screamed excitedly.
Although this space is huge, we have been extremely tired of it for tens of thousands of years. I was still thinking about what we would do if we went out like this. Anyway, there is nothing to do, so why not just go have a big fuss with you? This is absolutely exciting.
Arowana excitedly tugged on Bingfeng beside him, and said excitedly,
Aren't you also complaining that staying in this space is too boring? Why don't we follow Brother Yang and go out to make a big fuss? Haha. Thinking about this kind of thing is very exciting.
The steady Bingfeng couldn't help but feel secretly moved after hearing Dragonfish's words. Quiet and thoughtful, they had stayed in this space long enough, and he could even tell how many trees there were on a mountain. Of course, they know nothing about the outside world. Following Yang Macheng and the others is a way of seeking excitement.
Okay.
Bingfeng nodded heavily.
We will follow your instructions when the time comes.
The next few days, naturally, everything is peaceful and peaceful. Bingfeng, Dragonfish, Axianu and Golden Dragon all stay in the space in this scroll to practice with peace of mind, trying to improve their strength as much as possible so as not to make mistakes in their actions. Yang Macheng, on the other hand, stayed on the merchant ship, inquiring about various news from the outside world. After his last guidance, the merchant ship girl's strength increased crazily in a terrifying manner. As for other people on the merchant ship, they naturally did not dare to disturb Yang Macheng. As time went by, merchant ships gradually reached the territory of the Tuoba clan. Chapter 2288 Plan.
This is what the outside world looks like.
After leaving the merchant ship, Bingfeng and Lengyu had already transformed into human forms, and they followed Yang Macheng. Everyone pretended to be a group of businessmen with low strength. Even if they walked in front of the Tuoba clan guards openly, they could not see through their identities. After all, they are all strong men in the 1-yuan realm. In the eyes of the world, Yang Macheng and others are still trapped in the territory of the Nandong clan. Who would have thought that they had quietly come to the Tuoba clan on the other side of the starry sky?
What's the situation outside now?
Bingfeng asked in a low voice. Even though it was my first time to come to the outside world, everything felt very fresh. But Bingfeng has not forgotten their purpose this time, and is very vigilant about everything. After all, what they were facing was not an ordinary individual, but a powerful force that had existed in the starry sky for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. This force is even older than their existence. If you are not careful, you may completely ruin yourself.
Same as I estimated before,
Yang Macheng whispered.
The 7 major families thought I was in the territory of the Nandong clan, and didn't know that I had left there. Now all the main forces are in the territory of the Nandong clan. However, because I didn't show up for a month, these forces also suspected that I might have fled there long ago. So now the 7 major families have become more and more strict in monitoring their territories. But it won't be too strict. The most powerful ones are only those at the 1-yuan grandmaster level. For example, Those at the ancestor level have not yet been dispatched. Our action this time will not cause any big problems.
Hearing Yang Muqing's words, Bing Feng couldn't help but nodded.
Then the target of our action has been chosen?
Bing Feng continued to ask.
Let's find a quiet place first.
Yang Muqing stopped in front of a restaurant, chose the best private room, and prepared a table of wine and food. After confirming that no one was around, Yang Muqing continued.
The Tuoba clan has a total of 4 elixir gardens. Although the number of elixir gardens is not as large as that of the Nangong clan. In fact, each elixir garden is quite large. If we destroy one of them, it will be a huge loss for the Tuoba clan. If we don't take action, we will take action. Since we are ready to take action, of course, we must choose the largest elixir garden. There are more than 3,200 stars in this spiritual medicine garden.
Call. After hearing Yang Muqing's analysis, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. Even Jinlong and Axiano had shock on their faces. Compared with other major clans, the Tuoba clan has the shortest time to rise. But the strength is faintly the most powerful one. They had never known what was going on. But it wasn't until today that I understood the horror of it. This largest elixir garden contains stars that are even equivalent to the 2 elixir gardens of the Nangong clan combined. No wonder the Tuoba clan has risen so quickly. And there are even faint signs of being the head of the 7 major families.
This is the largest elixir garden of the Tuoba clan. Other elixir gardens are much smaller in comparison. They are only as large as a few hundred stars. It was because of this elixir garden that the Tuoba clan was able to become one of the 7 clans in the starry sky.
Yang Muqing said lightly.
However, the defense of this spiritual medicine garden is naturally not too weak. In normal times, there are more than 71 Yuan grandmasters guarding it. Now the number of strongmen guarding it has reached more than 100.
Holy shit! When Jinlong heard this, he almost bit off his tongue. When they attacked the Nangong clan before, there were only 5 or 6 masters of the 1 Yuan realm. Unexpectedly, the Tuoba clan actually reached over 100. A sudden increase of more than 20 times. This is an exaggeration to describe it.
Otherwise, let's start with a small elixir garden.
Axiana pondered for a moment and couldn't help but say.
There are also more than a dozen 1 Yuan masters guarding other elixir gardens. Although we can easily destroy these small elixir gardens. In fact, it is not worth our while.
Yang Muqing said lightly. Bing Feng and Lung Yu could only sit aside and watch. For them, they couldn't say anything about this matter and could only watch quietly. The specific matters are still decided by Yang Muqing. Hearing this, Axiana couldn't help but frown slightly. Indeed, it is just as Yang Muqing said. Although, if they turn to attack the small elixir garden, it will be very easy to succeed. But once they take action, their identities will be completely exposed. And all 7 clans will know that they have arrived at the territory of the Tuoba clan. Next, the 7 tribes will definitely protect their elixir garden at all costs. Even a spiritual medicine garden would not only have dozens of 1 Yuan masters, but at least 100. From now on, there will be no chance for them to take action. It can be said that this is their last chance to make a move. Choosing to attack this small elixir garden will not cause a serious blow to the Tuoba clan, but will actually miss this opportunity. It can be said that a small gain is lost.
That's right. If we want to do it, we need to do it bigger.
At this time, Arowana couldn't help but interjected.
It doesn't mean much to make a small fuss. Now that you've decided to make a move, it's better to choose a big one.
I agree so too. Bing Feng pondered for a moment and nodded.
As Brother Yang said, after taking action this time, there will be no chance in the future. There are only about 101 Yuan masters. How should we deal with them?
Axiana couldn't help but ask.
This is easy to handle.
Yang Muqing smiled and signaled everyone not to worry.
Have you forgotten that the picture scroll I just got is a prison? Although the existence of the ancestor level is imprisoned in this picture scroll, the existence of the 1 Yuan master level is not a problem. As long as the other party is imprisoned after entering the scroll. No matter what happens, won't it be up to us to deal with it?
Yang Muqing's words suddenly made everyone realize. And then, they remembered that the scroll in Yang Muqing's hand was originally a prison. As long as the other party is captured in this prison, the 1 Yuan masters can be easily killed when the time comes. And the outside world will not be alarmed.
Why did I forget this incident?
Arsenal couldn't help but slap his forehead.
In that case, we can start taking action.
Jinlong whispered, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 2289 Yang Mu's achievement is here. Outside the spiritual medicine garden, Yang Maicheng had been shopping here for 3 or 4 days. Certainly, after deciding to take action, it was naturally impossible to rush forward so rashly. Yang Maicheng had to first explore the surrounding environment and the Grandmaster's branches here. According to previous news, the difference is generally not too big. There are about 98 Yuan Grandmasters in total, which is 2 or 3 fewer than previously expected. After all, the area of the Elixir Garden is quite huge, so these masters are not gathered together, but in a scattered manner, scattered around the Elixir Garden, forming sentry posts. There are about 7 to 8 masters in each sentry post. Certainly, it is naturally impossible for the Grandmaster to check every corner of such a large Elixir Garden. Therefore, more of them are ordinary disciples of the Tuoba clan. Once they discover anything, they will notify these masters. Ordinary disciples are naturally not very strong, but if they want to guard the surroundings and guard against Yang Maicheng, they still can't do it. Moreover, they did not expect that Yang Maicheng would break into their Elixir Garden so openly. At this moment, Yang Maicheng had transformed into a warrior from the Tuoba clan and sneaked in.
Where are the elders?
Yang Maicheng grabbed a passing tribesman and asked casually.
They are inside the sentry post.
The tribesman said calmly.
The elders are having a meal. I advise you not to disturb them. I have something to report.
Yang Maicheng nodded, rejected the other party's kindness, and walked towards the sentry post. The so-called sentry post is actually a palace opened up in the Elixir Garden. Certainly, only those who are in the 1 Yuan Master realm are qualified to enjoy this kind of treatment. As for other ordinary Tuoba clan members, they can only stand guard obediently. Before he even got close to the palace, Yang Maicheng heard the sound of cups and cups coming from inside.
Call me full.
A middle-aged man sat at the front seat, instructing a maid to pour wine for him. Looking at the drinks that were constantly being filled, he sneered and said,
I didn't expect that we would all be transferred here to guard the Elixir Garden. Fortunately, there is still some fun here. Otherwise we would be bored to death. We are elders after all. How can we be compared with those ordinary disciples? But no matter how good this place is, how can we compare with the family?
Another elder continued, and couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Looks like we're going to be here for a long time. It won't take long. As long as Yang Maicheng is caught, we can leave here.
Another elder said very optimistically.
Now that the 7 tribes are united, how can Yang Maicheng survive? Maybe now, he has been caught.
Obviously, for the elders who had been used to being pampered, suddenly came to the Elixir Garden and started the hard life of guarding the sect. They still had great complaints in their hearts.
Yang Maicheng is not that easy to catch. At the beginning, he was not too strong, and he was not able to catch him, and he escaped several times. Now his strength has reached the 1 Yuan realm, and he can even fight alone. It's not that easy to kill a Grandmaster level being in the blink of an eye.
Another elder drank all the wine in the glass, and pulled the maid who was pouring the wine into his arms. There was a hint of unwillingness in the maid's eyes, but obviously due to the other party's elder status. She could only hold back her displeasure and let the other party touch her. The elder said lightly, while enjoying the warm-smelling soft jade in his hand.
Although it is difficult to deal with. But now that our 7 tribes have joined forces, Yang Maicheng doesn't have much chance of survival.
Everyone laughed when they heard this. At this time, someone finally discovered Yang Maicheng, who had come to the palace.
Didn't I say that you are not allowed to come in? Are you seeking death?
The elder who discovered Yang Maicheng had a cold look in his eyes. Yang Maicheng sneered in his heart, but pretended to be afraid, and quickly stepped forward and said cautiously,
Report to the elders. I discovered something outside. A young man appeared sneakily outside the Elixir Garden. In addition to him, he also has a maid from the Ghost tribe and a golden demon dragon with him.
What? Hearing these words, the elders who were chatting were suddenly startled and all stood up. This description is all too familiar to them. This is not Yang Maicheng. Who else could it be?
It's Yang Maicheng.
At this time, the furious elder reacted quickly, pushed the maid away from his arms, and shouted angrily.
This kid actually escaped from the Nangong clan's territory and came to us. Did you read it wrong?
For them, Yang Maicheng's appearance was really unbelievable. Obviously a month ago, the other party was still in the territory of the Nangong clan, and in the area of the Nangong clan, there are countless strong men chasing him.
I'm sure I saw it right.
Yang Maicheng said quickly.
Inform the family immediately.
At this time, an elder stood up quickly.
Yang Maicheng's presence here is no small matter. We must notify the family headquarters. Wait a minute. No matter what, Yang Mucheng is also a strong man in the One Yuan realm. How could he find out so easily? If it was just an error and the family blamed it, we wouldn't be as happy as we are now.
In addition, an elder quickly advised. After hearing this, everyone nodded immediately. After all, this is no small matter. Once it is proven to be just a mistake, they will not only face the anger of their own family, but also the blame of the other 6 major families. When the time comes, even their words may not be able to withstand such anger. At this time, everyone's eyes suddenly turned and fell on Yang Mucheng.
Tell me, what's going on? Have you seen Yang Mucheng? Are you sure it's him?
The middle-aged man sitting in the front seat shouted angrily in a deep voice.
That's right.
Yang Mucheng nodded heavily.
I definitely saw the other person. He did appear near the elixir garden. He seemed to be checking something. So he didn't notice my presence. I didn't dare to alert the snake. So I quickly ran over to report to the elders.
Yang Mucheng whispered. But his voice became smaller and smaller.
Where is it? Take us to take a look.
This was someone who couldn't wait any longer and stood up quickly.
If the other party is really Yang Mucheng, you deserve a share of the credit this time.
Thank you, Elder. Yang Mucheng pretended to be happy and said.
Yang Mucheng is here.
Here. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Mucheng's eyes turned sharp. Chapter 2290. Only 3 people left.
Where?
Obviously, everyone has not yet reacted to Yang Mucheng's words.
It's here? How can it be?
For a time, everyone screamed in surprise.
You dare to trick us?
The elders who came back to their senses suddenly opened their eyes wide and glared at Yang Mucheng. And this time, Yang Mucheng's expression turned serious as he formed a magic formula with his right hand. Buzz! The void trembled, and only the scroll in his arms was seen. At this moment, it flew out quickly with a terrifying attitude.
Wow!
The scroll danced, bringing with it an exciting light. I saw that the short scroll was stretched out crazily in a terrifying posture at this moment.
At the same time, the illusion grew several thousand meters long, writhing up and down like a long snake. During the rapid tumbling, the entire palace was surrounded.
How is this going? This is a magic weapon?
If the magic weapon is used directly, these elders will inevitably react or even resist. If one of them is missed by then, the outside world will definitely know about it. And I'm afraid he will have to face endless pursuit. That's why Yang Mucheng used this method to deliberately approach these elders. Once the picture scroll is suddenly displayed, they will definitely be caught off guard. In fact, Yang Mucheng found that he had done it. This sudden picture came to him almost instantly. The entire wrapped palace suddenly flashed with light, and the astonished elders quietly disappeared into this area. Silence suddenly returned to the entire palace, as if the previous incident was just an illusion, as if it had never happened.
Receive!
Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his right hand, and the huge scroll was quickly put away and returned to his palm. Buzz! The scroll is held in the palm of the hand, and you can still feel the continuous jumping in it, as if a huge force is struggling hard and is about to get out of it at any time. Obviously, these elders who were imprisoned in the scroll were still struggling hard and wanted to escape at all costs.
These are 8 One Yuan masters. With their strength, I'm afraid there is no way to deal with them.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. The Ice Phoenix, Dragonfish, Axianu and Golden Dragon have naturally always been in the picture scroll. That was their original plan. If there are only 1 or 2 One Yuan masters included in the scroll, then it will naturally be left to the 4 of them to deal with it together. But now these 8 One Yuan masters have been included in it all at once, and I am afraid that they will not be able to deal with them based on their strength.
I have to get in quickly.
Yang Mucheng's heart moved, and he had already entered the scroll. Boom, boom, boom. Almost the moment he entered the scroll, he heard bursts of bombardment, and the entire scroll world was turned upside down and torn apart. Yang Mucheng hurried towards the battlefield and saw 3 elders fighting against Bingfeng and others. Bingfeng and Dragonfish. One person deals with an elder. Axiana and Jin Long work together to deal with one. Ice Phoenix and Dragonfish can still compete with each other, and even Ice Phoenix can suppress their opponents. But Arsenal and Golden Dragon could only retreat step by step to prevent their defeat from being so disastrous. The other 5 elders were watching the battlefield while vigilant about their surroundings.
Yang Mucheng.
Seeing the approaching figure, the remaining 5 elders shouted suddenly. Even if they are idiots, they can guess what is going on. Yang Mucheng chuckled, twisted his body muscles, and quickly restored his original appearance.
Really?
Everyone had some doubts before, But when they saw Yang Muchung appear, the last trace of doubts completely disappeared.
Yang Muchung, you are so cowardly. The 7 clans are chasing you all over the starry sky. Instead of hiding like a tortoise, you actually dared to sneak into our Toba clan. Yang Muchung, let us out quickly and destroy your cultivation. Maybe you still have a way to survive.
Boom! Everyone in the battle was also divided at this moment, and quickly retreated. The 8 elders looked at Yang Muchung angrily. Obviously, in their view, Yang Muchung's choice was simply courting death. Although Yang Muchung has 2 more companions this time. Based on the judgment from previous battles, the strength of Bingfeng and Longyu is similar to that of ordinary 1 Yuan masters. And Jinlong and Axianu, even if they join forces, can only deal with 1 grandmaster. This leaves them with 5 grandmasters. No matter how powerful Yang Mu is, he only has a peak cultivation level of 1 Yuan. So he will not be too powerful. So even when they saw Yang Muchung, instead of being angry, they became happy. They were still talking about Yang Muchung before. But who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, the other party would already be in front of them?
It seems like this is your new magic weapon. You want to put us here and then kill us. In this way, will we be unnoticed? Unfortunately, you didn't expect that in order to guard against you. Every 1 Yuan master of the Tuoba clan will not be alone. Ha ha. That's right. Our 8 1 Yuan masters are here. How can you escape? Why don't you just hurry up and capture us?
Suddenly, there were bursts of shouts.
Boss, why did you capture 8 1 Yuan masters at once?
Everyone quickly came behind Yang Muchung and couldn't help but be speechless when they looked at the 8 1 Yuan masters in front of them. Although it is said that fighting here will not affect the outside world and will not be known to outsiders. But you also have to consider the strength of your own side. Otherwise you will die before you are born. And the elixir garden will not be destroyed. But you will be caught by the opponent.
I can't help it. Who knew that these elders are all here in this sentry post?
Yang Muchung shrugged casually.
I just caught them all. They all have to be dealt with anyway. So 1 or 2 more people are here. Is it necessary? It's so necessary.
Jinlong almost bit off his tongue.
Do you have confidence in these 8 grandmasters?
Bingfeng looked at Yang Muchung and asked cautiously.
With the help of the terrain, Longyu can tie with 1 grandmaster. I can barely suppress 1 grandmaster and deal with 2 in a short time. There is no problem with the position. Axianu and Jinlong are slightly worse. Our side, trying our best, can only deal with 4. What to do with the remaining 4?
Dragonfish's eyes widened and he asked quickly.
There won't be 4 left. There are 3 more.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly. 3? Bingfeng and Longyu couldn't help but raise their brows. But before they had time to speak, they saw Yang Muchung's eyes turn. Chapter 2291 Kill with 1 punch.
Boom!
At this moment, Yang Muchung's eyes were narrowed, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and slammed his feet directly towards one of the elders. This elder was apparently the strong man in the 1 Yuan realm who had fought Bingfeng before. Bingfeng's strength is slightly stronger than him. So in the previous battles, Bingfeng had been suppressing him. Although the 2 parties are now separated, he seems to have not regained his strength and looks a little out of breath. However, he hadn't noticed at the moment that Yang Muchung had already targeted him and was still talking to others with a sneer.
Huh? 3? Is this kid not good at counting? Or is he scared out of his wits?
Although the conversation between Bingfeng and Yang Muchung was deliberately lowered, for beings of their level, they could still hear their conversation easily. Hearing the other party's conversation, his face was full of disdain. Others were also confused, not knowing what they meant. Ice Phoenix can fight 1 against 2 for a period of time. Arowana was able to take advantage of the terrain and barely deal with a 1 Yuan master. As for Axianu and Jinlong, they could only hold back a 1 Yuan master. In this way, no matter what, they still have 4 people left. Why did Yang Muchung say that only the last 3 were left?
Be careful. This Yang Muchung is full of tricks. That's right. He was able to sneak in here secretly while we were not paying attention. He must have other means. Maybe there are other people hiding here.
The panting Yuan Grandmaster couldn't help but sneered when he heard this.
Even if he has a backup plan, are we afraid of them? Let's work together to kill Yang Muchung first, and we will slowly take care of the rest.
As he spoke, he looked at the surrounding environment.
No matter how strong he is, can he compete with so many of us?
Boom! However, before he finished speaking, a terrifying burst of sound came from the distance. At this moment, He only felt a terrifying gust of wind, sweeping in from afar regardless of everything. And at the same time, a shocking chill came quickly. What? He looked forward subconsciously. Suddenly, he saw Yang Muchung suddenly punching him. And the whole person stepped in front of him like an arrow from a string. The opponent's speed was simply astonishing, leaving a large, terrifying afterimage behind him. What? As soon as his pupils closed, the elder suddenly became angry. No matter how idiotic he is, he still understands the meaning of the other person's words. Yang Muchung wanted to kill himself first. And then, there would be only the last three of them left.
Yang Muchung, you are so arrogant that you dare to look down on me.
He did not take Yang Muchung seriously. Although the opponent was powerful. In fact, he only had the peak strength of 1 yuan. Although there are rumors from the outside world, he could already kill a grandmaster in a single fight. But that was just a rumor after all. He didn't believe that the other party could kill him when he was prepared. In addition, there are a total of 80 yuan grandmasters here. No matter how powerful the opponent is, can't I even resist the opponent's blow? As long as he blocks the opponent's blow, Yang Mu will face the combined attacks of 8 1 yuan masters. No existence may be able to survive such an attack. He didn't believe that Yang Muchung would be an exception. Snort! His eyes widened angrily. He clenched his fists and punched the opponent suddenly. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. What? The elder only felt a terrifying force rushing towards Yang Muchung's fist in a ferocious manner. This force was so powerful that it was almost unstoppable. And it swept over him almost instantly, surging all over his body. Crack! Even at the same time, he could not help but hear the bones all over his body making terrible bursting sounds. Die! Just when he was shocked, Yang Muchung drank suddenly. The next moment, the overwhelming force swept in crazily, even more swiftly than before. It's more like a flood of beasts, coming in like crazy. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood. The elder screamed, and then flew backwards, like an arrow from a string. What?
Yang Muchung, you are so brave. It's simply unforgivable.
The elders present could not have imagined that Yang Muchung would dare to take the initiative under such circumstances. In their opinion, this is simply unforgivable. Immediately, everyone cursed angrily and rushed towards Yang Muchung to kill him. But Yang Muchung succeeded with one blow, and his whole body quickly exploded towards the rear. The overwhelming attacks passed him by on the spot. When everyone came to their senses, Yang Muchung was back to where he was. To everyone, it seemed as if he had never moved.
Elder Xiao Tian, how are you?
Everyone looked around quickly. At this time, Elder Xiao Tian, who was still mocking Yang Muchung, was lying on the ground. He was already taking in less air and outgoing more air, and even had no strength to breathe. Everyone swept away their spiritual thoughts and suddenly took a breath of air. Although the opponent seemed unscathed, in fact all the bones in his body had been shattered by the previous punch, and even his internal organs were crushed in an instant.
He won't survive!
Just when everyone was shocked, Yang Muchung's voice sounded faintly. How could he take action if he wasn't sure? Now that we have taken action, how can we leave anyone alive? Therefore, the moment he strikes, it is a sure kill move. He pours all his power into this punch, and directly into the opponent's body in an instant. Of course, if the opponent is prepared or is in peak condition, Yang Muchung is not confident that he can directly kill the opponent with this method. But this elder suffered quite serious wear and tear in the previous battle with Bing Feng. In addition, he underestimated the enemy a little, so he was punched away by Yang Muchung. Although the opponent is not dead at the moment, with all the bones broken and the internal organs completely minced. Even if he survives, he will not be able to fight again.
Ha ha. I understand. Now one has been killed, and only the last three are left.
Seeing this scene, Jin Long couldn't help but clapped his hands and shouted,
Boss, you are so right. We are dealing with 4 now, and you only have to deal with 3.
After hearing Jin Long's words, the elders of the Tuoba clan suddenly turned gloomy. Chapter 2292 begins. Originally, in front of everyone, watching their companions being killed like this, these elders were already extremely angry. Now that they heard the golden dragon clapping their hands and applauding, their expressions became more and more gloomy.
It's just looking for death. This kid can't be underestimated. That's right. He was able to survive the pursuit of the Nangong clan, and even lurked under our noses. His strength must not be underestimated. The 4 of you, go deal with Yang Muchung's companions first. Kill them as quickly as possible. And then the 7 of us will join forces to kill Yang Macheng.
After seeing Yang Muqing's methods, these elders have already reacted. The young man in front of him was terrifyingly powerful. If they fight alone, none of them can be Yang Muqing's opponent. Even if the 3 of them join forces, it may be very difficult to kill him. Therefore, they could only suppress Yang Macheng first, and then deal with Yang Macheng after all these minions were dealt with.
Boom!
Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the 4 elders among them were like arrows leaving the string, and they rushed towards Jin Long, Axianu, Bing Feng, and Dragonfish like crazy. Seeing this scene, Yang Macheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. However, before he could make any move, he saw the remaining 3 elders stepping forward in unison at this moment. Suddenly they were in front of Yang Macheng, blocking Yang Muqing's way.
Yang Macheng, don't worry about others. Worry about yourself first.
The 3 elders formed a fan shape and surrounded Yang Macheng. They were confident that even if the 3 of them could not kill Yang Macheng together, they could at least hold him back. The battle on the other side will not last long. The elder who faced Golden Dragon and Axiana could end the battle with at most 1 stick of incense. As for the Arowana one, it should take a little longer. But in the previous battle, everyone had seen through his abilities. This Arowana is just using the power of the terrain to fight a 1 yuan master. But once out of the terrain, the strength will drop a lot. Bing Feng is the most powerful among these people. But no matter how powerful it is, it can't cope with the 2 masters joining forces. I believe it won't be too long. At that time, as long as these 4 minions are dealt with, the 4 masters can join forces with them to deal with Yang Macheng. So no matter how you look at it, they still win.
Is it?
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Macheng took a step forward. He squeezed his left hand quickly, and a green light suddenly rushed out from his forehead. This green light is clearly the 10th grade Green Lotus platform. The moment the Green Lotus platform rushed out, it burst out with infinite light. Like a terrifying bolt of lightning, it roared fiercely towards one of the elders.
What?
Because when the 7 clans surrounded Fang Baiyu, they were in the territory of the Tuoba clan. Although these elders did not intervene in that battle, they witnessed the scene at that time. At that time, Fang Baiyu's 9th grade Qinglian Terrace had already caused the ancestors of the 7 clans to suffer a lot. Now Yang Macheng actually upgraded the Qinglian Terrace to the 10th grade. This sudden increase in power shocked them all.
Boom!
Faced with the bombardment from the 10th grade Green Lotus platform, the elder could only bite the bullet and quickly set up a defense. Boom! But then, a terrifying force roared over. The elder felt as if he had been hit by a wild beast. He suddenly let out a muffled groan and involuntarily shot backwards. Almost at the same time, Yang Macheng also made a quick grab with his right hand. Shen Yuan's sword suddenly flew into his hand. At this moment, he raised the long sword at his hand and slashed it down immediately.
Shang!
A crisp sound of swords roared. This sword energy, which was thousands of meters long, struck at another elder from the air. Feeling the power of this sword energy, the elder's complexion changed drastically. How dare he resist the sharp edge? He almost turned around and ran away towards the distance. Yang Macheng took action in an instant. At this moment, the 2 elders were directly forced back. This method is simply extraordinary and makes people scalp numb.
You're the only one left.
At this time, only the last elder was still standing in front of Yang Macheng. And this elder's complexion became extremely ugly in an instant. He originally thought that the 3 1 Yuan Grandmasters could easily deal with Yang Macheng if they joined forces. But who would have thought that Yang Macheng would have directly forced back the 2 Grandmasters almost as soon as he made a move? This sudden display of power made his scalp tingle uncontrollably.
This kid obviously hasn't reached the level of a 1 Yuan Master. How can he be so powerful? If he reaches the level of 1 Yuan Grandmaster, how terrifying will his strength be?
However, there was no time for him to think about anything now. Yang Muqing's attack had already come. Boom! At this moment, Yang Macheng stepped out with a single step, suddenly carrying a roaring wind, rushing towards him swiftly and fiercely. Almost in an instant, he was forced in front of the last elder. He slowly withdrew his eyes from the other 2 elders, looked at the elder in front of him with a pale face, and said in a cold voice,
"Those 2 guys want to solve the trouble at hand. And for a while. Now, let me stay with you."
Hearing these words, the remaining elder felt an uncontrollable shiver all over his body. At this moment, he only felt an indescribable chill, which surged through his body desperately in a terrifying manner. When he looked up, Yang Macheng had already arrived in front of him.
I don't believe it.
With a clenched jaw, he quickly unleashed all the strength in his body. At this moment, his whole body's aura had already exploded to a shocking extreme. When this power burst out, it was already rushing in all directions like a tide. Even at this moment, the entire space suddenly trembled.
You have to believe it if you believe it. You have to believe it if you don't believe it.
Seeing this hysterical elder, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sneer. And at the same time, he took a swift step forward and cut to the elder's side with an impressive gesture. The right fist was slowly clenched and slowly punched out. This seemingly indifferent punch fell on the elder. But his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 2293. You said it wrong. He thought that although Yang Mucheng was strong, he had to rely on sneak attacks to force the two elders back. But now when he faced him head-on, he realized how terrifying Yang Mucheng was. The power contained in the opponent's fist was simply astonishing. Even before he touched it, he could feel the terrifying energy contained in the punch. But now, he was facing Yang Mucheng head-on. And there were no companions around him who could join forces with him. At this time, he could only bite the bullet and rush forward.
Boom!
The fists collided, and a loud sound erupted.
Woo!
The figures between the two sides were almost separated at the touch of a button. The elder even made a dull sound and stepped back.
Why is this boy so powerful?
When he looked at Yang Mucheng again, there was only fear in his eyes. With such terrifying strength, if he fights alone, he will definitely be suppressed by the opponent. But at this moment, there was no chance for him to think about it, because Yang Mucheng was already heading towards him to kill him.
That's all. Let's just treat it as a battle of life and death.
Seeing this scene, he could only rush forward bravely. If you don't resist, the opponent can kill you within 3 moves. He could only hope that the other people would quickly kill the golden dragons and come to help him. Thinking in his mind, he roared and clenched his fists quickly. Boom! A terrifying aura surged desperately at this moment. The surging power swelled out quickly, blowing his robe up and down. The terrifying momentum swept out quickly, covering his body like a flame. At the same time as it exploded, it was already madly heading towards Yang Mucheng's position like an arrow from a string. Rapidly came. Boom! 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 The violent power shook the surrounding space. In this violent momentum, Yang Mucheng's long hair was blown up and his clothes were flying.
Snort!
He snorted coldly and pushed his right hand forward. Call. The next moment, the power in his body also surged out rapidly. And at this moment, it gathered into a turbulent and huge wave of vacuum air. It flashed out like a barrier.
Break it for me!
The other party roared angrily, and already came with an explosive punch. There was just a loud click, and the huge barrier was torn apart by the opponent's blow.
Old guy, what's your name?
At this moment, Yang Mucheng suddenly asked.
My name is Tuoba Howren.
The other party was stunned for a moment, but then he realized what he was saying.
Have you fallen into H.L. and don't know whose hands you died in? Wrong!
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a cold laugh.
I just want to know what kind of person I killed.
Zheng! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng suddenly grabbed forward with both hands. Suddenly, in this space, the rolling spiritual energy emerged crazily at an extreme speed. The moment it emerged, there was already a crisp sound of swords.
This is?
Hearing the clanging sound of swords, the elder who called himself Tuoba Howren couldn't help but change his expression. All he saw was that the terrifying spiritual energy was turning into a sword of spiritual energy that shone with cold light at an extremely fast speed in all directions around him. Even more quietly, the space in all directions was completely enveloped.
What?
Shock flashed in his eyes. Tuoba Howren secretly thought something was wrong and hurriedly retreated towards the rear.
I want to escape, but it's too late.
Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sneer and suddenly grabbed it with his right hand. Only a sharp whistling sound was heard, resounding desperately. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the sword force formed was like rain, rushing towards Tuoba Howren crazily.
Damn it!
Tuoba Howren cursed secretly. How could he dare to be careless in the slightest? He waved his hands in front of him, like a Tai Chi. Immediately afterwards, he saw that part of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had been transferred by Yang Mucheng had been plundered by him. At the same time, this spiritual energy turned into a thick spiritual mist, spinning crazily around him. Tell the spinning posture, as if forming a surging tornado.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
Suddenly, bursts of loud sounds resounded. The infinite sword power struck the tornado, and violent sounds suddenly resounded throughout. Immediately afterwards, I saw those swords of spiritual energy bursting open. And at this moment, I could no longer enter them.
Hey! As long as you can't break through this defense, your death will come next.
Seeing the defensive momentum he had formed, he easily blocked the opponent's attack. Tuoba Howring couldn't help but sneer. As he spoke, he looked at the other two elders at the same time. I saw that the other party had already escaped from the entanglement of the sword energy and the 10th grade Qinglian platform, and quickly rushed towards his position. Seeing this scene, he felt even more proud.
Yang Machung, I already know what you are thinking. You plan to force the other two people away first. Then you will buy some time for me to fight alone. And you want to take advantage of this time to kill me. Although you are very strong, you may be able to fight 1 against 2. But you will definitely not be able to fight 1 against 3. When the other two elders arrive, you will die.
Tuoba Howring couldn't help but sneered. Even as he spoke, he did not let down his guard at all. Yang Muqing's strength has exceeded his imagination. He must face Yang Machung with the attitude of facing an enemy of life and death. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will be counterattacked by the opponent. So even at this time, he did not forget about protection.
Tuoba Howring, hold on! We are coming!
Call! Call! At this moment, bursts of shouts came quickly. I saw only 2 other elders who had gotten rid of the entanglement, and they were already charging towards the battlefield with an extreme attitude.
Yes, your analysis is correct, but you are always wrong.
Yang Machung looked at Tuoba Howring with a sneer.
What did I say wrong?
Tuoba said disdainfully.
Not only can I fight 1 against 2, but I can also fight 1 against 3. I just don't like you and want to kill you first. Since I can't kill you in this way, what do you think of this move?
Yang Machung narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly made a seal with his right hand. There was a crisp sound of swords resounding loudly. And soon, he saw the infinite sword of true energy surging rapidly in the void with an impressive gesture. Chapter 2294 Kill Again. Zheng! 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 Waves of crisp sword sounds resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, Tuoba Howring was horrified to discover that the long swords floating above his head actually erupted with bursts of brilliant sword light. And these terrifying long swords, at this moment, started to rotate crazily with a horrifying attitude. Like thousands of swords uniting, merging rapidly.
Cut!
Almost at the moment of fusion, Yang Machung grabbed his right hand and suddenly slashed downwards.
Bah!
There was only a terrible tearing sound. And then he saw the infinite sword energy in the sky slashing down with an incredible gesture, seeming to tear the space apart.
Not good!
Feeling the ferocious power of this sword, Tuoba Howring couldn't help but his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he didn't have the confidence he had before. Without any hesitation, he tiptoed and his whole body quickly shot towards the back.
Bah!
The moment he burst out, he saw the sword slash down with a bang. The hurricane shield he had gathered with his infinite spiritual energy was torn apart on the spot at this moment. In an instant, his entire body was completely exposed. However, Yang Muqing's sword showed no intention of stopping. Instead, it slashed down with a more ferocious attitude.
Tongue!
He could no longer care about being surprised. Tuoba Howring now only wants to escape. Being able to fight 1 against 2 and being able to fight 1 against 3 are 2 completely different concepts. This means that Yang Muqing's strength is almost that of the 3 grandmasters combined. Although this has not yet reached the level of the ancestor, it is already in existence that no ordinary grandmaster can fight against.
You actually escaped?
Seeing this scene, Yang Machung raised his brows and said with a faint smile.
However, if you can escape once, can you escape a second or third time? I want to see how far you can escape.
Zheng! While speaking, Yang Muqing's sword slashed down again with a horrifying attitude. Call! A sharp whistling sound resounded rapidly. Yang Muqing struck down again with one sword. The power of this sword was even more terrifying than before. When he swung this sword, the spiritual energy billowing between heaven and earth was involuntarily attracted at this moment. Even Tuoba Howring felt that this world seemed to be beyond his control, and he felt a faint feeling of rejection towards him.
How so?
Feeling terrified in his heart, Tuoba Howring just wanted to retreat towards the rear.
Bah!
However, the speed of this sword was more violent than he imagined. At the moment when he retreated, he only saw a flash of cold light falling suddenly and violently.
How can it be?
Then his consciousness completely cooled down at this moment.
Tuoba Howring!
Seeing this scene, The warriors who rushed over looked horrified at Toba Howren, who was almost struck from head to toe by the sword. In an instant, he felt a chill rushing through his body. The two elders who came over couldn't help but feel their scalps numb. How long did it take for them to be forced away by Yang Maicheng? But who could have imagined that in the midst of the lightning and flint, there would be an elder-level existence, and he would be killed by Yang Maicheng on the spot? This kind of strength can no longer be described as terrifying.
Take action!
The two sides looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even if they are idiots, they already know that Yang Muching's current strength is no longer something they can compete with. I'm afraid that the two of them combined may not be able to match each other. Now, all we can do is hold back Yang Maicheng at all costs.
Boom! Boom!
At this moment, without any warning, the two of them burst out with monstrous cultivation, and terrifying power rolled out. One of the two elders used a sword, and the other used a bow. The elder who wielded the sword poured out all his strength on the spot. A roaring scream was heard, and the terrifying sword light was seen, with an incredible posture, madly heading towards the position of Yang Maicheng, and quickly swept away. Boom! 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 Every blade light surged wildly at this moment. Each sword gleam was hundreds of meters long, and with a surge of golden light, it came to Yang Maicheng desperately. These sword lights even completely chopped up the void. They came to Yang Maicheng in a roar, and at that moment, sealed off all the space around him.
Boom!
The terrible explosion sounded regardless of everything.
Boom!
The terrifying explosion set off a rapid wave at this moment. With an incredible gesture, they quickly swarmed in all directions. At this moment, everyone's vision, even looking forward, became distorted and blurred at this moment.
Come and hold him back. I will try to kill him with one strike.
Another elder who was using a bow did not take action. He slowly raised the long bow in his hand. The crystal clear and thin string of the bow seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds in his hand. It has become extremely difficult to open even a tiny bit of it, but the power within it cannot be underestimated. I could only see that every time he stretched his bowstring, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be plundered by him. This terrifying whistling spiritual energy gathered into a rolling and mighty whirlpool, roaring in midair, even tearing the space into pieces. You can even see that these rolling spiritual energy condensed on the bow and arrow, forming a crystal clear arrow. This feather arrow is not huge, but is no different from an ordinary feather arrow. But the power contained in it is extraordinary. Obviously, after absorbing all the spiritual energy around him, he gathered all the spiritual energy into one body, which resulted in his current appearance. Boom! Facing the infinite sword, Yang Maicheng laughed loudly, and quickly grabbed it with his right hand. Shen Yuanjian was already dancing quickly with a ray of light, and came to his side. Zheng! A crisp sword sound resounded quickly and violently. Then he saw that each of the terrifying sword lights, which was enough to cut off a star, was easily split in his hands. The elder poured out all his strength, but was cut open by Yang Maicheng with a sword.
Is this what you two are doing? If that's all, then your death will come next.
Yang Maicheng Shen Yuan raised his sword and snorted coldly. Chapter 2295 Unscathed.
Yang Maicheng, don't be too arrogant.
At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the front. This sound was exactly what the elder with the bow shouted. I saw that the bowstring in his hand was already stretched to the full moon at this moment. The spiritual energy of this entire space seemed to have been drawn by him. And above the bow and arrow, there was a radiant feather arrow flashing. The power contained in this feather arrow is simply astounding. Even the light within it made the sun and moon appear dim.
Bang!
A crisp sound of bowstrings resounded loudly. Whoosh! The next moment, the terrifying feather arrows exploded violently at this moment, and rushed towards Yang Muching's position like lightning.
Crash!
This flying arrow brought up a raging wind at this moment. Wherever the strong wind passed, the space was turbulent, and the dense woods were quickly torn apart by the strong wind. Even the towering mountain peaks were shattered by the roar. And this arrow was aimed directly at Yang Muching's eyebrows, as if to kill him completely.
Call!
The strong wind swept over, and Yang Muching's expression turned stern. Zheng! The moment the arrow struck, he quickly raised the Shen Yuan sword in his hand and pointed forward fiercely.
Boom!
Two surging and powerful forces exploded at this moment. A shockwave visible to the naked eye couldn't help but scatter in all directions. At this moment, the mountains and rivers in the entire space collapsed crazily, and the rivers suddenly reversed course. The void was torn apart, revealing huge gaps. And the few people who were fighting with the Golden Dragon, Axianu, Ice Phoenix,
and Dragonfish suddenly felt the surge of power, and they all fled away into the distance in horror. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget. Boom! Yang Muchung, who was hit by the feather arrow, felt as if he had been hit hard by a huge meteorite. His whole body lost his balance at this moment, and he could not help but face backward. Go backwards. The power on the feather arrow was also displayed infinitely, and the powerful power directly knocked Yang Muchung to the ground from midair. Bang! Yang Muchung's body hit a huge mountain range hard. The mountain range was completely shattered with a sudden explosion. At this moment, countless rocks exploded in all directions like locusts. The entire mountain peak was not only torn to pieces with a sudden explosion, but the powerful power within it was completely revealed, forcing Yang Muchung to the ground and creating a terrifying depression in the earth. Boss! Seeing this scene, Jin Long couldn't help shouting, Owner! Axianu also closed his eyes. Both Bingfeng and Arowana couldn't help but widen their eyes, with a trace of panic flashing in their eyes. The big hole that was blasted out was simply bottomless. Only a terrifying sound of water was heard, and the monstrous seawater was seen rushing slowly and desperately towards the deep pit. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, the elder who wielded the bow couldn't help bursting into laughter, although his condition at this moment was also extremely bad. After all, the previous blow not only drained all the strength out of his body, but also consumed most of the blood and essence in his body. After this battle, there is no way to recover without a few decades. But after all, he was lucky. At least he killed Yang Muchung. Moreover, Yang Muchung was shot and killed by him personally. This was a great achievement. The family would give him a certain reward no matter what. So this loss is nothing. Everyone else couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and looked at each other, seeing the smiles in each other's eyes. Perhaps they had disdain for Yang Muchung before, but in this battle, Yang Muchung shocked them too much. In addition to being shocked, there is still unconcealable fear in my heart. The strength of this kind of existence has completely exceeded their imagination. Although he has not yet reached the realm of a grandmaster, he already has the strength to kill a grandmaster. If the opponent reaches the master level, wouldn't his strength be even more terrifying? Can even the ancestor be killed easily? But, no matter how terrible it was, they finally killed the young man completely. At least, this guy will no longer become a serious problem for the Tuoba clan in the future. Call! However, at this moment, a fierce sword light quickly erupted from the bottomless pit. What? Feeling this burst of sword light, the smile on the elder who was using the bow suddenly froze, and without any hesitation, he quickly shot towards the back. The moment he retreated, the terrifying sword light roared past his body, and a blinding burst of blood burst out amidst a tearing sound. As for the elder who wielded the bow, the smile on his face had not completely disappeared, and there was incredible fear in his eyes. He probably never imagined until his death that Yang Muchung not only did not die under his blow, but he still had the energy to attack. Puff! The moment the sword light hit his body, it erupted into a bright light. In an instant, his body was completely enveloped in it. Just strangle him alive. Hiss! Only then did everyone come back to their senses, and they couldn't help but gasp. A series of horrified eyes looked involuntarily towards the abyss that was bombarded. I saw a figure slowly appearing in the rolling abyss. Boss! Seeing this figure, Jin Long couldn't help shouting wildly, and everyone also closed their eyes. I saw Yang Muchung slowly floating up in the abyss. His shirt had been shattered by the previous arrows, revealing his extremely thin body. But that body was exquisite and clear, as if made of jade, without any flaws. The previous feather arrow attack did not leave any trace on his body. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Such a terrifying attack did not harm Yang Mu at all. This kind of strength is simply beyond everyone's imagination. 5-element spiritual body. This guy has a 5-element spirit body. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. At the same time, their assessment of Yang Muchung's danger suddenly rose to several levels. Chapter 2296, the first one. Horrible. At this moment, apart from these two words, no other words could be found to describe everyone's evaluation of Yang Muchung. Even in the face of such a terrifying attack, he actually appeared unscathed. Such physique and strength are already beyond everyone's imagination. Previously, they thought that with their numerical advantage, they could easily kill Yang Muchung. But now, in just a short time, 3 masters have already died in the hands of Yang Muchung. Whoosh! 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 One after another,
The figures quickly exploded back. And at the same time, their eyes looking at Yang Muchung also became fearful at this moment.
What to do?
An elder whispered. After hearing this elder's question, the others wanted to give this guy a slap in the face. Who knows what to do in this situation? In the blink of an eye, 3 of their companions had already been killed. The numerical advantage is no longer available at this moment. It is difficult for the 5 of them to deal with Bingfeng and the others. If Yang Muchung is added to the mix, there is simply no chance of winning. One of the elders kept scanning the space with his eyes. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said quickly,
I have an idea.
Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes were turned towards him. The elder said in a deep voice,
The reason why Yang Muchung brought us into this space to deal with it is to trap us here.
Upon hearing what the elder said, everyone present couldn't help but their eyes lit up. Yes, they were so panicked that they all forgot about it. Although, this space belongs to Yang Muchung. But outside this space is the territory of their Tuoba clan. As long as they can escape from this space, they can contact the outside world. In the entire spiritual medicine garden, there are not only 2 or 3 One-Yuan grandmasters, but nearly 100 grandmasters. No matter how powerful Yang Muchung is, he is still unable to kill so many One-Yuan grandmasters. As long as they escape from this space, they can survive. Not only can he survive, he can also kill Yang Muchung at the same time.
Everyone rush out together. As long as we can get out, we can survive.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the moment when the shouts were heard, the 5 One-Yuan masters, as if they had agreed, quickly exploded all the power in their bodies almost at this moment. At the same time, it turned into 5 rays of light, rose into the sky desperately, and flew fiercely towards the outside of this space.
No! They are leaving!
Seeing this scene, Bingfeng couldn't help but exclaimed. The dragonfish closed his pupils, and saw his huge body twisting quickly, and his giant tail slapped heavily on the sea. Wow! A vast sound of water was heard, and the entire ocean rose up at this moment, surging out desperately. This seawater has transformed into a water dragon, rushing upwards. But these 5 masters are now determined to escape. How can ordinary means suppress them? Whoosh! Even though Arawana's reaction was very fast, his attack still failed to catch up with everyone. Seeing this scene, Bingfeng, Axianu and others couldn't help but look at Yang Muchung in shock. Jin Long even shouted,
Boss! These guys are going to escape! It's not that easy to escape!
Yang Muchung sneered, looked at the dragonfish and said,
Take your water and use it!
As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yang Muchung's hands suddenly clasping together. The water dragon, swept by the dragonfish's demonic energy, was suddenly surged up by an even greater force, forming 2 huge palms at this moment. The speed of this palm's tumbling was several times faster than that of the previous water dragon. The moment he soared into the sky, he quickly rushed in front of an elder.
Die!
With a sudden drink, Yang Muchung clapped his hands heavily. Boom! The giant palm formed by gathering the sea water of the entire ocean slapped together quickly and violently at this moment. The violent power was tumbling and dancing desperately, rolling and surging in a horrifying manner, directly wrapping a One-Yuan master in it.
Snort!
The elder snorted coldly, and at the moment when he put his giant palms together, he burst out with all his monstrous strength, trying to resist Yang Muchung's sudden attack. But Yang Muchung was so murderous and determined to kill these 5 elders. How could he give them a chance to leave? Every blow he made unleashed all its power.
Crack!
A terrifying explosion was heard. And then, he saw the elder's body being crushed crazily. And at the same time, there was a crazy sound of bone cracking. The shield of power gathered around him was crushed to pieces at this moment.
Puff!
This sudden burst of power made the elder tremble, and spit out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in the body seemed to be shattered under the sudden impact.
Damn it!
He cursed secretly, not daring to stay where he was. Instead, he endured the pain, activated his strength again, and rose into the sky desperately, trying to escape quickly from this terrifying giant palm.
Want to escape?
Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but snorted. He suddenly waved his hands in front of him, as if doing Tai Chi immediately afterwards. He saw that the rapidly gathering power surged suddenly in an astonishing manner. The endless sea water quickly formed a huge water ball under the merging of this surging and terrifying power. At the moment of formation, it shrank crazily under the squeezing force of terrifying force. And under the incredulous eyes of everyone, it actually formed a ball of water with a radius of only about 10 feet. One can imagine how terrifying the power contained in this sea water is.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The power in this is enough to compare with tens of thousands of times gravity. Under the crushing force of this surging force, almost instantly, the body of the 1 Yuan Grandmaster was crushed to pieces by the water ball. A shower of blood suddenly erupted from the huge water ball.
First!
Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung closed his eyes and shouted coldly. His voice made the remaining 4 Grandmasters feel their scalps numb, and even felt an uncontrollable chill, which quickly penetrated into their minds with an extreme gesture.
Next is the second one.
Chapter 2297 Kill Again. Boom! Almost as soon as Yang Muchung finished speaking, his eyes suddenly opened angrily, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The churning power is like a tide, boiling and surging between the loose robes. It was as if a strong wind had penetrated into it, stirring and rising. And at the same time, he even raised his long hair and couldn't help but soar into the sky. Boom! Under the control of this surging force, it can be seen that the gathered power is poured into the water ball again, and the huge power compressed it again. When everyone looked again, the water polo had shrunk in size again, less than 1 foot in diameter. To know, this is the condensed sea water of the entire ocean. After such terrifying compression, even a drop of sea water in this water ball weighs tens of thousands of kilograms.
Boom!
There was a violent sound of water, and then the blue water ball exploded violently, forming a water arrow and shooting toward an elder's hole in front of him. This water arrow was unremarkable, as if there was nothing strange about it. But when it was shot out of the hole, the expressions of the 4 masters of the Tuoba clan changed drastically. They knew how much surging ocean water was compressed to form this water arrow. Even if it were smashed down like this, it would be enough to make a Grandmaster's blood boil, let alone in such a condensed situation.
I'll stop him for a while. And you guys can open up this space?
Seeing the water arrow shooting towards him, the elder immediately shouted angrily. He grabbed it with his right hand, and a sudden wind suddenly rose, and he saw the rolling spiritual energy quickly forming a blue spear in front of him. The moment it was formed, it quickly rose into the sky and suddenly rushed towards the water arrow. Obviously, this elder understands that the most powerful defense is attack. With his strength, if he wanted to catch this water arrow forcefully, he would have to be seriously injured even if he survived. Therefore, it is better to use all your strength at this time and fight against the opponent head-on.
Snort!
Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but snorted. He squeezed it with his right hand, and surging power poured into it again. With the influx of this power, the speed of the ordinary water arrows suddenly increased sharply at this moment. The speed and power increased several times at this moment. Boom! The attacks from both sides carried tremendous power, and they collided violently. The shocking explosion sounded desperately, tearing apart the surrounding area in an instant. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the 2 people's attacks violently crushed each other.
Boom!
However, no one expected it to be, at this moment, the water arrow, with a destructive attitude, completely smashed the huge spear into pieces. At the same time as it was blasted to pieces, it roared out with an attitude of undiminished strength, and headed towards the elder's cave crazily to kill him.
What?
Seeing this scene, the elder couldn't help but exclaimed. He already knew how terrifying Yang Muchung was, so when he took action, he unleashed all his strength without any reservations. In his opinion, he can withstand the opponent's attack no matter what. But who would have thought that his full blow would be torn apart by the opponent so easily?
Tongue!
Seeing the water arrow whizzing towards him with unabated force, he almost didn't hesitate at all, and quickly shot towards the back. But unfortunately, the speed is still a bit slow. The water arrow pierced his body on the spot. The shocking force suddenly tore his body apart. With an unbelievable look in his eyes, the elder's body trembled, and he suddenly fell down. Call. Even Yang Muchung couldn't bear the continuous attack with all his strength. After exhaling a long breath, Yang Muchung quickly regained his strength.
He's out of strength!
Seeing this scene, one of the elders was moved in his heart and shouted quickly. That's right. Such a terrifying attack killed several masters in a row, and even Yang Muchung couldn't hold on. At this moment, he could only stop and quickly absorb the spiritual energy around him to replenish his body. According to common sense, this is the best time to kill Yang Muchung. However, who dares to take action against Yang Muchung at this time? If the judgment is wrong, it will be an inevitable disaster for them. So even if they saw Yang Muchung's weakness, they didn't dare to make any move. On the contrary, he took advantage of this moment to escape faster and faster. Whoosh! 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 The moment they rushed out of this space, they suddenly hit an invisible barrier. Boom! The moment it hit, the space suddenly erupted into ripples. Break it! No one who can reach this realm is an idiot. And no one will show any surprise. They immediately realized that this barrier was the boundary of this space. On the contrary, I felt happy, because they know that as long as this barrier is broken, they can leave here. Boom! 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 At this moment, everyone roared up and unleashed all their power. It pours out desperately, as if it wants to completely blow up this space. Only waves of loud noises were heard. This terrifying attack made the space tremble. The terrifying loud sound swept across desperately, and every sound was accompanied by a terrifying aftermath. Why are you still standing there? Are you going to let these 3 people escape? Yang Mucheng glanced at the astonished Bingfeng and Longyu and said calmly, Oh! 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 Bingfeng responded quickly and then rushed forward. He was really stunned by the strength Yang Mucheng showed. 5 consecutive Yuan Grandmasters. This was the Grandmaster of the Tuoba family. Were killed so easily right in front of him. This display of strength has caught them, as companions, a little off guard. At the same time, a trace of fear arose in their hearts. Being an enemy of such a being was simply a lifetime nightmare. Tongue! 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 After regaining consciousness, Bingfeng, Dragonfish, Axianu, and Golden Dragon rushed away quickly, rushing towards the last 3 Yuan Grandmasters with an extremely extreme attitude. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, still stayed where he was, recovering the strength in his body. It seems that dealing with 5 Grandmasters at once is already my limit. He smiled bitterly to himself. Chapter 2298 Hostage. No matter how strong your strength is, it is still limited. After all, Yang Mucheng only has 1 Yuan peak, and the beings he faces are all 1 Yuan masters. The most powerful group of people in this realm of cultivation. He can only raise his strength to its peak posture, and every blow will burst out with the most powerful power. Of course, for him, this kind of attack method also takes a huge toll on the body. So much so that now, I have to take a breath and regain my strength. But he wasn't worried either. Although there were 3 people left on the other side, they were already frightened by his method of killing everyone, and they only focused on escaping, without even the slightest courage to resist. Boom! 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 One after another figures rushed out quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Axianu, Golden Dragon, Ice Phoenix, and Dragonfish rushed in front of these elders. And of course they exploded with all their power. Groan! Bingfeng took action directly, and at the same time, all the demonic energy in his body burst out. At this moment, this demonic energy turned into a billowing chill, spreading crazily in all directions. Crackling. Waves of sounds of condensation into ice resounded. Everyone could only see that the surrounding areas were frozen to the extreme in an instant. Even in the void, a large area of condensed existence suddenly appeared. Not good! Seeing this scene, one of the elders looked horrified, and he quickly turned around to fight back. But this chill came too suddenly, and he attacked with all his strength. With his hasty response, how could he withstand this chill? Boom! Almost instantly, the chill surged forward with a monstrous force, and even crazily poured into the elder's body in an instant. This surging chill is like a tarsal maggot, seeping in from the hundreds and thousands of pores on the opponent's body. It's even so fast that people can't react, and everything has already poured into the opponent's body. This scene is a long story, but in fact it only happened in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, he saw the elder. His movements stiffened, as if he was frozen. But at this moment, you can still see the struggle in his eyes. Obviously, the coldness pouring into the body not only affects the outside of the body, but also inside the body, and slowly freezes all the internal organs. But during this process, his consciousness has always maintained its existence. And even if he wanted to use strength to resist, he couldn't do it at all. You can only watch and feel the coldness of the other party, constantly freezing the entirety of his body in a terrifying posture. Finally, when the chill completely engulfed his body, the powerful chill finally broke out, under the horrified gazes of everyone. It was frozen into ice. It even lost its strength and crashed to the ground with a dull sound. Bang! The remaining 2 elders looked at this scene with their eyes almost bulging out. This is really scary. The 8 existences of the One Yuan Grandmaster realm have been imprisoned in this space for only a short time. And now 6 of them have been killed. Now only the last 2 of them are left.
Boom!
At this moment, a silhouette suddenly rushed over. I saw one of the elders suddenly burst out at this moment, turned into a stream of light, and rushed in front of Axianu.
What?
No one expected the scene. The elder rushed over in an instant, and at the same time split the golden dragon that was about to intervene with a palm, grabbing Axianu's throat. He suddenly turned around and jumped back quickly.
Seeing this scene,
Yang Mucheng, who was concentrating with his eyes closed and recovering his strength, slowly opened his eyes.
Yang Mucheng, let us out. Otherwise, I will strangle her to death.
Seeing Yang Mucheng's eyes looking towards him, the elder who was holding Asiana hostage suddenly trembled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. But he found that he had reached a point of no return.
Boss!
Jin Long bit his teeth and couldn't help shouting. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen at the last moment. Arowana was also stunned. The opponent charged at that moment, leaving him unable to react at all. So after reacting, he wanted to rescue him. But Arsenal was already in the hands of the other party.
Can't let go!
Arowana shouted subconsciously.
If we let them out, all of us will die here. Are we just going to watch Ashianu being killed by them first?
Jin Long heard the words of Arowana, and his teeth were itching with hatred. Although he also understood that once these 2 guys were allowed to escape, the entire Toba clan would know that they were here. At that time, it will still be a dead end. But Arsenal is in the hands of the other party, and they can no longer think about so many things at this moment. They can only find a way to save Arsenal first, and then discuss other things.
Leave me alone!
Axianu also shouted quickly.
If he is allowed to escape, everyone will die here. Shut up!
Hearing Axiana's voice, the elder's expression suddenly changed, and he pinched Axiana's throat with his right hand, making her unable to make a sound anymore. At the same time, he looked at Yang Mucheng fiercely and said,
Yang Mucheng, do you hear me? Open this space quickly. Otherwise, you will only be able to see her body next. Don't you dare kill her!
Yang Mucheng stood there and said calmly,
The reason why you captured Axiana was to threaten me and let me open this space. If you kill her,
you will no longer have any hostages.
What? These words just hit his heart. At this moment, the elder suddenly trembled and his face became extremely ugly. But immediately, his expression became determined again.
So what? If we don't open this space, we will all die together. Anyway, I still have 1 person in my hand. If I kill 1, I can earn enough. If I kill 1 more, I will make more. I just ask you, can you open it? If you don't open it, I will kill this woman.
Yang Mucheng lowered his eyes slightly, seeming to be concentrating. Everyone looked embarrassed. This is a very difficult choice. If you don't let it go, Arsenal will die. If they were let go, they might not survive, and would face the Tuopa clan's pursuit head-on.
I won't let you out, and I won't let you kill anyone.
At this moment, Yang Mucheng said slowly, Chapter 2299, like falling into the abyss. What? Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, the remaining 2 elders couldn't help but look shocked. They originally thought that as long as they captured Axianu, they could force Yang Mucheng to open this space and let them leave. But who would have thought that even so, Yang Mucheng had no intention of letting them leave.
Yang Mucheng, don't think that I dare not take action.
The elder who was holding Axiana's throat shouted coldly.
Believe it or not, I will kill her now, and make you regret it.
However, Yang Mucheng just shook his head lightly and said,
You won't kill her, and you don't have the guts to kill her. If she loses a hair, I will definitely let you know what life is worse than death.
After listening to Yang Mucheng's words, the elder's expression suddenly changed. To know, just as Yang Mucheng said, they simply don't have the guts and dare not attack Axianu. The other party is their last resort to escape from this space. Once they kill Axianu, death will definitely be waiting for them. Maybe this will anger Yang Mucheng, and then he will really face a situation worse than death.
Really?
At this time, another elder said coldly,
Don't forget, we still have hostages in our hands. Since you still refuse to let us leave at this time, then don't blame us for being rude.
Got it. As he spoke, he waved his right hand. Zheng! A crisp sound of sword sounded suddenly. A ghost-headed sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and a cold light flashed on the blade.
Even if she is a ghost, she will not be spared from my attack. Yang Mucheng, don't be too confident. Since you are unwilling to open this space and let us go, then I will chop off one of her arms first. If you still don't want to, I will cut off her other arm. Then she still has legs, ears, nose, and eyes. I don't believe how long you can hold on."
He was talking to himself, without seeing Yang Muqing's increasingly gloomy expression.
"Do it,"
Yang Muqing said calmly.
"Do you really think I don't dare to move?"
The sword-wielding elder looked stunned and said coldly,
"Do it."
At this moment, Yang Muqing suddenly shouted, "Boom!" The sword-wielding elder looked stern. He raised the knife in his hand and slashed it down suddenly. After all, he is also an elder of the Tuoba clan, and his strength has reached the level of a one-yuan master. When has he ever been threatened like this by the other party? Under Yang Muqing's shout, he slashed down violently.
"Boss!"
Seeing this scene, Jin Long cried out. Axena couldn't help but close his eyes. Bing Feng and Dragonfish were even more stunned. They didn't expect that at this critical moment, Yang Muqing would dare to provoke the other party to take action. Wasn't this pushing Xiannu to a dead end? Zheng! At this moment, a clear and crisp sound quietly resounded. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a swift sword light roaring out in a terrifying manner. Whoosh! This sword was pointed directly at the elder's eyebrows. At the same time, the sound of breaking wind resounded loudly. What? The sword-wielding elder looked stern. Just when he reacted, the sword light was already in front of his eyes with a sky-high attitude. At this moment, he was about to slash with his sword. How could he stop Yang Muqing's sword in time? There was a tearing sound.
Then he saw the sword whizzing out, stabbing directly between the eyebrows of the sword-wielding elder, and then blasting out from the back of the head. While rushing out, there was even more dazzling blood. Shen Yuan's sword spun in midair, scattered the blood on the sword, spun around in midair, and returned to Yang Muqing's side.
Idiot!
Yang Muqing snorted coldly. That's right. He just provokes the opponent to take action. Once he takes action, all his attention will be on Arsenal and ignores his own defense. At this time, it was also the time for Yang Muqing to take action. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Arsenal is just one of his maids. In fact, she is his relative. How could Yang Muqing sit back and watch others attack him?
You dare to attack in front of me. You don't know whether to live or die.
Yang Muqing glanced coldly at the elder, whose body was completely cold.
Next, it's your turn.
As he said that, Yang Muqing's eyes quietly turned and fell on the elder, who was holding Xiannu hostage. Seeing Yang Muqing's gaze, the elder felt his body tremble, and an incredible chill swept over him crazily in a terrifying manner. You? The remaining elder suddenly felt his scalp numb. Even if Yang Muqing didn't do anything and just stood there looking at him, he felt an indescribable sense of crisis sweeping through his body with a ferocious attitude. It seemed like it was locked by something.
This is...
Feeling this strange feeling, the elder couldn't help but tremble again. He knew that when Yang Muqing killed the previous elder, he had already swept his spiritual thoughts throughout his body in an instant. At this moment, he felt as if a sword had been placed on his throat. Even the slightest movement would lead to a thunderous bombardment.
Has this kid's strength reached the ancestor level? I only feel this way when I'm facing my ancestor. But now when I'm facing such a budding kid, it actually makes me feel a sense of sincere awe. How is this possible? How can he be so strong?
My heart trembled. At this moment, Arsenal could not hide his shock. She could feel that Yang Muqing's sudden sword blow had completely shattered the last elder's mind. Even at this moment, she could feel the other person's hand holding her throat trembling slightly.
Boom!
At this moment, taking advantage of the moment when the opponent's mind was distracted, Axena suddenly burst out with all his strength. This power suddenly emerged desperately.
Not good!
The elder, who felt that his whole body was being locked, suddenly noticed Axena's movements. He couldn't help but shrink his eyes, and his heart suddenly fell to the bottom. Just when he was about to burst out his strength again and restrain Axena, he saw Axena turning around suddenly, and then turn around and struck with a quick palm strike. Boom! This palm hit his chest hard, causing his blood to surge. At this time, Axena also jumped up quickly and flew away as fast as possible.
It's over!
Seeing Axena flying to Yang Muqing's side, he felt like falling into an abyss at this moment. Chapter 2300 Threat? Boom! With almost no hesitation, this remaining elder of the Tuoba clan ran away quickly without any hesitation. When Xiannu was in his hands previously, he could only watch helplessly as a being whose cultivation level was no less than, or even higher than his own was killed by Yang Machung on the spot. Now, he has even lost his hostage. For him, this is like falling directly into the bottomless abyss. Who else can save him?
You are so brave. You actually dare to threaten me.
Looking at Xiana, who had returned to him, Yang Machung slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Buzz. When he heard the other party's words, he felt as if he was enveloped in an uncontrollable chill. Just like what the other party said. He has lost even the last resort to save his life. What other means can he have to compete with the other party? Whoosh. When Yang Machung saw him like this, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. With almost no hesitation, he turned around, then exploded out quickly, desperately escaping into the distance.
If you want to leave now, don't you think it's too late?
Seeing that the other party barely hesitated at all, he ran away as fast as possible. Yang Machung couldn't help but snorted, and suddenly grabbed his right hand forward. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the entire space began to turbulence rapidly. At the same time, it turned into thousands of threads and surged forward. Woo! The elder who was escaping quickly felt a terrifying force coming at him in a shocking manner. He only felt as if he was in a deep seabed, and terrible power poured into every part of his body at this moment.
Let's see where you are going to run away now.
Looking at the other party, Yang Machung slowly narrowed his eyes, and there was only endless chill in his eyes.
Boss, what kind of trick is this?
Seeing that Yang Machung easily caught the opponent with just a wave of his hand, Jin Long couldn't help but ask in shock.
It's not a trick. It's just my control over this space,
Yang Machung said lightly. The number of elders who had been imprisoned in this space before was simply because there were too many. If he forcibly uses the power of this space, it will not have any effect at all. On the contrary, it is easy to suffer from it. Now that the opponent has completely lost his resistance and is just trying to escape, Yang Machung can naturally use this method to deal with him.
How dare you threaten me? I said I would make your life worse than death. Boom!
As he spoke, his eyes were cold and his right hand slowly closed. Although his 5 fingers only moved slightly, it seemed like nothing. But it was this space that was moved. The power of this space swept in desperately, crushing it crazily with a shocking attitude.
Ah!
Under this power, the elder of the Toba clan felt as if his whole body was locked. This power came from all directions, wrapping every part of his body. Under the crushing force of this huge force, he felt as if his internal organs were being squeezed and bursting. All the muscles and bones in the whole body made a crisp sound at this moment, as if they were about to burst at any time. It was only at this moment that he realized that what Yang Machung said was true. This force, at the same time, penetrated his body and extended directly into his internal organs, as if it was going to crush his body to pieces.
Die! Bang!
Suddenly, Yang Machung's eyes turned cold and his fingers suddenly clenched. Just hearing a shocking loud sound, a terrifying blood mist suddenly exploded in the sky.
It's over!
Looking at the blood mist in the air, Yang Machung couldn't help but let out a long breath. Seeing this scene, Bing Feng and Long Yu couldn't help but look at each other, and felt a wave of fear in their hearts. After gaining control of this space, Yang Machung's strength has grown to unimaginable extremes. Fortunately, he had no choice at the beginning and kept opposing Yang Machung. Otherwise, even death would become a luxury wish.
Huh?
At this time, Jin Long couldn't help but be surprised.
What's wrong?
Xiana asked.
I don't know if you have felt it, but the aura of this space has improved a lot,
Jin Long said.
Yes, it's really so. The aura of this space has simply improved to a higher level than before.
After hearing Jin Long's words, everyone immediately sensed their surroundings. Sure enough, I feel that the concentration of spiritual energy here is much higher than before. At this time, everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Machung. Yang Machung smiled faintly and said,
The cultivation of a warrior comes from heaven and earth. After death, the cultivation of this body will naturally be returned to the entire world. But this space is indeed independent of heaven and earth. After the death of these warriors, their cultivation, because they are all dispersed in this space, the concentration of spiritual energy will inevitably increase. Alright.
Interrupting everyone's thoughts, Yang Machung said,
Everyone should seize the time to practice, and use this time to quickly improve your state to its peak. There will be a fierce battle soon.
After hearing Yang Machung's words, everyone reacted immediately. After all, they planned to destroy the entire spiritual medicine garden. Now this is just the beginning. And there are still more than 91 Yuan masters left. If you don't hurry up, the other party will soon find out what's going on here.
You start practicing.
Yang Mucheng waved his hand. Immediately, everyone felt that the space trembled quietly. And then, they felt the infinite spiritual energy of heaven and earth, roaring desperately in a swift and violent manner, surrounding them. Feeling such powerful spiritual energy, everyone couldn't help but feel extremely horrified. Usually when they practice, they allocate part of their energy to find ways to attract the spiritual energy around them. But now, Chu Jingtian just waved casually, and the spiritual energy of the entire space had already surrounded them. In fact, the spiritual energy could not stop flowing all over their bodies, constantly entering into the hundreds of thousands of pores. One can imagine, and as long as they use a little mental power, the spiritual energy in the surrounding world will be poured into their bodies regardless of everything. The speed of recovery has increased hundreds of times almost at this moment. As the master of this space, Yang Mucheng naturally improves his cultivation faster than them.